stream contains fast flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised. It's been a long and brutal road to play-ins. 5 teams have already fallen, 3 remain standing on the battlefield, and only 1 will survive today's gauntlet, and they will claim victory. And those guys had a good time. A real good time. Probably a better time than we're going to have here. I don't know, actually, because this is going to be a good one. Hello, everyone, and welcome to VCT, America's kickoff play-ins. Say that 5 times fast. Coming at you live, of course, from the Riot Games Arena right here in sunny Los Angeles, California. I'm Golden Boy. You got yourself an Athena. You also have yourself an Uber. And we're going to talk about some video games today. But most importantly, what a day it has been. What an event, what a tournament this has been, man.
I was going to say, today just started, but I like your enthusiasm.
Yeah. I'm trying to fix my chain real quick.
We had the rematches yesterday, right? A couple of really important rematches that gave us a great chance to take the temperature of teams now they've advanced a little bit through the kickoff. That, to me, was really compelling because some teams very quickly changed, very quickly fixed some of the issues they were facing earlier.
Yeah, that was critical, I think, as well for us to continue to learn more, see where these teams fall. We now know the parity in these regions. It's insane. America's the competition is so close. I was actually just talking to the CEO of Sentinels outside. He was literally saying that. He's like, it's insane how close everything is. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm just trying to say I got friends in high places. But no, he was saying that as well, and it's it's just so reflected on the results, what we've been seeing here. To me,
yeah, I feel like every single one of these teams kind of approached the manner of VOD review, talking about foundations and talking about where they kind of went wrong. And I feel like the biggest way I saw that was G2 2-0ing Crew. They looked so solid. I feel like as a team, they just had these crazy fundamentals that we've actually spoken to them before about what they worked on. They spoke a lot about their fundamentals, and it was really, really good to watch. They looked so good. And the thing is about G2, I think they have such a cute story. Yeah. They have the power of friendship. So I was so happy to see everything go well and go their way, honestly.
Yeah, and now all people have to do is figure out how to beat Loud. Anyway,
that's all you gotta do, somehow, some way. Well, they'll figure it out, maybe or maybe not. But here's the thing, guys. Yesterday, we had back-to-back elimination matches. Some great games, honestly. And look, we could do a normal recap, but where's the fun in that? Am I right, chat? So, it's time for some wordplay. Yes.
Woo!
I like wordplay. This is a newish segment, I think. I don't know, honestly. But here's how it works. We're going to cast a crucial round from yesterday's matches. But here is the catch. You have to organically use the words that are on screen for your call. So first up, we have Esports Commentator of the Year. It's Uber. All right, so let's see what your
I put on my glasses for you. We got this. Oh.
Okay, here are your words. Retirement,
what?
Scratch, and Railroad. You'll be commentating a clip from MiBR and Cloud9.
Okay.
Mr. Leslie, as soon as the clip comes up, the floor is yours.
Here it is. Crack at this. Oxy here going to make his way in towards the site. Dimensional drift, a lot of information at his fingertips here to pass along to Vanity, hoping to send MiBR to an early retirement here. Jake with the plant, beautiful stuff from scratch. C9 have been able to cobble together a really nice hit on towards the B side, and MiBR are forced into this retake. JZZ trying to make his way through. The flash is good. Oxy's able to find Artazine, and Oxy needs to sit in hookah behind this wall for a time. Seeker's taken down. Zephyr forced back by the molly here now, and here comes the defuse. Zephyr, he might not know about it here. Oxy's able to search forward, finds himself 3, but MiBR take the runaway, railroading Cloud9.
You've been right.
Full
I don't think that one counts.
Dude, I was waiting for it to see how you were going to put Railroad. You had so many great moments for it, and then you went right at the end. How was it?
Oh
how was it?
Not bad, not bad. The fact that it's a full stick diffuse is a lot as well. All players sitting behind the utility, but I got Scratch.
Yeah, you got Scratch. You got Scratch. What was the other one? Retirement. You got Retirement in there.
Right
and you fit Railroad. Okay, well, everyone, it's time.
Shoehorned it.
Time to see how Athena works here. So you are going to get Sentinels Leviathan.
Gosh.
You have Cower, Holiday, and Tempt. Remember, folks, the point of the game, she's got to organically fit these words into her commentary.
Esports Caster of the Year. All right, we're starting out Viper in this Viper pit. Everyone seems to be cowering outside. They're not entering, but Celsius shutting down. Mizuno gets a triple kill out of that. He is going to be able to go on Holiday after these kills. And now left in this 1v1, it's so tempting to just peek that heaven, and he does. He's just staring at it, and the 4K for Celsius. What a crazy round.
I'm okay to give it. I'm okay to give it.
I actually give it A+ for that. Yeah.
That was good. Let's go, man. Way to go, dude. I love it.
Yeah, runner-up Esports Caster of the Year, right?
No, you actually get the title now, actually. You have the trophy right there.
Well, I don't know how I'm supposed to follow that, but apparently I have to commentate now. And by the way, I just want to let everyone know, I was not prepared for this, okay? I haven't casted Valorant since First Strike. Okay, here we go. All right, we got Symptom, Sunshine, and Intelligence. It's G2. All right, here we go. Let's see what the clip is, as it's G2 crew match yesterday. This is good. All right, so we're starting things off. Firstly, we got MTA here, as well as Leaf. Leaf with the op, looking down. He's trying to see if he can catch Kesnet here. Now, Kesnet has a symptom of always wanting to try and go for these big fights, but a big hit's going to come in with the rocket, not connect, but he's going to find the op shot instead, and it's looking all nice and sunny with Sunshine. Maybe one more here as well. And look at the smart play that we're seeing. Leaf holding the angle, waiting to see if anyone comes around the corner. The intelligence of him to stay in that spot, knowing that the onus was going to be on the Jet to fight, and that is the round.
Ding, ding, ding.
It's looking nice and sunny with Sunshine. I was hoping you could see Sunshine through the other side of this bloke's head when he shot him in the face.
Yeah, you can all see the sunshine glistening from the top of my scalp as I was sweating commentating that one.
You know what they say? It's always sunny with sunshine in Philadelphia, folks.
That's right. He said it. I said it first. In any case, guys, well, thank you for entertaining us for this one. But here's how everything is going to crack on today. The winners of these matches are all going to be facing one another in a round-robin play-in. Now, this is important to note here because everyone's playing each other once, and the team that comes out on top is going to move forward to Saturday's playoffs. Then you can see the schedule right there. MiBR in the ringer, doing the first two games. And here's the thing. I want to get a temperature check here. Where would you prefer to be as a player?
Dude, I feel like being MiBR in this situation is literally
You like the double?
Yeah, because you play your first game, whether you win or lose, you're literally warm for the second game as well. When you win, you have that momentum going into the second match. Whereas if you have this big gap in the middle, you kind of just sit there, get cold.
That's fair.
Talk about your mistakes.
Okay.
Kind of think about it.
But what about G2 though? I kind of feel like G2's not in the worst of spots because they'll go on the tail end back to back.
It actually depends on how the games go. Like as a decorated multi-title champion in basically every FPS title you could think of, my concern is that if you have a problem in your first match, and then and it's quite critical, right? There might be sort of communication issues going on, and you can't solve that in between match 1 and 2, you have a problem. So if you win that first game and you're feeling good, and maybe you're not even that fatigued, right? Like you had a comfortable roll through, you've got good vibes, then it's fine. But it can really depend. Like this is quite unique circumstances to put players under. It does happen sometimes. Yeah. You have to have another level of mental fortitude here that just goes far and beyond what these regular matches have sort of required from these players. So that's something to bear in mind. This is where we see that true grit and determination that can forge champions.
I mean, because correct me if I'm wrong here, but not that I can remember we've ever done this before. So this is going to be quite the challenge for these three teams here. Now, of course, we need to talk about the tiebreaker rules because this could come into play here if every team goes 1-1. So here's how it works. First up, all right, in the event of a three-way tie, you can see there, it's play-in map differential. And if somehow, some way, that's tied, then it goes to the play-in round differential. And surely it won't go to that. So if that happens to be tied as well, then it will go to a BO1 between the teams that are still tied. And by the way, all three teams can still technically tie, in which case I believe you just run back one BO1s or something like that. I don't know. And again, this surely can't happen.
I feel like you're just
surely nothing can go wrong.
The biggest curse ever on this. Everyone behind the scenes is cursing at you right now.
Mitch, the odds are so low.
Right?
You've got better chances of like finding more than one brain cell between Brennan and Sideshow's. So like it It is very unlikely when we talk about like map differential and stuff like that. Like that's super granular.
Yeah.
So I think we'll be fine here.
Yeah. If you're MiBR though, and you win those two, and that is also something important to know. If you win those two, MiBR is in.
Yeah.
Right. And then the last teams would play. G2 and Sentinels would play to determine seedings as we go
Seeding
into the
games in a tournament, baby.
Yeah. Hey, you know what? It's got to be done. So that's basically how it works. Hope you guys understand. But again. Surely.
We also get G2 SEN the ultimate banter match anyway.
Yeah.
So that is fine. The fact that there like may not be as large stakes on it probably won't take away from the fact that there will be so much smack being talked. It'll be worth it.
But again, MiBR needs to win 2 in a row, and then they're in. So we'll see if MiBR can do that. More on that in a little bit. But guys, we're always asking our players about agents and compositions and strategy. But today, we want to get down and dirty. We want to ask some recommendations for their favorite pieces of media. Let's go ahead and take a look at another installment of Profiles.
I would say if I could watch any show or movie and experience it for the first time again, I'll go with Breaking Bad.
Acho que seria Breaking Bad. Eu ainda assisto várias vezes, já assisti umas 5 vezes.
Eu assistiria filme Interestelar.
Interstellar.
I would say Interstellar, like, just my mind is blown. Like, I just couldn't believe it.
Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. Ese anime tiene tanto plot twist y enseñanza.
Creio que, sei lá, o documentário do Jordan.
I'd probably just want to rewatch Hunter x Hunter for the first time again.
Oh, Hunter x Hunter.
iCarly. Ah, complicado. Mr. Robot.
Jujutsu Kaisen again, just because I've never seen animation as good as that.
Drake and Josh for the first time again, just because that was my favorite show growing up.
Probably the K-drama Business Proposal.
Brooklyn Nine-Nine. It's my comfy show, you know? I always watch it.
Any of the big three of like One Piece, Dragon Ball, or Naruto, or Bleach.
I still rewatch The Sopranos and I love it, but if I had to, I would just rewatch that again.
Senhor dos Anéis. Eu gosto muito da mitologia do Senhor dos Anéis.
Filme, melhor trilogia de filme que eu já vi na minha vida, Senhor dos Anéis. Recomendo. Quem não assistiu, assista.
I love the idea of like, oh yeah, I'd love to experience the whole of One Piece again. Who has 10 years free?
What would be your thing? What would be your thing?
Wow. I actually think if I could go back and watch Bakemonogatari for the first time again.
Okay.
That's my favorite anime. It's super weird and obscure. It's hella good.
Okay, what about
Oh my God, that's good. Dude, I would watch Narcos again.
Narcos again, that's a good one.
Like,
Suits, actually.
Suits was good too.
Ooh,
Yeah.
Suits is good too.
Okay, I would probably...
Actually, no, I'm kidding.
I would say... Star Wars... Episode 1.
What?
Yeah. I went with my brother to go see that. It was one of the best experiences I ever had. So
Yeah, I had
I
my
want
face
to do that
painted
again.
as Darth Maul when I went to that. I was so into it.
Except Jar Jar Binks. We don't talk about Jar Jar Binks.
We said don't talk about Jar Jar.
No. Anyway, let's go ahead and move on, though. That's about as much time as he gets. We're going to, of course, take a quick break. And then when we are back, we're going to dive into our first match of the play-ins. This is going to be awesome. It's MiBR versus Sentinels. And as always, we'll see you on the other side.
Tentar buscar mais jogador. Opa, olha só ele, Niang. Olha só ele, Niang.
Having a dodge and Juka play and rocket! Second! It's monstrous!
हेलो आप तो वो हो ना भैया बताओ ना हमारी लॉटरी कब लगेगी
कमाल है हमें कल ही फीलिंग आई थी इन हाथों कुछ शुभ काम होने वाला है और आज आप चलिए एक लिंक भेजता हूँ उस पर क्लिक करो और लॉटरी पाओ
98222 बिल्कुल चोचो नहीं बताया है ना इन लॉटरीज के चक्कर में फंसोगे तो जेब खाली हो जाएगी यूपीआई कहता है किसी भी अनजान लिंक पर क्लिक मत करो अपने पैसे का ध्यान खुद रखो और आप पैदल ही जाएंगे टैक्सी आप भी ये वीडियो शेयर करें और अपने आसपास के भोले को बचाएं
Welcome back, everyone, to day 8 of the VCT Americas kickoff. Now it's time for us to dive into that first match of the day. We got MiBR. They're going to be taking on Sentinels, and this is going to be tough. We were talking about it before. The Brazilian squad needing to go back-to-back here. We feel like coming out the gate, having that first game is going to be great for them just because they can kind of get themselves warm right out of the gate. But you're going to be playing up against Sentinels, who, you know, fantastic squad's been putting up some numbers.
We are looking at two teams who are fundamentally quite brilliant, actually. Where MiBR, we talked a lot around, okay, well, they don't have a star player. The we'll get into that. The consolation being their fundamentals are fantastic. Sentinels might have both. Yeah. Their protocols are unbelievably well drilled. They are so disciplined, and they have one of the best anchor players in John QT in all of Americas. So they are looking very, very good, and they have that X factor.
Yeah, I actually feel like their defaults are pretty similar too, in the fact that they both teams love to work the map. They love to start off a little bit slow, and they do have those really good mid-round protocols.
Yeah, you know, for sure. Now, here's the thing, because when we've been seeing MiBR, right, you know, they took on Cloud9, you know, they've had some good runs, and something that stuck out to me was that this team is playing, to me, good fundamental Valorant when it works out for
I have something to say about that.
Okay, go on.
Look, listen, MiBR, they have the post plants, they have the lineups, they know how to get off a site after they plant.
Everything sounds good.
Everything sounds good. However, they're also notorious for just taking their ones. They love to just walk up short.
That's true. They did that the three-player push down.
They love to just walk up dry, no util, take their fights. And I feel like for the most part, it has worked out in their favor. Sometimes it's been a little bit questionable.
It only seems to happen when they're about 3 or 4 rounds ahead.
Yeah.
Right? Then all of a sudden, they take contact on the extremities for no good reason. Right? The round you mentioned, that was on Bind, right, where they pushed 3 players up.
Yeah, that was like, what, they were at 11?
The round before that, they literally take contact on B-Long and Showers simultaneously, and both players get pooped on.
Yeah.
You know, so it's so odd because they play so well and they're well drilled. When they get far enough ahead, they're like, stuff it.
They're just having fun. They're
but I think that is, you know, as the team continues to, you know, play on the stage, I do feel like we're starting to see them develop that identity and also develop some stars as well, like one of those players. And also want to clarify, a big shout out to my boy Fraud, who gave me the inside scoop here. I misspoke and said the RGL Meister was actually the IGL, but it's actually Mazin who's been making some brilliant calls as well.
What RGL rhymes with?
IGL.
Yeah, which he's not.
Yeah, which he's not. So that's how But that being said, though, let's talk about RGL Meister. Because one of the things that Fraud told me is that this guy is a beast, and they're so satisfied with his output. Thing is, he's going to have to do it here against, you know, some big names in Valorant.
This guy is a duelist in like a role player's body. It's crazy. You want some stats, GB? You want some numbers? 14-6. That is RGL versus Oxy in the head-to-head.
Wow.
That is wild.
And it was 9-1. 1-9 on Ascent. So absolutely rolling him. Also with like 6 3Ks over the course of the series.
Yeah.
The clutch factor is strong in this one. This guy is unreal.
He literally reminds me of like debut Nats when he was just like in his prime going crazy on that Viper roll.
Yeah.
He is so sick. RGL, you put him in a clutch. His name literally should be Clutchmeister because every single time I'm like, oh, 1v4, he's winning.
I like that. Branded Clutchmeister. And honestly, he's been living up to it for sure. You know, just continues to perform, continues to contribute to this team exponentially. We wanted a star. We have found a star. And his name is RGL Meister.
Yeah, and look, you'll notice here, look at the first kill, first death down the bottom. He's not involved in a lot of those initial engagements, though. But look up the list just a little bit more. 2.5 KDA on Ascent, right? That is the kind of map that we spoke highly of C9 because we felt that defensively they had good protocols, especially in shutting down the A split. But there was a Viper wall that gets set up, and quite often C9 got forced into retake whenever they moved the third player off that site. And that was something that MiBR could identify. Whenever the A site was weakly held, they really pounded it over and over again.
And I feel like we talk a lot about RGL and his mechanics, but his rotations, like you said, he has like some of the best rotations I've seen. He has some of the best Viper play, controller play that I've seen. He genuinely, as a controller, is solid, like straight up solid. His gameplay, his aim, his mechanics, his ideas.
Solid.
Literally, when he
his
takes
hair,
space, his hair,
picture,
his glasses,
his GPA,
his
what
GPA,
else?
His blood pressure, cholesterol levels,
incredible. Blood pressure's great. You know, this guy's got everything in spades.
Follicle count off the charts. Honestly,
honestly, can't relate. So yeah, I get it. You know. No, but I get what you're saying though. He's got everything.
A heaven
and
with
it's a SEN, so it's either going to be one or the other.
Right. But in the past, he had been aggressively playing forward of Omen, Smokes, and Util in tree to try and deny the cat rotate. That wasn't happening. And I wonder if the advice to him after the game against NRG was to slow it down, be a bit more disciplined. But I get a sense watching him, he hit the other end of the spectrum because Cloud9 still needed that spark, and obviously didn't look like he was in the mindset to provide it.
I mean, he got predictable at a certain point, and MiBR was just like punishing that. His entries, his pathing, his movement, everything. Like, it got so predictable, and I feel like we didn't see the craziness that we normally used to.
There were some good trap plays that C9 managed to funnel MiBR into, where Oxy could capitalize, like with the operator on a couple of rounds, but in general, he wasn't able to have that same flair that we've seen from him already, that kind of these It's huge moment.
And that's
individual
big.
Initiative taking we didn't see.
When you're able to take a player, a young player, and you're able to kind of like shut them down like that, that speaks volumes because, you know, he should be playing with no fear, right? But hey, you know, that it goes to show like where MiBR thrives is being able to isolate these things, isolate these win conditions and really hone in on them. They're going to need to do that today because can they handle Zek? plain and simple. Zekin has been playing some great Valorant. I think, you know, he's really just he's finding a second gear, third gear. I don't know, but this kid seems like he's got layers upon layers.
Yeah, I mean, Zekin's been super explosive as a player. He takes his own timings, he fights, he goes crazy. Like, he gets set up by his team, and he actually does a really, really good job of entering and taking space. And I feel like just in general, when you compare that side to side to Oxy, it's a little bit...
Not the same player.
It's really hard. Yeah, they're not. They are in fact not the same player.
Well, you know,
yes,
not
correct.
functionally
Oxy
speaking.
and Zekin are two different players.
Don't.
Corporate wants you to find the... Shazam actually made a great tweet yesterday, which, like, Shazam's someone I think who understands, like, how to get newer players, younger players conditioned and into playing form. And he just said, look, I think Oxy is still going to be one of the best players in the world, but he needs time. He needs time.
Yes.
This format is brutal, it's grueling, and there isn't much time in between matches. But Zekin has already been through that phase. I mean, we had criticism of him on XSET, for example. He's already played internationally with that team. He is young, so we forget just how long he has behind him. But this guy has been empowered to go and do his thing, and that makes a big difference. No one has to micromanage him. He just goes and does what has to be. Like that last round against Leviathan on Bayern, like the guy with that, you know, double rocket kill, he looked incredible, and he looked truly unleashed.
I mean, we also need to mention that Duelist is literally the most volatile role in Valorant for me. Like,
Kenny said that when he challenged, right?
Exactly. Like, you have to be able to make space for your team. You have to make good decisions. You have to use your result to delay. It's just, it's so much packed into this one agent that's also expected to top frag. It's insane.
Yeah, Zekin really continues to illustrate why this Sentinels organization has invested so much into him, and it's for good reason. He provides, he gives them what they need.
He dog-walked Aspas on Bind, by the way. 7-3 in the head-to-head. That, I mean, when you can boast that kind of stat as a young player coming in against the best player in the world, you are having a very good day. Here's that head-to-head, right? I think it's pretty telling, especially the first blood present, which is not something we look at always, but for two duelists that are the tip of the spear, that's how you really set these two apart. And I think the stats speak for themselves.
Yeah, even Zekin, like his mechanics in terms of operating, like normally we see Aspas.
Which is the thing he's working on.
Yeah, exactly. He's so good already fundamentally, and then when he just picks up the op, he said he's working on it. Aspas, he's known for his op. He's known for holding those angles in defensively. Zekin, I feel like, is also extremely smart with the way that he uses his op, the way that he positions himself on every single play that they make. And I feel like he has a really good team surrounding him, enabling him to do that.
Yeah, what I'm fascinated as well, and we'll find out in a little bit, is where we're going to be going for the series. Because
I can't wait.
I really do hope we end up on Bind, because I feel like it's just such a great battleground for both of these teams to kind of try out some new ideas. And I'm actually just interested to see like what we end up getting in that series layout, because I think that could very well determine like who wins. Honestly, we've been seeing that play a big role in this tournament.
I mean, it was talked about yesterday in the Sentinels versus Leviathan game, how much difference a map change makes. We went to Breeze, Leviathan looked very different. Aspas had that space to control, and Sentinel won, I think, when they let Leviathan into the site, when they had to play retake, they won 1 out of 10. On that particular map. I don't think they want to play Breeze, for example, right?
I agree with that.
But I think they ban Icebox and Ascent typically, right? So that should narrow it down. We might even see Sunset at the end of the series here. But again, this team defensively, their retakes, I mean, God, 6 out of 9 retakes on split. 4 out of 5, 4 versus 5 conversions. So even losing a player at the start of the round, and they won 2 out of 3 ecos.
Yeah, which when you because those rounds, right, especially with the MR12 format and how everything is, like, that matters so much, right?
I mean, I really, really want to see split, because speaking of those retakes and postplants, we've seen the same thing on the other side, on MiBR side, where their retakes and their postplants are so good. But if you have MiBR postplanting and then SEN with the really good retakes, like, it's going to be a toss-up as to who wins each one.
Oof, I didn't even
It's going to be so...
hear that.
It's literally, they have each other's strengths and weaknesses.
Yeah, they
so
can eat each other's sandwiches.
I genuinely am so excited for this game.
Yeah, no food allergies between them. You know, no gluten problems.
Finish each other's sentences, finish each other's sandwiches, same difference. I'm excited, though. That is, you are so right. That is going to be a really cool thing to see these two teams
Don't you
clash
finish
like
my
this.
sandwich, mate. You'll be in for it, I'll tell you what. I need that nutrition.
Well, yeah, you need it. You need the grown boy. That being said, though, let's actually get a little bit of a vibe check. And who better to do that than Elizabeth? She's actually going to be hanging out with Zelsis, and I think they're going to do something quite silly. Zeddy!
I challenge you, Zelsis, to an arm wrestling match. Are you ready?
No, but I'm ready.
Okay, will you break you by?
Okay, don't break my arm, please.
3, 2, 1.
Please buy the Sentinels Classic Bundle. Thank you.
Yo, is that young Devin Lorette out there dominating the competition? Let's go.
So I saw Elizabeth, and she was like, yeah, so like we were just, playing around, and then he was like, all right, go serious. And then that happened. That's amazing. Of course, folks, we're minutes away from this first match, and it's going to be great. Let's go ahead and take a look at the pools, the map pool, and see where we're going to be going here. It's going to be split, Ascent, and Sunset.
No bind?
No bind.
Bind.
Oh my God.
So where were the Yoru maps?
I mean, I was thinking that they would be like VOD watchers and just be like, oh, let's go bind. Like, we know exactly how they default, but no.
Okay.
That is actually wild.
Okay, but we do get split, which is something that we really, really wanted to see, Athena.
Yeah, we've been getting a lot of split from MiBR.
Both these teams look so strong on split, and again, this goes to show that MiBR's retakes on post-plants are so good. Their post-plants as well are sick. Sentinels, they're so active. They love taking backside. They like pushing and taking space, so they're going to deny any of these retakes.
So 2 players I want you to look out for on Sentinels on split especially. On one side of the map, it's John QT. On the other, it's Sasi. They have incredible anchoring. Yeah. They are so hard to shift off the site, which means that those retakes become far easier because they buy time, they stall. I mean, John QT wins like 1v3s, 1v2s, might trade himself, but always trades up in value, right? That's going to be a problem for MiBR in situations when the round timer starts to run down. They might swing into a weak site, but if it's against Sasi or John QT, they don't have an advantage even with more players necessarily.
I'm also curious to see what MiBR does regarding like their initial rounds as well, right? They like to group up a lot early on, and I think that could maybe be something.
I mean, I just hope they change their comp because I'm not excited to see the solo Sky. Like, I
think they play KO Sky yesterday? Did they make that adaptation?
That was on bind.
That was
Yeah.
Right.
So on split, they like to play that solo Sky, and I feel like that's gonna be so rough when you have players like Zelsis, Zekin, John QT. Like, everyone on Sentinels can kind of be that outstanding player, and I feel like they're gonna have to use so much neutral to push each one of these players off of their respective spots.
Tens also is someone to watch. You know what Sentinels are doing based on what side of the map he's on. He loves to play aggressive on defense on that A ramps. A lot of teams, though, have already seen through that. They've seen the tape, and they're trying to pressure that position blind at the start of the round.
All right, well, let's hear some predictions, guys. Who do you think is going to win this? Okay, he's going for the Zaddy and the boy. He was so fast.
All right,
I feel bad because, I was walking down the halls past Zelsis, and he goes for the fist bump, and I didn't even see it. So I'm feeling bad. Sorry,
So
brother.
you're making up for it. This is you making up for it. Send 2-1.
2-1. I think it's gonna be a close game. I think it's gonna be 2-1.
I went with Sen as well.
What's the score? What score do you think?
You know what? I do think that MiBR is going to take one. I agree with you on the 2-1. I would be a little shocked if MiBR don't. This is not the same MiBR team, right? This is a squad that can contend. So
I need to see Artesine step up. He was 2-11, first kill, first death for the whole series yesterday. That's not good enough.
That's very true.
I don't care if you're not the star player. You have to have impact on that duelist against the team with Zekin.
Okay, I couldn't agree more. This is going to be a massive game for both of these teams. And today, these 3 squads go head-to-head in this arena, but only one will make it to the playoffs. We have MiBR, Sentinels, and G2 Esports. Folks, it's going to be good. Day 8 of VCT America's kickoff starts ahora.
Buscar mais jogador. Opa, olha só ele, Niang. E olha só ele, Niang.
Having a dodge and juke play and rocket! Sentinel! It's monstrous!
Então, basicamente, os play-ins agora funcionam com os segundo times colocados do grupo que passar, todo mundo vai se enfrentar, e o melhor time que passar vai para os playoffs.
Contra o adversário. FRZ!
Shot connects though, great out of lead. Can he get another? Absolutely. Is it gonna be enough surely? Zelsus!
Pretty grueling weekend, but now that, you know, we made play-in, I think we're the favorites for sure.
I don't think they're the favorites. I think everyone is very close. Stylistically, they're not that hard to play against. These people are people that we are familiar with. We're going to be confident coming in because we know their style.
What a chance! Net!
G2 eu acho que é um time que eles têm uma sinergia muito boa, né? Porque eles estão bastante tempo juntos e eles têm umas comps bem diferentes também, que é algo que a gente tem que tomar cuidado.
MiBR is kind of like, you know, a dark horse for me. You know, their team is like nothing to be messed with.
He swings and that's another Red Bull club for RGL!
O jogo contra Sentinels vai ser um jogo bem difícil também, eles são jogadores muito bons. Tem o Saci lá naquele time que eu já joguei com ele, então eu conheço muito bem como ele pensa, ele também conhece muito bem como eu penso, então vai ser um jogo bem interessante. Obviamente é uma pressão a mais, né, que a gente não pode errar agora.
Only one spot left in playoffs. You gotta come ready to, you know, just 13-0 everything and make it through.
Riot Games Arena. It's time to bring out our first play-in squad, Sen City. Give it up for Sentinels.
E do outro lado, uma das tags mais lendárias dos esportes. Chegou a hora do MiBR!
Brasil original. Nós leva a vida dura, mas sempre no alto astral. É otimista, sou brasileiro, trabalhador que vai à luta. Não desiste, merecedor dessas conquistas. Nascidos para o mundo, trago o Brasil no meu peito. Em busca das vitórias, responsa é com nós mesmos. Quando me perdi, me encontrei comigo mesmo. E tirei forças, eu não sei da onde. Amigos eu ganhei, perdi, são coisas da vida. O que me dói é a minha família longe. Torcedores falham, outros me motivam. Vou persistir nessa longa estrada da vida. Vencer é obrigação, derrota é uma lição. Desistir pra nós não é mais opção. Hoje mesmo busco o que é nosso sonho. Nossos sonhos, nossas glórias, nossos sonhos.
MiBR is going to go through the ringer today as they have back-to-back matches. So they first need to overcome the Sentinels, and then they'll have to worry about G2 Esports. On the other side to that for Sentinels, a big win here can give them a bit more calm in their minds as they prepare and get ready for the final game of this play-in, because they will be playing the first and the third. A lot of pressure on both of these teams, Uber.
Both of these teams basically permaban Icebox, which meant that MiBR essentially had a free ban, and they targeted bind. They don't want to deal with this confusing split default style with the Euro from Sentinels. They want to play some honest Valorant
Some good, wholesome Valorant.
I really thought that they would just bot watch and like pick it and just go crazy, but apparently not.
It might just be a bit too much for them, but don't forget, Sentinels look very good on split, but I'm gonna say it. Levitan are cheeks on split.
Yeah, I just don't know. I just not much really to extract from that, you know, like
nothing.
Yeah, you know, I feel bad saying that, but it's just a reality of it, you know. So Sentinels are certainly going to be coming into this one with a bit more confidence, but I think MiBR can maybe use that to their advantage here.
I mean, I really don't want to see double duelists and solo Sky from MiBR. If they do that, I'm gonna be upset. because I feel
Blood Red Man.
I feel like they can go super aggressive and they can take that space away from them on Split, but I feel like Sentinels already does such a good job of that MiBR should stick to their strengths, which is playing together as a team, but not just zooming in without any flashes and having enough util for those retakes.
Yeah, I mean, looking ahead in this series as well, like, I don't think Ascent is a map that Sentinels love to play right now. It's their second ban if they can get to it.
Yeah.
MiBR want to pick it first, so it was almost guaranteed to come up in this particular series.
Yeah.
Again, 2 out of 3 ecos were won by Sentinels on Split. And remember, in ecos right now, you are not investing. You are not getting half armor, none of this nonsense. You are full eco with some util, and then full armor buy so you don't fall prey to the outlaw. So that's even more incredible that they're getting away with that. That means the team has a really solid idea of how to play the game, and their protocols are watertight.
All right, here it is, Agent Select. By the way, just want to remind everyone, make sure you go out there, pick up your team capsules, support your squad. You saw the Sentinels one there looking cool. So get out there and support teams that support this awesome sport. Here we go, though, as we start things off. Tens, Omen, doing what he's got to do.
Our GOAT.
Yeah, look, I wouldn't expect anything particularly crazy. I mean,
I don't think we're going to get much.
Jet, we might get like Jet Rays still from MiBR. Like, still
I really don't want to see that.
I'm not a huge fan of it either, I'll be honest. I really like to see double initiator on a lot of these comps if possible.
I just think they're so good with their like fundamental post plants and retakes, and I feel like they struggle when they only have that one flash. Or Mazine has to do a really good job at saving his util every single time.
Is there an option instead of the Sky that they could potentially use, or it's just the Sky is just too reliable because of the info?
I think a double initiator would be cool.
You can play Breach with the Rays.
I like Breach. I love Breach.
Yeah, I mean, like, Breach works really well on this particular map. There's some teams that are, even bringing in KO occasionally on this kind of map, right? John QT Cypher, I mean, we will see a very standard composition here from Sentinels. If Artsine is going to pick Jet, that's fine.
Yeah.
I need him to
He's got to pop off.
Impact. See, I don't want to harp on it, right?
Yeah.
And he doesn't have to be a star.
Yeah.
But if he's playing duelist, he needs the first kill.
He doesn't have to be a star, he needs to be reliable.
He's even going to struggle against the Cypher trips. Like, he's not going to be able to properly enter unless they actually genuinely clear that. And I feel like that's why Raze is so much stronger, even as a solo duelist, because they can just satchel those trips and get them out of the way. But, I mean, I don't know. We'll see how this fares out.
Yeah, well, no one's really going to change anything up too much here, and it seems like this could be, I guess you can make the argument, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Look, if your team doesn't have the ability to deal with that Cypher util, you're going to be fighting into the strong side every round on attack, which really disadvantages you and opens you up to a John QT lurk later in the round.
All right, well, this is it, the first match of the day. We got a long one, folks, so I hope you're ready to go. Let's send it over to our captains, and we know what you guys want. You want yourself some Bren and Sideshow.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, either Bren and Sideshow or Skibbity Toilet. I haven't actually decided between the two yet, but wakey, wakey, rise and shine. An early start for the play-ins, Josh. Listen, Sentinels versus MiBR. It kicks off here, and really, this is the marathon. This is the endurance test for these teams. You think about Sentinels. They got off their second match yesterday. No time to really prepare. No time to really rest. They're jumping into it first thing today.
I think anything is possible in a format like this. Sentinels are coming in as the favorites. Everybody thought Group B was the hardest. Whoever made it out and got to the play-ins, they would be favored. But you should in no way write off MiBR or G2. You look at the map pool, if MiBR are able to pull away a win on Split or Sunset, they've got a great chance here.
Oh, yeah.
I'm looking at the buy on the pistol. Mazine has bought Frenzy double flash, so this is going to be a fast round. No map control.
All grouped up into B, they are just contacting forwards. Disrespect shown as 2 players from Sen. Paranoia held by Tens. Gonna have to be a key piece of util. Now the explosion straight through into the side. It's a double satchel. Paranoia matters not. In the close quarters fight, Tens still active close to the pillar. He needs some help and assistance from the rest of his team. Taking the damage, and finally, the reinforcements arriving.
They may have played the last game yesterday, but they looked incredibly prepared for that pistol. Like I said, Mazine goes Frenzy, double flash, so they knew that that was going to be a B-burst on the side of MiBR. They'd already planned that. But for Sen, they don't know exactly what pistol round's coming out, and yet they looked perfectly prepared to deal with it. Tens holding the Paranoia, and sure, the first wave of people ended up getting caught, but second is out through the smoke on top of rafters. John comes in from spawn, all supporting Tens, who tucks on site. Impeccably played from Sen on the pistol. And you look at my expectations for this map are that both teams are going to look even better on their defense side.
I would agree with that. Desk was talking it up as well. I mean, Sen's defensive setups are so good on this map.
And they're so happy to play retake, and they're winning. I think the stat was 60% of them in the desk right before this. So
they just have such a good idea in terms of what the protocols are, what areas of the map to fight over that are essential.
But that also means that if you're a fan of MiBR, if you're rooting for this Brazilian organization to have redemption here and make it through to our kickoff playoffs, then you should still hold hope, even if this first half doesn't work out too well for them. Yeah. Because they've also looked pretty solid on the defense side, running double duelist, which is a little unusual, to be honest. Now, in this round, MiBR have found an opening. There are 3 SEN players walking down mid, dominating that area, and MiBR have walked all the way into A. SEN love playing A retake. Usually, they'll have Cypher trips over there, so you'll know to some degree when MiBR are in. But SEN could easily get caught out by FRZ or by Ardazine here.
And yeah, running and gunning will clear up. FRZ, lovely shot. Rattled across there. Zay with that one. Plant will still come online into the post plant here. Now, only 3 players left, a lot of damage done to Zay. You can't think there's too much of a chance. He's going to tuck himself into the off-angle cage, blocks off the retreat at least for the approach now. For Sentinels, still being watched as well. Look at that awareness from John QT, making sure he's got this guy penned in.
Ten's just paranoid all of his team.
The satchel through, RGL onto the side. All the pieces accounted for. The exception, Jesus Abe, finally there it is. So 4 players survive.
Very well dealt with from Sentinels. That's the real discipline and the protocols in terms of how they come back into the round. Ardazine looked like he could have tried to make a play over towards screens if somebody had been snoozing at the wheel and he caught somebody off guard. That's not the case. Sen are super disciplined. Even Tens throws out the paranoia to clear out like hell. And he knows he's going to blind some of his team, but that's the piece of utility they've chosen to throw in that situation. Looks amusing, but it's part of the game plan. So now Sen have got themselves some of that like close range weaponry to work with here. That's going to require them to get a bit more aggressive. They could try a flood defense in this round rather than some big set retake.
There's a lot of bite to this round, despite the economical disadvantage that Sen are working with on the bonus. You think about a map like Split, very close quarters. Smoke, first one propped up here. MiBR still opting into just the contact plays, but a flash through and a pop there. Is that connection? Spraying with Zekin, then a nade, and it's just a follow-up and a follow-through with Zelsis right there behind him. There's that cleanup. Zelsis dropping, opens up mid. QT going to be feeling the heat now, turned up ever so slightly, but there's no pace increase. MiBR happy to slow it down.
FRZ gives away that he's playing inside B main, so they know that the 1-3-1 default, the player over towards B, was pushed fairly deep. But now they come away and Sentinels are re-exploring mid.
Damage maybe with a rifle, it could have been possible. Sassy also dropped down to 15. There's no way he survives that, but he does.
MiBR, very slow approach to the round, but it looks like they're going to be able to get themselves in a great position to A split. Tens, Paranoia, and a Stinger, anchoring A from elbow. So much pressure about to come into him.
There's no more util for MiBR really to use to try and clear him out of this corner. Here we go. Straight in again with the Stinger. How many bullets left? Whips out the Ghost as well. No time for the reload. Smoke dropped down to try and at least split up this site. Here's the footsteps. And John QT is right there behind him. Seconds dwindling. Rattled down. They have to try and get this down with the spike, but already it's dropped down into the smoke. 1v1. Oh, this is so low! And a clutch for John QT. I have to question that. Ardazine goes for the swing in the fight there. He had time to plant.
He did. I mean, he just gets scrambled in that moment. Red Bull clutch coming through. John QT officially, but I'm very impressed with what Ten's got done there. Stinger kill, finds the perfect time in the peak elbow, throws out a smoke, which is really nice for him to play around. Stopped him getting swung. And then he's also able, just with a Ghost, to set up a little crossfire with John to be able to pick off another player. You look at that on the minimap, MiBR are about to crunch 4 players into Tens. It doesn't look doable for it, yet he still survives.
Really shouldn't have been. Swift entrance into mid. All the bullets rattled away. Zelsis is in trouble. He could really get punished hard. Oh my, stalemate. Walking away, wounds inflicted onto either side.
Ardazine almost getting caught by the dog as well. In the meantime, Zeken's tucked into this corner. Fairly unexpected, you've got to imagine. FRZ's pressuring over towards A main. Didn't meet a trip necessarily, but I think saw the cam up in A heaven, which John is using just to make sure that nobody's taking space.
Here.
It's another round where MiBR are kind of getting really deep here, starting their exec from a lot of map control. That suggests to me that they have a good read on how SEN are playing.
Trailblazer to try and feign like they could be taking B control, maybe pulling a few rotations away. This time the strike for MiBR. Starting to scale out into heaven, revealing himself. Sassy behind maps, definitely spammable in that spot. They're not ready for it. Celsius dominates the smoke angle. Look at this one here. Even close to the default plan spot. Sassy just has to watch his teammates back, which he will. Shuts down Addison. RGL Meister.
SEN are throwing in some different looks. This time, hard anchoring with John Cutie and Sassy. That's not something that we've seen them do too much. Normally, they're playing for A heaven control. But really what decides that round is that JSSA is just not ready for Celsius to come into this smoke. It's such a risky decision from Celsius to walk into it like that. And unfortunately, it was just as JSSA was kind of backing off. There was such a serious chance there for Celsius to lose that duel, drop a weapon, snowball into MiBR having an advantage. But not the case.
Tiny differences in the round, but 4-0 for SEN. Get the guns online for MiBR now.
The attack side is a very structured approach from MiBR in almost every round. They have not noticed this cam. John's had the cam in heaven the whole time, and they just aren't even thinking about it.
So there's two players over towards A with a contact. They're going to play through this one. Snake bite, nade, or pushes the players out into the open wide! And Zekken rips them apart!
Based off the information that they have there, how does MiBR possibly get this? Wow, the 2K from FRZ!
FRZ?
The spike still down, and these players up towards B heaven and mid, undetected as yet. Not great info on where they are, although RGL stomping around in vents is going to give away the spot.
That two-piece, though, maybe enough chaos strewn into the round for MiBR to stand that chance.
It's so difficult to retrieve the spike, and Tens is coming around behind.
Paranoia went gliding right over to their heads. They hear the ropes. Yeah, he's just trying to fight them right behind! 1 for 1. They know exactly where RGL is. I mean, made all the noise in the world. Almost doable.
We saw RGL go crazy for MiBR in the game against Cloud9. You don't want to offer him too many of the chances to be able to get that, but 5 in a row from Sentinels.
Not as good as a start as you could hope for.
The cam in this round, giving them full info that there were players on A ramp and allowed them to do a re-clear. But it's really rare that you see a re-clear that doesn't involve Sky utility.
Yeah, like a flash.
That was a raise nade and a snake bite, and they just completely cleared Mazine out of the position. And Mazine, unfortunately, trying to call these super disciplined, slow 1-3-1 defaults for MiBR. Not only is he kind of getting outread by Sentinels, who are being very mobile on defense and changing up their setups, he's also got caught in that round, sat at the bottom of the scoreboard 0-5. This is going to be tough. It is going to be difficult for MiBR to come up with a game plan that works here.
Yeah, that's the trouble. You try and, go explosive, increase that tempo off the rip as soon as the barriers go down. SEN are perfectly happy to play retake. A supportive util is always there as well, just to make sure if there is a player anchoring, for example, out into elbow. Tens likes to play there, sometimes Sassy. It's usually going to be smokes to support them, or maybe even just really far back defensive trips. This is the real issue you run into, honestly. When you start playing against Sentinels on split, it's like a home field advantage. They put so much work into this one particular side of the map, alternating the setups, and they're so well drilled of how they play it.
MiBR don't need many rounds on this half, but they do need some.
Yeah, you can't just sit at the goose egg, exactly. Double satchel up top here, nade, rebounded. That's going to be landing into vents. Late trip. Put down by John QT, but a side gained and gathered, and exactly what I was saying prior. I mean, SEN are perfectly happy to give you all the space here because they're so drilled with the retake protocol.
Now this round, though, might get a little difficult because of the pit that FRZ's thrown down.
And the showstopper. Yeah, well, Zayo close here.
Speaking of that,
trying to re-clear him. Yeah, there's a smoke in his face. He hears him. So Mane against the wall, rebounds, is traded.
1-for-1 is actually not that bad there for Sentinels. Sassy's Seekers can help them re-clear this pit.
You want to fight it?
Jesus, they could have almost got 3 in that spot.
Cosmic Divide, offloaded. A lot of utils to try and win this round. Out, RGL, down. That's the Rocket! And just catching onto the heels of Mazine, in through the smoke. Shotguns abound. Last player left is FRZ! And he can't stand that pressure. Sentinels too good.
So beautifully done by Sen there. And it's brutal to watch from MiBR's perspective because that's an eco round, but they feel like it's winnable. They got in onto the plant, so they use the pit, they use the showstopper, they use their big tools that they would want here.
Cosmic Divide as well.
Yeah. And it was winnable, but the outplay there from Zekken to dodge the rocket, get a kill off the back of the Seekers, pop his own ultimate, and then come in off the back after he naded FRZ out of the safe corner. I mean, just a glorious round from Zekken. And unfortunately, even when the team play requires a little bit of individualism, Sen have got it. Unfortunately for MiBR, that is.
Look at the way they adjust the setups again. I mean, pit into mids, adjustments with the trips all over towards B. It funnels MiBR now in through B main. It's going to be putting a lot of emphasis onto John QT with his setups. And right in his face, still good for one. I mean, there's a player above him and to the side at the bottom of the smoke. What is going on?
Phantom moment. Just spraying whilst strafing from side to side there. Only 2 players surviving.
At least gets the plant off, but you got to think, again, so damn hard. Mazine, B main control. MiBR, you got to take some risks in this situation, in this scenario. You can't just let them play for the retake optimally. There's one. Trade was a bit delayed, but Tens eventually gets it labored in the process. Sassy with a defuse, sticking half already. The win conditions are just dwindling. Sentinels up to 7. Mazine is going to want to save this gun.
And Sentinels, they are the favorites in this play-in. And they have looked phenomenal on the defense side of Split. But I was expecting there to be more moments than this for MiBR to be able to get some impact in these rounds. It's just looked clinical from Sentinels.
Might be looking at one of the fastest maps we've seen in Americas. I don't know what that is, but we'll get our finest minds on the job, probably.
And notice how they've moved their defensive setup again. John Cutie was anchoring B in the previous round. This time moves his setup back over towards A. Yeah. Very difficult to get a read on exactly what's going on when your players on the outsides of the map play such kind of passive positions. I mean, look at the way that these players are positioned over here. It's very far away from the action. Generally speaking, MiBR, the people holding the outsides of the map are going to play really disciplined. But that also means you don't get a good read on who's anchoring where. You know, you interact with the Cypher utility very late in the round. FRZ's going to try to make something happen with a slightly more aggressive lurk on a ramp.
Here.
But his toes have been seen.
Spotted, betrayed.
Feet picks for free?
That's just out of pocket. Okay. 45 seconds.
I mean, they know that FRZ is there. They're now using the Skydog to flush him out.
Balls made to try and commit over towards A. You can see the spikes making its move and ground over towards it, but Sentinels are not giving up this space. Not out of heaven. Players through main now. Dash forwards, kill trip. John QT is the setup and adjustments you can. Read this one. A gap into the wall. Reveals all. Wow, Sassy to get the one pick and now just evacuates, backing away. Spike dropped down into a really unfortunate location, playing within the smokes. Eventually we'll start to fade here. Players walking up onto the sides, but look at it. Players don't know which way to look here. For MiBR, it's just impossible. There's no easy fight granted. And there's eventually going to be the triple face with the satchel to set it all up. Oh. 8-0. It's clinical. It's a masterclass.
It absolutely is. And you got to remember as well that MiBR are playing last year's meta. There was a lot of talk from the desk about how they didn't really like the Solo Sky, but I think it goes even a little deeper than that, because Sentinels are also playing Solo Sky, right? In terms of the initiators they have online. But the fact that you know what MiBR are going to do, and you've seen it all last year, there is nothing new really that MiBR can pull out on this side of the map, or even the other, that you haven't experienced. And Sen's comp is so good at being able to shut down what MiBR are going for.
Blinded.
They need something huge here.
I don't know what that is, but
Mitch on the desk was asking Artesine to step up and be the big player, or at least to have a better interaction with those first kill to first deaths.
Yeah.
We saw RGL, the Wrigglemeister. He was wriggling all over them in the Cloud9 game. But it just, there haven't been any moments where individuals can shine in this map so far for MiBR, because the team shutdown has been so severe.
No gaps for them to work with. Up draft dash in through. Artesine is going to grind to the site. Plan online. Nade forwards. JZZ wants to really press the advantage that he potentially had.
Artesine planted for Heaven.
How are they all going down here? I mean, nades just popping off all over the place.
It's just spam from Heaven kills Artesine and then another nade coming through.
Paranoid to clear it out. Got to retreat here, close, tucked to the corner. Zekken, this guy is on one right now. He knows what a player is. The bullets fired. Transfer from Mazine, but he's just one man. What can you do? Not much, man. Not much. Well-oiled war machine that is Sentinels, 9-0. They don't even look stressed.
Nah. There's nothing that MiBR are doing now. In fact, it looked better earlier on in the game, where they were adding in more contact plays and trying to find the gaps, because they were assuming Sentinels were playing off-site a lot.
Yeah.
But at this point, yeah, it's time for the tactical timeout. But even if MiBR get 3 on their attack side, even with how good MiBR's defense has looked here on this map, you know, when they played previously, is this anywhere close to being doable?
No, it was good, it was good.
Looks unlikely. Everybody locked in. MiBR with a bit of attack timeout, but genuinely, I mean, we can see all the available options. We can see all the information when we're casting up here, and even I'm struggling to come up with options.
Yeah, I think there's got to be more in terms of trying to contact around the map just a little, because I think MiBR have got stuck in the last kind of 4 rounds of just pouncing on a site.
Trying to go all in.
And they don't really know who's anchoring. Yeah. They don't really know where the trip setups are. And I think that when Sen are playing, because they do like to fall off sites fairly easily and play for the retake, there should be some space that opens up. You know, if the Cypher setup is over towards A, and you have that ramp lurk that finds the camera, then maybe you can get one of your other smokes players out towards B. I think trying to play for the aggressive lurks on either side of the map and see who comes out with the goods. It sounds a bit desperate, but I think that might be their best opportunity at this point. It is desperation time for MiBR, on this map at least. Yeah. And really, when you look at the decider on Sunset, which is, most teams have been banning that against Sentinels.
MiBR, time to get a little bit quirky with the timings perhaps, but it looks like this is again another all-in approach. Flash, big connection, and Tens is there to instantly respond. He drops him. JZZ unable to lead the initiative here for the rest of the team, and still they're going to follow through. Attempt to at least get a bit of that space, but another first kill does not go their way. Tens still here, bullets rattling. Jump spot, getting that info, seeing the one player here. What is the answer again for MiBR? Backing away. Minute 10 on the clock.
And because this round, they started 5 towards A ramp, as soon as they lose JZA, they have no options everywhere else.
No prior map control that's been gained by a player lurking.
Yeah, they don't know. Zekken could have walked down mid. They, you know, the Sentinels players might be inside B main right now, ready for this. It's very difficult. Artesine could make something happen on an aggressive lurk towards A. They didn't see the Cypher.
What they're relying on, but
generally John and Tens are going to be on opposite sides of the map.
These are the difficulties. Desk was talking about, you know, these solo Sky comps. Just a little bit dated at this point. MiBR forced to just double up or the contact their way into positions. Meister was not ready.
That's quite incredible, that timing. Couldn't have been more perfect for Zekken.
Is that off the cam?
I'm not 100%.
Yeah, not too sure either, but on QT. Now knows his presence here, but time, oh, it's completely against him. 12 seconds, going down to almost nothing. Lovely kill for FRZ. Tap off the plan. Mazine doesn't stick, doesn't commit. Finally, though, bit of trust in his teammates, at least to have his back, but it's a really unorthodox plan location. And this post plan relies heavily on these Heaven players. This fight that's coming up, it's going to be critical, it's going to be vital. Flash, very deep onto the ankle. Artazine is forwards, and he's trying to pounce. Lovely movement, isolates one, isolates the next! And this is what they needed, that individuality. Camp, broken, leave it to John QT. But the round should be sealed. John, not too much you can do here. A fight there from hell. So finally, MiBR, they get themselves on the board.
And let that be a lesson to you, Sentinels. Nobody takes 10 rounds in a row against MiBR. Yeah, Artazine stepping up there. Massive performance from him, being able to hold off. That retake could be Heaven. Can they get 3? Can they get the pistol? Can they make this doable? It's important the Sentinels don't take their foot off the gas completely. Like we said, both of these teams should be better on the defense side. But any round has just been, I mean, so far away from coming for MiBR until that 3K.
Painstaking, and it just gets even worse off the rip. I mean, the first kill's going Sentinel's way every single time.
And JCC there isn't even in a super committed position. They know that they're going for a ramp control, spam when the wall goes up, and Sassy's got a perfect angle.
What's the call again? Everybody still holding hands into the A main choke. They pause, grab the orb. Trailblazer broken, but full reinforcements arriving. The cavalry is here. The call is made from SEN. They want to re-clear this one. Forwards, Artazine leading it, but TENZ onto the high ground. A collapse and pincer maneuvers. It's just elite. RGL, the lone survivor. There's just no world, is there? There's just no world.
It's tough in this position for MiBR because you want to still believe, but when you're down 9-1 and you're in a 1v4,
and you know it's going to be 10-1,
and the rest of your teammates are sat there quietly
stewing.
30 seconds left.
Thinking about the situation that they're in, thinking about maybe even at this point, the next half, the next map, maybe even as well. It is tough. And this is a grueling play-ins that we've got coming up.
Oh, yeah.
MiBR playing back-to-back matches after beating or losing to Sentinels. And they still have another one instantly afterwards.
It is that marathon, really. I mean,
it's a grueling gauntlet.
Test that endurance, test the form as well, coming into each of these matches. But for now, it's all Sentinels.
And I feel bad for MiBR too, because I can definitely say I underrated MiBR coming into this season. From what we've seen of them in kickoff so far, they did such a great job at responding in that Cloud9 game. And maybe if they'd started defense on split, maybe this could have been a little bit of a closer match. But at the moment, they are getting slammed.
Yeah. It's systematic dismantling, really. Setups, adjustments. There's no heavy read for MiBR here. At this point, it's just relying on that individuality. Raw firepower. And they carve out a path into mid. Seekers, drop down. Celsius has to respect that one now. Backs away entirely to Molly. What? Gets onto JCC. It was comboed, I think, with a nade from the other side of the map. That was Zekin.
Oh, how is just the simplest of util combos finding the pick for them at the beginning of the round? JCZ's first death ratio must be off the charts right now.
It's frantic by MiBR. I mean, they see it's the slightest of weaknesses, the potential for a kill, and they all just try and jump onto it. Leads to those openings happening for them. Remember, there's one player anchoring onto the site. This entire time, Celsius, he retreated. Smoke here to divide the map. At least into the side. Paranoia sent flying. Look for the repeat. You can hear the footsteps all around him. They just don't know where he is. Good. Instant response from FRZ. But TENZ is looking, contacting into the angle. Finds himself a 3-1.
Planted.
2 players left alive for MiBR in the final round of this half.
Zekin is very carefully clearing. Sassy tried to do the same and got caught. FRZ on an interesting off angle. Taking down his former teammate from ancient times.
Second not playing with 10s yet. Still worried, actually, there could be a player up into heaven. Pulse. That spot 2, not too sure, but the info may be there with the ping. Satchel, kill. There from Mazin, 10s. 10s all in a 1v2. It's too much for him to tackle, even with that momentous lead. So a second round for MiBR. The question being, will it be enough?
A thin thread that MiBR's chances on split are balancing by right now. Nice off angles played there by FRZ and by Mazin, who got caught by the Omen ultimate and then repositioned to catch second. What's the morale looking like even?
Yeah, I mean, that is just such a question. Well, Sentinels have had to fight their way into the play-ins, but Zelsis is confident that their chances.
Oh, I definitely think that Sentinels is a favorite of playing. Like, you know, Loud, 100 Thieves, Lev, us, like, you know, outside of all things considered, every team in NA is really stacked and really good. Like, I think NA is like the best region, but outside of that, I do think our group was like the hardest group. So, you know, we're coming into play in full confidence. Obviously, we lost to Loud pretty closely. Like, if you look back at the game, it was really close split, really close on Ascent, considering the rounds or whatever, the mistakes we made, stuff like that. No discredit to them. Like, Loud earned that game, they won it. But I think for us, like, we're still like, you know, it could swing either way in our group. But now that, you know, we made play in, I think we're the favorites for sure.
It is really important that Sentinels perform in matches that super matter, like this, like the play-ins that they're in currently. Because it's one thing to be the favorites and to feel really good about how you're performing, but you've also got to bring it in these massive moments and put down the competition and make sure that you don't get upset. And at the moment, it's not like Sentinels came into this thinking it's just MiBR. And they have put on a masterclass performance on this defense side. And they're pretty close to closing it out on the first map.
About the Sentinels, I mean, they've got a lot to achieve this year with the expectations that get weighed against them. Previous year wasn't good at all in the slightest. Same could be said for MiBR. These are two teams that, you know, they are trying to get that chance of redemption. This is what 2024 is all about for them. They don't want to end it early. You know, yes, bad outcome for this first match doesn't mean the end of the world for the play-ins, but it does make it significantly harder. And for Sentinels, they are in full control of the situation right now. It's 10-2. The next pistol round is basically going to decide this map.
I think redemption is a great word for describing both of these teams. They're both trying to rewrite their reputations from 2023 and carve out new identities for themselves. But the expectations are still quite different. For MiBR, being competitive is a huge step up. For Sentinels, they're looking actually to win, to go to Madrid, to make it out of the play-ins. Here comes the pistol. MiBR dominating B main control at the beginning, but there's double flash set up.
Jay says, hey, anti-flash though, he dodges it and just turns him into mincemeat.
Sick setup. Anticipated that reclear completely. Knew what was coming. Things get difficult, but MiBR have also lost a lot of information. They've given up B site completely. They've given up mid. So there is still potential here for TenZ or John QD to just catch people on unexpected timings. MiBR are going to have to play tight together here.
Opting to just play side by side. The running and gunning will do it. Tap from TenZ, but 3 players to contend and tangle with. Smoke dropped, plant. I'm going to push this one back, Trailblazer. Be there. Avoided and dodged. Another smoke on top of it. In through the smoke. Wow, I mean, Mazin's just way ahead of the curve. Damage done. 1v1. Oh, okay. Safe hands from Arzine, just barely.
Well done by Arzine at the end there for saving that round. But MiBR looking
a bit was so far ahead of everyone there. There was no follow-up of him just running.
This opening to the round, though, beautiful from MiBR, right? You got to say that to set them up in the player advantage. And then Mazin, whoa, looking a little out of it. Maybe a bit, you know, still mentally taxed from the first half. MiBR have got to focus up, make sure that they convert those rounds after setting up their game plan so well at the start in the first, like, 5 seconds. Here's another round where the same story has to happen, right? You have a massive advantage. You got to play tight to close it out. You can't allow Sentinels any edge into this. It's got to be so clean to pull off this comeback.
Cover going out.
Util combo. A through one side. Nice timing there from RGL, and that is clean. That's what you want to see if you're made in Brazil. Perfectly clean.
Whoa, don't think it's,
They didn't manage to load the kills into somebody with a huge ultimate, but if they can get the Cosmic Divide online at some point soon, that'll be really useful for retake situations.
One enemy remaining.
Excellent timing, yeah. Excellent timing from RGL.
Now we're taking a look at Sentinels, set up to go for some kind of A pressure. With JZZ and Mazine to receive.
First time we see the guns in the hands of Sentinels on their attack sides. And that's a lovely one. Tens falls almost immediately.
That is real early. Mazine uses the dog in the first 3 seconds of the round, and JZZ just swings instantly.
Eager to take these fights. Flex a bit of that muscle and firepower. That is a really interesting way to deal with it. The jiggle peek onto the corner is common enough. A wide face evens it out 4-4. Even baiting the dash out of Ardazine, thinking there was going to be something else to it.
It's a difficult round to approach without tens on the board. The Omen smokes. Not having access to them means you have so many different angles to worry about. John and Sassy looking like they wanted to pressure ramp there for a moment. Sassy still has the Trailblazer. These players are close though, re-clearing, the timing, indecisive from Sen. But now they've committed.
Yeah, all four players now leading the charge onto the site. They have given up control of main, wrapped around Zelsis. Traded. For the 1, 3 versus 3 here. The post-plant positioning is not good from Sentinels. Gonna have to take some magical moments for them to try and bail themselves out of this one here. Containment by MiBR. Got every angle watched for. Every angle but Zekken sprays them through. 30 health to his name, and FRZ is left alone with the Spectre. Obtains the upgrade. The nasty, nasty angle.
That's ludicrous. That is ludicrous. Sentinels were in such an uncomfortable position. 3 in elbow. They were looking to try to flash off cam contact and then realized that they were going to get pushed from screens. They're forced to accelerate, and then somehow Zekken manages to spray down 2. Oh, right before he gets punished by FRZ peeking screens. Not too bad, though, for MiBR. That was their bonus. They've done some damage to the Sentinels' economy. And Ardazine has the operator online, looking to try to fight in front of this Viper setup over on B.
With every round lost, the gap slowly closes. It's a little bit more suffocating. Tens is just deep here. Both TPs committed. There was a stun. The Trailblazer, he is lucky to be alive.
And if that forces people from Sentinels to back off, you have to be aware of this off angle that's happening over towards B. This line, interesting interaction with how it works with the Viper wall there, although it looks like they're managing to avoid it, circumventing Ardazine and his impact.
3 players into mid, RGL tucked into the smoke. Potential danger here for him. He needs a refresh into this mid angle here. He's in a lot of trouble. Here's the noise cues that are being made. FRZ now has to step up.
FRZ and RGL are so alone.
This angle, double drop down! Cleans him up!
That's huge. Exactly what the doctor ordered for MiBR. Just a solo play, tucking in the corner, taking a gamble, pays off.
Now it has to be the solo plays across the map. Celsius can get anything done, but for MiBR, it's exactly what they needed.
Toxins going up.
Tapping the drop down. Oh, FRZ missing the timing on that one, so I don't know that there's space there for them with 20 seconds left, though. This is it. Got to get a move on if you are Sentinels here. RGL, does he expect the players across? Definitely does now from the sound. Hughes, a bit of a trail sold out by them. Drops one. Spike hits the deck. Follow-up from Zelsis is there, but they have to contend with main. This position of Ardazine, he sees their barrel and nails the head. Spike. John QT swarmed and approached every angle. MiBR surviving. 4 players intact. The guns are there. The economy can get a bit of breathing room.
Yeah, that's massively important for MiBR. And what wins it at the end of the day is not some kind of, fantastic set play on the defense, but it's a tiny little area uncleared by Sen as they did that double drop into vent.
Let me know if you need here.
FRZ just tucked right up against the wall as close as you could possibly be. The most likely angle for Sentinels to not clear.
This angle's a brutal one.
And they double drop down to make sure if there is somebody in vent, they can get that trade kill.
I don't know. I mean, sometimes it happens, but it can be a bit of a view model diff.
Spike planted.
Sometimes the gun ends up blocking a player in that angle. That's why they get so much value, but in that case, it was a huge step up.
And with MiBR being so many rounds down, they're willing to take those kind of risks.
Yeah.
You saw the kind of two people covering mid, RGL and FRZ, were both taking those kind of risks. RGL was just ready to fight inside a smoke, and FRZ tucked himself in a corner, hoping not to get cleared. SEN's attack side on this map has certainly not looked as good as their defense. And that's why we were saying there were chances for MiBR if they got enough at the half and won the pistol. Well, they got the pistol, but only 2 at the half. That does make things very tough.
Difficult, but not an impossibility.
Certainly not impossible.
Just got to keep stringing together the rounds.
Take them one at a time.
Yeah. One step at a time. Big ult's online, so JZZ with a showstopper. Definitely use that to try and react, maybe play a bit more riskily on some certain angles as well. You can get away with murder. Not worried about stuns connecting or being cleared out.
MiBR are also finding the first pick with much higher consistency than they were in the first half. They took down 10s at the beginning of one of the rounds very quickly.
Tight burst of the bullets. An attempt to punish across with the Trailblazer. Sassy setup, Paranoia gliding through. Molly at the feet though, to try and stop them. What a no-scope!
Here.
Oh my, pure reactions at play here from Artisan. You could hear the sound cue of that one with the Satchels gliding through the air, but the side is gathered and gained now for Sentinels.
It was such an awesome setup too. Sassy flashed Heaven from ramp as if Zaken was going to push from that angle. Really disguising the pathing.
Weaker weaponry from Sen, now 10s with the reposition. He was spotted. Fuzzy should be aware of this. Recall cleared. Called by MiBR. Artisan hoping to just hold any sort of aggressive push that might just come from behind. Flash through from Sassy again.
Good anti-flash.
Lovely play by JZZ. And yeah, Artisan's there, so the discipline on point for MiBR. All players surviving.
And dealing with the threats that Sen tried to throw in. A bit too aggressive there from TenZ, I think. You know, he's not the Astra, so he's not playing his life for a pull or something like that, but just trying to take the 1v3 over towards ramp without Sassy to play off. Probably not the nicest way that you could have played that. But this shot to... basically the entirety of that round on the eco is designed for Zekken to fly in there, everybody to be looking towards ramp, and Zekken to be able to get a cheap kill. And Artisan shuts it down with... or both, to be honest. with a quick scope.
Here. Good news for them. No real ults committed for MiBR. Plenty to work with. Attempt now to rally forwards. There's a Paranoia to set this one up. Links it with the Satchel. So Zekken. Oh, that's spade. 10 to the TP. There's no way you commit that. Cancelled. Mazine, that's through the smoke. Rocket has to be offloaded into the smoke. Just barely missing each other. And there's a flash to set it up. And the push through. Zekken. Oh, he deletes them.
Well, it didn't work last round, throwing Zekken into the heaven smoke, but perfectly executed there. And Sen get themselves up to map point.
Match point.
I mean, that was huge. Really explosive from Sen. I thought for a moment TenZ was going to stick the TP, get punished by RGL. But the play throughout heaven, immaculate. That is just a ridiculous way to open up the round. Lovely play. I really enjoy how they've built this synergy now this year between Zekken and Sassy.
Amazing setup with the flash. Now all they need is one. Showstopper! Reactions! FRC to take him out, but it's a post-mortem kill from Zekken, so even 4 versus 4. TP forwards, TenZ, you're right behind him, man! What? What are you doing?
I don't think there's any need to go for that in the 4v4.
That is a little bit insane.
He's assuming that there's not going to be anybody in vents because they already took down the Viper, but that's a large assumption after, like, 5 seconds already passed since you got the kill. Still possible for the win here. Committing big ultimates that they could have possibly saved for a better opportunity.
3 players just left alive here, but the Viper's pit does make it really
It's so hard to get the plant down here.
It is. That's attack, forcing a response from MiBR. That's what SEN were hoping for. Seekers used, pop through. Even into a variety of players of MiBR, but still no kills going away of SEN, and they just can't get a safe plant off over the top. Dealt with, traded, instantaneous. Sassy, pit drop down, and he will be falling. John QT, last one left, 1v2. They don't know where he is. They don't know where he is. There's 28 seconds left. Up top, up top, up top of Mazine. Whew.
Now that got a little silly.
It did get a little silly.
And there was a chance for John to be able to finish that out in the 1v2. I think generally speaking, you probably don't want to be taking those kind of risks, even though you're up 12-7. Those were big ultimates invested.
Massive ultimates. I mean, you think about it, Showstopper, Viper's Pit, Seekers, everything being used into that, and a round lost. MiBR gonna be really pleased with that. That was just insane to begin.
I mean, I do enjoy the Redgear cosplay that Ten sometimes puts on. It's nice that even in Americas we can experience Angel and Redgear. Living vicariously through.
Very early Trailblazer. That space taken up, vacuumed into B main. Group up from SEN, it's 4 players into mid. I have to make a call here to re-clear into B main. Zine with the forward angle. Good to break the dog.
Tens has a really nice paranoia line if he wants to use it for them to retake B main control.
As good as the beginning as you could hope for MiBR.
It certainly is.
Oh, well, as I say that, I don't know how that kill comes through. Maybe just raw spam as the smoke was.
I'm not sure the smoke was up.
Yeah.
I think they might have just walked out into mid before that.
It's an awkward one.
Look at this line here that Artazine is posted on. They've got cages potentially to cross this, have they? No, not quite.
Looking to get a bit explosive into it. Nothing to clear him off the angle, so it was important in the end. Dash is there. TP cuts across. No one's watching and managing it. Repositions. And now finally the charge in, an attempt by MiBR to really just collide with these players. John QT defending his teammates back. It's crumbled. This is the map.
Tragedy.
It's all on the line. Artisan. After such a brutal beginning for them, jumping round, can it, the quick scope, it's cleaned up.
An immaculate first half from Sentinels. Sloppy ending, but it doesn't matter. Gets the job done. They win on split, looking towards Ascent and Sunset coming up.
This kind of format, every single map matters, every single round matters.
It's a great point. There is a chance that we get some crazy draws. We have to look back to rounds potentially thrown away in earlier matches, but I think in general, Sentinels will be very happy that the first half went so perfectly and they were able to put away MiBR. We've talked a lot about how unpredictable these kind of formats are.
Yeah.
Nothing is given, nothing is free.
Nothing is free. Well, we're going to be stepping away for just a bit, but GB and the analyst desk going to be breaking it all down for map number 1, so do not go anywhere.
Rachel, you okay?
No. I live with a broken phone. I can't trade in.
Okay, that's dramatic. Better plans for Ryzen. Everyone can trade in their old phone and get the new Samsung Galaxy S24 Plus with AI on them.
A new phone?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Let's go.
Wait, I'm on Verizon. Can I still get it?
Yeah.
I gotta trade this in, right?
New and existing customers can trade in any Samsung phone for a new Galaxy S24 Plus watch and tablet, all on us. That's up to $1,800 in value, only on Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Tá buscando mais um jogador. Opa, olha só ele, Niang! Olha só ele, Niang!
Having a dodge and Juke play and Rocket! Second! It's monstrous!
I'm here with Kaplan from Sentinels, an immaculate first half. Now I have to ask you, yesterday you told me you were very confident going into map 2. You then lost map 2 and being forced to prepare for this incredibly brutal round robin style. How confident are you going into map 2?
Always confident. There's no other way to play the game. There's no other way to coach the game. Feeling good. You know, we got to study their Ascent. It's a bit of a different Ascent. So I think strategically we feel pretty good going in because of how they're playing. And yeah, that's kind of the theme of the day. Like, you know, our confidence isn't based on how we're playing a map or how well we're doing. It needs to just be based on how we feel as a team compared to the other team. If we go in confident instead of reacting to how well we start, you know, maybe we can finally close the series out in 2. That would be really nice for the fans as well as for me and my hairline. And
you're looking great though, so best of luck.
Yeah, everything but skin sales. Obviously skin sales better for 3 maps, but you know, gotta look out for ourselves sometimes.
So buy the skins and best of luck.
Thank you very much.
I love that. You got to look out for number 1. Buy the skins.
I'm just saying.
Buy the skins.
Buy the skins. He's looking out for number one. What's he talking about, bro? Like, hello?
Yeah,
50% of the revenue gets shared by the teams. That's number one right there.
He did make a good point, though, about the team feeling confident as a unit, and I think this game definitely illustrated that. This was a team, Uber, that just came into this really with a very clear game plan on the defensive side, and they looked immaculate.
Just like on a philosophical level, why would you pin your attitude on how a map on a certain day goes and not the entire history of the team you have going together, right? You don't want to be so susceptible to the ups and downs of wax and wane of Valorant. But what a hot start for this team on defense, right? Impossible to break. And these two guys were hard anchoring. Tens gets moved around a bit, but in positions where he's taken contact, he looked incredible.
I mean, they did a phenomenal job at holding down sites. That first half was completely dependent on how well they held down the sites, because the rotations from the rest of their team came in so fast that it worked out so well. Tens and John QT almost every single time had a multi-frag when they hit their site. The smokes went down. Tens had such a good job of playing around his smokes as that Omen, and we talked a lot about Tens and his control role, and I think he played that absolutely phenomenally. I think in general, too, what they did was they just let MiBR take mid control.
You could see it so many times, round after round. They'd be like, oh, hey, we're going to go into the site. I kill you. All right, everyone, let's get out of here real fast.
So at some point, they just start giving up mid. They're just like, whatever, we can just play sites. We can play retake. And they did. And it worked out phenomenally. That's why they strung those rounds together.
And the most important part of that strategy is Zekken in heaven. When you give up mid, he needs to be able to hold his ground, at least buy time, but quite often comes out with multi-kills. And on the other side, Zelsis drops down ropes into heaven on A side and has to hold that down. So yes, you can give up mid, but you need to have like really good setups on those extremities.
And they had it. But we also wanted to see if MiBR was going to try and wake up in that second half, and I think they did. And even though it was a little too late, you know, Athena, I do feel as if MiBR were really trying to go down swinging there, and that admirable at the very least.
Just off that pistol round, you can tell that they still were coming into it confident. You could see on their player cams just before this that they were still happy, smiling. They knew they had some sort of confidence going into this, and I think that they really proved that by the way that they were playing. They still weren't afraid to take their fights, and they still weren't afraid to kind of go for crazy kills. And I feel like kind of a little bit scary at times, but they definitely brought back some rounds.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, you win the pistol, you win the first gun round in the second half. That's going to get you out to a decent lead.
You're kind of back in.
But you just gave up so much on defense, and eventually, like I hate to say it, Sentinels are going to blunder into a site and find it. Zekken did the classic double satchel up mid into heaven. That has to work like once. And all of a sudden, you've broken the enemy economy, and you're in very good shape. There were some odd rounds where Sentinels like invest super heavily, like that B hit where they had like the Viper's Pit, all that stuff sort of thrown down. They really went for it. And I think one thing that's worth pointing out, the other side of the John QT coin is that he's so meticulous, he rarely gets picked off, but his lurk timings can be a little slow. A little slow. So he's not always able to help out on these like more protracted site hits and post plants. Sometimes he has to do it alone after his team gets cleaned up, and that's a big ask even for him.
I mean, we were seeing that with RGL a few times, having to be stuck in those situations, needing to make the 1v2s happen, you know, like anchoring the sites. 100%. There's definitely something to be said there as well with like, maybe he was just confident enough because the rest of the team were doing everything that they needed to do. Like, I mean, John may not have gotten there on time, but the rest of the team was there and they were swinging. It was honestly very impressive to watch Sentinels control that first half, and then they get ready for the second, and MiBR wakes up a little bit, and you're really going to be leaning on the coaches here to guide this team going into this map too. So let's go ahead and hear what Bazooka had to say to Elizabeth.
I'm here with Bazooka from MiBR, a kind of crushing first map, especially the first half. I talked to you earlier today, and just the prep going into this round robin style was taxing on you. It's brutal for the team. Is this a scary start for MiBR?
I don't think so. Split was their pick and it's one of their best map. I feel like in the second half we almost got back to the game if we have done more in the first as attack. But now it's our map choice, so we just need to show our game.
All right, well, show them how it's done. Good luck.
And that is an important thing to note. Yes, I think now we can give Sentinels their flowers on split. They look like a great team on that map, and maybe other squads are going to have to, maybe try and avoid it. But Bazooka's right. Athena, they're going into Ascent. I want to see what this MiBR team got cooked up, because it could be exciting.
I genuinely feel like both these teams have been cooking. We just heard as well the Sentinels coach talk about how they've studied their Ascent, and I feel like for MiBR coming into the second map, they need to have some sort of change, because we've seen their split being played exactly the same way that we expected, the exact same comp
you ain't gonna get it.
And they still have the same comp, so maybe nothing too crazy to be cooked up, but maybe their playstyle changed.
The one other time we've seen Sentinels on Ascent at kickoff was against Loud, right? It's the kind of match that you can't take too much away from if you're not playing the Loud comp. Sentinels, remember, like they're typing in chat, like this util is insane, this is crazy. I want to treat that map as an outlier when looking at this team, because as you can see here, we have much more standard comps. It is a little interesting, I guess, to go away from the Killjoy here and sort of pick up the Cypher. That is, that is going to be relevant when it comes to rounds when you would otherwise be able to play for the lockdown and maybe get into those sites or force dispersion from those sites especially. So that's the one point of difference here. It's worth looking at under the microscope.
Yeah, I feel like the biggest thing too that you spoke about earlier was the Jet, Artzin's Jet. And I feel like on the second half of that game, he was warming up. So I'm actually kind of excited to see
he kind of kept him in that last round and gave him 2 out of the game with that up.
He did his job. It felt like the rest of the team around him couldn't really fully support him.
Homie was a gargoyle on B main. He did not move until the sun went down.
Hey, there's a lot of stone structures here, so maybe a few more opportunities to be a gargoyle on Ascent.
We'll see rocks there. Love that.
We'll see what happens. But let's find out if this one can make it to Mat 3. We're going to send it right back over to your casters. Brennan Sideshow, check your bank account.
Let's get to it. I mean, listen, an important map for obvious reasons for both of these teams. Even in the long run of the play-ins, it might be even more important. But, there's some, potential implications here. Sassy, a chance for him to get his first win on Sova.
Yes, in VCT.
In VCT.
Absolutely.
Which would be fantastic for him and for Sentinels as well to get that early lead. But MiBR going to be fighting tooth and nail, I think, to try and stay into this one at least. They don't want to give up an early win so far in the play-ins.
It is very funny that Sassy is still yet to win a map on Sova for Sentinels in VCT when it's what he was known for. Back when he was playing with FRZ and playing with Bazooka and shutting down other players from Brazil. Domestically, that's what he was known as. The Bald God on Sova. MiBR with quite an interesting Viper Wall to start us off here over towards A. Allowing you to use this Viper Wall portion here just to be able to get some A main control. But they're not actually playing with it. They're just hoping it'll pull people.
Nice bit of mid-rounding, though. This alarm bot needs to be broken, dealt with.
And that's not the only piece of information that John is working with, right? He had the alarm bot for info in mid, but he's also got this turret that's giving constant info over here towards A as well. So this Viper Wall isn't actually threatening anything until the turret goes down.
Here we go, explosive. A rapid approach, but anti-flash positions. I mean, tucked to the corner, none of that util connected. Nevada's in down. Those are wrench into the plans here for MiBR. Still door closed. We'll be able to get the plant down, but risks will need to be taken. Lurk timing's RGL right behind, waiting for the right time to strike. Here he is all the way behind. He might have just found one. Droning. Sassy is alone. No one guarding the body. And he's going for it. It's a brutal one. Patience into the final moment. RGL making a mockery here of the defensive hold here of Sen. Be kicking themselves ever so slightly, yet Sentinels answer back in kind. It's a 2 versus 2. Through main, still got to deal with FRZ players onto the point 10s. Deals with that. Smoke onto the spike. Zelsis able to stick this now. Half onto it. Reload. Zelsis sticking now. Damage! Oh! Barely enough.
I always play high stakes.
Big clutch there from FRZ. MiBR got the plant down and went for a really elaborate post-plant wraparound. Not only does RGL come around the behind, but also you have Mazine following RGL around. He ended up dying before RGL did. Really unusual. It felt like for a lot of that attack round on the pistol, they weren't quite sure of where Sentinels were and what the timing was going to be. FRZ comes up big towards the end there with a 1v2 spamming inside of the smoke.
Standing ahead. Right
here. Not sure where that was meant to go. Possibly a bounce on that.
Yeah, I think so, probably.
Tap. point and click adventure right to the traces.
No way.
Nade.
No
Hello. Damage done. 1 kill found, 1 for 1. So, pause in the play, take a breather.
These rounds have been so deadly. And I'm looking at Zekken over towards A here too. You know, this is one of the areas where they're being explored, and he's hiding behind the box, ready to try to pick up FRZ and dash out if this lurk ends up going aggressive.
Standard position.
Sassy got his recon back online, re-cleared out B main. So they're keeping 3 players stacked on A, which is the right choice. This is where MiBR's headed.
In his direction, all eyes on Zekken. He is crouched, tucked into the corner, still has the dash. Looking to take away a head or 2. Tens gets that first initial bit of
Just baiting for
information.
Zekken.
Updraft, up top, 2 shots fired. Tens, that is just mental stuff, man. I love it. 2 TPs utilized, still plants. Tucked
Spike planted.
into the angle.
Mazin would also die to one body shot from the Sheriff.
There's that danger there. He's the one player that's playing from main. Bullets fired.
Cover going.
No target though, not for now. Paranoia used just to respond straight away for it. FRZ, lovely with the movement. Doubled up an RGL, so the safety in numbers there.
2 Guardian players. Artazine coming in. Lovely opener. Certainly could have gone badly for him, but he instantly spun around and got that headshot. Here it is, the replay. I mean, look how close that was to going wrong.
Could have been deadly. But it wasn't for MiBR, so nice 2-round lead here. It's their map pick.
Coming out here showing what happens when they play their game, in the words of Bazooka, the coach. Skyflash off the rip at the beginning here as Tens tries to reposition. It's fairly pointless to use the one-way at the beginning of the round for Tens, because this Viper Wall just makes that somewhat irrelevant. Instead, he's tried to tuck into Wine. This is the kind of gamble that in the late round might have some kind of success. But FRZ's on the other side of the map now. Shock breaks the trip, threatening that Zekken could be pushing out with Sassy. But instead, Zekken's picked up mid.
MiBR now slowly gaining a bit of ground into mid, but they might just be walking right into Zekken. Smokes there, oh, pops up at the right moment. He can hear it, a multitude of targets. Pick your poison!
Spike down, mid.
Zekken with the 2, an instant response of Artisan. The damage might already be done for this one here with the dash fading away. It's activated a little bit prior. Drone through the back of the side. Artisan is seeking a timing, and he will be getting it. And more. 3 in the round. Might have just saved and salvaged it. Sassy on the back of the side. They might seek to just avoid this entire area. This is territory. Spike also, they don't actually have this. It's in a bit of no man's land.
That's a massive problem. I mean,
yeah, they don't have this.
Celsius is just going to spot the spike.
He can see it.
Time?
Northwest spamming onto the corner.
10 seconds
Gives
left.
the ground up though. Mazin going to be able to get this plan down and out. Into the post-plan 1v1 situation, but that one mistake might have just cost them. For Sentinels, it's everything they could have hoped for. A blessing now. Repositions and Mazin close to the box, and Celsius left questioning. Where could he be? Could he have walked up onto lane? Could he have cleared any of these positions, pushing from these positions, and there's so much to clear. All the angles in the world! There's the Phantom spray down that does the dirty work.
So Sen get on the board on the back of Celsius winning that 1v1, but it's still extremely good economical damage coming out from MiBR. Sure, you've got the Red Bull clutch, but what does your economy look like to pull off this defense? Zekken finds an amazing timing, but Artazine goes one better. Making sure that he deals with Zekken and then swinging into CT. That does huge amounts of damage. It's going to keep the economy extremely honest. It's going to turn this into an eco swing round. And it pushes John Cutie onto only having a Guardian.
Fight for A main here. Paranoia set up. It's going to be a KO flash mainly. No, looks like the knife initially. Did they get the tag? Yes, they do. Players, anti-flash, good protocols of MiBR. baiting out, biding the right time to strike back, hopping up. There were sound cues that TenZ was privy to. Pops down a smoke as well, stops him from taking too much space up, but a call is made for MiBR. They want to take this one slow now, contacting hand in hand. TenZ
This is really dangerous.
Really dangerous, really risky. Tucks himself. Flash did not connect. Here's the players, and it's a half clear from RGL. Buying the time now to strike. Great shots from Mazine.
They ran over Sassy and Zelsis, who were just trying to hold on to the A side. We're seeing things through the eyes of TenZ, but the House of Cards collapsed around him. And MiBR are in a 3v1. John Curie, who only has a Guardian, cannot make that work. Great round from MiBR there once they hit the site, actually. Love to see a replay of how Zelsis and Sassy just got so overwhelmed on site. Perhaps TenZ waited for just a fraction of a second too long.
Flash seemed like it was good, and yeah, look at this. It's just, okay, wow. Smallest pocket playing inside the wall there.
Yeah, and they're spamming Sassy, who tried to come around Heaven as well. Huge from MiBR. They did enough damage to Sentinels, but this round has knocked them down onto an eco. They've allowed Zekken to get that Blaze Storm online with only a little bit of chip damage, trying to react in the opposite direction. They want no piece of
noise. Yeah. All of that sound being made by MiBR, straight up draft. In through with the door closing. Spike should be planted. Chases A. What do you seek to do? Molly close to the corner. Hearing that one. Guns available. All eyes on Zekken to do something with this one. Paranoia dash forwards, cut to the cross here. No, there's a Molly at his feet and a nade on top of it. Exactly where he was. Pinpoint accuracy from the rest of his team. Sprayed him down, and there's the real danger in the round. This really just evaporated in the blink of an eye.
And a bit of miscommunication as well, because that was Zelsis' fragment grenade that he jumped on top of. You know, Zelsis is using that to clear out hell, but doesn't quite work with what Zekken was going for. And as you said, Brent, that should be all the danger in the round. MiBR having a fantastic opener to this attack half. And I would say Sentinel's defense has been better on Ascent than the rest of their map.
Enemy remaining.
It is one that they do like to get rid of in the map pool fairly early on. Oh. That isn't actually going to hurt the economy to the extent that MiBR can't buy. That's not exactly what you want.
Yeah, I was just trying to do the calculations.
Yeah, you don't
Mathematics on broadcast, but yeah.
Never a good idea, is it?
No, never a good idea, but it does look like they get the buy online. Still, would have liked to have had the guns. With Zelsis going down to JZZ, he does have his ult now for this round.
And remember, Sen lost a big rifle round because they tried to make an early round play with Zekken. A set defensive play that ended up walking into MiBR.
Updraft as the barriers fall. He's going to be giving him the info that Zekken just posted up onto Cat. So he's going to seek to reposition now with this operator. Wants to try and get value, but it could be tough into the double controller comp. Now the contact clearance. Here is your chance. And there it is! Striking by the Iron's Heart. That's all Zekken. Oh, this guy's got mechanical prowess out the wazoo. Here we go. Attempt by MiBR. They want to try and go a bit more rapid, but they're really being stalled out by all this util. Anchoring player, that's John QT. Sassy's got this crossfire, and it's a flood of bullets. Stopping them from passing and getting themselves into the site, but eventually, finally, they're starting to cross in. Flash didn't connect. Paranoia, it misses. It misses. John QT, massive chance, a massive opportunity to flash supported utility. JZZ with a trade.
But decent work there from John and Zelsis with the flash, trying to set up a team for an advantage retake situation. What is that? What a shot from JZZ.
Was a 4v3, but now it's turned into a 3v3, potentially winnable for MiBR. No players often to be main, but it looks like Sen aren't aware of that one. Still spamming it. Paranoia goes rapidly now. All grouped up. Zelsis, the difference maker.
Lovely flash. Great ult. Good cleanup. Sen needed that one. They can save an op and an Odin. The rest of the team will have just enough to scramble together the buy. But their economy is still being kept very honest by MiBR's, who are doing fine. Most people, when they're looking at attack side on Ascent, they're thinking, yeah, I mean, if we get 4, 5, we're doing good. Yeah. MiBR already up to that point. That timing is so precise for Zekken to get the opener right before Mazine's orb blooms. What a shot. But if Zekken is going to keep this operator online on defense, I do agree with you, Bren. He's going to find it difficult against the double controller. He's going to have to be very tight with the timings, as he was then. Well, enough draft spots him the round before. Now the cam's spotting him as well. Zekken cannot get posted on catwalk.
He's going to be feeling the heat. MiBR not wasting any time. They're already up into his face. Flash through into the smoke. Gives up a bit of ground, but he knows that they could have crossed. It's a flash to re-peek and re-clear. Artazine, good with the Blade Storms. At least he does clean up Celsius here with a classic. Zekken trying to go for this one. A bit of just peppering of damage. Take your breather into the round. MiBR, an attempt here. TP into the back of the side. Gel spotted. Definitely susceptible there to a bit of spray and spam through, and the awareness of Sassy is off the bloody charts. This guy aware that they could have pushed up straight through mid. Now watchful eyes onto B main. Knows his players right behind them, but this guy is tearing them to pieces. Don't stand a chance, man.
Look at how he pre-fires where he's expecting the trade to come from. Looking to try to tag them early through the wall, slow them down, set up the kill. That's an Odin main. All left to RGL. He ulted into back B site in the middle of the round.
That's why they know where he is. I mean, it's watchful eyes onto lane, to all the angles, even the op as well for the peek out from RGL, which Zekken, I mean, he should just clean this up. Hello. Everybody faces. No disaster in sight here for Sentinels. Third round. Making this a little bit more even, bringing it back.
Don't skip school for tens. Stay in school.
I did not read that sign.
Sen, really nice flash from Celsius at the start of the round to set up this first pick. But then Celsius doesn't quite manage to get the cleanup onto Artazine. Sassy, though, fantastic individual ability to be able to mop all 3 of those kills up. And this has now turned the tide of the economy. Sens was being kept honest. Yeah, that spree of early rounds was great from MiBR, but they now, with mostly sheriffs to their name, got to see if they can replicate that success from early on. Now, I would say one of the big adjustments that SEN are making is that they are not looking for early round aggression necessarily. They're actually looking to re-clear and anchor. And it's somewhat similar to what they were doing on split defense in the sense that they're happy to give up quite a bit of space. You know, they're not playing to fight mid with Zekken. They're not playing to fight catwalk. They're playing to re-clear tree. And I think that plays very nicely to the strengths of Ascent as a map. I am a bit concerned about Ten's positioning right here. If they do end in an A split.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
He's quite out in the open.
Really out in the open.
If anybody, you know, a flash, a dog to take some tree control, Celsius is going to have to be real fast with utility to help him. But it looks like danger, could be averted as MiBR, instead of going for that A split, grouping up for B.
30 seconds left.
All eyes onto the site.
There's
all eyes on Sassy.
There's not much time here, Brent.
About 20 seconds here. It's going to be a bloodbath. Finally with the smokes drop down. Mitz there with an Anna Swarm. Nobody can really play this one. They're all being lit up, and he knows the precise angles. Counter spam is good. John QT has to back away here, trying to play for the life. The updraft flash play is almost fantastic. But the gun just a little bit better from John, and no more time to get this plant down. This is a doesn't survive into the end of the round, so Sentinels up to 4.
And you can see that because Sentinels are bunkering down on the sites a little more, MiBR are getting a bit lost here in terms of how to create advantages before they hit a site. We'll see whether that translates to the rifle rounds as well, but a mad scramble with 15 seconds into B is not often going to work.
Part of the unusual nature, I think, of MiBR's comp. I mean, we've seen a lot of these rounds start out with them trying to take that mid control to break the alarm bot. So they don't have a Sova to do it. Normally, you'd have a shock dart lineup that just goes into the common positions and takes care of it, and it throws that misinformation into the middle of the round for the defending team. But Sentinels, they're not having to push and pull players away until like 30 seconds into the round.
Yeah.
Maybe 50.
And I actually think that even that approach of focusing on the alarm bot is a little bit off. Because if you think about how MiBR are trying to create pressure with the Viper wall, it goes down to threaten as if they could lurk into A. Now, if you take the alarm bot away from mid, that doesn't synergize with what you're threatening with the Viper wall. Actually, I think what they need to be doing is pressuring A at the beginning, get rid of the turret, and then they can threaten that they're lurking back into A later on. And that'll really put the squeeze on Sen. They're going to have to anchor players or play full retake A. And instead, John Cutie's just being able to get like a turret on A, or in the previous round, TenZ was just stood on that tight angle. But I mean, here again, if you take a look at where the turret's positioned, this is just giving them constant information behind the Viper wall. And you've got to imagine it's going to stay up late into the round, because MiBR have not really been pressuring it at any other point.
It's time the setup's changing, so Zeken's going to be opping straight down into mid, and it is a straight shot that's available to him from spots. Sensed it, you could feel it. Definite chance there with the Viper Orb, big control for MiBR. Probably going to be either flashing or dogging straight through this. Looks like the Trailblazers committed, making sure that they can clear this one. But Zeken, it doesn't push him away from the angle long enough. He's able to just get that repeat with the dash, and he's straight out of there once more. Flash against the floor, Zelsis. Artisan was just having to face the floor as well to try and avoid this one. They are toppling.
Making MiBR look a little silly in this round. Zeken finds the same timing he did last time. Mazin picks up the orb in mid, re-throws it, Zeken peeks. And here's the timing on the turret being taken down, 55 seconds. John Cutie's setup was so that they could play retake A with the lockdown. And now they've just got such a player advantage, they can do whatever they like.
Just that, but positional as well. The advantage is all theirs. Ooh, straight shot miss, but yeah. It was TenZ in main. That's what I was referring to and alluding to. He's able to just clean them up quite easily and quite nicely here. So Sentinels taking the lead now in this map, despite the bit of a dire beginning. It's 4-1 to start.
Look at the timing there. It's again right as Mazin throws the orb. Zeken's about to get smoked off, and he goes for the peek, perfectly timed, right after the dog. And then as Zelsis throws that flash, Artisan's just admiring the pizza. Pepperoni, as he gets shot in the back of the head.
Getting hungry. First match of the day, plenty more to play.
So this is slightly different from MiBR. They're looking to take a main control very early on. TenZ has been tucking into wine in plenty of these rounds.
Almost a punish there. Feel it with the bullet tag slowing him down. Yeah, there is the punish. Chasing him down. John QT. Avoiding the bullets into the wall.
Welcome to my world.
And they pit so that they can fight the lockdown.
Lockdown's here, yeah, they want to try and take the fight straight to it. It's in that common enough position. FRZ, I mean, it just body blocks the molly. They're just running them down with the Seekers. It's pointing them towards them. Lockdown eventually dealt with so they can still maintain this grip they've got onto the A side. The Studies players are scattered. Pit, still up. Reload's online. This is a really, really hard one to fight. If you are Sentinels here with the operator, do you really choose to still commit this one? Artisan, all lined up. Potential chance for many more, but no instantaneous at the trade. Still, 4 players left. It's an impossibility. There's really no chance here.
There's no way.
So much time to delay. JZZ, despite the low HP, despite everything against him, picks up the last 2 players. There's a thrifty round conversion for MiBR.
And because they decided to commit to that, they've just donated weaponry. So now MiBR's arsenal looking great, their economy back to blooming. They're going to be able to buy for sure for the next few rounds in this half. And so we're going to see rifle rounds to end out our first half of Ascent. TenZ has been tucking into wine a ton, and if they don't go and take A main control, it's fine. But you saw there how exposed he is if MiBR decide to group up. And the pit for the lockdown fight was gorgeous.
TP forwards.
A tiles crunch. TenZ teleported into the smoke.
Attempt to spam forward, so TenZ's actually got a lot of deep mid control.
If the recon dart had pinged there, TenZ was going to try to follow up.
There's your timing. Mazin not expecting that or anticipating it, but his players right behind TenZ's. But how does he get out? Dropped, yeah. Doesn't expect the Artisan to be there.
And now you don't have smokes for any potential retake, so it does put the squeeze on Sen.
Positioning notified with a neural theft.
A couple of the Sentinels players from B running out of the site so that they got pinged in that location.
This round's been thrown for a loop. Second, he's gonna have to do a lot from this spot. MiBR have been quite diligent with the way that they clear this one. You're going to be expecting them to use some util. It's the same play. Knows it. What an adjustment. Nasty reaction times. And on top of that, the tag is just perfection. Almost with the 3. But RGL, he survives for just a moment. Enough to get this plant off potentially here. Bullets flying. Hunter's Fury used to try and clear these available angles into hell. There's the one tag. Gotta know that RGL is there. Holding it down. 4 players here for Sentinels. FRZ, what can you do? RGL, maybe. Chance. Attempt for it. Spraying and forwards. Flash. Was that connection? Dropping down, but it's being held by Zelsis and Lovely. So job done by Sentinels.
Almost all of these rounds towards the second quarter have been lovely from SEN. The big question as we get closer to the halftime is, was the damage already done early by MiBR going 4-1 in the lead at the very beginning? Because since then, it's all been Sentinels the whole way. Their defensive setups were good, the operator's been finding so much impact.
Second just frying.
He's finding these amazing timings against a double controller composition, even able to pick up one from Sassy's info there. If MiBR can get another on the round, it'll make the second half so much easier for them.
Tough draft early on. Any anticipation? Zekken actually waits it out. So it doesn't give that early info, but a jump spot eventually reveals him. He wants to post himself up onto this angle. Smoke! Oh my! It's raw instinct. That's what's at work here. Great first kill. Smoke propped up. Pushing into the position. Dash now to evade. Dodge and repositions now. Gotta expect that one. Doesn't dodge the flash. Sassy's still there though. Locking down the site with the Odin play. They know that mid is compromised, but only 3 players left standing for MiBR. They're gonna be finding it tough to get through this one. Or drop down, a flash through, doesn't connect onto anyone, and they just spotted the run through. It's all being pinged out and picked apart. Zay can't do anything, not with the Stinger. So flawless end here for Sentinels, 7-5. Fully in control of the latter half there.
Switching sides.
That first half of Ascent.
Yeah, they were looking incredible ever since MiBR went up 4-1. But again, that's just in terms of the rounds gained, a very good attack side for MiBR. They just weren't able to put anything together once the economy straightened out for Sentinels. Zekken having a blinder of a defense. And Sassy as well, looking so strong in these rounds.
We'll see what ends up happening as well as we head into this one. GB and the desk standing by to break it all down.
Thank you so much, fellas. What a half we just saw. Great ideas from MiBR and a great closeout from Sentinels here. And I kind of want to touch on that first, Athena, because it felt as if MiBR, that what they were doing with the Viper on A, it was working.
Yeah, I mean, like, they had that Viper wall that just completely obliterated that A site, and it actually just allowed the way that Artson to play to entry in any single direction that he wanted. So if you see over here, he gets onto that top den, he actually fakes it and catches Zelsis off guard. And that wall just kind of put a wrench in everything. And after that, MiBR actually just started having so much success on that A site. They kept pushing, they kept getting it. The only round that they did not win was when Zekken was there to kind of save the day.
Yeah, again, Zekken tries to take contact on these site hits early. There's like a really small window that you have as a jet operator to find a shot before you're forced out by a flash util or your line of sight is blocked by these smokes. Whether it's in mid, Zekken finding these little timings, or at A, it's been working out. And it has to be A for MiBR in so many rounds because of this, right? Sarsi's set up, it's not an easy site to hit anyway when a Sova has full util and an Odin. And I've got to say, like, the funneling MiBR into mid, into market where Zelsis or Zekken are waiting for them has worked really well for Sen.
Yeah, it's impressive to see how this Sentinels lineup adjusted when they needed to so quickly.
Yeah, I feel like they completely changed the way that they're playing the game. They made it early round and mid round heavy. They wanted to deny MiBR entry into those sites. Because the second that MiBR had sites, their post spawns were actually really good.
Yeah.
And so Sentinels was just like, yeah, we're just going to push. We're going to play a little bit more aggressive. We're going to start setting up Zekken and more of these aggressive lines and just make sure that they get those.
Hey, Zekken started heating up toward the tail end of that first half. He's looking to bring that momentum forward. And hey, maybe Sassy picks up a coveted win on Sova. We'll see. Let's send it back to Brennan Sideshow.
Plenty of storylines left to follow for this one. One of the ones rattling through my head, though, is it going to be enough here with the rounds earned for MiBR? You got to think with their composition. Attack side of SEN, historically, really difficult to try and work your way through. Pistol round might be deciding quite a lot of the fate of this map.
Knife over, clears wine. They'd be worried about RGL Meister playing in that position, but he's playing to flash off Ardesin's contact. This just looking like a standard A push, where John Cutie can then lurk.
full access and control for Sentinels. So they're up onto the A side as this flank timing. 3 shots will do it. Half armor can't save you from that. Not even full armor, to be honest with you. Smoke, though, drops down. Flash through as well. There's going to be players playing inside the smoke. The call is made to just try and dominate these angles. The right clicks eventually ringing true. Artazine, last one standing. The moment, calls being made, and yeah, no easy target. Zekken bouncing around all over the place, crouching on the spot.
Quite a simple round there from Sen. Just deciding to go for the 4-1 execute, straight into A. Picking up RGL on the other side of the map is really useful, because the smokes are one of the most important tools you have for the retake. But I don't think it even came down to that. When everybody else accelerated, this forward pressure from Zellsis and TenZ just carved through the retakers.
It's a nice idea, honestly, as well from MiBR for the deep smoke and the flash through to see if they could find themselves a cheeky pick, but Sen just one step ahead, and yeah, that dart reveals it all with the Guardian.
And there's no one else home. It was only JCZ to begin with, and he just gets wrecked by Sassy through a wall again.
Paper thin.
Playing with the Guardian, playing with the Odin.
You know, I mean, it's a Sova's dream if you're able to get those easy tags off. So the plan down, Zellsis prioritizing the ult for him.
Yeah, and I think Zellsis can also, you know, swap things around, take the Sheriff, go and hunt some kills, or take some friends with him, so that at least you don't donate the weaponry to MiBR.
Be looking to min-max these rounds out. Hello. Losing the fight out there versus the Classics, but they only handed over the Sheriff. Here it is, support from his team. Close cut to the corner. Artazine could really seek to punish, but he really just overplays his hand. So it's TenZ. Okay, TenZ, now you're 3 away from your ult. Sentinels is like, I needed those.
Yeah, you need. Sentinels is like, let's load the kills into Zellsis. TenZ is like, whoopsie daisy. Whoopsie, sorry, I killed 3 of them.
Eco kills. Well,
he's just accidentally too clean with it.
Yeah.
Localizando.
This recon destroys JZZ. Clean from Sen on the pistol and the follow-up. And that might end up being really important because, once more, Sen on the attack sides looked a little sloppy on split. It didn't look that amazing
Here
to clean the map up, and they had much more of an advantage than this. Use the variety of that KO utility to take a deeper knife and a flash off the beginning this time to clear out Artazine if he was trying to challenge A.
Here's the test for MiBR. See what their responses is. Now, they're not really set up for any re-clearance of A main. Just
Actually,
holding.
it looks like they're about to re-clear A main. Oh no, coming over towards Cat now that they've heard the drone.
Trailblazer was broken there, and yeah, drone straight through mid at the size timings here for Zekken. It's taking all that space. It's actually taken out FRZ.
What?
Setup going down. Out wide, MiBR making a go of things here, but John QT was just off to the side, sidesteps it, cleans it up. RGL, it's the only one left standing. Once more for this team here. Sentinels should just be straight up to 10.
That's a great attack round. Barring RGL pulling something ridiculous out here in the 1v3.
So Paranoia has 2 smokes. Not opting to use any of them, hoping that somebody walks into a sight line.
Stay on sight.
Drops down. There's a swing from Zekken.
Okay, so they insert TenZ into A main, and then Sentinels go back down mid. Zekken somehow gets a ridiculous entry kill with a Guardian over towards B, and that starts the reactions out of MiBR. Someone just walked into TenZ in A main, because they're like, right, well, it's definitely a mid to B if Zekken's fighting this
TenZ broke the Trailblazer. So they knew he was there.
Yeah, and they just walked straight into him. The rest of the team from MiBR trying to take the fight on Cat that didn't work out for them. And Sentinels dominating that middle portion of the map and pivoting as they like between a B split and a catwalk push.
Sublime opening. Bonus round conversion. Dart. The flash. Cut to the corner here. Hearing some form of sound cues for the reposition of Mazine, so gets himself to safety initially.
My ult's ready.
Important for Zellsis then to get the ult orb.
Your Sentinels, they might not shy away from using the ults to convert this round, despite the fact that maybe I don't have much money. That's oh, the punish. Oh my!
Useful dash for Artzine to make his way out to market.
It had to be committed.
But you can see Seconds just kind of running around the map with the util, terrorizing people.
What's the call now for them? Poking into mid. Realizing there's no close trips for now. Mazine gonna make a go of this one. Ult in his face. There's one. Flash forwards. Mazine rips away two. Really make things awkward now for Sentinels. What is the call to be made? They're gonna fight this one. Out onto Cat. Hefazi with a stinger. Maintaining a kill. Upgrade.
Sassy's going back to defend the weapon.
Trying to, or at least defend the body. Maybe get Zelsis back up and online.
Can you really get Zelsis up here?
It's going for it. Smokes him off. Only 18 seconds left. It's tapping. Double phase tens! What the hell is happening?
14 seconds!
14 seconds! How do you get onto the site?
Do they even have time here?
Get a move on right now. Rapid approach. 6 seconds. 5, 4. I don't know.
I have no idea.
I don't know. Oh my God, it's enough.
How have they managed to do that?
Nail biter.
Milliseconds to spare.
It puts Artazine into such a horrible situation. Doubled up, one player held. Zelsis close to Jenny. All anticipating for the drop down from that position. The door's closed. The options are narrowing for Artazine to make a play. Has 2 smokes. Potentially cut this one up. Drops down, but his player's at his back, and that's 11 for Sen. Insane.
A reminder that that was an eco round from MiBR. The Mazine turned into extraordinarily dangerous territory by just holding an off angle here and getting 2 of them into the flash. Nasty good attempt from Mazine, but this, the reaction to go and save Zelsis in mid, instead of having Tens and Sassy just play the round out in a 2vx.
Certified Tens moment.
I mean, of course BCK is going to feel like that. Bazooka is going to feel like that round got robbed away from them after Mazine set them up for the win. Because there were, again, milliseconds left on the clock.
A replay, slowed down. I mean, how many milliseconds
Yeah,
was that?
I don't know. I mean, last time we had a situation like that, I think it was Sentinels again on split.
QT just held his composure, held the corner, and there wasn't enough time.
No. I'm sure the desk will be grabbing that clip to have an analysis of it. My word. So, Sentinels actually being able to run away with this one a little bit. We were talking about their attack half maybe being the area where they might struggle a little bit. I think there were some signs of that on split. A lot of the first kills went the way of MiBR. But after they've got the pistol and then follow up on the bonus works, now Sen only need 2 more to close out this first game of play-ins and put MiBR away, at least for the beginning.
Backside op for Zekken. His counterpart's also got one. Trying to control up the main control, but Sender just putting that focus into middle. Spamming with the classics, just in case it's a trip deep down into that angle. Dart as well, doesn't see too much.
There was a little re-clear there from MiBR of A main. So they've gathered some A main information and got RGL kind of posted up there, jiggle peeking. This cam is interesting too. Even if RGL loses info there, they can use the cam for mid-round.
Still got players grouped up back in mid here. FRZ, I mean, really just hunting for any bit of information here. You'd think they would rotate players with B main control the operator angle, but here we go. Paranoia sent flying. It's a pause into the round of Sentinels, but now they don't want to slow down. Close into the corner, tags up. Flash, Mazine could get spammed into that position. Got to be aware that there could be players out towards Generator. Yes, the movement, dodging, juking, sidestepping it all. MiBR seeking to really just stop this one with a hard angle. A flood defense play. JCC might be ahead of everyone. This team's already fallen. Plant for Zelsis. Grouped up into heaven. Sentinel setting themselves up now for the 12th round. Dog through into the smoke. Doesn't allow it to get it easily spammed. Stunned up. Sassy falls. Doubled up into hell. These players have to come up with more than the goods. They have to really come up with the win. Addison. Now he's alone on an island. Knows where the last two players are, but how does he force this fight easily? How does he force the fight easily? Well, it was taken straight to him.
John Cutie cleans up, and Sen get up to match point. That round, they went for the A exec without having a dash online, wondering if they were going into a bunch of trips. And I actually love the way that Zekken baits the crap out of Tens. Tens went for the teleport in, and Zekken was like, you are dead, mate. I'm just going to try and weave my way through the rest of this utility. But the aggression, the 1-2 combo from Zekken and Tens makes sure that they make space, no matter what, for the rest of the team. MiBR have got to come out with something fast. Mazine pops down the pit, and that allows him to avoid getting tagged by that flash recon combo.
Safety there. It's flimsy at best, spamming into all the appropriate locations. The Sentinels will have to give up the main control. It's not part of the plan and protocols for this particular round. You've got to remember, they only need one.
We saw FRZ in the previous round jump spotting over towards mid. Now he's got his setup there.
This angle is just disgusting, but RGL.
Wow.
Nasty, nasty shot.
Incredible awareness of that unusual position on top of Heart.
Great first kill for them. It's about surviving. Batten down the hatches if you are MiBR. Cam.
Look at how good this setup is as well, because even if FRZ's trip gets broken, the Cam probably won't. Or the other way around, right? So he's able to call Sentinel's bluff. Oh, that's so good as well. Swinging as Zekken tries to break Cam. Lovely little setup there.
30 seconds left.
What will be revealed now with the ult offloaded? 3 players grouped up into mid now. Feel it, but they've got the coverage here. Look at this crossfire setup. Which direction do Sentinels choose to go into here with a paranoia facing them? Offloaded and used.
Up to heaven.
Was caught up to heaven and around here, but there's not much time left at all. And Artisan! Masterful and a masterclass finish here for MiBR in this round. It is flawless.
But it's not that that really matters, in my opinion. It's the fact that by dying, John Cutie and Sassy get their ults online. And now this becomes an extremely difficult round. Great shot. Ooh. Great shot, great awareness. You're not going to have your crosshair trained on that at the start on your swing. The adjustment's excellent. Like I said, though, Hunter's Fury, Lockdown, both online to start this round. And so MiBR upping the pace here would be a great idea.
Miles Crunch. Up top into the smoky place. Artisan! Artisan dropping down. It's Return with the Fire. So Zekken brings him and the follow-up onto RGL. The players are falling, deleted. And it's in the blink of an eye. Over, almost. MiBR have 2 players left.
But a lot more health than Zekken and Sassy have to work with. And they don't have access to that lockdown, which would really make things easier. Zekken has taken just no pause in the action whatsoever.
No way!
How has Sassy won that duel with the Odin?
1 versus 3 for Mazine. This is to stay alive. Not just the map, it's the series here. Our opening match here at the play-ins. Of course, plenty more chances, even deeper, but what a beginning for Sentinels.
And I can promise you, Mazine is not going to save this one.
There's no chance. This positioning is just impossible. Sassy, it's checkmate. He's got a Hunter's Fury into mid. There's no possible way to win. And Sentinels, with the opening match of the play-ins, they reign supreme.
Both of these teams looking for redemption in 2024. We thought the SEN would be the favorites heading into the play-ins. That Group B that they were in looked diabolical. But to be honest with you, it was clean here.
Yeah. There's always chances of it being like, potentially a little bit messy. It's a tight turnaround from one match to the next. When you're playing here first thing in the morning, not much time to prepare, but I mean, they're firing all cylinders.
Yeah. After the first quarter where MiBR went up 4-1, after that it was all Sentinels all the way. Yeah. And Split, a slight amount of sloppiness on the attack side, but generally, my big takeaway from Split is that defensive set is outrageously good. They're really paying off all of the work that they've done in the off-season. This team is looking like the real deal. I think G2 will struggle to stop them later on.
Yeah, but I think as well, Sentinels now not going to be taking it easy. One more match to play later on today. the third one of the day, but they do have time as well to observe their opponents, watch the match. Pick apart. But the Sentinel City, they're going to be happy with this.
Extremely happy. You know, SEN, they're not even sure who they would face if they made it through the play-in either. The road to Madrid is still extremely difficult, but it had to include a win here in all likelihood. And I think they just showcased that, you know, they are on a bit of a different tier today to MiBR. MiBR have played great throughout this kickoff, way better than I expected them to be. I want to give them the props for that. They're still not out, of course. We could have some crazy one-to-one-to-one ties if MiBR are also able to beat G2 and then G2 beats SEN.
Plenty of possibilities for later on. That's that slowdown.
3 milliseconds.
0.03. Yeah. Outrageous.
Outrageous. Some great moments, though. The chaos at times, but generally quite clean as SEN put away MiBR.
Yeah, really disciplined. I mean,
it's a long day, though.
It is a long day.
They
and
can't
plenty
go
of
home
chances.
after that.
Yeah, you can. You got to stick around. You got to stay around for these teams, and I hope you stick around too, because we're going to be sending it down for the Verizon post-match interview. It's Liz who's standing by with TenZ. I love him.
But do you heckin' love him? Because I think we all heckin' love TenZ out here. Sen City is in the house, and TenZ is here with me. An incredible performance from you and your team. You are very loud, audience. Give it one more time. Does it ever get old, TenZ?
Not really, no. It's always exciting.
It's always exciting. Well, you have one more match to play today, but you have a little bit of a break. And we were talking in the back. Do you lose momentum? Do you lose being warm? Is it good so you can watch your opponents?
I think it's pretty good since we're going to be able to watch our opponents play and kind of make a game plan beforehand. So I think we kind of have an advantage there.
So you're not worried about losing like any like warmth in your aim or anything like that?
No.
Okay. Well, speaking of your opponents, you are facing G2. Any thoughts on G2 that you're going to face them? Are you like, oh, it's a cakewalk, or like, oh, they're going to be such a great match?
Should be easy.
Okay. I have to ask you about round 16. That I don't know if obviously you didn't hear them. They called it a certified TenZ moment. Zealous goes down in tiles. You smoke him off. You get the res, and then you just peek mid and get 2. And Sassy gets the plant with literally no time left. And you're laughing because that was insane. That was an insane round. Talk to me about that.
Yeah, I mean, we just kind of made the plan to go revive Jordan, and I realized they're shooting at my boy, so I had to go help him out.
And now on to you. This is the renaissance of TenZ. This is you. Your Omen is now literally iconic. You can see that sign right there. TenZ, me go Omen, me smoke. Literally, it's so iconic. You talked about it before, but talk to Sen City in the audience about what it's like what it's like being on Omen and being on these different roles than you were used to in the beginning of your career.
Yeah, it's definitely really interesting. Since I never really played the role previously, I've been getting more comfortable on it. I've been adding my own flair to it, so I've been having fun.
All right, and last one. Sassy got his win on Sova finally. What? That was so. Give it up for Sassy. That was so. That was so. He did it. How does it feel to finally we feel like the more we see you play, the stronger and more cohesive you are. Is that what's going to take you to Madrid?
Yeah, I think we definitely put in a lot of hard work during the off season, so I think it's kind of paying off. I think our teamwork really shows, and it's all up from here.
It's all up from here because apparently G2 is going to be easy, says TenZ. I'm an instigator. Thank you so much, TenZ.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can we give it up one more time for TenZ? But we have a lot of Valorant to go through today, but we have a break, so grab some water, grab a snack, write you heckin' love TenZ on a poster, and we'll see you back here soon.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Look what I've just made. The perfect pearl.
Not too bad, but check this out.
Whoa, a true Venus clam.
Red Bull gives you wings.
X1 agora, o Ben está muito machucado também, RGL.
Sem vida.
RGL, vamos na tentativa, RGL!
Setup has been cooking for a long time. There's so many people there. Does he get away with the second? And how on earth has Leaf done that?
Welcome back to VCT America's Kickoff and our second match of the play-ins. MiBR back at it again with the run back. This time around, they're going to need to face off against G2 Esports. I'm Golden Boy, and now I'm joined once again by the Breakdown Buddies. We got Bala, we got Y. We're going to talk about some video games. This is going to be a really fun time.
When it comes to the breaking down.
I mean,
we just break down.
You're breakdown buddies, okay?
We break down together.
Yes. You break down as humans together. Buddies.
It's the enemies to lovers arc. That's what I'm hoping for, GB. That's what I'm trying to achieve this year with Art.
You know what? I think that's an admirable objective and goal to chase for. Unfortunately, you're going to fail miserably. All right, so let's just jump into this. Talk about what we got cooking here, because we just saw MiBR on that stage, and they had to face off against a very game prepared and scary Sentinels lineup. And now you're going to have to do, Balla, the same thing again with a G2 that I think coming off of their game yesterday also were feeling themselves. This is a tall order for MiBR.
Yeah, this is a gauntlet. I mean, by all sense of the word, right? This is going to be really tough. I think for them, now they're warmed up. I think we always have that argument about who's better if you're warmed up, if you're coming cold. If you saw the game before, I think G2 has that advantage, obviously. But MiBR right now, they're playing to keep their fate in their hands, right? Because if they go down 0-2, they're out. They have no more chance. It's just G2 Sen Sentinels, whoever wins that game going forward. So, yeah, they've got to, I mean, I honestly think they played pretty well in that game. But Sentinels, like you said, was hot.
Yeah, I totally agree. MiBR, listen, the new MiBR, I believe in their ability to not get mentally boomed.
Yeah.
Old MiBR, 23 MiBR, it would have been a wrap. But listen.
Well, if I'm being honest, I don't even know if 23 MiBR would be in this position to begin with, playing in a play-in, right?
I mean, yeah,
I think this team has fundamentally proven that they are, further ahead than what that iteration was.
Totally.
But now we're just looking. Now they're going to need to dig deep.
Yeah. And I'm going to need them to relax. The mid game. Listen, we talk about the bananas, the potassium.
I saw them
nice
relaxing.
hot teas.
They were like walking the hallway after the game, just like smiling, laughing, where they just lost.
I mean, what else are you going to do, right?
I mean, you kind of got to bounce back. You got to forget about it.
Yeah, because if you carry that weight with you into this game, especially against G2, this is going to not work out well for MiBR in the end. Now, I do understand though that you had a telestrator you wanted to break down. What is it?
I have a couple different examples here.
Ooh, okay.
Like really good team play, and a reason why I thought that they played well against Sentinels, while Sentinels was red hot in my opinion. So there's a first round here actually that kind of exemplifies this. Where's my pen? I got my pen. All right, so we'll start it up here, and it's a good way that they're handling both the comp that they're playing and just Sentinels being on fire. So we're gonna look at, especially inside of A main here, just these two players, TenZ as well, trying to go for a little trap play on them, a little flash and stuff like that, but they have the wall to kind of buffer against that. And what they do later on in the round is really, really well deal with this kind of aggression, instantly getting him down. Mazin was playing anti-flash all the way back here, right, so that nobody could deal with him, and that flash wasn't going to do anything.
That's a large spring cone there.
And yeah, then TenZ comes up on Cat. He repositions deep into A main again, and they're just keeping good track of exactly where these players are, despite the fact that, yeah, they're hitting shots. This was all game for them. So TenZ right behind the smoke. He's been doing this quite a lot. He's isolated right now, but again, he's going to hit a nice shot. And what they do after is stick tight. Really tight. Artson is making it very difficult to get traded. They're trying to execute on site right here. Mazin, quick to the trade. And look at JZZ coming back again to actually fight there. That's really, really nice team play. And then obviously this round is kind of wrapped up, but look at the discipline that they have here. These kind of examples for me are stuff that MiBR was lacking entirely in the prior iteration of it. Look, John QT is going to come for a swing, and they just got this high-low. It's very dynamic the way that they're setting this up. JZZ down low, Artson on top, just using the different elevation that he's coming down with. So stuff like that, being able to do that on the fly, I think is really, really good with MiBR. And a big reason why I think against Sentinels, again, they played really well. I think that they can come through this, and I think against G2 it's going to be really nice.
Yeah, there is a lot of positives to take away, right? I think Athena really liked the way that they were implementing the Viper wall into some of those attacks, giving them different opportunities to really fake out the defenders on site. You could see that the ideas are certainly there, but the thing is that you need the execution now, and that Wyatt is going to be the thing that we need to figure out. Do they have it in them to be able to dig deep to pull this through?
Yeah, and I mean, I totally believe they do with this roster. And I think one of the cool things that you see a lot of times when a team goes from the vibes being off, the coordination being off, and then, they retain some of those players. And some of the players you don't think necessarily that they're at a high level because they were on a team that was in chaos, right?
Yeah.
And then this year you're looking at the MiBR team, and these guys that were there last season look better than ever.
Yeah, guys like
now.
FRZ.
Yeah, because the actual team play is just making them look good. FRZ, JZZ looked good last year, but he looks even better now.
You could say that for, I think, all of them, right? There was some individual flashes from RGL, but now he's getting the term Clutch Meister, right? He's getting some props, I think, that he wouldn't have gotten last year because he just never was in those opportunities in the first place.
Absolutely. Yeah, totally agree.
I would also have to say the addition of Fraud, obviously he's on paternity leave. Congrats, Fraud, on that. It feels to me a lot like Loud last year, where there was a couple of players that you didn't really know what the quantities were going to be with them, but they just were insane right off the bat. And it was the fundamentals that brought Loud to that first couple of runs, the one at Lock-In and then winning Americas. It was the fundamentals the entire time. And I think he brought that, and I think Bazooka completely trusts
I mean, that's just an all-star. That's such a good coaching team. I mean
it's
two guys that have been with Loud.
the two guys that got brought together and then won a championship.
Yeah. I mean, it's just, you can't.
It's absurd what they can bring to the table. We're also looking for this guy right here, FRZ, to be one of the, I guess, the linchpins for this squad, right? Someone to really bring this thing together. I was really hoping to see a little bit more out of him, but I think also for the Sentinels game in general, that was just a tough one simply because of the way that Sentinels were playing that.
Yes, and we're just firing on all cylinders, whatever, scrap it, move into the next one. And this is what I'm talking about with the overall team growing together. You can see the individuals at such a higher level. Like, no, you're not going to, respectfully, we're not going into the season like, ooh, FRZ, he's going to tear things down.
But we're not doing that for MiBR at all.
Yeah, no. And he is, though. And he is. It's just it's a testament to what the coaches have been able to do with the team, how they've gotten better as a unit. You can see people like him thrive.
Yeah, and I think with FRZ needing to step up here, this whole team needing to step up, it is going to be quite a challenging task for them. But I have no doubt that if there is a team, especially with the coaching staff that's behind them as well, with Fraud and Coach Bazooka, this could be, well, quite the run that they start to cook up here. But today, MiBR is going to be facing off against G2 Esports. This is our 11th team that was added into the VCT Americas region, and they've already made a statement. Yeah, they're living their best life.
Is this them just watching the game?
I too. They're all looking at a little monitor.
But did you also notice that they all were wearing sunglasses indoors?
Well, they weren't all. I think it was just.
That's normal.
It was just Valorant.
No, I saw like three of them. I'm pretty sure.
It was tough to see on the monitor. Chilling.
Yeah, they were just chilling.
That's the advantage of coming in late.
Yeah, I just can't trust people who wear sunglasses indoors, though.
Yeah,
that's like
he was having a crazy night.
We're going to have a conversation, buddy. All right, well, let's go ahead, though, and dive further into the squad. It has not been that long for them to have to turn this thing over and to figure out how they tackle their first opponent, MiBR. But they do have that little bit of buffer time, and they saw MiBR take on Sentinels. But, man, I am excited to see guys like Leaf, guys like Net take to the stage yet again because they had such great games yesterday.
I really think that this gauntlet, again, that we're going to use that term for this play-ins, that they're going through is probably one of the toughest for a new team to have gone through, right? They're playing against, the EG, who they had no clue what they were going to look like. Yeah. Has a very distinct style. Crew, which is Kesnet and his friends just kind of doing stuff and looking a lot better. And now MiBR, who is going to be, again, not what you expected coming into this, a team that is drilled, a team that has the fundamentals, a team that is going to be hard to read. Yeah. It's not easy to
go
through all these variations.
New team, though, right? I mean, yes, they're new to the VCT, but this squad, the core of this team, right? Net, Valen, Trent, Jonah P, like this squad has had a lot of success in the past. I think they have to be coming to this one a little confident. Wouldn't you say so, Wyatt?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm also confident in them after what we saw yesterday against Crew. I was a little worried that, a lot of times when you have the rematch thing in the same bracket, like they had a close win the first time. I was nervous that Crew might have been able to take it to them and actually win yesterday, but no,
Wyatt's law
G2
proved to be a lie.
It's simply not a law. And they kind of got washed. G2 were great yesterday. So that has given me more than enough confidence to believe that right now they can beat MiBR.
Yeah, no, for sure. Let's dive into some more players here, right? We got Jonah P, a great example of an individual who, just steps up when you need him to step up. A great player who has also finally made his way to the stage, which we're all excited to see. And I think going into this matchup, I'm curious to see how that recon initiator really becomes online and helps his team find victory where they need to. Because this MiBR team, they like to group up. They like to play a little bit more of a hold-handsy type of game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think actually Jonah P is fantastic in moments like that, right? Where there is good team play. I think obviously all pro players at that point it's like what they thrive in when teams are coming together well. And Jonah P is that guy. I mean, all these aces that we're looking at, all these rounds that we're looking at, it's fantastic from him. He's been so clutch. He's been so good.
Heads up.
He's completely flipping the script from being an underrated guy to being that guy.
Yeah, I mean, I was going off about him yesterday at the end of the day, and with good reason. And
you're gonna go off again?
He really, to me, he has to be. I don't know how you rank this, and I can't think of anyone else, but I'm just going to say he's a top 3 most underrated player in.
What is that?
That is such a.
Can I name the other two? Can I name the other two?
What does that mean?
I don't know what it means.
This thing up.
I'm making it up to make a point.
To be fair, you have the horn, so I guess whatever you say is true.
Talking pillow.
A point.
Yeah.
Point being, since last year for me, he's always been good on the team. He was always earning his keep on the team, right, when they were the guard. Yeah. And then at the end of last year, when it got to the qualifying playoffs for Ascension and then the Ascension tournament itself for this team to get into the VCT partnership, he was sick. When I started watching him again, I'm like, what happened to this guy? Yeah. Because he went from good to, this guy's the best player on the team in a lot of these games. Yeah. And he's the best player for them in kickoff so far. He's mad underrated. On all aspects of his game, he elevated so much. And yeah, when I'm looking at these preseason, people are doing like weird like point system rankings, and he's way lower than everyone else. It's crazy. He should not be at all.
Are you on the Jonah P train as well?
Well, yeah, absolutely. After these couple games, for sure. But I think he was somebody who had a lot of criticism levied at him back when the Guard were, trying to make another international tournament after they had made that run to Reykjavik in the first place. It was a lot of, we don't know what role to put him on. He's so flexible, but is he going to play the duelist instead of side? That sort of thing. Like, he was constantly criticized. And yeah, I think he's grown from that. And he's actually, obviously the reputation now, the professor has actually preceded him. And he's living up to it. Absolutely.
Yeah. Hey, you're just seeing like the micro play from him, right? Even that one of the plays we saw there, right? Like banking the recon bolt, just taking advantage of the fact that he knows that guy can't do anything. It's just those little tiny things. He knows how to play his utility, his kit so unbelievably well. It's just a question of whether or not they can put it together here and get that big win today. Because here, if they win now, this could very well set up a titanic clash for that that game 3, which would be awesome. But for now, though, it's time to get into the match, and let's send it over to Liz, who's on the stage.
Riot Games Arena. Let's bring out our third team gunning for a playoff spot. Give it up for G2 Esports.
Brasil no peito e lutando até o final, MiBR!
Brasil original, nós leva a vida dura, mas sempre no alto astral. Mas admito, sou brasileiro, trabalhador que vai à luta. Não desiste, merecedor dessas conquistas. Nascidos para o mundo, trago o Brasil no meu peito. Em busca das vitórias, responsa é com nós mesmos. Quando me perdi, encontrei comigo mesmo e tirei forças, eu não sei da onde. Amigos eu ganhei, perdi, são coisas da vida. O que me dói é a minha família longe. Torcedores vaiam, outros me motivam. Vou persistir nessa longa estrada da vida. Vencer a obrigação, derrota é uma lição. Desistir pra nós não é mais opção.
MiBR are fighting for their survival here at the kickoff tournament, and G2 Esports can very well put the final nail in that coffin. Of course, they'll be doing it in style, because you can go ahead and pick up the capsules for both teams right now. Go and support your favorite squad. MiBR has got that dope blue and yellow color, so that actually might be one that I cop tonight. And then we have G2, so shout out to them. Support your favorite teams and support the esport. That being said, and then we have G2. And that's it. I love G2. And honestly, I don't need to really sell their skin because their skin's pretty base. So there we go. Now, as we get ready here, we got an MiBR team that's coming out to the stage a second time. And you know they're going to be feeling it here, Bala. This is stressful.
Oh, absolutely. And I think for G2, like, they come into this kind of knowing and forming a plan based off of the last series that they just watched. I mean, especially when it comes to like a map selection situation, right? They know exactly what they're going to go for, whereas MiBR are kind of not thinking about it as hard. Obviously, they had time to prep the night before and so on, but yeah, this one's interesting. G2 again going for Sunset. That's like so many times. It's just their pick.
Every series. series. They played it in the offseason 48 times as well. The G2 Sunset obsession needs to be studied.
48 is
Yeah, check the data. Check the data. Trust me. Source? I made it up.
Source? Trust me, bro.
I don't think there's 48 matches for the entire Americas League.
Oh, man. Without a doubt. And I would make a comment, but that would be an eye problem for later. So we'll see, though, if G2 Esports can, as I said, be that final nail in the coffin for MiBR. But I do believe that this team has some signs of life. We'll see what they're going to be rolling with here on Sunset. And just to recap, it's Sunset, Split, and then the decider will be Breeze. Here goes the compositions. And
it's what we've been seeing. It's what we've been seeing.
Yep.
There we go. I mean, they did a great job yesterday shutting down crew. Kesnet was going crazy.
Yeah. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
So,
and every single map I watch of that, like I get more and more hype about Jonah B every single time, right? His Sova on that map is fantastic at clearing little close angles and stuff like that that make it really difficult to play, honestly.
Yeah, MiBR with a pretty standard comp as well. Only difference is they're opting for the Sky instead of the Sova.
Yeah, this is going to be an excellent matchup, and we're ready for map number 1. So let's go ahead and send it over to your casters. Actually, this is kind of awkward. It's Ballas X and his new partner, and they're in a loving relationship.
I'm watching you.
Dude, we're starting with like the drama and the spice. It's getting to be a little bit too much for me in case the matches weren't enough, Trey.
Yeah, I mean, usually when things get personal, it's between the players, but now I feel like I intruded on something with you and Bala here.
We'll deal with it later. G2 and MiBR clashing with, again, play-ins on the line. If you're MiBR, you just have to kind of forget what happened, 30 minutes ago, where you got dismantled? How do you do that?
Yeah, I mean, you got to treat it as a warm-up scrim. That's what it is at the end of the day, right? Like, you're not out. You have to win this match, though, right? Because if you do not win, tournament hopes and dreams out of the way. And we're going to start off here on Sunset. And we've seen both these teams play this map already before. Very, very similar comps. We have a Sova on one side. We have a Sky on the other side. Look for a lot of pop flash plays from MiBR. And explosiveness. And on the opposite side, you're going to see G2 probably working the map on their attack. But they're on defense right now, obviously.
And on defense, it looks like they want to try to work mid. You see two players tucked in the smoke. Ardzine waiting on the other side. They're going to push into each other. They're going to meet in the smoke. Kills get traded 1 for 1. Leaf tucking, Tail getting away. 74 HP with reinforcements arriving.
And he's going to go for this repeak.
That cage, is that going to last long enough? They're going to push the Paranoia out as it drops.
Wow. Nobody on A here.
Wild timing window. Trent's there to greet. Leaf joins in. MiBR with a disaster that just took place in the previous series. Not the start they were looking for here.
Something I've already noticed is G2 ahead of that mid lurk, not letting that happen anymore.
Wow! RGL swings into his death as Leaf gets 3 on the round. An excellent start for G2.
Great start, and it seemed like they had the read. Already 2 people in that mid smoke, top mid, from the start of the round. Leaf obviously getting out of dodge, you know, when Jonah, the professor, got taken out.
Dude, and those moments like that, like pushing into a smoke, it's crazy because it just comes down to your shooters, right? Yep. Either you got it or you don't. It's a 50-50, and you just hope you're better than the other guy at the end of the day. That's a great start for G2.
Yeah, and Leaf, who like at first when we saw this G2 roster, right, we were like, oh, how does he gonna fit in?
Yeah, there were a lot of questions.
He didn't look too hot in his first opening game, but honestly, even last night, he was looking like a monster in the server, looking really confident on the off, on this map especially.
Continuing to ease into the role.
Exactly.
And he doesn't seem to be slowing down here. A 3-0 start for him already, a Phantom in the second round. Doesn't look like he's going to be challenged, at least at this moment in the round.
And he has a Phantom. Phantom in light armor right now. Very confident in mid. And I like what they're doing here with this setup, G2. They're having the Raze and Sova play the middle of the map so they can fast rotate in. And that's a huge camp.
And the Paranoia to make sure nothing goes awry.
Cage triggered.
FRC Vols, the spike is going to slowly make its way over to B, but G2 already has its defenses. What's the window that they're looking for here? Looks like they're going to be able to get the spike down without any contest, undisturbed. And if nothing else, a little bit of financial gain for the attacking side.
Very cautious play from G2, allowing the bomb to get down, setting up the retake.
They're historically very disciplined.
Look at how slow they're
taking. A ton of respect to their opponents, and then they strike when everything is perfect, and that's exactly what Leaf has done.
They should be aware of market. There it is, Jonah. Cleaning the round up. G2 clean. Anti-eco round. And Ray's rocket already online for the likes of Leaf. And that's why they're putting him in this mid-rotation spot, so he's able to be at the fight faster. Cleaning up all these kills.
The investment of the Phantom that we mentioned was perfect. You're right, 6-0 so far. He's got the ults online. Plenty to be happy about for Josh.
Yeah, he's writing that one down. That one worked. Another strat in the book. Look, looks like we're setting up for an early B fight here with the Raze rocket. Oh, and I think they're going to show Ruba here on purpose, and he might lean very, very early here to that A side of the map. Fainting where the Raze is already. Let's see if that comes to fruition.
And Dre, you were right. He's already halfway across the map.
There you go. Look, and he's going spawn. And that is all deliberate. Roomboing, showing where he is early. He's aware that MiBR knows he has the Raze rocket, changing his position. But MiBR, understanding that, potentially.
Cover going out.
Or they're nothing if not stubborn.
Yeah.
Paranoia exchange for a dog.
Oh, but
they can pop out mid.
Off the drone, does he pop rocket?
He has 2 satchels. Discipline for now.
That's pretty wise, because even though you get that info, there's so many corners that you have to clear. And they broke that drone pretty early on there when it came out of that smoke.
Choosing to hang on to the payload for the time being. MiBR is going to lean over towards A.
Look at G2, just super worried about any type of mid lurk. This time, though.
I mean, they've got to respect it.
Yeah.
30 seconds left.
We saw how bad they got punished in the previous series against EG.
Oh, it's one found, but it's traded. Thought he was going to be able to get away with more. MiBR countering here. 2v2, spike in hand. It's just a tap. It's just a threat.
Time's running low here, Doug.
If they can stabilize, they should still be able to get the spike
Let's
down.
go bring bomb.
Planted. Last player standing.
And just as I say that, FRZ flicks right in time.
Ned in a 1v2. Bulldog in hand, no armor, not a ton of health. MiBR on the board.
MiBR taking the fight there to Net, understanding that he probably rotated in time since he didn't come up that lane. Catching him off guard. And it's small things like that that make a difference in these 2v1 scenarios and these 2v2s even.
Take a look at that play one more time. Leaf just continues to perform.
Going 1 for 1 in that moment isn't that bad, honestly. It's still favoring the defense there. Trying to break through that post plant. And just so many Viper walls here at the A side of the map.
And the defensive one is super aggressive.
Yeah, that's so cool. That's a great shout because, again, another thing that G2 struggled with on this A side of the map against EG was the A fight that kept happening to them. So you're seeing so many small adaptations being made, but very powerful ones. Trying to match Viper walls.
MiBR with 3 mid, and Jonah Peace waiting just on the other side. You imagine there's a call for a smoke, and they lend and lean towards B. There's a smoke. He hears everything. It's going to be a fight on 2 fronts, but Net instantly falls. There's Jonah P. Leaf joining in on it. What a play!
Clinical. Off of contact. 2 people pushing through the smoke, but FRZ hasn't had enough just yet.
No, I mean, there's still plenty more on the other side if he wants to go back for it.
Oh my gosh.
He's gotten it down to a 1v2. Notice health. It's not great. And they're just sitting on the spike. They don't have to move here.
Oh, I like this from FRZ. Throws the cage. Pops a little early, but...
No, they know. Look, Leaf is already
Leaf
turning
is ahead
back.
of this.
Well, that was almost bad. Trent snaps on him, though. G2 get to a third. I think, again, Jonah P's positioning there, his playmaking, as soon as he hears they're rotating through, strikes. That's a gorgeous setup.
Yeah, and normally when you're in that position, in that top mid smoke, if he's alone, he's not going to go through, but he had Leaf with him. And Leaf right now sitting at 8-1 gives you even more confidence to make plays like that.
Yeah, it certainly seems like the approach for G2 early on this defensive side is you're okay with giving up mid, knowing if you lose some of that space, you still have contain on either side.
Yeah, and as you say that, they're already changing the pace. Leaf looks like he's going to get a little bit aggressive here in the mid area. Might walk out. Ah, great job breaking early cam. Gonna have to have MiBR use more utility or jump spot like they did just now.
Not a great buy for the attack. A Bulldog and Vandal.
And look at this. MiBR definitely watched that EG game because they have gone mid. What is this?
Almost every round.
3 rounds?
Yeah.
Out of 4 so far?
But again, G2 are fine to give that space up.
Very, very aware now that this was a gap that was abused in previous series. Jonah P has the soul vault. Don't think he'll invest it into this round, but if bomb ends up being put down on A, you might see it.
They have to suspect that somebody could have slipped the net here and gotten it Artzine's position. Trent, wise to it.
Wow.
Discipline once again on display.
And to make these adaptations this quickly with like a day turnaround
is impressive.
It's very good. And that's what makes this G2 team so dangerous, right? Is that they are constantly adapting.
Paranoia got tagged a little bit. See some of the spits keeping them back. Remember, the buy wasn't great for them.
Yeah, and this is all just delay. They're showing utility, acting like they're going to retake, but it's all to set up Leaf here on this flank. And he's perfect.
And again, G2 strike at just the right time. Man, it seems like they're being... okay. It seems like they're being really patient with how they want to approach some of these retakes and stuff like that when they do get into post plants. But it's perfect every time. It's never rushed. It's never half a second late.
Yeah. And they're also waiting for the aggression from MiBR to see if they're trying to disrupt. They're ready for it, right?
Yep.
Not getting caught out by anything silly in this series so far has been G2. But I gotta say, Doug, you know, we had the pleasure of casting that match of G2 versus EG, and G2 looked phenomenal in the beginning.
Yeah, they did.
Can they keep this up is the true question and the true test to how good this team can be.
Against an MiBR that comes in a little bit more worn, already having lost a series on the day, having to play another one back to back. It's demanding and it's taxing on the mental.
It definitely is, and when you're in a spot like that where you've already lost the series previously and you don't have a great start like this, that could play factors into your head. You know, you might be doubting yourself.
Yeah, absolutely.
Doubting, do I belong in Madrid?
Our team does not belong on this site. Trent just drops them. That was their spark too, and again, you see G2 comfortable playing in this push and pull. They get the kill onto the Raze, and then they take a quick step back.
There's that soul vault off the tap of the bomb that I was saying in the previous round.
Almost gets RGL there.
And look at this. Full control of mid and the flank.
They're just surrounded.
Wait, Leaf just satcheled over the trip. He has the timing right now.
Even if Trent or Jonah P destroys it, which he does, you wouldn't expect this fast of a swing.
Wow.
But Mazin gets him anyway. He gets them both.
Heroics from Mazin.
FRZ playing up close. Numbers in favor of the attack side. Trent weak. Trent dead. Valen joins in on it. That's another round for MiBR.
And just off of such a micro mistake, a timing mistake from G2, Leaf was past that trip. MiBR had no idea. Jonah P breaking the trip a little bit too early there. Allows Mazin to be aware. And then Rocket, can we just agree that Rocket is a fake goal?
It's gotta be.
What was that? Looks like he blew him up, but clearly not. Regardless, MiBR take that round, but yeah, that was such a great timing that Leaf had. Nobody was in the satchel sound range, right? He would have cleaned up.
Yeah. And that wasn't the first time that Leaf goes on a late flank. This time G2 wanting to put the aggression towards B main. You've got a Paranoia set up. They're all there. Leaf has a Guardian on this. This is going to be a little bit tougher, but they push forward anyway.
Look at
it's right at their feet.
Oh my gosh.
Valen with 2.
Down, B.
Although the middle of the map has been exposed. Mazin has crept his way into market. Valen is standing right next to him, and he does not know.
Oh my gosh.
Snaps at just the right time. The third on the round for him. A weapon upgraded and full control for G2.
What a juicy nade from Leaf at the start of that round.
I mean, the call, all of it. The call was great.
And it even looked like MiBR was very aware that there could be a push. FRZ was spamming that smoke.
My ult's ready.
They ulted here in a 3v1.
Yeah, they really don't want to lose any of these up number rounds. They don't want MiBR to even think that they have a chance at having a clutch play.
And I think that's the compelling thing about this team is we've talked so much about they're disciplined, they're careful, they're methodical, they're drilled, they have all of those things which are good. Not sparing any expense in a 3v1, you know, things of that nature. But then they also do things like that opening play where they push full aggro, they send Leaf in with Valen and everything. Like, there's so much depth to the squad, and it only seems like they're getting better with time.
Yeah, and it's exactly, time is the main factor here, right? Because the team that we saw, the G2 that we saw in the beginning of this tournament, looked very, very timid. Didn't really do a lot of the things that got them into the league in the first place.
Yeah, 1000%.
But now, you know, understanding who they are, we are that team. You know, this is who we are. We play like this, and taking advantage of that. Teams are scared of G2.
I mean, they should be. From what we continue to see, an early pit invested by Trent, shutting down the western side of the map. And if that's not enough, the Cypher Util going into the market's not going to make things any easier.
So cautious about mid is G2. Leaf getting early info here on the A lurk. That causes Jonah P to come back, but at the same time, MiBR is working up into this market area. But look at this trap play.
There's all that util they're going to have to get through, and it seems like it's really not their concern right now. Clearing some of it out and then turning their attention mid. Dre, I feel like we've seen this before.
Absolutely.
Exact same setup. Previously it was net, but it's the same setup.
The spam comes through from Jonah P.
This time the Seekers are going to help. They're going to push them back for just a little bit as net falls. Jonah P still spamming on the receiving end of a stray. This time it works for MiBR. What?
30 seconds left.
He just Kobe'd him.
Valen can still make a massive play here. And Leaf still has ult. 9 HP. Dancing behind the walls, and he hears all of this. It's a Phantom. He can spam, and he wouldn't get punished, or he just waits. He buys his time, pops the ult. Oh, 13 seconds left. It does connect. Is there going to be enough time for FRZ to do anything? 6 HP, 6 seconds left. He's got to commit. Holds his ground. Trent is so healthy, and the Molly misses by the tiniest of margins, but the second time does not.
Wow, it was like a heat-seeking molly from Trent there. And honestly, it did not have to get that close. Valen, maybe a little bit too confident on the re-peek. All he needed to do there was just jiggle the bomb.
Yeah, FRZ was also nice with it to get him to that point, but you're right.
What a comeback into the round from G2. And you pointed it out, that Omen ult. That's what brought it back.
Oh my goodness.
Planted.
The tiniest of timings.
Nice! Let's go.
And that 2 HP being the difference maker.
I knew it, bro. I baited this.
Look at Leaf sitting at 12 and 4.
And the hot start for the duelist continues, man.
Yeah, that's the second showstopper of this match so far. We're only 8 rounds in, going into our 9th. That's insane, man. Jonah P already getting to another Sova ult as well. These two have just been a dynamic duo right now for the likes of G2.
If you're MiBR, what do you make of the exact same hit? Yes, I know the Seekers was there as well, but when you look at that, do you look at that and interpret that as like there's not a ton of depth to their protocols and they're kind of reaching towards the bottom, or they felt more confident because they had the Seekers? What are your thoughts on that?
I truly believe that MiBR's game plan going into this was to abuse mid, yeah? And they used Seekers that round to do it, and it worked out for them, but in reality, G2 has made strong adaptations into controlling this area of the map.
Yeah.
And if I was them, I would understand that, okay, this playing aggressive in mid default, like into the defending spawn almost, is just not working. I gotta change something up. Maybe I should test out the A main area of the map. Maybe I should test out more of B main, and then go mid late, perhaps. Because right now they're getting nothing.
At the beginning of the round, there were pings on the minimap in the defensive spawn from the attack side. RGL has his ult too. Maybe they scale up that way.
Look, just early mid aggro again from MiBR. Just really trying to force it.
Same smoke, same push. This time they don't commit. But Valen hears all of that. Drops the one way. He's getting a little bit overwhelmed.
Great trade.
Blinding. Paranoia is not going to connect. Net patiently waiting. Expecting reinforcements, and they are on the way.
Welcome to my world.
Leaf, again, pressing the issue on the flank.
Spike planted.
Throws a nade and goes back to market.
And it did push him back in a little bit. They're not going to be able to take that space though because of where FRZ is.
Exactly.
How do you dance around the pit long enough to maintain control? With utility all at your feet, Trent pushes forward, foraging in, defining the most prioritized target he could. Almost drops him. But it's still in play. He has to take a step back. That's going to drop the pit. A 2v2. It's just a tap from Net for now.
Net still has a cage.
He's daring the swing, but they're disciplined. They don't look. Not convinced of what's on the other side. Trent's going to have to do it on his own, and he cannot.
Wow. And I think had Trent actually killed Mazin there on that first peak, if he had committed,
it's a game changer.
Yeah, that whole retake might be different.
Yep.
And the subtle change from MiBR into this round, yeah, they're working up mid again fast. But as soon as they break that market trip, they're going, as soon as they break that top mid trip, they're going fast in the market. So a small adaptation, because they understand that G2, once that mid trip is broken, are rotating 2 people to cover that mid area of the map. That leaves a gap, right? If there was 2 people on B, one of the people is going to come over, try to pick up that top mid.
Leaf with the op for the first time. Trained across the middle of the map. They have contacted up here the last couple of rounds.
Wow.
But this time they dog. The op shot does not connect. Artson very quickly pushing. Oh, almost accidentally catches onto Leaf. The nade does push him off the angle though. So many numbers here for G2. Early Paranoia is going to buy a little bit of time as Valen punishes RGL.
What a timing.
The leader continuing to push forward though. They have not found enough space to commit to getting the spike down, and it doesn't seem like it's going to get any better. JZZ on his own. With a flash on the swing, buying some time, daring the challenge. The first one falls. No other util. They're going to swing him! And JZZ with the Red Bull clutch!
Now there's some serenity.
Heartbreaking for G2. It seemed like they did everything right. Net with a laser beam, killing everybody that peaked from default. But they couldn't close it out. And JZZ, who I was gonna call out, at the start of this round had 1 kill. Gets a nice 1v3. And these are the moments that break this G2 team down, is losing these up number situations because again, they know they should be winning these.
Instant timeout called.
There it is. And I like this. This is a great timeout from the likes of Josh for his team. Trying to keep them in the game. Don't lose focus. Yeah, it happened. It is what it is.
All good. Move on. Yeah.
You're still sitting pretty nice here. 6 rounds on the defense. And we know G2 so deadly with Valen's calling on attack. So this is a really great half they set up. And for the likes of MiBR, a great comeback. I don't want to jinx it, but I feel like we've seen this before somewhere.
It's really easy too. If you're MiBR again, they come into this series having lost one, and not just having lost it. I mean, they got destroyed.
Yeah, it wasn't even close.
Right?
Yeah.
For them to still have enough of a spark to keep this in competitive is impressive. They continue to show fight, and that's what keeps them down 2 rounds, and heroics certainly help.
A lot of success has been made so far for MiBR on this B side of the map. So I wouldn't be surprised if they think that G2 is going to read into that and change their setup. But G2 already ahead of the curve in that aspect. Look at that. They're expecting MiBR to change their strat.
Just a page ahead in the book.
And they have this better trap setup. It's going to be all off of Trent's contact, I believe.
What's the swing on this though? I thought Valen had a Paranoia set up. They're surrounded. There's the Paranoia, but it's a little late. They punish anyway. Net almost dropping both. But space has been found. Jonah P's left alone. He might
Does
be
he
able to
commit?
upgrade a weapon, but they know where he is.
Okay, he chooses not to commit the Sova vault. I think that's pretty wise into this round. But he did break the trip, so MiBR should be aware.
Chooses not to upgrade the weapon. He just tries to take the swing towards JZZ, and he's dropped. That 1v2 was going to be hard no matter what.
Last round.
And honestly, again with this A fight from G2, it just doesn't seem like the Omen Flash gets as much. It just doesn't get as much value from this right side, right? From this lane side.
Yeah.
I like how they were set up, but a little too antsy. They needed to give it more time. I think they expected a faster paced round from the likes of MiBR.
Now 3 rounds in a row for them as they continue to keep this competitive.
Seeker's online again for MiBR. On the flip side, you have Cypher ult, Omen ult, and Sova ult for G2.
All pretty considerable tools.
Jonah's not really in a spot to use this ult, so just playing the first layer of getting contact, a little crossfire setup here. 3-man market setup.
Yeah, they're showing a lot of respect, aren't they?
Mm-hmm.
The drone is going to confirm there's nothing mid.
This is great IGLing from the likes of MiBR. Understanding that they went towards A the last time with the main pack, feinting it this time with the dog, and they're already towards B. Great IGLing right now.
Zine is a late lurk, invested too. They're going to invest the paranoia, drop it out towards B. Are they going to flip the map at this point? They have nowhere to go now. It seemed like they wanted to end A, but Mazine dies, JZZ does too.
30 seconds left.
MiBR are thrown into disarray here. I don't think they know where they want to go anymore.
I think they're second guessing, triple guessing, quadruple guessing themselves into this round, but ultimately they still get the bomb down on the B site, which probably could have happened at least 20 seconds ago, Doug.
Trent has pit. Valen has his ult too. Patience from FRZ. Lands the shots on the leaf.
FRZ's been so clean so far in this map.
What do they try to do? They try to pit out and then play around it?
I think your best... I was going to say, I think the best bet is to Viper's pit into the B main area.
Last player standing.
Have those guys below.
And Trent instantly got spammed. And Valen's going to find the same result. A 6-6 half. What's that? 4 rounds in a row for MiBR?
Yeah.
A great response.
Switching sides.
G2 letting it slip away again. Still a great half. That was such a big kill from Arts in there onto Ned. Had Net gone down, not gone down, numbers were in favor for G2. So a little antsiness coming from the likes of G2 and in those up number situations.
6-6 half. We're going to throw it down to the desk to break down what they've seen so far.
Thank you so much, fellas. Overall, good to see MiBR rally at the end there, be able to just make this thing into a 6-6 alongside G2. But let's dive further into this because there have been some great ideas here from G2.
I was kind of, honestly, big credit to MiBR for actually pulling it back towards the end.
It wasn't looking good.
No, it was looking less than not good. It was looking very bad. It was tough. Like, we pulled up a few rounds here. Early on, G2 were doing a great job shutting down MiBR in mid. That's what they were trying to exploit, and they took care of that. And then just a bit after that, some more crucial rounds came up here. This little, we're about to see there's like a trap play on an eco round, and G2 converting that then into the next round. We're able to break their economy off that eco round win, and it ended with that silly play with the Molly. But this string of rounds, it's like, okay, this is over. They break their economy, win that next round, and then their economy's booming, and then MiBR bring it back.
Yeah. It's super interesting, too, because I really think, especially after that timeout, after that eco that you're talking about, that MiBR ran out of ideas with
Yeah, you even heard Doug and Babyface say that.
Yeah, I was thinking, literally, the way that this is playing was a game plan difference right off the rip, because I think G2 was like, oh, yeah, everybody walked up mid on us. They're going to do the same thing, and we're going to be ready for it. So we saw, what, 3 rounds where they tried to go up mid? And it looked nice. I actually thought the execute that MiBR was trying to throw at them with the raise satcheling on top of the box to try to get net down and somebody peek down below was like really nice, but it just doesn't quite work. So I'm really curious how they managed to really recoup that, because again, after that mid push got snuffed, the eco round trap play that they threw at them, again, threw it for a loop. I wouldn't have had any more ideas.
Hey, well, they're going to need to figure it out here. 6-6, not a bad position to start from here as you flip the sides. Let's send it back over to Doug and Baby Bay.
A tense tie, halftime on Sunset. Still plenty of Valor to play, though. G2 now on the attacking side. See that Viper wall towards A, right at the very beginning. Very similar, very reminiscent to what we saw in the previous half, too.
Yeah, and MiBR with a very interesting wall here onto the B site. Very, very passive wall. Trying to cut the site in half and just stay alive for as long as you can.
Mid again, huh? This time it's a little bit inverted. The smoke, the dart, the swing, but MiBR ready. Walk away with the numbers advantage as JZZ finds again the perfect time to strike.
And with this Viper wall, nobody should be dying from the likes of MiBR before the rotate comes in. And as I say that, Valen almost gets a collat with a classic.
That is still healthy on this. Mazine and JZZ are not.
Everybody one-shot headshot for him at this moment.
I mean, he's outnumbered, but it's winnable. Can Net pull it off?
Taking his time on this.
Such a big pistol. Given it the stakes in the tournament where we are, he's careful.
Oh, this would be a huge kill. I think JZZ spotted him on the jiggle
30
there.
seconds
I mean,
left.
if you're MiBR, you don't give him ones, right?
No, you
try to double, triple face him.
Net is aware that this wall should be blocking him off, so he should be playing pushed up. And he just gets taken out by Mazine. Nice shots. Both teams running pistols in mid. Both teams ready for the pistols in mid. That's a huge, huge round for MiBR.
I like the setup. I like what G2 were trying to do there. I thought it was very well done. But again, much like we talked about in the first half, once you get into positions like that, it's just about who's got the shooters.
Yeah.
And in that situation, it was MiBR.
Exactly. And honestly, Leaf had the one up on first contact on I believe it was JZZ.
Who started?
Yeah, he chose not to fully commit to the fight. He second-guessed his peak and tried spamming him through the wall.
This is big from G2. They're investing.
If I'm MiBR, I'm not expecting this whatsoever.
No, why would you? How long can they conceal it?
Oh, here's the punish.
But there's a trip that's keeping him back.
Barely survives. Info gained now from MiBR that is a force round. And you already see the rotations coming in.
I think there was only one stinger that shot, so maybe they can still conceal this a little bit longer, but no, they've got to know that it's up now, and MiBR hold the line. They do not relent. They do not give up an inch.
And they just couldn't break the trip in the choke, Doug.
That's where you see the value of Cypher, right? And you see why people are starting to run him so much more. A flawless round for MiBR at just the right time.
Give me a moment. I need to sit back.
Poor Leaf, he was stuck in that trip for about like 10 seconds, it felt like. Not that long, actually, but
it felt like it.
You saw him throwing the satchels, but he just couldn't find it.
Here.
See if we can take a look at it
entire
again.
round.
Yeah.
From start to finish from that hit.
He didn't get to play the game.
And I'm really curious if it was the likes of MiBR that maybe shot the satchel before it could explode the trip. Because there is that 1 second timer that the new satchels have that before it does no damage.
Yeah.
Crowd getting hyped for G2. Trying to give him some energy.
They've got a stinger to play with still. And then 4 sheriffs.
Net's going to get first contact here in market, but there's a crossfire here. Oh, trip was broken. Great job from net there.
A deafening silence across the map.
Oh, RGL definitely heard more than one footstep here. Let's see if the rotation will come through. Sky's already leaning here.
That seems like that's all it is for now. Ards patient, playing across the middle of the map with a Bulldog. Does that flash the queue?
Info gathered, but you don't know how many, right? And that's the difference between Sova and Sky. Sometimes you can hear multiple people trying to shoot the dart.
G2 have very quietly gotten really far up on this. They're ahead of the smoke. They know that there's somebody back there with the paranoia. The nade still at his feet. RGL continues to keep him back. He's been able to hold the line. How much more can he do? A second found. Now control gained, at least for a little bit.
Oh my gosh, Trent.
What a play from Trent, but they're so weak. Can he do it again? Fallon is there. Trent will fall. Fallon on the counter. 13 seconds left. FRZ is on the dirtiest of flanks.
10 seconds left.
Fallon finding cover behind the Jenny. Early peek, nothing found, having to guess. No real idea of where the opposition could be. As the spike ticks away, the steps are taken forward. Valen guessing.
This is all mind games, Doug.
Cam right at his feet, and there's the spam.
FRZ's so patient.
Standing on the smoke, he spotted a shoulder. He knows where he is. What a swing and what a shot from Valen!
Oh my gosh!
The 3K from the leader!
Unbelievable, Doug.
30 seconds left.
And I said it, right? It was all mind games. Valen this time, stone cold confidence on that wide swing.
With a stinger.
And the stinger can be so deadly in this situation because it shoots so fast. The time to kill on the gun is very strong if the headshots come through. And they did. That's a huge, huge round, Doug. MiBR looks so solid up until Trent.
That 2K was everything.
Massive.
There's an op in the hands of FRZ.
There.
And it looks like Valen's about to find out. Yep.
Wow.
Remember, MiBR were in this position just a few moments ago, and it was heroics, it was antics. That got him back into that. That just seems much more difficult this time around.
And just MiBR just getting the first bloods everywhere on the map this round.
Yeah, and this feels a little reminiscent to the approach that G2 had in the previous round, right? They were very quiet, and yes, they were in bunches in the previous round, but the idea being similar, it feels like, Dre.
Yeah, and that's exactly why you saw FRZ pick up the op, which you don't really see Cyphers doing, but when you're going against a team that loves to contact, and to be fair, contacting is a great strategy, and G2, honestly, I feel like they really brought that playstyle into light. I know when I was playing professionally on FaZe, we would watch G2 and be like, wow, they just walk into all this space. And if the opposition isn't ready for it and they're not there, you get so much free info. But MiBR being wise to that, buying an op, holding the aggressive walk-in angles that we saw earlier. FRZ just catching him off guard. Who ops on Cypher, man? When was the last time we saw this?
Well, what's interesting, too, I'd love to get your thoughts on this because it seems like, or it feels like, Contact just seems to work a little bit more on Sunset. And I don't know if it's because it's a new map. I don't know if it's the design of the map, but this does seem to be more effective compared to other maps.
I think especially towards the A side of the map, when you have the Viper utility there, it's a lot easier to contact and try to take 50-50s. And 50-50s for attacking the side, you always want that. Because if you're able to win that, it opens up the entire map. So maybe then the mid lurk can come through, right? Then you contact in the market. Bunch of different things you could do off of those plays.
I do like this out of G2, given the extended time that they had at the end of the round, talk things over, go straight into a timeout. Just buy yourself a little bit more time to discuss the situation. Down 2 rounds on attack.
And I think what they're discussing right now is like, what are we going to do against this op? Because now you get to think, okay, is FRZ going to hold on to this? Are they going to give it to Artscene, who we've seen be very good with an op? And these are all things going through your mind. And when you're playing against an opping Cypher, it's almost like you don't want to shy away from it. You kind of want to find him, right? Because you can't escape.
No, you punish if you can.
Exactly. So maybe we're going to see another slow approach to this round from the likes of G2. trying to maybe find out where the op is, or potentially just going straight into a site hit, not even dealing with trying to find out where the op is at all, right?
And maybe you get lucky, you find out where it is, and you're able to punish and overwhelm.
Exactly.
Well, we'll see how things play out. MiBR are currently scrambling to get to their positions with some time to spare. And it's that same wall that we saw on the pistol.
Look at this from FRZ. The mind game, switching his position. I'm really curious. Is he going to go for a passive angle onto this elbow area?
Come into the unknown.
I wonder, get aggressive here.
I wonder too if Ardzine was going to satchel him up somewhere, but that wasn't the case this time.
That would have been so cool, Doug. Here it is. That aggressive Cypher. He's going to have info on this line for most of the game. That allows MiBR to play this heavy and mid B setup.
This again. What? They tried to get a timing into the smoke, and it's disaster.
But you know what's crazy, Doug? They tried to get the timing, but MiBR pushed their own smoke first. Taking the timing to them. So aggressive.
Scout destroyed.
Dog only spotting one, but I mean, you've seen plenty in the round to understand where the threat lies.
Oh my gosh.
Putting a bullet between the eyes of Valen. But Nets are on the trade. The tough thing when you're down in numbers like this, Trey, is it feels like, okay, you've gotten in the middle of the map, you've gotten into the spawn, but now what? Right? You don't have a ton of space anywhere else.
Info gathered from G2. But you're 100% correct, right? And
30 seconds left.
look at what Ardzine is doing right now. He's backing up all the way into A, so this is actually pretty favorable for G2. They want this. This is perfect. A 2v2?
Yeah, you're equalizing numbers.
And they could be coming from anywhere. Spawn, B main, mid. They could be wrapping A.
And they win these fights out.
Wow.
They're separated net. A 1v1 on the site will not go his way. MiBR get to 10.
And this entire round is just formulated off of FRZ getting that deep A line with the op, denying any type of lurks on A. He did not have to worry about lane the entire time.
I mean, he never
had
moved.
a trip there.
Yeah, he never moved.
Yeah, and that allowed them to play this heavy mid B setup that just G2 just walked straight into. I mean, isn't that crazy though? They're holding the smoke and MiBR are the ones that push in.
A step ahead.
And we're talking about shooters, man. MiBR woke up. Looks like a very similar setup as the last round. Not changing anything.
Oh, I mean, they don't have to on the A side, right? They never saw anything. A paranoia, a flash, a satchel forward, doesn't connect, but the Vandal does.
Oh my God.
And once again, a slaughter across the middle of the map. Spike out of hand. The one benefit is Leaf has somehow snuck his way into the back of the site. Maybe a weapon upgraded because surely Mazine doesn't hear him.
Oh my gosh.
One enemy remaining.
Quickly crumples though into a 1v3 with the Seeker in his face. Position given away. Spike not in hand.
FRZ pushed all the way through A this round.
But
as
again,
he should.
Again, they still haven't seen that setup. They still haven't seen where the trips are, the cam. They don't know when op is on that side. So MiBR are able to continue to conceal this setup.
Yeah, I do think they, now, after this round, they should have an idea. You know, like, even Leaf right now, like, he's gone through mid twice now, right? They've gone through the market, they've walked through, and they haven't seen any of the trips, so they should know at this point that the Cypher is playing towards that A side of the map. But now that happened, maybe a change of setup from MiBR, who so far this half have been very, very unpredictable. And it's catching G2 off guard, right? Pushing through a smoke dry. Now you're doing a pop flash through it.
With a paranoia too.
On the first layer of timing, yeah.
There were so many layers to that setup, and then the ult.
Catching G2 completely off guard with these, honestly, very aggressive defensive plays.
If memory serves me right, G2 have won one round since that 1v3. Just one. All the way back to that first half.
Something just happens with this G2 roster when they lose rounds they know they should have won. They have a hard time bringing it back.
They're still in this thing though. Although the window of opportunity continues to get smaller. JZZ on the swing, the paranoia again. And this time there's not kills, but they punish.
And you were just talking about it. Like, look at how they're chaining their utility. Sky Flash, Omen Flash, off of contact, right? No value from it this round, but I mean, had G2 have been pushed up a little bit further, I mean, they're dead. So dangerous trap plays. But now G2 should have the confidence to hit this Omen site, understanding that he doesn't have that flash anymore. Well, that's not a factor.
They're trying to throw a little misdirection too. They just put the orb A and the wall up at the same time.
Cover going out. But there's a problem here, Doug. They're not breaking any of these trips.
Right. There's not enough to convince. As gunfire erupts in market, G2 walk away up.
I know exactly where you are.
Nice.
Seems alone on his site, manages to find safe passage out, but he decides to take the fight. I thought he was just going to wait for his teammates. An ill-advised challenge leaves MiBR down in numbers.
I think they're still going to go for this, Doug.
You've got the money. You've got the lead.
Viper ult as well. So much investment into this round from G2. And honestly, I'm not against it, Doug. Any type of round you can win. I don't care if it's 4v2. You got to commit your Viper ult to.
Yeah, you invest
At this point of the game, you just need a round win. You need some type of momentum going forward. And FRZ knows his job is just to get damage, but Net takes his head clean off. And a chance now to snowball for G2 with the ults they have.
They have ults, and they do have a little money to work with. We take a look at this again. It was a hold from Valen and Trent in market that set things up.
And it's just like I said, G2 aware that they got that Sky Flash out and that Omen Flash out. So now the second time around when they take that contact, they don't have to worry as much. They actually get a fair gunfight.
Here.
Those 50-50s that I was talking about, and they come out on top.
The op no longer in play, and now G2 turning attention A. Satchel on the right, the Paranoia on the left, the Hunter's Fury.
What an ult.
Splitting things, getting a tag.
So close.
A little bit of damage done.
Oh, this is such a good spot for RGL. If they actually commit out of this elbow area, he should be good for one. Not a lot of people pre-aim this.
I like this from Valen, though. Cutting noise, freezing the round.
I think he might be worried that maybe the Omen TP behind. They don't know for sure, right? He could be anywhere.
Well, they have a trip covering on both sides. We'll see if that position that you mentioned comes into play. That's where they're headed. Oh, he spotted the bow! JCC's there on the punish. Can Lee find any value with the ult? He finds one, pays for it with his life.
He falls on accident, Doug. But it doesn't matter. JCC killed Valen.
They have so much control now. G2 have been separated. RGL not able to land the shots. They get across. But will the numbers be the difference maker? Trent left alone, a 1v4, flash in his face. The swing is there, and the barrel too.
I mean, JZZ taking things into his own hands, solo aggressing onto Jonah P, and then wrapping all the way around elbow, killing the likes of Valen, who was sitting in that tiles area the entire round pretty much.
Match point.
It was his positioning that made me think that maybe they try to flip the map and rotate out, but
I mean, he's a monster on Sunset, man. Like, I don't know what is in I don't know what they feed this guy for him to perform like this on this map, but every time he's on Sky, he just seems to find immense value.
Yeah, he's insane.
Like, honestly, he basically solo won this round for them. I mean, Trent just had no idea, right? Like, he didn't see anything.
No, he had no shot. MiBR map point. G2 down 4, and again, the woes have continued since the first half.
I mean, this is a completely different MiBR than what we saw in the last match.
And honestly, a completely different G2 than what we saw at the beginning of this one.
Very true. It seems to be a reoccurring theme sometimes.
Oh, that's his head. Takes it right off. The flash on the other side. Again, JZZ taking matters into his own hands.
He's so insane.
This might be wraps on this. They've got the neural theft. They have a numbers advantage. G2 rotating away. Do they come back? They leave one.
Maybe trying to fake the timing. But Satchel's allowing Artson to get there fast. Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say Trent could find so much value. but narrowly missing the window. They're gonna try to come back, but
So smart from FRZ to take this aggro angle. He's already readjusting though. Repositioning. Smoke on the
30
trip.
seconds left.
And FRZ here, they've gotten around it.
Where is this trip? That's a huge kill from Net onto his counterpart.
Trent there to hold. The second falls. Our team left alone. A relatively quiet map out of the duelists so far. And the opportunity to put G2 away here, but it's a big ask. And it's not happening this time around.
And
G2 gets 9.
And you said it, right? Trent in mid, allowing MiBR to see him, keeps 2 people there almost the entire round, right? And that allows G2 to make the rotation all the way back to B again. Artsy, the only person that truly made it to that A site there.
Spawn.
Nice. Trent doesn't even have to get any kills there. Just the presence alone to keep 2 people there, delay the rotations, play those mind games.
Early hit. And I like the setup here from the MiBR. You've got the pit B main, you've got the trip covering market. And because of that, they can really ignore that entire side of the map. Turn eyes towards mid.
Scout destroyed.
That's a lot of info gathered, Doug. That's a lot of info gathered. That dog made it a little bit too far for my liking. What does that cam see in mid? Is that a one-way? No, it's just in the open.
Thank you, observers.
And I think G2 are aware of this. I think they're deliberately hiding from that cam. Maybe they'll... Oh, my eyes are down. As I say that, Leaf. One taps it.
I think with that, that allows G2 a little bit more room to breathe there. There's no trip covering it either. Look at how far back RGL is. Look at how far back FRZ is too.
Oh no. An uncharacteristic whiff from Trent. He usually hits those. He had that.
Oh, Jonah P was ahead, but the cabbage got to him. So now they know where he is. I thought for a moment he was going to find a timing, but not the case. Leaf is on a similar mission.
Oh my gosh.
And FRZ cold with it. Not flinching at all. 13 seconds left. A 5v3. The spike just now making its way into the vicinity of the site. JZZ expecting Jonah P's antics. Leaving things in tatters and shambles for G2.
Valen has to go huge here. And this could be the moment.
He's behind him, but he knew it. Still gets a kill. 6 bullets left. Surrounded. Net in a 1v3 with Neural Theft online. They're going to try to swing him, and they do so successfully. MiBR with a great response.
What a map from MiBR, Doug. Controlling the entire pace of that defensive side. Taking the fight to G2 most of the rounds. And the MiBR fans in the crowd are going crazy right now. G2 not yet out of it, but you can't help but feel like after watching that Sentinels game, where did it all go wrong?
Yeah.
Maybe underestimating how MiBR would be into this series. It's JZZ again. How many times I gotta say this? 6 first bloods on Sky.
There's just something about Sunset. You're right.
There's just something about people with Z at the end of their name. FRZ, JZZ. What's up with these guys?
For G2, you're right. You kind of wonder where it all went a little sideways.
It's gotta be that 3v1, Doug.
It has to.
These situations just break them down as a team.
Sunset was their map, split on the other side. We're gonna step away. When we come back, the desk will break it all down.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Agora, o Ben está muito machucado também, RGL. RGL, vamos na tentativa, RGL!
Setup has been cooking for a long time. There's so many people there. Does he get away with the second? And how on earth has Leaf done that?
Here with Bazooka from MiBR. Different from last time. Last time I talked to you after a map loss. We're here after a very convincing map win. What's changed from the Sentinels to G2? Is it the opponent or is it just the talk you had with the boys in between games?
I think it's a little both of them. I think the first match, Sentinels had a lot of good work that they did on the match. And also on this game, we were able to focus more on ourselves. And I think that's paying off.
Thank you so much. Best of luck.
Focusing on themselves got them the victory in map 1, and for the Sentinels, they are focused on what the result of this battle will be. Who are they going to be? Well, they know that they're going to be dealing with G2, but what the circumstances could be. MiBR coming out of the gate and honestly shocking us all. We thought that there could have been dejected. You know, that game against Sentinels was rough, but this was the MiBR that we know that is just so capable, and they proved it here.
I mean, it's still surprising to me that MiBR is doing what they're doing on this stage.
Yeah.
They're just completely different from last year, and have to give so much props to them for being able to turn it around.
I'm going to throw in as well. It's not just that they lost to Sen, it was that they were down pretty bad at the beginning of this game, too. Shellacked. Again, it's what we talked about in halftime, but when they were down at 6-2 with their economy in a bad state and G2, Daddy Warbucks activity on all 5 players, they were extreme wealth. I thought it was going to be a wrap for them, to be honest. And then they bring it back in that half. And I think since after that point, I mean, how many rounds did they win? Well, at least,
There was
enough to win, because they won the game. So, but that was a sick turnaround. Anyway, it's a good point. That's 11 rounds, and they won. Yeah.
Yeah, no, for sure. And even then, right, you were also looking for people to step up here. We always talk about that with this MiBR team. Great players on the squad, but when you get those like big performances, JZZ comes to mind here. That guy just completely dominated that game, Wyatt. It was beautiful to see.
Yeah, at one point, my man was 1-9. That was on round 10. And from there went 22-15.
Wild.
That's crazy. I mean, if we want to bust out the calculator one more time, what is that? 21 and 6?
Or 6?
4.
5, 6. All right. God. Sorry. That is a caster math, dude.
That is a sick turnaround for JZ. Who was the guy last year to me that he was the standout of 2023 MiBR? That this guy has some potential. He could take it to the next level.
Yeah, he did. Well, there's still so much more to talk about here. But for now, though, let's actually hear what Josh RT has to say as G2 gets ready for map 2.
Here with Josh RT, the coach of G2 Esports. Close map, but was your map heck and did not go in your favor? Very simple question. You just talked to the boys back there. What did you say to them?
Time to refocus on the next. We ignored the last map and just win this BO1, and then once that happens, we'll just think about the next map. So one round at a time, really. Yep.
Round by round. Best of luck.
G2 is definitely going to need to dig deep in this one because a loss here could be makes life very challenging for them because their next opponent will be Sentinels, and we saw what they did against the guys that they're playing right now.
Yeah, I mean, for them, they have to win both matches. It's kind of easy for that, but I mean, this also puts it in a situation where there could be a three-way tie if they don't win this one or what. I
kind of regret that read at the beginning.
Not going to get into it right now, but it could get complicated.
I mean, we can't do a basic math. We couldn't do 15 minus 9. We can't try to figure that out right now.
You guys were fine. I'm the one that messed up there. That's the New York public education system for you. But honestly, yes, you're not wrong in that this G2 team they know that they're going to need to go through the ringer here. And, well, they might potentially go through the ringer here on Split. We have to see if they have any unique ideas to maybe throw off this MiBR team.
I think for the maps that we've seen, right, for the maps that G2 have the chance to really do something against MiBR based off what we saw in the earlier game against Sentinels, it's this map right here, right? Mm-hmm. This is the map that we started the day on. I think it was, 9-0 for Sentinels against MiBR on that first half. And so there's a lot to think about there. But then again, if you're MiBR, you've already thought about your mistakes. You've already cleaned up a little bit, even in that game, even in that half. So there's definitely some confidence here, I think, for MiBR. I think with them being already on the stage for a couple hours now, I think they're very happy with the situation that they find themselves in, and that's why they picked them out.
Yeah, we saw G2 on this map yesterday against Crew. They picked up a nice win. MiBR are going to come in here with the double duels comp. I'm assuming that's what they played earlier the other day. G2, they have a pretty good comp to deal with it, in my opinion. I really like this. Personally, this is my favorite comp on Split. Actually, what G2 run. I love having that Cypher, Breach, Raze trio just offers up so much trap play on the defensive side that is incredibly effective. Just waiting for the Cypher cam to get a ping or the trip to go off, trip get broken, and then boom, Breach stun, Raze. Like there's all those little plays on defense. I love. I'm so partial to that comp. And on the other side, I mean, we've talked about it before, but this is just the 2023 comp.
I love the 2023 comp still, honestly. But you're right. I think the combination of what they're playing against and what the MiBR has is very interesting because there's a lot of contact plays that they can get trapped with.
Well, we'll see how this all pans out. This is do or die for G2 here in this series. We're ready for map 2, so let's go ahead and send it back over to your casters. I've decided to call them Dougie Bay.
I think we just got a nickname. I didn't hear what it was, but given that the producer was laughing in my ear, it can't be good. It can't be good at all. I will say this, we were talking about how G2, their backs were against the ropes, but again, it wasn't long ago that MiBR started on attack, on Split, and they got rolled. It was like 9 rounds in a row. I think it was a 10-2 half. It was bad.
Yeah, it's bad. But, at the same point of view, like, you look at that, you're like, yeah, it was a warm-up. You had such a great game previously. Now is your time to shine, right? Like, if you're MiBR right now, this is such a big moment for you to not only solidify making it further into this tournament, but also making a name for yourself in the entire league, right? Making sure that you are no joke to everybody else, you know, which last year, you know,
they were.
They kind of were. I mean, let's be honest.
They were.
So a win here would be huge, especially against the likes of G2. And a weird comp from the likes of G2, by the way. Solo initiator breach. But a lot of trap plays can be set up. A passive A hold here from G2. And MiBR trying to see if there's any early aggression, maybe with that fault line. Trying to not get caught out.
It's still online.
Just nothing being shown here besides for these smokes, these lurk smokes on A.
Spam the tag, the fault line comes out. Swing not following. There's no way for them to follow up behind it.
What? Satchel kill.
When was the last time you saw that?
It's been a while, Doug.
JZZ falls, Artine 6 HP. They haven't been able to control the site. Jonah P was there for a long time.
How many exchanges are we going to see within these smokes that go the way of MiBR?
The paranoia hits both, and it's just enough to cause a delay. Another tap, another threat. Artine up close. 6 HP, and he still gets away with one. FRZ Mazine weak. Trent from up top dropping one. A 2v2. Valen patient with it, finding the right time to strike. He's just so calculated in everything he does. RGL has to do it on his own. Trent's weak. Takes a sidestep. No stars. He just wants to face him? That's so bold from Trent! And RGL with the Red Bull clutch again!
And it just comes down to these weird engages between these two teams. Like, Jonah P in such a good spot in that smoke. Honestly, the entire setup for G2 was great. Fault line from elbow hit like 2-3 people, allowing Leap to get a satchel kill onto JZZ.
One enemy remaining.
But MiBR with RGL, the clutch meister, closing it out.
He has reinvented himself in this tournament. He's looked so good.
And that's the benefit of running the Astra on this map. You could be lurking on this B side of the map. You could be lurking on mid. In that case, he's just an A main.
MiBR fast here. G2 not investing. And it's all just to raise a ruckus. And then flip the map, potentially, or at least cut some noise. Wisely, too. You take a look at the minimap. All of G2 is here.
And look at RGL. This is what I'm talking about when it comes to the Astra. You're going to see a lot of this. Astra towards B, Viper towards A, allowing these lurk timings, and all he has is a ghost. He doesn't care if he dies.
Well, it's interesting, too, is the cam tagged him.
Yep.
It spotted him. He was able to clear it out, but I guess
he sniffed it out.
G2 convinced that he is just the lurker and not really concerned about the fact that that's where the hit could be headed. They're gambling. And you kind of have to in situations like this, but unfortunately for G2, they're gambling incorrectly.
And as this retake is going to come through, I just want to point out how smart of an anti-eco this was from MiBR. They take that A ramps control with a lot of utility early on, bait that Viper wall up, not pushing past it so they don't get punished. They don't want to hit a stack, right? At the same time, you have RGL holding their back from mid in the beginning of the round, then going back to B main, clearing out the entire site because he's not scared to lose a ghost. If he had died but found out there was a stack, they commit to the A site.
Oh, there's a lot on the other side of that wall.
That, Mazine? That's a little bit too much, no?
JZZ's here. That fault line was set up. I mean, G2 seemed like they're considering so much of this. They were absolutely right on the read. They'll die to the spike. But you even saw when JZZ was pushing into stairs into spawn, Jonah P was already waiting with the fault line in hand. They knew what they were going to try to do.
Yeah. G2 did want to just die to spike there, holding the pushes in case any orbs were trying to be gathered. And honestly, that was 3 kills.
Yeah,
for RGL. So only losing 1 investment into that round was MiBR. Like already clean fundamental gameplay using RGL as honestly a Skydog in that scenario, sniffing out the setup of G2. Very slow play again across the board. This time, a different type of look. Mazin showing towards that B side of the map. Playing mind games with G2 right now, making them think that their default's towards the B side of the map, and that allows the A hit to come through.
Early in these rounds, you often find teams just kind of pushing. They have to find out where these trips are. There it goes. Ryzen dashing forward, instantly getting spammed, but the trade comes through.
Net would have loved to just get one there and get out. Such a fast trade from MiBR. Now, the classic out post plant. I wonder if FRZ has Molly lineups for this.
I don't know. Jonah has a fault line, though.
They're all going from spawn, Doug. What a timing. But it's Planet for Heaven.
There it is, the reposition from JZZ. No. Keeps him back and drops 2.
It's disaster.
I mean, the spike has been going for a long time as well. Trent and Jonah P. The dynamic duo trying to bring this round back. The suck at their feet. No real room to go. And it's a bonus for MiBR.
It's all falling apart for G2 right now, Doug. They're getting completely outplayed. Just not even close in these rounds so far. And I know it's the first 3 rounds, but that round is so important. Your first gun round. It feels so bad losing this, and no Heaven control at all from G2. I don't think they were aware that it was planted for Heaven. Even if they had cleanly gotten onto site, having to deal with Viper mollies, the Astra suck, all these things to delay the defusal of the bomb. It's so hard.
They've put the outlet in RGL's hands. Not in Artzine's or anything like that, no.
I feel like we've only seen like one player so far in the league actually use this gun to its full potential, and that has been Aspas. I think it's such an underrated gun. I'm surprised we don't see it more often.
Artzine
so
aggressively.
aggressive.
And how do you deal with that? You have your jet up high, the raise down low.
Confirmed.
That's where you see the power and the strength of this double duelist comp.
Full schmeeg, just full sending it onto anybody that's in sight.
I'm really proud of you for going through 4 casts without using the word schmeeg. You made it way longer than I thought you would. See this late lurk from G2, spotted. It's a sheriff in the hands of Jonah P, and then a stinger for Valen.
And MiBR just looking unstoppable right now. And there's the outlaw that I love.
Dropping 2, a flawless round for MiBR. Financially, it just continues to get better.
Yeah. And we have 2 people on light armor, Doug. This outlaw could get crazy value into this round if he takes the right fights.
Dude, what do you do there if you're Trent? If you're, I mean, Valen, if you're just standing there and again, jet up top, raise down low, satcheling, you're just kind of like, well, I'm dead.
I mean, they need to do what they do to me when I play against them. One tap me in the head when I land on them, Doug. All right?
Double op here. Leaf has 1. RGL is upgraded.
Wow. It's not something you see every day.
I mean, they have a ton of money, so they can do something like that. It's not a huge deal to drop the outlaw and to buy the op because you still have FRZ with 8,400 credits. JZZ and Artine have a ton as well. Money trees really are the perfect place for shade.
Taking a lot of space in this vent area. And now look, Doug, you see both extremities starting to creep up. Viper on one side, Astra on the other side, after they cut noise in mid. Trying to choke out the defense of G2.
Wow.
And that's such a huge 1v1 to win. That should make G2 lean towards A, and if it didn't before, now it does. Surely.
I need concealment. Need that back.
The surgeon scalpel that is MiBR continues to dissect the defenses of G2. It's not a map thing. They're doing it here as well.
30 seconds left.
They do have some of this utility, though. Again, both duelists dashing forward, trying to take space. And Trent does not let him past.
Player standing.
He's going to have to pull off a 1v2 with Seekers in his face. Doesn't have the spike, but he's going aggressive. He has a teammate, but with only 13 seconds left, perhaps feeling some of the pressure, feeling the time dwindle away, and Trent getting it to 1. But that's all it'll be.
And you know what? Props for G2 on this round because FRZ single-handedly dismantled the entire defense. and not budging. They understood. Okay, we're down 3v5. They're probably expecting us to rotate on the A now. Let's just hold our ground. Worst case scenario, we save. Yeah. They had a chance to actually bring this back. It was so close. But FRZ just on another level with that extremity lurk. Taking out the main duelist of G2. That's dangerous. Look at RGL sitting at 9-2. Still has the hop in hand. What is going on? If you're Josh right now, you can't help but feel like, what is going on right now? It's all falling apart. It's not even strategy. It's coming down to just the raw aim, maybe nerves, pressure being felt from the likes of G2.
I do think they're currently sitting amidst an abundance of questions and a terrible lack of answers. MiBR up 5, and the snowball can be traced all the way back to Sunset. Yeah. That thing started a long time ago, and it's a bloody avalanche now.
There's a lot of G2 fans in the crowd, and I'm sure your team needs your help right now. You guys have to hype them up if you want any type of chance of them winning this, because it looks grim right now.
Perhaps on the other side of this timeout, they'll be given a chance to cheer, a reason to cheer.
Do have a lot of ults online. There could be a potential Thrifty in the works, and it's all going to be started in this mid area of the map. But if you look at MiBR, it seems like they just keep on making the right reads. How is this guy already up ramp?
I mean, he's up ramp. Meanwhile, the rest of his team is taking B. A deep cosmic divide.
He's going to find out no one's on A here.
Yeah, there's a ton of indication here, too, with this cosmic divide. You don't really know where the hit is. It could be for B. It could be for A. The one benefit for G2 is they have a ton of space mid. If they're quiet, Mazin won't hear a thing.
Oh, he starts shift walking at the perfect time. How aware is FRZ?
Trench checking. Trench checking. He's going to get Mazin. JZZ surrounded, trying to get away. Finally, some utility to help. You also still have the late lurk from Ardeen. If they can buy enough time. There's a shot at this, but there's the lurk. Huge from net. RGL not able to pull it off. You call it for a Thrifty. You call it for a reason for the crowd to cheer. G2 have delivered.
Oh my gosh. What a weird round. What just happened? We had a jet on A site at the first 10 seconds of the round. All of G2 walking down mid, hearing the rotation. While we're hitting B, a little bit of, I think, overcooking here for MiBR, and that could come back to bite them in the behind, Doug. Later in this half.
Nice. I've got to call him out again, because I think his contain through spawn really secured the round. Trent has been nuts in the face of everything that's gone on. He's continued to answer the call.
Yeah, even last map, sitting at a 42% headshot rate. That's very, very high. This guy's feeling it. He had one whiff the entire map, is what it felt like. Now here we go.
Mid pit with the trip there to cover in the spam. Trent once again.
That's a big kill from our team. On to leaf into this vent area.
This is big too, because not only does he get that kill, but he gets through. He's gotten past the pit.
This is so awkward.
That has been the trend for this map so far.
That's a great call out, because now that allowed Net to rotate over. Net will be getting Trent's back here, so he feels safer in the ult. But that leaves B side completely open.
He knows as soon as there's noise made A, the flank is going to have to be coming in from mid. They know it too. Trent,
huge.
Again. MiBR left scattering as they try to figure out where they want to go. They've lost contain. They've lost a little bit of control across the middle of the map.
I mean, he's doing it all right now.
And there's still some work to be done, but he's healthy.
Not backing down from this A heaven area is MiBR.
30 seconds left.
You wait for that wall to go up.
Toxin screen down.
And you can see it on the map. G2 is so worried about T-spawn. CT spawn.
I thought it might just be the fall line, but he drops the ult. It hits both. Mazin flash, 13 seconds left. G2 have played this beautifully, but they've got to finish it. They've got to convert. Net will fall. You're expecting the second flank. Is it going to matter? No.
A.
We say this phrase a lot. That was a masterclass.
Yeah.
From G2.
Yeah. And it all starts from Trent and Net towards that mid and B side of the map. Net putting a mid trip to help Trent out. Gives him a free kill here. And just full support. And this guy
10 seconds left.
just did so many things into this round. Gets a kill in mid, controls it afterwards, goes up the vent rope, mollies off, delaying time for MiBR.
Yeah, Trent's value these last couple of rounds, again, going back to Sunset, has been invaluable.
Huge. And look at this mid setup. It doesn't matter because MiBR is all towards A, but you see the ideas that G2's trying to cook with here. Those trap plays that Abdes was talking about.
The paranoia is out. Leaf does have his ult. There's only one player up in heaven. Wow! Massive from Valen. Whew. It's crispy from JZZ. Damn. Still a lot of work to do, though. No armor for the duelist.
Go get him.
Look at Trent.
Yeah, he's gone exploring.
So much info.
JZZ may have slipped the net.
Bomb isn't moving at all, though. It's like Mazine, aware that Trent does like to get proactive in the mid round, but not in the right spot this time.
And maybe waiting for JZZ to confirm what's on the other side, and then that be the call to move. They've just cleared out spawn.
Look at how aware Trent is of this. He knows, he's like, I missed my timing in mid. They could be up B heaven now. Let me just maintain this B main control.
30 seconds
Everybody
left.
on A. Just set. But this is the right spot to be hitting for MiBR.
Yeah, but Trent's been hitting on the other side.
Yeah. And he's not going to give them any fights here. He's just going to wait for his team to retake all this space.
Oh,
get some trades and spawn.
He's ahead of it. This could be bad. Are they expecting him here? One falls, that's all it is.
Great trade.
Mazine going aggressive onto Trent. And Trent again, almost single-handedly keeping G2 in this fight.
Right on cue. And just so smart and aware to just hold passive B main space after noise is being cut.
Yeah.
Understanding that if he gets first contact there and dies, MiBR has significantly better chances of winning the round. And life again. It's been brought back into G2. And really, off of these trips that Net has been putting down. That's 2 rounds back to back. We've seen a trip kill.
Nice. Valen with a couple of really impactful kills there too. The second, the spam through the smoke, probably the most valuable of the bunch.
Yeah.
As now it's MiBR who's starting to feel some of the pressure as the pendulum swings back.
And I understand what MiBR has been trying to do, you know, like setting up lurks, trying to finesse the defense. Because G2's comp doesn't have much info other than their bodies and a cam.
Yeah, there really is no, like,
they don't have solid info. So MiBR with a great game plan going into this comp. But now they need to realize, okay, we're getting punished on these trips. Maybe I need to start using Ray's utility on the chokes, not for the actual site, right? Make sure my Jet can actually get out. Make sure my Rays can actually get out.
It becomes a guessing game.
Yeah, it's very good from G2 right now, how they've been maneuvering around the Cypher trips. And yeah, Net's only sitting at 3 kills, but 6 assists as a Cypher.
You mentioned it earlier, what, at least a trip kill the last 3 rounds, 2 rounds?
Yeah, 2 rounds for sure. Could be more.
On the other side of timeout, Valen has his ult, Leaf does too. MiBR fully invested towards A for now. FRZ with the pit online.
And this is a new setup here from G2. Early rocket play.
Off of Paranoia.
Thinking they have a read, but the protocols are in place. Cypher trips all over.
I imagine here, yeah, if MiBR try to take the fight to G2, they'll take it, but they can wait some of this out. Jonah P used his fault line at the beginning of the round, so you're going to want to use that for the retake.
Welcome to my
They're going to have to get through this pit, though. And there's some of the patience I was expecting. Net gets into his cam at just the wrong time.
Oh,
unfortunate there.
It's all falling apart again, it seems.
Deep flash and a perfect swing from Trent.
This is so hard to retake against this Viper's pit.
They have the util. They have the personnel. Jonah P just got his vault line back up.
Artzin's rapping heaven.
Do you drop the pit here to help him fight? Never mind. It doesn't matter because G2 pull it out again.
And Leaf just seeing things that we do not. Simply spams the Viper. What a trade from Jonah P on an Artzin. I'm actually surprised that Artzin even got Trent there.
I thought he was going to get away with everything up in heaven. I really did.
Makes you think maybe if he would have played the round a little bit slower, maybe played the bomb, could have had a different outcome. But I want to point out, Doug, that yeah, it was a set play towards B and a lot of utility was used from the likes of G2, Rocket, all that. But they already have the protocols for if MiBR is going to speed up onto that A site.
Yeah.
Let's go, Nate. And Net there, holding it down. Again with value.
That was what, a 5v3 that they were able to pull back in the face of a pit, right back into the action. And again, it's pacey towards A. But they've done this before. They've gotten this far, and then they throw the brakes on it. This time, they seem far more intent.
Yeah, they're getting a read now that G2 has been playing retake A for these last, what, 3-4 rounds?
Remember here in the previous round, JZC satcheled up into heaven and taken the fight to G2, and he got punished. Can he find success here?
Surely he gets cleared.
I mean, on the other side of that orb are 5 members. He's ahead of the wall, though. Wall down.
No way, what is this?
Do you expect this 50? Yes, they do. He still gets one, gets away. Finally punished. Artzin's there to greet on the other side.
My gosh, FRZ's just a little lurk in vent here.
I mean, they have so many layers to this. He's got a lurk in vent. Mazine is down in hell.
One enemy remaining.
It's just Net now.
Team A.
Wow. And a game of cat and mouse to close out the round. And JZZ, we've got to talk about it, man. What an aggressive angle. And he got hard cleared, but that stinger is so strong. The aim punch on it is what ultimately gets the kill for him.
And honestly, they didn't have a ton in that buy. Like that position, even if he just gets his one there, that's huge.
Great read from MiBR, understanding the win con. Understanding G2 loves to play retake on A. This time taking way more aggressive space into heaven with not just one person. Multiple different layers, as you said. FRZ and Vent as security. Now just a red wall from MiBR.
Op in the hands of Leaf.
And are they aware? That's the question. Is MiBR aware that there is an op in play? I'm sure they saw the money is there, but Leaf hasn't been buying it every chance he's been able to have.
The dog paving the way. There it is.
Great trade from JZG.
Brent falls. Oh no, he had to know, but it happened so fast. There was no way to expect the challenge.
Oh no.
JZZ with 3 on the round. Dude, that's so tough. You strike at the exact same time. Leaf can't react to that.
Oh my gosh, just the explosiveness of JZZ catching 3 members off guard.
And once again, silence settles over the situation. Up and down the ropes they go.
Oh, you spawned.
They're trying to save.
Enemy remaining.
Oh,
That's one down. Fallon trying to punish it. He can't.
Oh my gosh. That's disastrous. And if you're Net there, you know, you're like, man, didn't you just come up from vent? What happened?
Yeah, how'd you get over here? Yep.
That's a tilter. There's nobody looking at JZZ here, though.
Well, they dogged to clear him up there, and then he rocketed out. It was just too much.
You saw it. Jonah P just a second too late to pick up heaven.
Last round of the half. Because they weren't able to carry those 2 weapons over, you have a lighter by, a Guardian, a Stinger, a Judge.
Great first blood.
But the Vandal's the one that works.
Well, they know there's another here, Doug.
He's got to get out. And they're going to funnel him into the Judge. Does he have a flash? They're going to contact. They're going to contact! Oh. It's just one found.
I think he jumped the gun a little too early there. In a spot like that on land, you just tuck.
A little antsy, perhaps.
Potentially get 2, maybe even 3.
Jonah P's 1 away from having his ult online. He can convert it, get a kill all of a sudden.
This guy just jumped a trip on accident.
Equation changes.
Everything he's doing is right now.
It dropped the neural theft. A 4v3, but MiBR sink the soil into the sand. Mazine aware of the fact that there very well could be a lurk. But if they catch the timing right, this could be huge.
Great flash.
Trying to conceal the dog, not gonna happen. Mazine on the flash, and there it is, the timing's big. And Net is still concealed, he's gonna get them both! JZZ cannot convert! A huge response from G2.
Clean retake in life. Still in G2.
Big from them to keep this thing competitive.
Switching sides.
And honestly, this was him jumping the gun a little too early. That's kind of crazy, but clean retake. I honestly think this was actually a pretty decent half from G2.
Yeah, absolutely.
Against double duelist, right?
It helped because you won a bunch of rounds at the end. You won your 5 rounds when you were down 0-7.
Yeah.
That's huge. But they've kept it competitive. They've stayed in this thing. A 7-5 half in favor of MiBR. And then you wonder here, kind of for G2, trend has been really big. We'll see how he can do on the attack side. Ahead of play-ins, we spoke with G2's Leaf about MiBR and why he's taking this team very seriously.
I'm anticipating a lot of aggression. I think Brazil as a region just kind of has like very aggression-oriented like tactics and stuff like that. But they look a lot better than they did last year with their changes, and I also think that they're just a lot more confident too. They just came off their win beating Cloud9 in the rematch. So I think it's just going to be a confidence game, and we didn't need to not make sure that we just get ran over. We need to just, fight back ourselves.
Well, they fought back at the end of the half to keep it close, to get to 5, and to make the second half of this up for grabs. G2, if you win, I'll buy the bundle. They might hold you to that, whoever that was.
And being aware of the aggression is the name of the game here, especially on this attacking side. This double duelist comp, very hard to play on defense. You almost have to play aggressive with this comp because you don't have the utility that the other comps have. You don't have that Cypher as a Sentinel. You need to create the space and the plays to actually get a read on what's going on.
And that's what it's built for, really. Even on defense, you're absolutely right.
Yeah. But G2's comp against this, they have that fault line to stop early aggression or punish it even, right? So I think this is where you're going to see G2 try to get a masterclass of IGLing and trying to not die early to this Jet and Raze. But how much value can they get manipulating your rotations without solidified info?
That's going to be difficult to deal with.
If I'm at MiBR right now, I'm trying to abuse the solo Cypher because he's really the true only focal point of any type of visual info, right?
RGL tried going aggressive there. Caught by the fault line. Already starting to see some of those orbs funnel towards the Rolling Thunder for Jonah P.
Yeah, and they're able to make plays like that because of that fault line, because they're running the breach.
Yeah. It's free, really.
Yeah. And they even baited out an Astra smoke as well. That's huge. Only 1 star on B now.
And G2 cutting noise. There's a death ball that's creeping up in the middle of the map for MiBR, and Trent, of course, Trent is ready.
Is the timing there?
He spotted 1, but that was it.
They're still shifting it.
They've got to know that there's more, though. The first fall, Trent does it again! But Mazine on the counter, the flash in his face, the spam comes through, and there's nowhere to go.
Gets stuck on the wall.
RGL and Ardzine, the 2 that remain on the round, and they're separated. They're divided. And Classic will not do anything there. A great round from G2. And an ever important one.
And Leaf said it. Being ready for the aggression. Punishing it.
I mean, between what Leaf was saying, what you were saying about how the comp is built for stuff like that, you guys kind of manifested the round.
That is the blueprint of beating this double duelist comp. Let's see if MiBR pick up on that, though.
Gone here.
And that second kill from Shren
is massive.
That's a game changer right there.
I mean, shoot, and Trent has been that.
He's blind, he's full
In
blind.
a big way.
Nice. He's trying to go to Hogwarts.
Together.
Say Hogwarts?
Yeah, he was trying to take the train. He couldn't find it.
No buy from MiBR. Just pistols. And this time there wasn't an early fault line setup, so they decide to concede the orb, give it over to JZZ.
That B-main aggression from MiBR allows Trent to find the gap in mid. Already creeping up in this vent area, but Artsine leaning already. Little gamble here on this A site.
There are 3 here. Make that 4. JZZ hot to trot.
And it's tough because how do you know that MiBR is gambling when you don't have info? All you have is the cam and the Roomba, right?
Yeah, you don't.
So you could just run into stacks just like this.
Depending on the timing, Artsine is tucked in the tiniest and rattiest of pockets behind that wall. But it goes down and he has to reposition. The satchel out from Leaf. They didn't clear him. Artsine does fall. 2 more members back sight. Wow. Succumb to the pressure of the Vandal. This round is wraps. G2 has tied us up.
Planted.
He gets 1. 26 HP. It's all little B.
Clean. All guns saved into this round for G2. And honestly, MiBR had the right read, just not the right economy. Yeah, that's simple as that.
Yep.
And that's kind of scary going forward for the likes of G2 because, yeah, this worked very well. Had MiBR had invested into this round, like this could have been completely different, right?
But so the game really begins. The half really begins. Guns on both sides.
Early B main control again.
There's that fault line. An attempt to get the orb.
He's one up vault. Aggression again.
Mid. Remember, they saw this last time, and you can see they're almost expecting it. No loss of short-term memory.
Now, does G2 use flash here? Oh. Doesn't need it.
Dude, those were the type of fights that MiBR was winning at the beginning of their half on its
Yeah.
And that bodes really well for G2 if they're able to continue to do that. What's the call from here?
Look at that. That 1 kill alone making the defenses of MiBR rotate towards that B. And they're not going to be here in time for this A hit.
Mazine is the only one here, and he is surrounded. Oh no. Oh, but they didn't check him. I thought they'd go up heaven. I thought they'd go up ramps. The Rolling Thunder's not going to connect. It doesn't hit anyone. They don't have heaven control.
Oh, Leaf can be so deadly in this heaven spot.
Yeah, that's true. You're right.
Wow!
Jonah P flashed. Jonah P dropped. What's the timing for Leaf to go? There it is.
He's in the Matrix.
And they're continuing to push forward. The paranoia into spawn, but RGL, they're on the trade. Net's down in hell. Balin and elbow. A 2v3 as the spike ticks away. Time is of the essence. Net finding a perfect time to strike. RGL once again having to clutch something out, and this time no antics will get him through that. G2 take the lead.
So smart from Net. Taking the aggressive peek there. He knows that if he stays tucked, he's only good for 1 at least.
Yeah.
Taking his timing, understanding that somebody's pushing up close, has to worry about sight. Takes the 1v1 against JZZ and takes his head clean off. Oh, sorry, it wasn't JZZ. Mazen, the other Sky.
I think Leaf found a ton of value, and then Net getting that 2, and then the 3rd up in heaven to secure the round. Back into it we go.
That's a big confidence round for Net there, who hasn't really been too hot, you know, throughout this series. Getting a nice 3K. Really nice shots, too.
Oh, no. He got away with murder. That's big. That's an upgraded weapon for the duelist.
How did the cam not see him there?
He has no armor. Do you check RGL here? Oh dear, you don't. Somebody else does, right? They've gotten out, but it was just him. And now they're gonna walk into the grinder! RGL with massive kills, and JZZ puts him away. A thrifty round for MiBR.
Oh no. G2 forced to commit to be there because of that death from Net. And I don't know what happened there. He tapped the cam. I guess Artscene found the most impeccable timing I've ever seen.
That's so tough, man. For as much as we've talked about how disciplined they are, G2 just not clearing RGL at the beginning of the round.
Two big mistakes there. Not clearing RGL, not clearing Artscene. And Thrifties are so brutal.
Oh, we're back into it
in a moment like this.
Leaf with the ult. Off of the fault line, Mazine is dead.
That was a really nice set play off of progression.
He's gonna get ahead of the smoke. He's gonna land the shot with the Op, dashing towards safety. Looking for another, and it will not be found. Just wide left. But FRZ gifted a kill through the spam, through the smoke.
What are these trades?
Net gets the spike down. The neural theft is huge.
Oh, yeah.
It's gonna force things back. MiBR having to pause. And Leaf, opportunistic with the timing, fills in on the space heaven.
It is not planted for heaven, though. If they can make it into this elbow area.
Can they? They know where one is. They're peeking and ping-ponging at just the right time. They know they have to bully and isolate one of the fights. They have to do something about this one. But he was there. They've got it on. He was there, but he doesn't get anything. Net left alone. Oh, and he can't convert.
Leaf. A big mistake. He thought he killed him already. Oh no. Not like this if you're G2. Not like this. They had it in the bag.
And dude, and the fact that they didn't re-clear Leaf.
What is that kill from FRZ though? Oh, look, he thought he killed him. He jumped the gun a little too early.
He did. And that tiniest of windows.
And small mistakes like that could be the difference in this series.
I think it very well may be. MiBR has full guns. They have a one-round lead. G2 broken. But again, we've seen Thrifties. We've seen a couple of them this series.
That's just so brutal to lose, Doug. Look at the ult economy from MiBR because of that.
Yeah, but if you're G2, you have to move on. You can't dwell on that. And with that, G2 inject a little bit of pace into the round. The satcheling forward from Leaf, the spike planted from Valen, and they've gotten a lot done so far. I mean, they can just step into their post plants. You see the utility being dropped.
Early Seekers here.
That Cosmic Divide
Ollie
could be great. Jonah P waiting on the other side.
Oh, they're full blind right now, though.
They can't see anything.
What is that? He still gets one!
Another Thrifty? Can they pull it off?
They need this.
It seems like they're gonna get it. Yes, they will. We're tied again.
Blow for blow on this map. We're back. Trent again. How does he get one there? He was full blind for a while. I think the Seekers connected onto him.
I love the injected pace out of a blunder of a situation like that, allowing them to get into that position. JZZ with his ult. FRZ has his too.
Look at the buy now. It's like they changed sides.
A little bit more formidable for MiBR than what G2 had in the previous round, but you're right. The swing back and forth. Oh, Pid invested. They're threatening this punish, but there's nothing behind it.
It's still so hard to punish the Viper.
It is.
Viper could be anywhere. It could have fell back in the vent, right?
Oh, and you don't know if anyone's helping cover, even if he did respond into mail.
Exactly. Now, something that happened previously was RGL on that top spot. Oh, no.
RGL boldly crossing, but they've got to know he's there. He's going to try to get away, and somehow he does with 11 HP.
What are the reactions now?
They still have a lot of control across the middle of the map.
Net finding the gap, calling his team back. That is massive. Great calling right now. Great mid-rounding from Net.
Is he gonna get away with this by himself? I mean, if he plays his cards right, he's patient with the timing. That could be the difference maker.
Free sight, Planet for Heaven as well. Does he get hard cleared here?
Net with so much to do. Good job finding just the right time to get out. Now an aggressive pit from Trent. Does he push it? Nothing yet.
Just wanna hold this screens area.
RGL is tucked into a corner.
Maybe a dash over sight.
I feel like timings have been everything these last couple of rounds. Where's the challenge? Where's the dare? He's gotten behind him, but they know he's there. Leaf with a massive kill. And time has run out at this point.
A smart save here.
Yeah, MiBR can't afford to do it.
Wow.
These rounds have been so tense.
That was such a massive round, a massive lurk from Net. Understanding that there's probably 2 in the pit, and that kill on B. Baiting a rotation out. He takes his timing.
It seems like they were trying to insert RGL, but it was just a little late.
And G2 right now have a hard read on MiBR's aggression. Honestly, most of the rounds that MiBR has won on this defense side has been from just holding their ground.
Yeah.
Playing these cheeky corners, right? RGL, the previous time he had a stinger, was holding behind that box on the left. This time, going super wide into B main with no info. That's very risky.
You get Kobe vibes out of Josh there on that replay. Up, back in the lead, and job's not done. Job's not done. Not a smile, not a smirk, nothing.
Especially with these two teams, especially in this series. Yeah. And against MiBR, who, like, they just never give up, it seems like. Unless you're Sentinels. Warm-up scrim, though.
On the other side of the timeout, what do we have in store? The buy, once again, light for the defensive side. Artina's Blades, though. Talk about somebody who has been very, very impactful up until this map. It's been Artine. He's been quiet.
Yeah, he had that one really great moment with the op, but then proceeded to whiff on Jonah P on the reswing. Has to go Mo huge here for his team. But it's so tough as the Jet in this comp on this defense side to get value when teams are punishing aggression like this. So you kind of have to play these passive angles and try to finesse on the actual hit.
Try to set up for a defensive op or something.
And just look, it's this passive hold once again.
Yeah,
I mean,
they know.
They know.
Yeah.
And it's like I said, when you're running this double duelist comp, you have to make these plays, you know? There's too many gaps on the map. You can't hold everything at once on something like this, right? And that's why the Cypher's so strong.
Mazine and Artzine, what can they do to keep them back? Flash getting some info. You see Trent getting ready.
A misclick, maybe?
Yeah, I wonder. The paranoia out. He's got to get out.
What? Just running all over heaven right now.
I mean, they've managed to take a step back.
Oh, that's a great window.
Live to fight another day. That Rolling Thunder again. Connecting a little bit and causing some disarray. RT not able to find any value with the blades. G2 find the perfect time to strike, and this might be another save.
Finding themselves again.
Planted.
This is the G2 we know.
What
Not
a
letting
response.
it slip away this time.
Yeah, what a response, man.
And we're saving a Spectre. That's tough. That's tough.
And money's tight, I guess.
Clean rounds from G2.
Yeah, I think the one X factor there could have been Artzine with his blades, but they were just ready for it.
Just, can they close it out, Doug? That is the question we've been asking ourselves in a lot of these matches that G2 plays.
Yep.
It seems like they're always in the driver's seat. And it just slips away from him somehow.
But they've gotten to 11.
They need to close this map out here.
And then potentially take us to Breeze. But much like Josh said, it's a best of one. Win the best of one, and then we'll solve what happens on the other side.
Exactly.
30 seconds left.
0-0.
Op for Artzine.
Leaf is having such a good game right now.
We've talked so much about Artzine, how he has to hold passive angles as the Jet, because the comp really kind of lends itself to that. He's got it online.
I will note something. We haven't really seen Artzine on that B side of the map whatsoever. I feel like Jet, especially with an op, can be so oppressive in holding that entire lane down. That in itself gives a bunch of value, much similar to FRZ on that elbow area on the last map. Allows you to stack certain sites when you get lines that deep.
MiBR have historically been incessant in controlling the middle of the map, but this time they're trying to punish FRZ with a great spit to keep him back. And the orb in the face of the paranoia stays alive. So surely you're expecting all this pressure. Astrostar's going down.
Not enough fuel.
Trying to draw a line in the sand and trying to keep them back. Mazine down low, Arumba, Net, both stay alive. JCZ gets another. MiBR dismantle G2 in this round. A flawless round.
And you see it, right? When you play the passive holds against G2's comp, it allows them to potentially run into a stack. They don't have the info. If you do not give anything early on, it can open up a insane sight hold like we just saw.
One enemy remaining.
And sometimes
Down B.
some of the most oppressive rounds are rounds like this where you had all the utility for the hit and you just get shut down. Oh,
he wanted to be.
Ruba coming out though.
He's still got the op.
He's definitely spotted him.
Yeah, you see the mini-map. They're pinging. They know he's there, and he still gets the shot on Leaf.
Can he get a second though? Last time he got traded right away by Jonah P.
Is this the moment that he takes over the game? No, it seems like for now G2 are rotating away, but the timing on the dog is great.
That's what I said. When you have that Jet that controls that B line, it allows you to stack the other side of the map.
And the Sixth Sense from Mazine, the timing of it was gorgeous.
Constantly getting info here. Ooh.
No more charges left.
Nice little jiggle.
Ned had a shot at that.
Oh no.
That's a lot of info relayed that way, and JCZ strikes at just the right time from the ropes. Dropping Net. RGL backside. Mazine, no utility, but he's close by to help.
Great stun.
Playing back in pillar, and the cross is beautiful, but there's one more close. Do they know that he's there? Yes, they do! MiBR with a flawless round to tie us up again.
When you don't show early aggression, it puts doubt in the minds of G2 and opens up the ability to have site setups. And this was insane. What a flick. Look at this. I wouldn't want to re-hit on that guy either after hitting that crazy shot.
You rotate away from that.
But even just the crossfire on site here, so
that
beautiful.
Was pretty.
Such an intense moment on both sides. But momentum now in favor of MiBR. Back-to-back rounds with sight holds. And honestly, barely losing numbers on both. Gives you a lot of confidence to close this out potentially.
And again, the questions about G2 and whether or not they can close out a map and put a team away when they need to.
Yeah.
It's tough. G2 calling their last time out.
And this is where you're seeing the solo initiated breach struggle.
Yeah.
Is if you don't pick the right spot, if you do not pick where the opper is, he can get supreme value because you have no other ways of getting info besides showing your body, it feels like.
Leaf has his ult, Net has his too. Only 2 really in play, potentially for the rest of the map.
What an insane game.
And it's not done. Leaf satcheling forward off of the flash to try to catch somebody playing ramps.
And Leaf definitely heard this. At first he needs to get out of there fast. Otherwise that rocket might be deadly.
What? He's so far up.
Oh my god.
And there's no trip, there's no nothing.
Look at the info he has right now.
Ahead of everything. How patient is he? That's the question.
He doesn't need to do anything here.
No, he just holds and
he's ahead of the lurk smoke.
He just gets so much value.
This is such a small moment of anti-stratting that he has picked up on, or somebody on his team told him. Go past that Viper orb. Get that deep B line. Disrespect it. And we talked about it before, like MiBR plays the win.
I think they're also starting to cue in on the fact that they try to play around Joan P's utility a lot. If it's not in the first hit, they wait until the fault line comes back up, and then they go. And Leaf goes. JZZ trading him back, though, satcheling away from the utility and staying alive.
Still has nade, too.
To buy so much time as JZZ takes over the round.
Spike down.
4 for MiBR.
What a savage.
Trent with so much to do.
So little time.
10 seconds left.
Another nade.
The 3rd of the round. Ace not found.
Wait.
Trent's on the swing. I don't know that he does. Does he? Does he? Oh my gosh. He's gotten it to 1. Trent, can he do it again? No!
Such an important round. He almost won it back.
MiBR gets a series point.
Holy. And where did JZZ come from? Where did this monster of a player get the confidence to do this? It's such an important round, 11-11. So clutch.
And again, our team, the guy who we mentioned has been quiet, stepping up when his team needs him to the most. Yeah, bro, same. But remember, no timeouts. There's no time to think this over, to talk it through. The action continues. The paranoia as Leaf takes space. An op in the hands of Mazine and Artine. FRZ so close. He spotted the hand. The flash is there. He still gets 1. Now neural theft invested.
That almost connected.
Yes, it did. And you imagine that Cypher's going to throw a break on things for just a moment. But Leaf not getting hit by the flash. He got ahead of the cage. I don't think they expect him here. Leaf's positioning could win the round. Artine with the op. Ah, that was close too. Dude, Leaf's timing might win this round. Leaf with so much to do in the element of surprise, but he didn't see him!
No way!
JZZ drops him!
And he's still going!
G2. Oh. Artine down to 2 HP.
Going tit for tat.
They're gonna rotate away.
So much pressure right now on G2. This could be it.
30 seconds
Again,
left.
the implications of this are massive. They've got to pull this off. If you're G2, I mean, if you're G2 and you lose this, you got to beat Sentinels. This is one that on paper they were supposed to win. They were supposed to get away with this one.
Cover going out.
But now all expectations are thrown aside. All that matters is this round, is this moment. G2 down in numbers, but they have the advantage of the spike planted. There's still so much utility on the side of MiBR, though. You see the stars littering across the site. Net alone, and he's gonna get overwhelmed. There are 3 on the other side. Can he hold? No, not able to hold back on the transfer, but it's a 2v2. Artine,
No way we're sticking this.
Artine has gotten it to half. That's a big job done. Can Mazine do it?
Enemy remaining.
Time running very, very low.
He's got to go. Can Trent be the hero again? He's gonna stick it. Oh my God, not like this! Oh, we're gonna play another round!
Switching sides. Overtime.
Trent closing the half out. Couldn't do it previously. but brings him into OT now. This is such a crazy game.
Holy smokes.
So much on the line for G2 here.
That was uncomfortably close. But again, a stoic reaction from Trent. Boy, that kid's been good, man.
We have been blessed with such a banger of a map. Who would have thought Split would be so entertaining?
And the show continues. Again, for G2 though, it's got to be more than this. If you want to extend this series, if you want to get to Breeze, you've got to put MiBR away here. First round of OT. Cypher utility littering A.
This is nothing new from G2.
No, but I will say this. Remember what it was that MiBR was able to use to find success on their attack paths. It was the double duelists. It was the dashes. It was the satchels. It was the up traps. It was the overwhelming presence and pressure that they were able to apply. And such a drastic difference. 40 seconds into the round, silence.
Sticking to this mid trap, and we've seen them try to run this a couple rounds before.
Jonah PS fault line, off of the contact. You're right, that trap mid could be the difference maker.
They've tried running this all game, really, and the opportunity never arose, but in OT moments like this, this is when these plays come to fruition.
There's the threat.
There's the stun.
There's the stun. There's the swing.
Wow. Almost a deadly exchange. But here comes the contact in A. Great IGLing from Mazin.
30 seconds left.
And I think a familiar set of positioning for those trips.
They need to plant for heaven here.
For
there
heaven?
it comes.
Spike plant.
It is planted for heaven.
I mean, there's so much of G2 up there at this point.
Is RGL gonna wrap all the way back around? Don't think he has the time to.
No, he's gonna have to go through ramps if he wants to do it that way.
These site kills are so important for G2. They have to kill these players on site cleanly.
A 5v5 retake as the slide continues to be an issue. G2 finding some space.
And look at Trent.
Now we have to consider the reflank up heaven. Valent not able to get it to half. Imagine it was RGL's utility. Trent down. How much more do they have? FRZ up in heaven. Is he gonna hold it? No!
FRZ! So clutch!
And Valent's so close.
Switching sides. Match point.
None of that possible if FRZ doesn't best Trent in that heaven fight.
And G2 once again find themselves with backs against the ropes.
And it's moments like these where Trent doesn't need to play that aggressive in that spot. He knows they're coming from heaven. He knows it's planted for there. He needs to just tuck for as long as he can, get free kills, shoot him in the back. But that's what pressure does in these situations. Lack of judgment. Such a small positioning error, allowing MiBR to control all of heaven.
And now a timeout. Nice to give you all at home and here in the arena a chance to catch your breaths. Whew. MiBR in a position that I think some may have expected, but many didn't.
Yeah, especially after the last series. I don't think anybody honestly thought they were gonna win.
Yeah.
I think everybody here ruled them out, losing in such a brutal fashion. And now I wanna see if MiBR makes an adaptation in this OT to deny a ramp control from Leaf, because he's been satcheling there for the last like 4 or 5 rounds.
Yeah, it was very free.
And I think they kind of already set up for it. Usually when you see the rays in the sky towards this heaven area, you do a reclear. But G2 wise not to make that same mistake.
Or to just show a different look.
Yeah, show a different look, I should say.
And an op in the hands of Arzine.
No amount of prep.
No.
That's just instinct. Flow state.
FRZ tucked on the other side. RGL there to help, remember. He got the over. Jonah P on the trade. RGL gets away. But they continue to trample towards B. Net's gonna be on a late lurk. If they can make some noise, Heaven, they may flip the map and go back. That's what they do, but the rotations are not coming out from MiBR. JZZ has not moved.
If Mazin makes noise here, it could be disastrous for MiBR. Very smart.
A freeze in the round. A smoke to suggest a hit B in the fault line.
It's all fake.
But you're right. It's all the other way.
JZZ, we saw him go huge here before. But can he do it again?
Trying to dig
so hard to replicate those moments.
But he's gonna have to, trying to dig his heels into the site. See the Roomba, that's now a second smoke. They could go back here. There's not a ton of time, but Jonah P's still up in B heaven. They are. They're gonna go back, and look at where RGL is again.
A G2 should be aware of this.
Oh, you're ahead of it. Oh, he's ahead of it. Jonah P falls. Oh, they've got to go now.
10 seconds
Remember,
left.
it was RGL who opened the round. Getting the best of Trent.
Does he get him off bomb?
No, doesn't. Just narrowly missing that timing. But I think his positioning is far more valuable right now. Spotting the first. Giving the space up. And you're right, Net in a position to play spoiler.
Oh my gosh, this is so intense.
Hardzine with the op. The tension builds.
So passive in this heaven, holding for the lurk.
The moment, massive, and Valen answers the call. RGL a 1v3.
Oh my god.
RGL gets one. How much more can he find? A satchel at his feet, 31 HP. You're right, it's not. There's a timing here if he can pull this off. And no, we go again.
Another 3v4 post-plant win.
Switching sides.
Oh my gosh, I can't handle this. I can't handle this right now.
I mean, come on.
That kill from Jonah P was so fortunate.
These teams are so well matched up. If you think about how the round just went down, it was kill traded each way, back and forth. Nobody with an advantage until Valen shows up. And so we go again. MiBR on attack. Not aggressive, not pacey, at least not yet. And now note where that SAR is up in male. That's often indicative of a satchel up and maybe a stun or something like that, but not this time, not yet.
And all signs right now for MiBR have been led towards A, right? Usually when you star male, you're leaning towards vent, right? They flashed into A ramp early round. You have the A wall there. Everything they've shown has been towards A, but it's a B hit. And they catch Trent out.
But it traded back?
Did he just breach see him off the dog?
I think so. That double duelist was neutered for just a moment, but...
You've seen this before.
JZZ creeping forward. RGL getting the spike down. Numbers towards the defense. This crossfire could be everything.
Could be a hard clear from Valen.
Do they have anything to cover? You're right. Oh, and they get a second.
Wow. All up to RGL, the clutch meister.
In a 1v
star.
In a 1v4 though. He's still healthy, and he's in a position. This is a one and done if he pulls it off, and that's all it is.
G2 in the driver's seat now.
Is that? No, it's not the first time all game, but it's been a while since they've had the lead. But they've been on the back foot for a long time.
This is unreal, man.
Switching sides. Match point.
And we're gonna get another moment to think things over.
I mean, that kill was huge.
Yeah. MiBR calling a timeout. The discipline from Valen there. You mentioned it. It had to be a hard clear, and that's exactly what it was. Valen's just gone ballistic these last couple of rounds.
Wow. What is MiBR going to be cooking up? Because I have no idea. Maybe a faster retake this time. Maybe don't set up this time.
I mean, this is where you really see a lot of the value of the tandem that is your IGL and your coach.
Yeah.
Because you've shown a lot at this point, right? You've danced a couple of these rounds. There's
how deep can you go?
Exactly. How deep does that playbook go? You're absolutely right.
G2 has been a team for a very long time, so they have a very deep strat book for sure. They could even bring out something that they've done 2 years ago.
Yeah.
If they wanted to.
Do they buy an op?
I was wondering the same thing. He's wondering the same thing.
I think that's a big question, and
I
he
think
does.
He's been getting great value for it, so I agree with this buy. But I've noticed he seems to only get one.
Yeah. And it's often a big one, but you're right. You want a little bit more value there.
He needs to try to chain these kills together. Maybe change positioning after he takes the first shot. Go to the other site. Be there for the actual hit when it actually comes through.
Can G2 weather this war of attrition and take us to Breeze? To potentially much calmer waters.
There.
And so far, Doug, they're picking the right site to hit. No Raze util, no Viper util there. Just the Sky. He cannot hold this hit. 0% chance. And they have the info that Sky is here. And if I'm G2, I'm like, that's kind of fishy. Why is Sky on B?
Our team has been implanted mid.
They read right into it.
Meanwhile, the paranoia and the double satchels, Mazine falls. Leaf gets the best of them. There's a potential for a flank, but do you go? And do you go with an op?
There's trips.
No, they rotate back. Decide that they want to take this through heaven, or at least attempt to. Start to see some of the nades come through.
Leaf is feeling it.
Trent setting up some of that utility. Jonah P primed and ready for the flash. They have three sitting backside.
And no Raze nade anymore. And Jonah P's alive on default. This is so good for G2.
Can they get it over the line, though? Net's timing could be everything. JZZ with 2. There's the ult for Leaf. Oh, 5 HP. I don't think FRZ can do this. Wow. We're going to Breeze.
What a comeback from G2. I had questions. Can they close it out? They do indeed close it out. What a crazy game. I cannot stress it enough. Both teams just going blow for blow. Shot for shot. Post plant for post plant, man.
I mean, everything.
It's so crazy.
I think we saw both of these teams tested in ways that I don't know that anyone really expected. And ultimately, as much as there have been conversations around can G2 close, I think you see some tenacity that only comes from grinding through Ascension, from being turned down in certain situations, from making an international debut and stumbling right out of the gates. Like, that's the kind of stuff that makes a team like the team we're seeing right now in G2. And then you inject Leaf and how he just continues to get more and more comfortable. It bodes really well for G2 and what's in the future. But we get to go to a break. We still have Breeze on the other side of this, and there may be something special cooked up there. We'll have to find out on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere. You're not going to want to miss it. We'll be right back.
versus 1 agora. Bench tá muito machucado também. RGL.
Sem vida.
RGL. Vamos na tentativa. RGL.
Setup has been cooking for a long time. There's so many people there. Does he get away with the second? And how on earth has Leaf done that?
It took overtime to do it, but G2 manages to fight back, and we will be going to map 3 Breeze. Welcome back, Oldemo here alongside with Ball and Wyatt as we break down that awesome game that we saw in Split. I gotta agree with Baby Bay. Man, Split's been a gift. That was a fun one.
I feel like we get so many overtimes on that map, but that was really good. I mean, it was great play all around. I mean, even throughout the first and second halves, like the overtime ended up just being clutch after clutch. And I mean, fantastic post plants all around too. The adjustments that were coming through from both sides was amazing. I mean, you heard Baby Bay talk about how Artson is moving around the map, how he's getting value out of the op, how it's dangerous for G2 to go into him. And then the final round is when they finally decide, let's just go B. And the thing that they realize is the slight change, right? Just the sky there, and that's how they win it. That's crazy.
On the G2 side, though, one thing I was a little bit worried about was the fact that it's great that they were getting so many first kills. They went 18 for 10, but on 6 of those, they didn't convert that first kill into a round win. That was one aspect of the game that MiBR were doing much better at. They were actually winning a decent amount of those 4v5s. A lot of them were in those situations where they were able to set up really good crossfires and just shut down the hit when it came in. It was RGL in those situations, anchoring. I'm impressed that G2 brought it all the way back, or, you know, all the way back. It's not like it was a massive deficit.
I thought it was over.
But no, genuinely, I thought it was over too. They were looking.
I'm sure some of the people in the chat were typing GG too. Like
oh, for sure, man. I mean, I wouldn't blame them because it just looked like MiBR were cooking, you know?
It's fun to overreact.
And it is fun to overreact.
I have a great time overreacting.
That's right.
They lose one pistol, GG. Yeah, I'm in the chat with them saying
there's
GG.
one thing I love doing is being unreasonable about everything. You know, that's how you live your life, honestly. Do it that way, kids. But you know what, though, you should do? You should probably get more thrifties. That's exactly what MiBR and G2 were doing because it was Thrifty City for them. They were pulling off some pretty great rounds that, again, it just goes to show it's like it was a boxing match, center of the ring, left hook, right hook, amazing.
In that second half, I mean, it was crucial, these rounds that they came up with. First was MiBR, right? In a round that I was unforgivable for me from G2 to lose, but it ended up coming through. And then right after that, a couple rounds later, G2 does the same thing. The big difference, though, is MiBR end up losing a couple after that and saving and not really allowing themselves to stop the economy from snowballing. That's how G2 got back into it because it was constantly MiBR was coming up with a win, like what should have been a break, you know, where they break the money from G2, but they constantly kept saving, no damage done. G2 had so many people alive at the end of the rounds that just they weren't able to actually bring it back and stop the snowball in the first place.
Yeah, a lot of tools were available there toward the end. And then, of course, you know, one player that, without saying, just his impact felt immediately. You see him starting to really blend with this team. It's Lee from G2 Esports. He's finding his groove, and when Lee finds his groove, and let's not forget that we're going to be heading over to Breeze next, this is going to be quite fascinating to see what this guy can do on a jet.
Yeah, all of last year, Leaf was one of the top in the leaderboard in terms of first kills to first deaths. On this split that we just played, he was 7-4 there. Super solid, 7 of those 18 first kills that G2 got. And yeah, but we're heading over to Breeze. We haven't seen nearly as much Jet as we've seen of his Raze so far in kickoff. But overall, if you look at his entire history, he's played like about 1,500 rounds on both agents in pro play. And his Jet stats are better with first kill to first death. It's like 0.24 on Jet, 0.19 on Raze. Kills per round, 0.9 on Jet, 0.83 on Raze. Like, his Raze is still great, but Jet, historically, that's where he's been able to go really crazy, take it up a notch, which is what we saw on C9. He was just aggro peeking on Jet and, you know, boom, first kill, dash away on attack over and over. And, you know, we're going to see that op online.
When I think of Leaf, I do think of Jet, right? I think of Jet, maybe some mixed with last year's Lotus, the Neon, that sort of thing, but it was definitely all Jet. And, you know, he's getting compared with some people like Aspas coming back up with his reputation.
I just always think about Pearl, him pushing aggressively, creating space for just because he can.
The thing is, though,
good.
I feel like, especially the games that you're talking about, we have seen a lot of Raze from him, but his Raze has gotten a lot better. And it feels like he's getting his movement down pat, where it feels like he's playing Jet in most of those cases. Now, my point being, though, is that because he's working a lot on the Raze in the offseason and letting that Jet kind of slide away, right? Is he practicing less and less of that agent? I don't know. What I do know is the guy is a beast on Breeze. And what I do know is I think, based on what we just saw from Split, the G2 players are starting to really fry in terms of their individual skill. And I think that is what ended up making the difference down the line. Strategically, I think MiBR, once again, was making right calls, right reads, and overall macro outgaming them. But Valorant did make some good calls down the stretch. That combined with the individual level, I think on Breeze might pull them over the edge.
Yeah, it was so labored for them for most of Split, and you're right. Once they got getting over the edge, almost feels like breaking through that mental glass ceiling at some points. It feels like G2 get to that point a lot.
It's not the
my
jet,
God,
right?
never mind.
It's not the jet.
Never mind on the
It's not
Yoru.
the jet.
That, all of our analysis, out the window. During a discussion about Jet, irrelevant.
Well, for Ryzen, about almost everything irrelevant.
I'm a little stunned, shocked even.
I don't like it. Okay, I like it.
Really?
Oh, you like it? Wow, you're so easily swayed.
I like Harvard. What can I say? No, I mean, MiBR play a standard comp here. They played it so far. They already played it against Furious, so I think this is a good third map to end for G2, and throwing a curveball at them because we haven't seen the Breeze from G2, I think could work out very, very nicely. With that said, again, I think the individual level from G2 in that last game leads to me to think that a more standard thing probably would work maybe just as well or better than whatever they're planning right here, because they're cooking something.
Yeah, I'm trying to rack my brain if I've even seen Leaf play Yoru in a match.
Yes.
I'm trying to remember. It's just it's either very rare or
yay Cloud9.
I mean,
like around lock-in.
Yeah,
like at a Red Bull tournament last year. I'm serious. I'm not making this up.
Right. So point being, we just don't see it
against like Focus or something like that.
You are a nerd. How do you know that?
Nerd.
How do you remember? JB, let's go stuff him in the locker.
Yeah, we have some lockers down the hall. Just get them in there. Oh, man. Well, this is it. Do or die for both of these teams. MiBR needs this win. G2, they have another opportunity, but boy, oh boy, would a victory be sweet here. Let's send it over to your casters who can hear me this time. It's Baby Doug or Dougie Bay.
I think Baby Doug sounds a lot better than Dougie Bay.
I think they both.
Dougie Bay sounds like a dance.
We can make it up.
Hit the Dougie Bay.
We can make it up. Listen, I want to get your thoughts on this. Yoru, Harbor, Viper. You were telling me before they cut to us that you have experience playing against this, seeing how it plays out. What are you expecting?
Yeah, I've scrimmed against this comp, and I just want to say one thing, and the Des was touching on Leaf quite a bit.
Yeah.
He is extremely comfortable from what I've seen in scrims on this Yoru pick.
Okay.
He was absolutely rolling the teams that I was playing for. And honestly, this Harbor, they set up so many weird things in A main. You're going to see a lot of walls coming out from him, and pop flashes through from the likes of Leaf. So you're not going to see it this round because Leaf is rocking the Deagle, but look for that in the future.
MiBR on the attack side. Starting to see some of the Harbor utility already, sectioning off the middle of the map.
Fast B hit.
They want to go B. They still have all these trips. The knife hit one, but it didn't hit the Cypher, so the trips are still a problem.
Wait.
Trent gets the best of our team. They know he's there. JZZ's on the swing to punish.
A lot of damage done, though. JZZ sitting on 26 HP. Mazin, 60. Getting close to one-shot Deagle range. Just to the body, and here we go, Leaf.
Leaf is on the prowl.
It's a late flank, but look at FRZ, he's so weird.
Are they expecting him?
Oh my god,
seems like they are.
Weird. This is crazy.
Leaf just sent away into the wind.
What? And that was the win con.
Well, they still have some of this Harbor utility to go with, but the spike has been ticking for a long time. The Cove is going to suck to get through because they only have classics. They only have pistols.
They're sticking it.
It takes forever. He's gotten it to half. And now they can draw a line in the sand and try to hold them back.
Oh my gosh.
One enemy remaining.
No freaking way.
This is so unreal.
It's just the pistol.
And this map is already being set up just like the last one.
No charges left.
So close. Both teams so evenly matched, it seems.
I think a couple things that I want to keep an eye on as the rest of the half plays out is you saw they were trying to find Net with that knife, but he was playing mid so that he doesn't get tagged with it, so his utility's still up. I wonder if we're going to start to see some of the changes in where the knife placements goes to try to catch him. Because if you want to hit B, you have to get that stuff down.
Yeah, they do have the Sova to shock dart the trips, which is good.
Yeah.
But you're 100% correct. Just knifing him and not having to use any util is great.
Oh my gosh. It's not going to work out, but that was a really cool idea.
And that's what I was talking about. Those re-clears with the wall towards A. Yeah, they didn't have like really the best investment to be making that type of play now, but already conditioning these things early on. So the next time they're able to set it up, they're not actually there. And maybe Yoru's has a TP on B where he flashes A, TP's back to B. You're gonna see a lot of movement of those legs.
And I'm hoping we get to see that hit one more time, because there was a dart, there was a harbor wall to block off any other help, there was a flash out of a smoke. It's very drilled, and again, that's some of the stuff you were talking about. He's comfortable in that role. They have really cool ideas.
Yeah, and what they like to play around with the most of G2, like they love playing with those timings of when they're gonna do that.
Yeah.
Sometimes they show it and they're not throwing a flash this time. Different types of utility, but still showing aggression on that side of the map.
Keep them guessing a little bit. You got an outlaw in the hands of RGL.
It's actually a huge buy going into this round, especially because G2 have 3 people on light armor. If he picks the right spots, as I said in the last map, it could end up being very devastating for G2. And I really want to see way more aggressive play when you have this type of gun. Allow that gun to create the space for your team. Because even if you go up against somebody that's full armor, 140 is a lot of damage, especially when you have somebody behind you to get the trade.
Yeah.
I feel like people aren't using this outlaw to its full potential. Oh, interesting dash.
Once again, feeling some pressure. He's lit up. They know he's there, but you can't really challenge. Dude, how have they kept him back? They've kept him alive.
Okay, FRZ's timing here. Wait.
Trent is still alive. Net falls. Artine finding a ton of value with that Guardian. The heavy pen causing problems.
Spike planted.
Now Valen left on the other side of this trip. Has dropped one. But this is a really big start for MiBR if they can convert this bonus.
Leaf again on the flank. No trip to deal with this time.
And nobody watching window either. So he's going to get a lot of space.
They're also aware. They're not peeking window. They're making sure they're playing a post plant that is not in window. And I think the best thing you can do here if you're G2 is just either save or maybe try to do damage. But
even then, even if they do just play for exits, they've got plenty of money.
And how does JZZ already have a Sova?
Round 3. Yeah. Yeah,
like,
that's
this
wild.
This guy can play every single character at a high level. That's so rare to find in a player.
Leaf is the only one who's going to keep a weapon.
And again, a very strong start from MiBR. If anything goes as it previously has been going, you're going to see a pause maybe in the next round from Josh if they don't get a thrifty here. And something so smart that I saw MiBR do in this round was getting the first blood on that kill onto the site and just freezing, not overextending, giving Trent any 1v1s, just playing together, really.
Same wall to section off the middle of the map, and then the flash and the swing.
That's a clone. Or is it? Nah, it is.
You got to find out, right?
Yeah.
And so because of how the beginning of this round is played out, G2 have a lot of control across the middle of the map.
And what's so cool about that harbor wall that they throw is that, yeah, they can be pushed up mid, they can be pushed up halls, you know. So you have to worry about all these factors, and it sets you up for these mid-round lurks. I think Leaf is going to dodge this drone. That causes FRZ to have to use a body to clear it. But Leaf taking the best timing possible, gets the kill on FRZ. That's a big first blood into what could be thrifty.
We've had our fair share.
Look at Halls, look at Halls. Oh my gosh.
He only has a ghost.
And that's all because of the kill on FRZ.
Yeah.
Jonah P understands the gap. No trips up.
He's gonna hit a timing.
Oh my gosh. He has to go huge here.
Spike planted.
He has to go absolutely huge.
The other thing is Ned is also on the flank. Even if you clear Jonah P, you're not expecting the second. Leaf with 3 on the round. And now you know there's pressure coming in from main. They're gonna thrifty this thing. 3 pistols still up.
No way.
They have to tuck and they have to try to find space further into the site. Mazine left alone. A 4K for Leaf. Net gets the last. A thrifty, of course.
And I was saying it, Doug. Leaf is very comfortable on Yoru on this map.
Thrifty.
You're gonna see him. Honestly, this map was a playground for him on Jet. So when you put the Yoru in, there's even more things that you can do. More feints with where you're playing. Re-aggression. Use the clone. And that was a solo mission that he went on.
Anyone else?
Nothing really set him up in that round. He just took all that space in the mid round.
Oh, wow.
That was a sick shot.
I was really confused on what they were trying to show us at first.
That was
I'm not going to lie.
Thread the needle on him.
But the Thrifties continue.
And Jonah P with the op. This is something else I didn't want to leak for everybody yet, but...
Oh, hang on. I hope this is a timeout. Nope, it's not.
Oh,
Tag
no.
pause. All good, though, guys. I'm being told it's
All
an audio
good.
issue, so hopefully we're back into the action very soon. We'll keep you all posted. But yeah, you saw it prior to this minor delay. Haha.
Oh.
I'm told we're going back in. It really was a minor delay.
Yeah.
There is an op online for Jonah P.
And I want to point out as well, he can hit shots.
Yes.
Man, like there was a scrim where this guy had like 20, 30 easy on me, and I was like, bro, he's not even an op, bro. What's going on? Like, he's not even duelist, bro. Like, this guy's opping on Sova, destroying me.
We don't normally get to see him wield that weapon. We'll see what value he can find with it.
Yep. Valen already has Harbor ult. Very good on the retake. This is what I was talking about. Already conditioning at Harbor. Cascade onto A main.
That's interesting too, because the first time we saw it, it was much deeper. Oftentimes you have it go further up, but they leave a pocket on the right side.
Yeah, it's all deliberate. Trying to set up Leaf for an easy kill. FRZ. Who else would you want to have this Vandal right now?
Yeah, that's fair. The tip of the spear for MiBR.
It's good ults online for both squads, but no one has bomb right now, so we're still trying to decide where they want to end.
Yeah, it's actually really far away too.
I think Artson picked up that he TP'd back towards stairs. And Leaf still has his ult online, gets the info again.
It's so much value. That's so much info.
That is a lot of info. And they already have 3 here, so they don't really need to lane. You know, you don't want to over-rotate. And that should secure what G2 thought was going to be an A hit. But
ult invested.
They decide to go back.
30 seconds left.
JCC's left.
That is so smart from MiBR.
Is the knife up? It is up. It doesn't matter. Net's down anyway.
That's got to be a blunder, dog.
Yeah, Trent's filling in behind it, but the flank gets flanked. And now Trent up close. I don't think they know where he is.
Oh!
10 seconds left as the spike hits the ground.
Damn.
Is he gonna have enough time to reach? No, he's not. Jonah P with the op. I don't think there's gonna be enough time. The round is done.
Leaf wins the round right here. Oh, it's already done. Leaf doesn't even need to do anything, but he had that secured.
Yeah.
Had Artson try to plant and gets the kill. And what did I say? Jonah P, crucial kill.
I mean, he secured the round with that op shot. Time was so tight.
And now MiBR, they have to think, where's the Sova gonna be opping? Or maybe do we give it back to Leaf?
Yeah.
Right? We can cycle it now.
Yeah, it becomes a guessing game.
Yoru op is great on this map because of the ability to reposition.
And it goes right into his hands, as you were mentioning.
Look at the mind games. G2 setting things up for future rounds. Conditioning. Look, that wall out again. Now an op behind it. And if JCZ does anything bad here, he's going to get opped. He's going to be taken out.
And he calls the bluff and peeks ahead of the cascade.
Interesting positioning here from Net, huh? Full util on B with Viper playing off of it and Sova. And he's solo hauls.
I think he's so far away.
I don't know if he's actually on cam either.
I'm not sure
There's
either.
no way he is because he has to hold this down.
I think he's so far away because Mazina's ult.
Yeah.
So if it's a B hit, the knife becomes less of an issue. It becomes more a problem with the ult, and there it is. It's used.
That was a very nice kill. That causes Sova ult to be invested. They have a chance into this round.
Oh, he's creeping behind him. There's no way he'd expect him there. So the op hits the ground. Mazine back sight. He just, that was a game of chicken.
Man, I love how confident Artson is. Oh, that's a huge kill. Hold up.
JCC's on a flank. He might get a timing across mid. First dart cleared, Artson falls. But again, JZC is the one you have to keep an eye on here. Trent falling. RGL holding the line, instantly traded back.
Net looks like he's aware, though.
There's the timing. He's got to go fast now. Oh, but he gets knifed out to try to get a jump ahead of it. Pays for it with his life. Mazine on the swing will not convert.
Uh-oh.
We're tied again.
And that was a clean retake from G2. And it honestly, when you're in those positions, especially against MiBR, who are post-plant fanatics, right? Like, they usually play the post-plants to a T. Winning like that that's got to give you confidence going into these future rounds. I mean, a 5v3. That's a rough round to be losing.
Yep.
Yeah, see?
And you can see it on
perfect
Bazooka's
reaction.
face.
Yeah, that's tough. Don't want to lose like that when you're up two players.
Op still in the hands of Leaf.
Look at that wall.
Artson using Blade. Yeah, that wall.
All right, how they
looks
cooking with that
miserable.
one, huh? Halls and a main aggro. Just fainting it, though.
As Leaf's in a position, he's got a gate crash to
And
keep
this-
away.
Yeah, that in this spot, it's so hard to clear.
You have to get so far up, you're right.
Yeah.
But TP's away for now.
Yeah, I don't think he needed to do that. I think he could have just stayed in his spot, threw another one down. Look at this trip so high, trying to get the read on the updraft because of knives. Trying to be 2 steps ahead.
Uh-huh.
And honestly, it's thinking like that wins you games.
They're going to rotate back towards A, and the Harbor utility has already been refreshed.
I think FRZ right now is hearing both these players, or at least one, knows that the Harbor threw the wall from stairs. So this should be an indicator that maybe site is free.
Trying to be with the dart as soon as the wall goes down. You see the cove to cover. Because as soon as the hit starts, the door is open. A knife tagging a few. And MiBR have gotten out onto the site. RGL committing to the plant.
Spike planted.
And FRG just needs to live for as long as he can here and just be a menace.
As the cove dissipates, you mentioned wanting to be a menace. They know where he is. And you can't ignore him, yeah. Because, well, I mean, while that's happening, the spike ticks away. Net's finding value on the other side, though. Jonah P investing the ult.
Huge kill.
And Artson drops him. Sucker punches him from the other side. The blade's found, not able to convert on anything else, though.
No mollies, though.
And they're so weak. 12 HP amongst the two of them.
I mean, look at this Harbor.
They have to go aggressive.
Uh-oh.
Bound's holding it. Is he going to be able to take it all the way? Yes! The Red Bull clutch from the leader and the kill.
And this is why G2 chooses to pick Harbor on Breeze. So many different walls you have to run through to see if they're even on the bomb.
Dude, a good Harbor can be so suffocating and oppressive.
He used 3 walls that round. One pre-round that was crazy that blocked off Halls and deep A main. The second one was to delay any type of hit, and then the third was for the retake. I mean, that's max value right there.
Timeout called from MiBR. Another close affair in this third map.
So good from G2 to clear out FRZ and Halls. Trent, knowing that he can walk up safely because Leaf is there posted with the op. And while that's all happening, Jonah P ulted and actually got a collat hit. Didn't get kills with it, but
he
ulted
tagged
for
both.
Net.
Yeah.
And that allowed Net to get free kills with Valen's utility. So many things going on at once on that retake. It's honestly hard to put, to paint the picture for everybody, but it was beautiful. So many different protocols that they just did.
G2 hanging on to a 1-round lead. On the other side of this timeout, we'll see what differences there are for MiBR.
Here.
Jonah P is the op again. Dude, they're playing the shell game.
Yep.
You're just trying to guess where the op is and who has it. And they're doing such a good job, G2 are, of changing that every time.
Yeah, they're masking where the op is a lot of these rounds. Masking who even has the op. And I wonder now if Leaf is gonna show somewhere deliberately, maybe get hit by a KO knife. Well,
he's dead now. Great opener from our team. See the same Harbor wall towards Halls.
And you know what? Had anybody been a little bit closer to be main there, they could have called out for Leaf. Hey, like I heard movement. They're already in elbow. But just not hearing the audio cues allows them to be unaware. Now they know that the op isn't in his hands, so I would try to confiscate that Vandal, give it to my teammate if I could. That's a fight I would want to take, especially on a Thrifty.
Yeah. Well, they found the op. Wow. I was going to say, even if they know it's not Leaf's hands, they don't know where Jonah P is, but...
And look, instantly repositions, I'm telling you. This guy is actually sick with the op. He already thinks like an opper.
A reposition and a rotate from MiBR towards A.
Should be here for the hit.
And RGL hasn't used his wall.
Oh, he's thinking to B now. This is good for G2. But Viper Molly should delay this A hit.
They're going to try to get ahead of this. The problem is it's just our team who can dash forward. It's going to be a little bit more belabor coming out from the rest of his team. And now Valen playing on the other side of the wall. The Cove to think that that's where he is. Tried playing games. Ultimately still punished.
And that's just a risk that you don't need to take against bad guns, Doug.
Ardzine continuing to push forward. 3 on the round for him. The Vandal still healthy. Dash proc. Jonah P on the swing. It doesn't land, but the ace potentially on the cards. Jonah P with an up.
And surely, even if Jonah P kills Ardzine here, Mazin should close the round out.
Most likely. There it is. Jonah P closing out
aware
Ardzine.
is Jonah P? Mazin needs to just tuck behind this box and hide.
You can't expect him here.
There it is. Now this is very hard.
Yeah, you don't have the weaponry.
Oh my gosh, I thought for a second maybe Jonah B was going to quickscope him.
It was close.
But you see the value he's getting with this op. And honestly, I think a little bit of an overheat from Valen. Like, he did not need to get that far ahead of his team. They've been doing so well with his utility on the retakes. He didn't have a flash to set him up or anything, right? So why give the fight? But regardless, beautiful kills from Ardzine. I mean, he quickscoped Ardzine. He could have.
Yeah, he could have.
He could have.
Yep.
Like, even they're cheesing. They're like, oh, that was close.
And so we're tied again and right back into the action. The Viper's Pit invested B with the trip to cover it.
Perfect off angle here.
And this time it's Leaf with the op.
And I think he's going to stay this time.
The shuffling continues. There's no gate crash for him to get out with.
And when you're in this spot as an opper,
shoulder.
Yep, exactly. That's exactly what happened is what I said, is what I was going to say. Now he's just able to reposition. Oh, wow.
Yeah, this is
just disrespecting it completely.
This is really aggressive.
But if I'm G2 and I've done my homework on this team, I've seen that MiBR loves to throw this little orb that splits the cam from B, right? And gets somebody in the nest. So I should be aware. And look, you have 2 people still holding on the nest right now.
Yeah, Leaf
from the likes of G2.
Leaf is staring at it with an op, you're right. Valen not too far off, understanding that that may be a spot of weakness. A gap in the armor as the pit is traded on the opposite side of the map.
Look at this, they're gonna hard clear it as well.
I mean, they have to.
This is all prep.
Can he hold them back? Can the duelist? No, don't switch now.
Wow, Ardzine gets both. I don't know how he got him.
Oh, he gets the third.
And he's heating up this map, Doug.
Net in a 1v3 that has just gotten a little bit more favorable. Ardzine with the blades gets the 4th.
He insted him, Doug. This guy's sharp right now. But you see the prep, G2 was aware.
Yeah, they knew.
This guy is having a game like we've never seen before. Out of himself, at least.
14-7.
He's had enough. Taking things into his own hands.
Time to jump.
Let's see if we catch him here.
Oh, and a whiff, too. Leaf could have actually killed him there.
But then the control to land the 3rd onto Trent.
Yeah.
Was impressive.
And honestly, Net was looking really snappy right there. It almost looked like he could have headshotted Ardzine on that updraft.
A different wall now. And a much faster injection of pace from MiBR. You already have the Dark on backside, the wall, the flash to clear that space out. Valen is here. He's got a stinger, but he's instant. I mean, he's tagged. They know where he is.
And there's a trip behind him this time, too. FRZ not dying early, so no flank should be able to come through. Wait.
Uh-oh.
Did they just... How?
Uh-oh. I don't know how that happened.
What a fast trade. Do they expect the second? What a blunder, but no! The CT guys are going too early!
And just when it looked like there was a window and an opportunity for Net to make something happen, he was the last one standing.
And just maybe miscommunication or something.
Yeah, I want to see how that happened.
If I'm Net, I'm just screaming, no! Like, just wait, just wait. They don't expect a second. Just wait. But then you have a greater chance of the round. But honestly, RGL getting off the bomb that fast and flicking, that's no easy feat. I mean, that's a fast trade, dude. For the bomb planner, come on.
Yeah, that's impressive.
And that trip, we're probably never gonna see that again. I think FRZ is gonna fix that real fast. They should know that that is jumpable. That could have been crazy. Passive B setup here. And this should be good for the hold.
See that cam out from net. The flash out back sight. Now you hear the Hunter Fury through as well. Ryzen managing to avoid some of that tag. He's so far up though. And now the Reckoning invested. There's only one up.
But they don't have to commit here.
Yeah, they really don't. You've got the harbor wall now that you can keep him back with. Again, the oppressive utility usage from Valen proves to be a problem.
They're leaving him here too. FRZ staying. Maybe they call the team back or get a late lurk. But this Halls push, this is gonna get so much value.
Yup. And Jonah P's here as well. The knife only tagging one, and you're right.
Silent drops too. This is as fast as he can go, and Jonah P knows.
He gets one, not able to convert on the second, but Jonah P does.
Down A. 30 seconds left.
And once again, they're thrown into disarray with 30 seconds left. There's really not a ton of time. I don't know that he can make it back B.
If he wanted to, he would have had a knife out ASAP, but yeah, this should not go in favor for MiBR.
Spike down A. 10 seconds left.
We talked a lot about Valen and how his utility has been a problem, but you called that late lurk down Halls. I mean, that secured everything.
Mm-hmm. And that's been the story of this half for G2's success, is just walking down Halls in the mid round.
Last round
But
in the half.
I mean, success. I mean, we're talking about 5 rounds, but it's a pretty good half, right?
Yeah.
This goes here.
Artsy sitting at 16. Jonah P actually at the top for
Spike
G2.
down. One enemy remaining.
That was just so well played by the defensive side.
Yeah, net is looking pretty crispy right now. I gotta keep mentioning that.
2 ults for the attack side. Last round of the half. A judge.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he switched to a shorty. What is he up to? Uh-oh.
Is there a pause? I'm assuming he'll have a judge and a vandal, and maybe just finesse around with both. They have the economy to do so.
As soon as we figure out what's going on, we'll keep you all updated. Quick tech pause.
Yep. But we can talk about a little bit. We can talk a little bit about this round and what we might foresee. Right? You're also seeing again KO ult and Sova ult. We saw what happened last time when we had this. It was an A hit, right?
Mm-hmm.
And on the opposite side, G2, when they're playing against the KO ult, their protocol against KO ult is trips on B, Sova sitting there with a dart, and waiting for any audio cue to come out. He's gonna chuck it right away.
Right.
Same thing with Viper Molly, and then they're just gonna play off trips together.
Yeah.
And then also, Net will be able to pop cages in the main choke so they can fight, you know, and not have to worry about 2-3 guys being in the back holding them. So simple protocol here. We've seen this already in this half. But let's see if MiBR decide to run into this trap setup. Let's also see if Leaf decides to get aggressive input with his ult again like he did last time.
You imagine he's going to want to use it here.
And look at this. As I was talking about the Halls pressure that G2 is putting on, this is the adaptation for MiBR. Trying to get up, get aggressive in that space. Probably tap the door and keep one here, I would assume.
Or tap the door and instead have Mazine pop his ult and then hard hit A. But Net is close by. Ult used, door opened.
Does Net take his timing?
He's already gotten out.
Gun here.
And they don't know. I mean, they haven't seen each other. They haven't seen each other. JCC falls, and there it is, finally. Net drops the duelist. But they managed, they managed to get the spike down. The flash was gorgeous. There was nothing really behind it. Now MiBR forced to take a step back. RGL with 2 spits.
Look at that again.
Trying to do
they're aware this time, I think.
Yeah, they're trying to do what Valen did, but keep an eye on FRZ. FRZ's also flanking behind them.
Not aware enough, apparently. Mollies need to come out now. They need to come out right now. They might just stick this.
There was the first.
They're
FRZ,
gonna stick it.
He's not getting any
There's no
targets.
time.
Yeah, there's nothing they can do to keep him back. A stuck defuse. RGL left with a spit in his hand, and
Switching sides.
it was tough to see. I didn't.
Oh my gosh. No time. So smart from G2 to just stick that defuse.
We'll take a look at it one more time.
What a crazy shot.
Yeah, there was so much pressure around door and around halls.
Wait, no, that was a round-winning shot, Doug, from net.
And potentially a game-winning one, potentially a series-winning one. We're going to throw it down to the desk to break down that first half.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. And what a first half we were treated to. Ambry 6-6 tied up. But let's dive into some of the more granular details we were seeing there, because you guys were talking about the composition. I know that at first you weren't a fan of it, and then you saw the Harbor, and I think the Harbor has definitely paid off.
I mean, I think the comp with Yoru always is fine on Breeze. I actually think it's pretty good. We've seen it quite a lot in the offseason, people developing that. So it's not really the Harbor. I was just kind of kidding around with that. But what I am seeing in this half is just constant post plants, and that is because of the amounts of util that they have on
many
G2
options
to retake with the Harbor wall and all that. I think they're doing a fantastic job actually reading the entire situation. But, I mean, these post plants are basically a coin flip. They're 50-50. You don't know who's going to win when you go into it, no matter who gets the pick. It's absolutely unbelievable.
Yeah, we're about to see a plant on every single round as the side swaps. I mean, G2's comp, their utility, it's so easy to get into the site, especially on Breeze. Get the plant out in the Cove, and then you have the Molly Shock Dart combos for the post plant. I really want to see MiBR play a proactive defensive game. You're not going to be able to give Artzen an op and have him actually find picks. There's just walls everywhere, right? Yeah. So I want to see Mazin and Artzen proactive with that KO, sending flashes through walls, fighting wall. G2 are trying to get the spike down, having a recon coming in at the same time. Like, I want to see them force the issue when the spike is going down, because I just struggle to believe they're going to win in post plants when G2 begin to cycle all their walls, all that util.
Yeah, I would say as well that Yoru is going to be really difficult to keep track of where Leaf is going on these hits.
Let's see how this pans out. This is it, folks. Do or die for G2 and MiBR. Let's send it back over to the casters.
A 6-6 score at halftime, and quite frankly, I wouldn't have it any other way. The series has been a banger from beginning to end, and it has all the makings of yet another classic finish.
Yeah, and I agree with the desk totally. This has been a 50-50 down to not even just post plants, down to fights, down to the maps. Like, it's so close.
And the rounds have come in bunches. You see it on the timeline. But now it's on G2 with this Yoru Harbor Viper comp.
Yeah.
To test their mettle on the attack side. And you know they've got silly stuff cooked up.
Yeah, 100%. What you're going to see a lot from G2 is using this Harbor utility to feint mid-aggression, block off the info from the defenders. And it's all rechargeable. Well, some of it is, not all of it, but... Oh, great
that dart tagged on. You're right. Oh, it's tagging two.
What a whiff.
He stays alive, but that's some info.
No way.
How does he get away with that?
He stays in challenges. Window?
Leaf trying to punish. Look at how weak they are.
Oh, he tastes blood in the water. He knows two people are that low. That's some confidence that we haven't seen from the likes of Leaf yet, I don't think.
Artzen and Mazin both so weak.
But he TP's out. That's going to keep people there at B, Doug.
Yeah, I think you're right. They've got a trip here as well. Valen falls on the opposite side of the map.
Cutting through.
They just have so much space mid.
I mean, two people are 1 HP. This would be huge.
Leaf getting onto the first.
This is very doable.
It's very, very doable. You're right. What's the cue for MiBR to go? See that dart landing on, not tagging anyone. Trent swinging out.
The whiff.
Spotting a little bit of something though, and buying time. There it is, the first, the second, Trent with all three! What a stand! What a hold!
That's Trent. He's online, Doug.
Vintage Trent has been this series for him, man.
I'm scared. I'm scared right now.
One enemy remaining.
Poison's off.
The young superstar, all headshots.
Oh, he's feeling it now.
Yeah.
Remember,
Gets out of the chair.
At the end of Split, it was stoic. No reaction at all. Outlaw back. This time in the hands of Jonah P. No force from MiBR.
He will put in work with his gun. Mark my words.
We have had our fair share of thrifties, but this time there's not even a sheriff invested. It's just classics.
And look at how slow G2 is playing this map. All bases covered right now. Jiggling mid, holding the elbow push. Jonah P. peeking into B a little bit here and there. This is very smart from MiBR to not do anything aggro, especially in an eco round. I think it's a little too obvious, right? Especially with the previous maps.
Yeah, they've known each other's tendencies, you're right.
Look, here comes the human clone, as I like to call it. Or the human drone, I mean. And he's gonna find the craziest time.
Yeah, this is gonna be wild. Oh, both down. Tries to get the third, but he's double swung, but damage has been done.
Hey, good on him for getting both, because I feel like when I'm in those positions, like, I get the first and then the second one, I'm like,
And I think that the best part about what we just saw is that Net can go on a solo mission. He just had a ghost, right? You're not giving up a rifle. You're not giving up any advantage.
Last player standing.
Nice shot.
You mentioned it.
Yeah, this gun is so strong in the right hands, especially going into the gun round.
Yeah, if you can carry it through, it's massive.
And I honestly think that's why you see MiBR not investing anything into this round. I think they all want to have the full armor going into next. Oh, couple warning shots after too, huh?
Ever the showman has become Trent.
Yeah.
Yeah, take a look at this timing one more time, man. 3 kills.
Oh, Trent is feeling it. Yep. He's actually feeling it right now.
All right, but now MiBR are able to punch back. Now they have guns, they have armor, they have util.
Yeah. Just a nice standard setup here from MiBR. And for G2, everyone leaning towards this B side of the map. Looking very much like Pistol when the hit actually came through.
It really is.
Same wall.
The gate crash back sight. He takes it. Trip to make sure there's nobody back there, and he takes some space on his own, but that trip, oh my gosh, the flash. He's still in it. The flash was great. He does ultimately fall. FRZ not around for much longer. G2 finds space on the side again. There is one thing that still has to be cleared, and that's JZZ. Patient with his approach. Keep an eye on that gate crash. It's gone behind enemy lines.
Are they gonna flood before the bomb gets down?
At that point, it's too far away for a fake teleport, so you're just gonna stick with it. Trent here. The attempt at a challenge backside from our team does not find success. And now a jump spot, the spam out. Mazine dropping the first. Can he find the second? 42 HP on the Outlaw, and it's not gonna rattle off another shot. Net in a 1v3. In a decent position for it. First couple of bullets go wide. The dink is not enough.
Okay. Okay.
Given how the series has gone, we shouldn't expect any team to pull away. We should expect this to stay close.
That's facts. Net had the craziest kill from window onto the guy backside B. I don't know who it was. I think it was his counterpart, maybe FRZ, potentially. But he killed him with a bulldog from window. Look at this. Oh, I didn't realize he was tagged. Still.
Filthy shot.
Right place, right time, right? And something I want to say is MiBR, instead of taking their time how they have been, right? Especially on Split, how you saw them in the retake positions, spending so much time setting up the retake, they just go straight for it this time as soon as the bomb drops. So a change of pace on the retake, and that might be the deciding factor of these 50-50s we've been seeing so much. A lot of util here towards A, looking like an A hit from G2. But 3 people here. Dart gets broken.
Oh my gosh, and RGL gets destroyed. But they continue to trade. Mazine pushing into the pit, pushing into Trench Crosshair.
Round over.
And pushing himself into the next round. You're right.
Simple Breeze A hit. Get Viper ult down on the left side. And, you know, it's actually funny. Walnut is getting these exit kills. Which looks like he's going to get both. Oh, JCZ too good.
Was that your first caster curse? I think that might have been your very first one.
But what I wanted to say was, I actually had a talk with Net after one of their off-season games where they were actually Viper ulting the right side of the A site.
Yeah.
And I DM'd him. I was like, yo, why are you guys investing this ult on the right side when if you do the left, the retake is so much harder for the enemy team? And it's nice. It's just nice seeing them make that adaptation here.
There you go.
When it truly matters.
And you saw how effortless it looked.
Yeah.
So G2 off of that clean hit, get a 2-round lead. They carry a couple weapons into the next round. There's money for days.
Beautiful entry from Leaf here. And this is why this ult is so good. Give them that right side. Who cares? We could play the bomb. We could play post plant. Control the angles where they can creep up closer to you, right? And potentially get an upset peak.
G2 up with 3 of the last 4. JZZ, the one with the hero rifle. Even though it's been Ardzine who's been playing the hot hand.
Okay, G2 finds out that KO is playing towards the B site. That causes them to take aggression in this Halls area and cut noise.
You wonder here too, they don't know who was on the other side of the cascade, but they heard 3 sets of footsteps because of the Oru clone.
Gosh.
Valen falls, how much attention do they pay to that? JCC getting tagged.
And with some of these fights, like I feel like it should go the way of G2, like Valen. I feel like he has the advantage there, but JZZ just so on point. Gets the insta headshot.
Oh, he just silent jumped over that.
Oh my gosh.
And the cam is cleared. Now they know that someone's up. RGL having to dance around this drone, or dart, excuse me, and then drop a spit to protect himself. JCZ's timing gorgeous. Remember, he's the only one who had a rifle. And now it's a 4v3. Blades online for Ardzine as well. He's going to be showing up a little bit late.
He has updraft.
Yeah, he's going to be able to get over that trip. You're right.
Uh-oh.
Hunter sure used.
30
Net,
seconds left.
a dead man walking.
Jonah P needs to go huge here.
Can he do it? 70 HP. Trent joining in, but the clock is ticking. The walls are closing in. You feel the pressure as Ardzine strikes. Another Thrifty. And 4 on the round for the guy who had the hero rifle.
This is not real. Can we get a Thrifty counter? Can we get a stat?
Yeah, we've had a lot.
Can we get a stat of the Thrifties this series? Like, this is nuts. And like, honestly, just off of all JZZ, like, he's so gifted. He wants to win so bad, and you could see it in his gameplay. He created all the space, all the plays for his team there. Even getting utility kills. Sova ult kill. There's been 5 Thrifties in this series.
That's wild. It feels like there have been 500.
And it's not like, you know, it's not like the teams that are getting thrifted are trying to. They're actually trying their best not to get thrifted.
Yeah, they're not playing it arrogantly. You're right.
It's just the mechanical prowess of both these teams being able to have like star players just show up at the right time and not be afraid to take those timings. This would be insane if MiBR starts stringing rounds back together again. Dude, off of a Thrifty, man.
Oh, and what's crazy is on this map alone, we've had 3 of them. No wonder it seems like there have been so many.
And this map, just the nature.
Continues to rise on the situation. G2 with 1 round lead. We're getting closer and closer to the end of the series. And with it, the pressure only gets heavier. Yeah, I'd be worried too.
I'm waiting for the day we see somebody actually try with a fake Yoru clone.
Me too.
And I hope it ends in disaster for that person, because I don't want to see that in rank.
Jonah P with the drone, trying to get some info B. Meanwhile, they have a harbor wall that's gone A. And it looks like it's just noise. drawing out any utility they may or draw out some rotations, but MiBR patient.
Cage triggered.
The Yoru ult confirming that's where the hit is headed. They've already gotten backside, and it's all info for him. He flashes, he stays. 85 HP, dealing with the fight backside. And Trent's there to save the day.
And I was gonna say, Trent needs to go huge here. And he does.
Boy, did he. Is this the moment where we finally get some separation in this series? Is this when G2 can pull away?
I think G2 is going to need to win this next round or even hunt for both of these guns because economy is still looking decent for MiBR.
Yeah.
They should have a full buy going into this next round, especially if both these guns are saved. If not, though, FRZ will be stuck with probably a Stinger and who knows how many trips, or a Classic, who knows.
The tough thing is about hunting on this map is that there are so many places for people to hide.
Yeah.
Oh, they found where one of them is.
Uh-oh. He's gonna get taken out here.
Oh! He's so close. They're still hunting, but they've gotten together.
Better run, brother.
Is the spam gonna land?
That's when they're weak.
And so the narrowest of margins keep our team with the op into the next round. This fight backside was insane.
All off of that Yoru ult from Leaf.
Yeah.
Doesn't even have to shoot people. Just his presence alone and the info that he gathers gives Trent enough time to actually peek into spawn, make sure his back is clear before killing the people on site.
I think he did such a good job of instilling chaos with his flashes too.
Yep, exactly.
Just caused so many problems for our team with the op. Aggressive!
Wow!
Lands onto Leaf.
And like, he's so known for this first shot that he takes.
Yeah.
He always hits that flick, it seems like, but he always stays for too long.
This time sticking around. Harbor utility once again, A.
I want to see him move. I want to see him rotate this op. Show another spot. Especially when we're droning down mid like that. I would have loved to see Artson take that mid space. He probably would have caught Trent right here. Look, Trent just walking up for free. Could have gotten ahead of the smoke potentially.
And I think they just heard Mazine jump spotting.
On Trent.
Oh, he's tucked. They know the op is still here, but I think the question is, did it rotate? Given how much time has elapsed, given how silent it's been, did it rotate?
They have the drone for it.
And the Cove,
great
patience.
Cove on top of it. Oh, he's gonna grab Harbor ult.
I suggest you move.
The Reckoning.
And
Reckoning.
the timing again.
He's gotten ahead of it.
Oh,
there it is. Trent falls. Our team trying to dash around the pulses of the ult. Staying alive for now. Neural theft online. JCZ from up top. Does he drop?
Oh my gosh.
It's our team who does. He's still around them. He still hasn't given his position away. He's still trying to hold the site by himself.
It's just chaos everywhere.
RGL falls. Do they know that JCZ is there? Net falls now. Given away. A 1v2, 13 seconds left. They've got to move forward. JCZ gets all three. Again.
What a superstar. Bailing his team out time and time again.
Dude, he was there for so long.
It was pure chaos, and it just seemed like G2 had such a control of the situation. They understood the op was still there. They cove to grab the Harbor ult. But amongst all the chaos, he's just free.
Oh, and that's cold. A wave across the stage.
I mean, that's basically a thrifty, no? Come on, man.
Still the one-round lead for G2. The buy not great. Dealing with some of those trips. The camp spotting a lot. The spam not connecting. A little bit of damage done, but that's all it is for now. Just a threat of what could potentially be on the other side.
Now, I touched earlier on how MiBR was speeding up their retakes. But this time, giving a little bit too much time, I think.
Netzel has a rifle. Are we due for another thrifty?
We've seen time and time again that when G2 has the setup for the post plant, they tend to win it.
Artine with the flash, peeking backside and dropping two.
Whoa.
But they still have those two rifles. Never mind, it's just one now as the other one harmlessly hits the ground. To the surprise of nobody, we're tied again.
This is such a pleasure to watch. Both teams just giving it their all.
I mentioned this yesterday.
Fighting fire with fire.
I mentioned this yesterday. This tournament format demands excellence. And when you've got backs against the ropes, nothing is hidden, nothing is saved. And so the dance continues, a tit for tat these last couple of rounds. Just when we thought it was G2 who was going to create some separation, MiBR refusing to relent.
And when are we going to see the next corner step in, Doug? When is that timeout going to come?
Here.
Perhaps this next round for either way.
Depending on how it goes, our team has the op. Now note, there was a dart that tagged a little bit. A flash to swing out.
What a change of pace.
And Leaf was a little late to it. He tried TPing to help take the fight. The op shot lands for our team. Leaf is still there, the second not connecting. Cloudburst to provide some cover as he repositions.
That flick looks so close. That was almost right on target.
It was. Numbers, MiBR. Op still in the hands of the duelist. Still trained.
G2 knows.
Oh, I thought he was going to peek ahead of it. He doesn't have a dash or anything like that, so he can't play it as aggressively as he would normally. Tag just a bit.
Bomb will be going down here.
Spike planted.
Do they play their post? Ooh. Trent has ult and a shock. If Trent can get away to safety, there's a shot at this.
Right here.
Or Jonah P, excuse me.
Oh, so smart from FRZ, but I feel like again, maybe taking a little bit too much time. That shock dart is perfect.
Oh, that's
trying to create chaos for Leaf.
And he finds some success. But there's the pace, there's the flank from FRZ! And they all fall!
What a change of pace from MiBR on this round, deciding to go aggro at the A. This is what we saw on Sunset. That's why they took the game away from G2's hands. And speaking of corners, looks like
timeout called.
Timeout has been called.
Gosh, that shot on Trent was gross.
So
almost
close.
hits the second too.
That was so close, man.
And I think they did a really good job of, like you were saying, trying to instill chaos and trying to create some disruption for Leaf to move, but just wasn't enough. That late lurk from FRZ proved to be the difference maker.
Too tough of an ask in that 3v4. Oh, man.
Now, this is G2's final timeout. MiBR still has one left, so we'll see how the rest of the half plays out. But a one-round lead for MiBR.
And I definitely feel like G2 is aware that Artzine has not really been that mobile with the operator. Where he shows is where he stays in the round.
That's true.
And I like that they are trying to hit his site, because you can overwhelm an opper very well, but he's been doing a really good job of just staying alive and creating his own little chaos with his jet smokes and even just pop shots that he's been shooting here and there.
He still has that op. Blades is back up if need be. We'll see how things pan out. RGL with the pit. G2 staring at a deficit.
I wonder right now, if I'm MiBR, am I investing my Viper pit onto this A main area? But it doesn't look like he will.
No, he's too far back.
Instead of aggressive updraft in mid.
Oh my gosh!
Are you kidding?
That wasn't off the dart.
And who was it against? It was against Trent, who's been so crucial for G2.
That's cold.
Yo, this kid is really awakened.
Advantage MiBR. You got a cascade that's headed towards A to try to throw in a little misdirection. But the spike and everyone that's left on G2 is turning their attention towards B.
The problem is that cascade still shows that everyone's leaning towards the B side of the map. And I think that's why now you see G2 bringing it back. They understand they need to at least sell the A pressure a little bit more to keep 3 people here.
I think the one benefit is they did get the drone out from JZC. He had to use it to clear out halls.
Yeah, but they don't know that. That's the one problem, right? G2 they didn't have anybody in that vicinity. They don't know that he doesn't have drone. They're not aware that he cleared halls. And it looks like this fake.
Just a little bit more, a little bit of doubling down.
It will keep 3 people here. No, but the dart clears out everything.
And
They
so
understand.
the Cascade and the fake TP, they don't bite on it. Artsing getting another with the blades.
He's one-tapping everybody.
And G2 again, they've been thrown into the wind, having to reposition, having to dig deeper. Plan B, plan C. And with 13 seconds left, there's really no time to reconsider now. They've got to get out onto the side, and RGL holds the line again.
Match point, Doug. Match point. With some crazy shots from Artisan. Look at this. Oh my gosh. This is unbelievable. The crazy Jet. 2 one-taps with the Jet knives.
10 seconds left.
We've been waiting for this. We've been waiting for a performance like this from Artisan. Finally delivering. We've seen how aggressive he can be, but always getting punished after getting 1 or 2. He's so dialed in, he almost off the jump spot, Doug.
And so I've just been told that regardless of how this shakes out, because of tiebreaker rules, MiBR is done with their tournament run.
Oh my gosh.
Regardless of how things shake out. Oh, what a turn of events.
So sad. One map being the difference here.
The round differential is just so great that it doesn't matter. You can't imagine that they know that in this situation. They're going to continue to fight their damnedest, try to continue to pop off.
Exactly where you are.
And it unfortunately will not be a victor's cheer at the end of this.
30 seconds left.
What a tragic end to an otherwise ridiculous series.
They played so well.
But it was just too little too late. And so G2 will walk away with this in a drastic turn of events. Again, the tiebreaker rules proved to be the difference maker. The round differential was just too great. And even with MiBR winning this series, they're out of the game.
What a series, Doug. And I think MiBR has proven that they deserve to be there with the best. Barely not making it. But they should hang their heads up high, Doug. Because they played phenomenal Valorant today. And G2 need to go back to the board. Regain their mental, bro.
Well, I think once they find out that all is good,
yeah,
I don't think it's gonna matter. I'm not keeping a buck with you. I can't help but wonder if MiBR know. There's no way they could have been told in that moment.
It's gonna be heartbreaking backstage.
Handshake and fist bumps come through.
We're so happy. Great Valorant being played from MiBR.
Oh yeah, phenomenal performance.
A lot to look forward to in the season. Yeah, they're not gonna be making Madrid, but I think they won over a lot of fans from this series. And respect, a lot of respect has been won.
Plenty of cheers from the MiBR faithful.
Great game. Clutch plays all around. And if Artisan can maintain that level of superstardom, they might be a force to be reckoned with in future tournaments. Now G2.
I mean,
kind of getting bailed out, man.
Oh, what a dramatic turn of events.
Look at this guy, man. He had such a map.
I mean, he snapped, but again, it was because of how bad they got walloped in their first series that we find ourselves in this position. And so again, even though they walk away with the win, we're gonna have to say goodbye to MiBR.
So weird. Such a weird circumstance, but that's how it goes, man. Unforgiving has been the theme of this play-in.
I mean, the
bracket.
the format is brutal, and once again, the format takes another. So again, even though MiBR walk away with the win,
Just taking souls.
they're out of the tournament. We have to say goodbye to MiBR.
Should have carried the logs, Doug.
They had plenty of highlight moments. They had plenty of awesome opportunities. You mentioned it. They won over a lot of fans.
Yeah.
They had some outrageous performances. Artzine's the truth. RGL is insane. The losers interview? Winners interview? I don't know. Elizabeth, take it away.
Thank you so much. We're here for the Ryzen. Tens did say it'd be pretty easy to face you both. Thoughts?
Hey, we'll see right now. We're about to play.
All right.
That's all I can say.
Oh, okay, okay.
Let the game talk.
Well, to be fair, Sentinels smell blood in the water. You have a very far climb, uphill battle to make it to even just qualify to Madrid. Is that scary? Is that like a heck yeah, bring it on?
I think we've been through this before, and we just got to stick to our roots and, you know, play how we play, and that's it.
Doug said during the cast that this tournament demands excellence. Every single mistake is punished. Every single great moment could get you so far. Talk to me about right now. Right now, you have to be perfect, Trent, in order to win and make it to Madrid, or even just to qualify to Madrid. Can you do it?
I think we can.
All right. Well, Trent can be perfect. Can G2 be perfect? I don't know. We'll see. But G2 and Sentinels are next. Thank you so much, Trent. Give it up for Trent. Amazing performance. And also give it up for MiBR for an incredible, incredible run. And now we're going to throw to a break, everyone. So stay right there. Grab some water, grab some snacks, because we have G2 and Sentinels, and it's going to be hype. So stay right there, all right?
Take my beat back. Take my beat. My beat. My beat. My beat. My beat. My beat. Take my beat back. Take my me.
High double down, dodging and juking, Sassy! Time is not on their side!
Damage. Shot connects though. Great out of lead. Can he get another out? Absolutely.
Welcome back to day 8 of VCT America's kickoff and the last match of the play-ins. It's Sentinels versus G2 Esports. And I'm Geek Heavy back at it again with my boys right here, Balla and Wyatt. How y'all doing? I'm surprised I didn't scare y'all away yesterday with all those ridiculous puns I was making.
We had to come back for more, for me personally.
Yeah. No, it's honestly, it was like GB never left. It really did. It was basically the exact same joke, exact same puns.
You know, GB.
I mean, we're used to that.
GH, I mean, you know.
Basically.
Yeah, and now we got G2. We're going to be seeing G2. You know, let's just jump right into it, shall we? Because it's going to be an amazing matchup. Let's talk about what we've seen from these two teams so far today. Sentinels scored a dominant 2-0 win over MiBR, only giving up 13 rounds total. Yeah, now, Tins and Zek, they performed in game 1, Balla. I think the question I got to ask you is, what the Zek is up with Zek, and do we need to call some execs to kind of examine what we're seeing from him?
Yeah, this guy was a monster. He was insane. Both you and Zekit. I mean, he was crazy good, and I mean, they dominated. That's the reason why you had that whole conversation at the end of the last match in the first place, right? It was this series, and Sentinels was firing on all cylinders. This is the level you expect when everybody says they're a tier above everybody in the play-ins, when they're meant to be with that playoff squad that's up there, Loud, NRG, EG, all those teams that are up there right now. It's this type of performance that we needed to see, and honestly, we were kind of expecting throughout the group of death. They lasted so well against those teams.
And in this MiBR game, they went up against an MiBR that was tactically making good decisions.
Yeah.
They were playing well,
and they still did that.
Yeah, and Sen were doing that, but also, I mean, when you have Tens and Zekin going this crazy, it's a wrap. They go toe-to-toe with any of the best pairing in the world, right? When they're doing that. So if they just keep this up going in against G2, that just played this grueling match, coming down to the wire, and then losing when you have to play that many rounds, is just your mind palace collapses.
Yeah.
They are in trouble if Sen just come off chilling for the last couple hours and just going with the same type of gameplay. It's looking rough.
Yeah, I second that. Now, did you see what I just did there? I did it again. I'm not gonna stop.
It's out of control. Day two, he's coming with this out of control.
Anyways, you know what? Let's talk about the opposite side of the fence here with G2. What do G2 need to do here? I think it's safe to say they need to step up, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I thought they were going to win again that freeze map, and it just doesn't come through. I think the second half was a travesty from them.
They overcooked it so hard.
Yeah, pretty much. And the thing is, again, all individually, these players are stepping up in moments. I think that split game in particular, I, once again, thought that they were going to pull out. And it's things like Trent, who we haven't really been talking about that much recently. He's a monster, and you can see it in the server, but he's just not quite carrying it over the edge. And in some moments, having crucial errors that causes his team to end up losing. It's people like that need to step up and match Tens and Zekin.
Yeah, you got to look at him. He was the guy for this team forever when they first broke out 2 years ago.
I thought he was going to get poached, bro.
Yeah, and he stuck around with this team. You got to be looking at him to step up. It's been 24/7 Jonah Leaf discussion.
Wasn't the rumor last year when we headed into partnership that Trent was going to be on Sentinels? Like, that was a real thing. That was a real rumor.
I forget. It sounds. I'll believe you. Yeah, source. Okay. I don't know. You might have made it up, but I'll believe it regardless, I guess.
Yeah. Do y'all remember what Tin said during that interview earlier today?
No. What did he say?
He said that it's going to be easy to go up against G2.
Yeah, I feel like that's a trap, bro. Like, you can't be thinking like that. I know you're Tens and everything like that, but Tens is a humble guy, man. How do you get all this confidence going?
I was blown away when he said that. I was like, because like G2 really have just been phenomenal. But let's dial things back. We definitely need to kind of reverse things a little bit. Let's go back and look at the round from the Sentinels MiBR match that I think it had everyone in the arena screaming. It had us breaking furniture in here. It was insane. Like it was pretty much a buzzer beater. Like Saucy, he hit that race. Planet Spike 2v1 for Artisan.
There's less than a millisecond on that timer.
How did he get that?
It's just absurd. And like I'm thinking back to like the John QT round 2 yesterday, where he like just stuck it when the other team was trying to plant, and they got the fortune of the plant not going through. Like moments like that, I feel like there's magic for Sentinels right now in their run to get to Madrid, potentially at least the playoffs right here.
Yeah, I mean, this is the worst analysis possible, but Sentinels feels like there's a lot of magic. G2, not a lot of magic. The magic has been stripped from their bland world. They're just...
I love it.
They don't have this is the worst analysis. Take it away.
Well,
I was about to say something even worse. I was about to give this like ESPN horrible psychological take.
Take it away.
Take it away.
Thank you. I will accept it. But I can't believe what you're saying about G2. What do you mean? There's no magic there? I think there's some magic there, right?
Where's the magic?
Did you see what they did to the crewman show? They said goodnight to them.
That was oh my God. Listen, at least honestly, we're bringing a higher level of puns than I'm used to.
Yeah.
No, if I'm being real, I mean, he's on top of the pun game.
I'm sorry,
Undisputed.
it's just the way my brain works.
Vancilli and GB, old news. They're out. They're out of here. And I don't even know what the hell.
Talk about magic with
Oh yeah, the magic. There's no magic. There's no magic.
There's no magic.
We just watched the series.
We've been talking all weekend about how they're winning, but they're losing.
That was
And I feel like it's the same thing. I feel like they just lost, so it's the same thing actually.
And even when they were winning in this game against MiBR, and it's not a knock. MiBR are great. It's not a knock on either team.
Honestly,
their winning was so labored. It was every round they won, they were clawing for it. There was never a point in any of these maps where it felt easy.
I will say, Akeem, I think there was magic in that last game. I think there was. I think MiBR was actually just better than the rest of the teams that you actually saw G2 play. And so for that, I'm kind of knocking it back. I'm really reevaluating the relative strength between all the different teams. And I don't think it's there right now for G2. They have to step up huge. I mean, this is not even a situation where, the stakes are as high as possible for them.
100%, yeah. And I like being one of the newest new to the league, I feel like they definitely have a lot to prove, and they've really been pushing the teams that they've gone up against to the limits. Like we saw double overtime with EG. We saw that earlier today as well. We saw another overtime from them. So I don't know. I feel like they definitely are hungry. But let's switch gears. Let's talk about the IGLs, because the pressure is on for both of the IGLs today, because it's been a long time since their respective teams have qualified for a global event. Like, Paula, how many days has it been since their last qualification game? Break this down for us.
I mean, it's been a while, right? Yeah. For Sentinels, it's all the way back to that old roster, the legendary one back in 2021. For Champions, for G2, it's similar, right? I mean, it's insane. I think it was Masters Reykjavik 2022, so it's been a long time. And that's the thing, too. When you talk about how this team, G2 in particular, is new to the league, that's true. But I was just thinking to myself, that's not what they're thinking about, because for them, they've made it to international tournaments before. They made it to Reykjavik. That's where they ended up getting knocked down and really punched, and they had that amazing run as rookies, but now it's kind of like they're back in that same position, and it feels like they're failing right now, and I think that pressure might be slightly getting to them, or at least creeping into their head.
It's funny to say failing. It's just because our expectations for them are so high. And even when it doesn't feel like we live in a magical world, it's still that consistent base they have is still keeping them so competitive with these teams that we're really getting a lot of respect for, like MiBR, right? And that's just the base. That is what the foundation they've built over, the last 700 days since that qualification. So.
Yeah, well, you know what? Today, we've got a great head-to-head matchup. The veteran Saucy versus Jonah P, who's been playing just freaking out of his mind, but I think he had to have been in his mind, because he was pretty laser focused at times, right? What would you say?
I mean, Jonah has still been the best player for me for G2 in this tournament. I mean, you could argue lead back and forth. It's one of the others. They've both been fantastic, but big respect to Jonah. And on the other side, listen, It really tells the tale of how crazy SEN were earlier, that they finally broke the Saucy never wins on Sova curse. It finally happened. That's how good they were today. Saucy has been great this tournament, too.
Yeah,
there was always some criticism towards this guy, but like,
yeah, I feel like it's been a resurgence for him, honestly.
For sure.
I think every time they play Ascent, they finally got that win today. I feel like he's been stomping with that Odin. I think he's been really holding it down in the anchor position. And I think matching up against Jonah P here, I honestly, I rate the tech for Jonah P, especially on like Sunset or something like that.
Yeah.
But I rate the firepower for Saucy. This guy is always like, I don't know, man. He's one of those guys that you watch him play and you look at the aim and stuff like that, and you're like, what the heck? How? It doesn't look that he doesn't look that good, but then he has like 30 kills. You know what I mean? That's Saucy in a nutshell for me. And he is at that level or higher than the 2022 like loud type of thing. He's at least equal to that, and that is fantastic. That's what they needed all last year, to be honest. But it's the role stuff that went through. It's all the changes that really held him down, I think, last year.
Yeah, so now, because again, we're pitting these two against each other. Look at them, they're huge. Now, I got to ask you both, who do you got, right? Because do we think Saucy's going to be saucing all over the competition in this match, or do we think Jonah P is going to, can I say?
No. Whatever you're going to say, don't say.
What? I didn't even.
I don't know.
What
I don't know. The fact that you
say.
paused yourself, I'm just trying to save you. It's day 2. I got to go with Saucy.
Okay.
Jonas say, but.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with Saucy as well. This guy is a beast. Jonah P is somebody who's also a beast, but Saucy is like a little bit more consistent, I'd say. Right? I think just round by round, he's getting value. I think for me, if I'm IGLing against Saucy, that guy is, I'm never going to his site, honestly. That's the type of thing I'm doing. Whereas Jonah P, I'm like kind of working around it.
Yeah, well, we'll definitely have to wait and see. Now, G2's core have played together for years. Earlier, we sat down with Leaf to talk about what it's like to join such a tight-knit squad.
It's always going to be different to join a new team with new people that you're not really familiar with. Just knowing like the little things about them and the little things about them as a player and how they are as teammates, basically. It's just about finding your place in the team.
A lot of players about to be meeting each other. It's all Leaf in the feed, fills up with red.
So fitting in Leaf into the team was a bit of a slow process, I would say. Some of his tendencies or game style was a bit different from ours. He was just more aggressive player, took more risks, and maybe slight overpeaks here and there. Maybe on his previous rosters, he had to do more, be kind of like that X factor. And so we're trying to keep that aggressive, confident style in him, but also integrate it into our like very structured system. What made us so good in Challengers was that we kind of fit like a glove. Everyone trusted each other to just get the job done as a team and not individually. And so for Nate to come and fit in, I would say he had to understand like our process and our vision on the game and how he doesn't need to make like some of these big plays or he doesn't need to take the extra peek or whatever, and just trust that we're gonna win together.
Push together, push together.
50 health. Dark on the double face.
Let's go, Nate.
Pull that one from the break.
So far, I have nothing but great things to say about him. I think he's an incredible player, incredible teammate. I don't think he gets enough credit for how skilled and how great he is.
I think under the structure of G2, under everyone's support, you're gonna see that this guy could easily be the best player in the world.
Well, there you have it, a little bit more on Leaf. What are our thoughts here at the desk on Leaf?
Yeah, I mean, best player in the world is a tall thing, but I think he was up there last year in the conversation. I think absolutely throughout the Cloud9 run with Americas, he was insane, and people were putting him with Aspas. Like, literally, that was the two people I think we were talking about throughout the regular season.
Yeah, they were the two best statistically duelists, basically, all of last season.
Until, like, Demon 1 entered the conversation during playoffs in Tokyo and so on and so forth.
And the fact that Cloud9 just got, you know, they got knocked out barely by NRG at the end of the season, not going to the international events. You didn't get to see that actual Leaf versus international teams that are really good, so you could give them that spot.
I mean, to be fair, we have seen in the past, though, right? I mean, the guy has gone to Champions events in the past, and he's been an absolute beast, carrying in some instances. That's like what I remember the most from him at these international runs. So, yeah, I think Valen's praise matches up very well. I think he's fitting great.
Yeah. Not only that, but I mean, you know, his team, Valen's team, has given him a lot of praise as well. I mean, Net, we sat down with Net yesterday, and he called him possibly one of the best IGLs in Americas. And then I don't know if he threw, so he might have thrown a little shade on Sadat. I don't know.
He actually was. It was actually respect.
The internet's been talking.
Respect.
The streets been talking. So
because he said Valen was the best IGL in Americas, and then he was like, well, actually, Sadhawk's really good too.
Okay.
So it was respect to Sadhawk. Well deserved.
Okay.
Respect.
Yes, I think. Well, then we need to clear that up on the streets then, because the streets they speaking ill on my man's net. But anyways, you know what? Let's talk about what's at stake for Sentinels here. Now, it doesn't get more clear cut. Now, if they win only one map, now they're in the playoffs. Yep. Just like that. Now, there's 18-round differential in favor of Sentinels, and Sentinels are, but they're two maps. There's a 2-map differential. G2. I'm not good with numbers.
No, that's been a struggle.
I'm trying to understand this. I mean, because we definitely need to provide some context with this.
The situation is Sentinels win one map and they're through. And that's because of tiebreaker rules in a 3-way tie.
Right.
Because MiBR just won. Like, they're still in that tiebreaker, but they can't win because of the map differential. Yeah. That's basically how it goes down to it. But if G2 win 2-0, they also could be through. So there's definitely some things that are that needed to be clarified, and I think the players need to know, and I think we understand now exactly how this is going to go down. Basically, I mean, Sentinels just needs to win one map, and so it's easier for them. I think when you think about that conversation between them, they just took a big break, they got to watch the game, blah, 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 knowing that it only takes one map. I mean, that's just good prep on one map, for example. So that could be exactly what they put all their time and energy in. And so, like a map veto, something like that could really change the things.
Yeah, 100%. And I think G2 needs to take a bigger mental reset than MiBR had to.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Because it's almost easier to, like, when you kind of just get smoked, and it's like, all right, well, their best players are they're having one of those days. You can reset from that. Even so after, they're like laughing, whatever. But when you're playing a grueling game, you barely lose. There's all those little moments, you're like, oh my God, if I just hit that one shot in that one situation, those type things, that can be the mental difference maker where it's tough to come back from.
Yeah, like I gotta say that coming off of that, I mean, I guess it was a loss. Like how do you kind of like reset mentally though?
Yeah.
When you're in a situation like that.
I mean, you've been in these situations in terms of fighting against other teams like this before. You have experience against big teams like Sentinels. You have experience actually qualifying. So this is a big game now. This is that moment where like it doesn't really matter strategically what you're doing as long as you're going head to head with the calls of the other IGL. It's all about individual performance in these big games, and that's what this is.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you were talking about that net quote talking about Valen's IGLing. And I think, listen, that is a common sentiment that he's definitely one of the best IGLs in Americas. If this team didn't end up here, I mean, you better know good and goddamn well a lot of teams wanted to sign Valen to be their IGL for VCT. But I will say, at the end of that Breeze game, I think G2 should have won that. I think they hard overcooked their attack side. They were trying to do way too much. So I need to see Valen reel it back a little bit, get his head back in the game, and I think that could be the key factor for them.
Now, quick predictions. Who do we think is going to take this one?
I'm with Sentinels here.
Sentinels?
I agree with you about the end of the map last time. I think G2 has been kind of weak in some instances, and Sentinels just looks fantastic. So I'm with Sentinels.
Okay. All right. Wyatt?
Sentinels.
Well, that makes 3 of us that say Sentinels. Yeah, I'm gonna go with Sentinels as well.
It's an easy pick, I think, but also I think the right pick.
Yeah, but I love the underdogs. But anyways, I think it's time. It is almost time. We're ready to get into our final match. So let's send it down to the stage for team walkouts.
This is it, the final match of play-ins. Let me hear you make some noise for your Ascension champions, G2! let's bring out their opponents. Make some noise for Sentinels!
Well, let's check out the map pool. This is exciting stuff. Again, like we all said that we all voted for Sentinels to win.
Yeah.
You know,
I mean, the map pool can change things.
Wow, Sunset in G2.
Wow.
I'm shocked.
That's crazy.
Whoa, that's crazy, you guys. Oh my god. Again, Arden?
It is ridiculous. It is getting ridiculous
Again?
because it's maps that they're. I mean, they haven't won. They haven't been flawless on Sunset. I really don't understand what the priority is here for them. But I also don't think that they have as many options to go for. I think in the MiBR series they had a lot more, right? But here against Sentinels has been pretty flawless throughout the entire tournament, especially that last series that they had. So there's not a place where there's a major weakness for Sentinels to go for right off rip. But for Sentinels, I think they are going for a weakness. I think that Breeze pick right away is exactly what Kaplan, I think, is starting to get known for from me, is good map vetoes.
Yeah, I love it. Yeah, he crushed it yesterday against Lev, doing it again right here. I mean, two solid first maps. Sen have been loving Sunset as well. This Sunset has looked really good. Yeah, it is worrying. Perhaps the biggest detractor from G2 right now is that their map pool really does seem pretty limited. I mean, they are just going back to the same 3 or so over and over and over.
Yeah, and I mean, they're sort of using the same comps as well. Like, we're not necessarily expecting to see anything out of the ordinary with these maps.
No, yeah, I mean, this is stuff that they've been practicing for quite a while. Yeah. It's not enough time to change anything unless they somehow came up with like a counter to what Sent does, but I don't think they're a team like that, so I don't expect it at all. One thing that I think is interesting here is I actually think that G2, tell me if you disagree, but I think G2 is a pretty emotional team when it comes to momentum, when it comes to trying to, bring comebacks back into play. And I think games like this tend to that. So, my Sen prediction aside, I think that a team like G2 right here, right now, it doesn't really matter what has happened before. If they can really get into the game, get fired up, Net in particular, somebody who I think is, we talked about it yesterday about being pretty emotional, Valen as well, I think when he's feeling the game, it comes to him. So that momentum could ride on them just getting really hyped, really into the fact that they could actually still make it here.
Yeah. So you mean tend to that in regard to like if they come out the gate hot and start winning early rounds?
Not necessarily, but just like somebody gets, I mean, the stakes are enough to sometimes spark that, is what I'm saying.
Right, yeah.
And look at what we got. Look at the agent selects.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Interesting. Saucy Gecko?
Yeah, this is crazy, actually. This is what they've been playing at all recently. This is insane that they're able to switch it up. And actually something that I think I was talking to Kaplan recently about not having enough time to change things away from the sky. Looks like they finally have enough time here, but on play-in day is crazy. That's a big gamble, but I love it. When they only need that one map, that is crazy.
It is. This is the map too where Tens gets really silly. This is the one where he gets so silly on the
dude, I could already see it. The Dizzy Flash flying, the TP going through.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
All right, well, it is time to get into our final play-ins match of the day. So let's send it on over to our casters. Riot Games Arena, make some noise. It's Mimi and Ender.
Yes, thank you very much. We have an interesting one on our hands. Here's the situation. Sen City, you win, you're in. That's it. But there's more. If they win any one of these maps by a +9 differential, there's no way G2 can make it. They're playing for the 2-0 today.
And for G2, the only guarantee is a 2-0. You do not want to leave it up to the rounds. They are down 18 rounds coming into this series, the difference between them and Sentinels.
This is the rivalry that has never really happened. These orgs always talk back and forth to each other. But the last time these two teams played, Shroud was on Sentinels, Shazam was on Sentinels, G2 was the guard. It's been a while, and this match matters. Only one last slot in the playoffs.
Yeah, that was back in 2022, but this is what it all comes down to. Sentinels trying to break their way into B main really early on. And you can see the utility forcing G2 out of that space, denying them control.
this Gecko KO comp, a surprise that G2 is going to have to contend with in a game where they have to win every single map to keep their hopes alive.
Check out that camera placed in mid by John QT as well. A lot of control going to be around there for him. The Sentinels work their way back into B main.
Sen site hits are really strong with these double flash combinations. And with 4 players primed in main, B will be the destination.
G2 got a lot of friends here ready to go. A Paranoia ready to go as well. Balanced position, back in sight.
Cover going out.
Smoke out, Paranoia in from both sides. Briefly, Sentinels will be stalled out with the cages up, but still a second wave utility ready to go from Celsius.
Yeah, already Net on the move, taking some space back into mid. I believe the market door is closed on him, so with 40 seconds left, do Sentinels go in or do they choose to pivot?
With that cam in mid, they do still have opportunities to head back. The issue is this player stuck in mid Net.
30 seconds
How much
left.
can he achieve? He hears so many players on the other side of that wall, and they're walking straight past him.
No!
Net, he's lost the opportunity. Now stuck out, flashed up by Celsius, but he still wins the duel.
It is all good. Now Sentinels moving into the B site. Satchel in to bring it down. Wingman falls, but Jonah P can't get the job done. G2 aren't done yet from backside. Leaf already coming around the corner, looking for the planter, and he takes down Saucy.
A huge kill out of him. 2v3 now. And Nat activated for the second layer of this one. Around the corner he comes, and down they go. G2 went out in the chaos.
Look, Mimi, that was about as shaky as it gets. Net misses a shot but recovers, finishes off at the end as well. But it's important to remind you, every single round G2 get here matters to the differential at the end.
It absolutely does. And that's just how they would want to start this game off. Net has been so good throughout this event thus far. In play-ins here already today, showing us some big moments.
The way he's locked down the side, the way he's played in the clutch off of his teammates, fantastic. Cool little play there from Valen. He was doing it all earlier today where he's throwing a temporary one-way smoke, putting that Omen orb up in the sky so it falls down, blocks off the vision, but not going to stall out Sentinels. They can go ahead and toss out the Dizzy, reclaim it very quickly.
I mean, it's stuck. Maybe not going to get it back in this round, but generally that will be the idea.
Yeah, that guy's supposed to land behind the sign. I think it went all the way over to the left.
Back over towards A goes Sentinels.
Yeah, ideally they have a ton of ability to counter out all the stall G2 have because they are going for the KO. That knife, that ultimate going to be so effective. So Trent's actually getting in front of his utility. Wanted to take that fight, stall them out. Sentinels really stalled out in the last round and it cost them. Now, again, Leaf stepping on forward for the kill. That is easy for him. Running out of bullets, though, is good for the second, but we'll go for the chip damage before he falls.
And then it stalls, and there's just no way they can get that gun picked up. But now, one player has vacated from G2, forced to back away. So that Spectre is somewhat recoverable if they could get past that one way. No, instead, back through elbow into A.
Yeah, but I mean, the smokes here are non-stop. Jonah P's ready to cast that dart the second people try to come out from the smoke. Just give a line for Trent to shoot off of. Shock dart down. We're down to absolutely no time.
Someone who repeated that first round. They come down to the clock yet again. Jonah does not win that over Zekin, but Trent, the insurance policy on this site, will swing at just the right time and keep this one under control. Still, an absurd amount of damage.
Yeah, that is really annoying for G2. Not losing rifles, probably having to take a full bonus into this next one without much of a chance to fight back. Although it does show you, again, the major strength of G2's comp. I mean, the orb stall that they're able to put down in that choke from Trent, the way they put the one-way over on the other side here on top of that box too. Paranoia's on front as well. So Sentinels are gonna have to pick up the pace and try to maybe attack with these KO knives. They need to spot out that Viper who's always playing back slant. Trent has been pretty readable on that line, so even a knife that hits right against that wall should do the trick to turn off his orb.
Same util sequence to clear out B main. And into mid, Zekin goes quite quickly here. He's actually gonna attempt fate up through mid, flash on one side, and he sneaks through. That is a cheeky smoke for Sen.
Yeah, even the camera doesn't end up seeing him. There's a fight in main, though. Look at that. Pinching through market as well. Sentinels getting all the kills they could need. Jonah P has done some crazy things this tournament, though.
And he's got a gun. He's got everything he needs to make a meal of this one. 3 kills. That might have been enough. Zekin now pushing towards spawn. One of his own connected. And and he'll spray down the other.
You've got to remember, it has been a long day for Sentinels. They came in, what, 5 hours ago, won their first series 2-0, no problem. And then they have to sit through an OT, a 3-map series, waiting for this game and get themselves warm again.
There's a trade-off, though. You get to watch your opponent's VOD, you get to go against an opponent who hasn't had that time to cool down, but also G2's in a position where they can kind of keep some momentum they may have had from that first series, despite the loss.
Yeah, I think the main win here is, well, actually check that out, following the ult all the way in. Good scouting, breaks the tripwire there as well. And that's going to cause big rotations from G2 in.
Sentinels have been oppressive in their mid control thus far, and it sets them up for another hit into B. These defenders just keep getting overwhelmed. Leaf is down, and Second has deep control on B.
Valen with the paranoia, but Saucy shuts him down. Another counter flash too, with Thrash following on top of it. Sentinels in firm control, and coming around the corner is Second.
I love the way they're ping-ponging in this round. At first, it's the hit through market, then it's the players popping out through main. Then in that second sequence, they have another layer to the rounds ready. It's clear that Sentinels have put a lot of time into the ideas behind this comp.
Yeah, and especially coming into G2, if Sentinels continue this very high-paced style of gameplay, you know, where they can burn through some of that stalling utility early, they can force the rotates to come in, it will really punish G2. G2 want to play slow rounds. They stall you out, maybe they walk out into you in mid and look for a fight there, but it's very hard for G2 to have very aggressive set pieces on defense. Their only blind is a paranoia.
Now we start to see another one of the strengths of this comp. They just used Thrash on Saucy's Gecko, and in this next round, they're gonna have Second with the Showstopper online. You have a lot more ultimates that just get you free space on site compared to the comp G2 runs.
Yeah, and unlike a lot of the other comps that run Breach, where you're working on like a 40-second timer for your hits, with the Gecko, you throw out your Dizzy, you pick it up, 10 seconds later, you're throwing it again. You can really move in quickly. They take market and are instantly moving into the next space. G2 going for a big B stack on this eco.
B has been the destination pretty much every round thus far for Sentinels.
And G2 in all their ecos earlier today were also going for these B trap plays. Got a paranoia ready to go on this fight.
Second is down, and Leaf converts onto a second there. Showstopper up!
Huge!
That is 10's taken care of.
Hold on, look at this. They've got Spike in main as well. That is brutal. All of a sudden up mid, Junk QT is gonna have to try and find a lurk. And, well, Zelsis deals with the Cypher on the opposite end, and it shuts off the camera. There was a camera there that didn't see the Cypher, and he's found a timing. He's going to be back in Boba so quickly.
Trent has to police this. If he loses his life back sight, then suddenly these players holding Spike are pinched from 2 angles, and it gets dangerous. John misses his mark. So now Zelsis placed in a 1v3.
And the stall there is permanent. Yeah, I can force him off the angle. How about that? The flash over the top. Brings it down to 2.
He can get this spike now.
There's a decent amount of time as well. Check this out. G2, assume he gets the spike, and are already moving Trent over towards the A side of the map.
They're splitting up, though.
And they saw Trent back behind Pillar, so if he slips into elbow before Zelsis gets here, that'll never be expected.
Trent hears the footsteps. He knows Zelsis is coming. Is Zelsis ready for this? Does he have any idea Trent's just on the other side? How has he done that? Zelsis! Now down to the 1v1, but he's getting flanked. Is he aware? Knife up! Right! Oh! Zelsis! It's unbelievable!
Sen City up on their feet for that one. Could you believe it? That was an unwinnable round. Zelsis somehow with the Red Bull clutch. I mean, the flash there, finding Leaf on his own in main. That kill's
no
simply
way
absurd.
He should be beating Trent there. And then he's 1 HP for the last fight.
Unbelievable.
We're straight back into it, though. Sentinels again putting a priority on taking control in mid, setting up for a beast, but it's fast. Rocket invested. Second in his face is Leaf, but down he goes. He's lined him up. 3 kills already. He's blind, but he wants more. 10's on the other side, taken care of. And Jonah falls, but is he done enough? 3v2, Zelsis on the floor, Saucy's in trouble.
One enemy remaining.
Oh no. Saucy's been revealed. They know completely. Here it comes. G2 all around the corner. An important equalizing round there, because look, Sentinels win that ridiculous round and they come out of the gates with the showstopper. That's one where if G2 lose that, you're hitting the timeout button immediately.
Yeah.
You have to reset. The fact they win it is critical.
But this comp for Sentinels, they lose that round, investing 2 big ults. Thrash is back. They have so much staying power on that attacking side with this ult economy being so strong.
Yeah, they have 3 big old site clearing ults. You have got to respect. And I love Sentinel's read so far. Pretty much every round, it's just been putting this early camera into mid. Full information there because they know G2 never play this angle. The only way G2 actually play mid is like an op holding from there in the hands of Leaf. And then maybe walking out with a drone deep in the mid round, but that camera gives them such effective information.
This knife has also been getting so much value. 2 players revealed in market. Saucy sends Thrash in, and they know site is completely clear, even bringing it all the way back around for a recovery.
Valen used the ult to teleport over. G2 wanting to pick up the pace on this a bit. Heavy playthrough market on the retake.
Second is ahead of the smoke, but he is taken care of. Tens did trade that back, so it stays even in this post fight. Hunto's Fury, that's Jonah P, sending it in from mid. He gets a tag on Saucy as his teammates start to enter the site. Cage up for Tens. He needs to make something of this position, and his teammates all will come in to assist. Oh, but in main, Saucy's down. Now Tens has to activate. It really comes down to this man, but he couldn't spin around in time, and now Zelsis is late. Could he do it again? The 1v3, Jonah holding the spray, whiffing, but Trent off the spike. Flash around the corner. It's halfway. Can Zelsis isolate a fight? Can he take down Leaf? No! They stick it through. And G2 take the lead of this one again.
I feel like we all need a big breather here. You can see how tense the moment is, I think, for the players when these fights are going down, full committing to sprays. They know so much is riding on these individual rounds. And you only have 30 seconds in between to take that quick little pause. Tens getting his on the site was absolutely massive, but a little bit tough with that position. 2 players alive for Zelsis. Not gonna happen when they're already halfway on the spike. We're quick in A though.
We always are. Not a break in this one. Second up to Elba. This is the first real time that Sentinels have straight up tested an A hit.
Knife hit Valen. No paranoia, but it's already back up. The hit isn't coming in quick enough for Sentinels. They're all blind. They're all blind.
Valen, how is he doing this? Sen is completely cut off from the rest of their team. Saucy gonna try and save this one. Molly doesn't affect Valen at all. He can just keep on fighting, keep on fragging. Shut down, G2.
The theory of the Sentinels comp should be so good, especially the KO shutting off the Cypher Trips, the Viper Gas, all of that, the Paranoia. But they weren't able to go in quickly enough. The fact the Paranoia came online and they didn't punch forward in that 8-second window they had, that cost them the round. Tens is teleporting in fully nearsighted. Same thing for Zekin. And that's the perfect hold G2 are known for. Their A side is rock solid.
So Kaplan hits the pause button now.
Everybody chill out, take a deep breath. We got a lot of game left to go.
And Sentinels, they don't have to worry about the rounds. They don't have to worry about any funny business in this. They just have to win the series.
Yeah,
It's
literally,
a normal game.
the simplest thing for both these teams is Sentinels just win, G2 win by 2, or win 2-0, and the rounds don't matter. We don't have to bust out the calculators. I don't want to have to bust out the calculators. I want a clean win from one of these teams.
So how does Sentinels turn this attack half back in their favor?
Honestly, I think they can go back to the mid control just a little bit. And also a little bit more awareness when they are hitting the sights. The last round, I'm scratching. They just needed to speed up off of the knife. But all things considered, one of the other great benefits of the wingman against G2 style of play is G2 love to play off-site and fast flood retake into you. Wingman planting the spike means you can keep 5 guns at the ready to fight G2 as they come in. I think this game and this map is very much just about the post plants between these two teams on this half of the game.
And in these close ones, I'm going to continue to look at these two initiators. Can Zelsis and Saucy put down the right nades in the right places and keep their guns up to delay these floods that G2 loves? Zekin, fast again. That is a beautiful flash for him to follow, but it's only 1 for 1.
Fantastic. Again, the knife shut down. Tens getting silly. It's a sheriff in his hand.
I know exactly where you are.
Does he just wait for this to come down? Oh no. Cypher revealing G2.
The man refuses to move. When does he take his timing? Paranoia up. Swing at that! Tens! It's a Tens moment, baby. He doesn't miss those. 3v2 though. G2 still have a shot at this. Net, oh, he's stuck out in the open, catches the trip. John Cutie takes him down, and Trent's tagged too.
John is so sick for dropping that trip in the post plant. Ruining G2's day, Trent. What can he do? Everyone's isolated here. But no one's giving him an angle. It's planted for all 3 of them.
No chance. Sentinels, what a reply. That flash play into elbow was beautiful to start the round.
It wouldn't be a Sentinels game without at least 5, 6, 7 thrifty rounds.
Yeah.
Both ways. Sentinels always keeping it interesting here. That was, of course, a great paranoia, playing off his own teammates that had wrapped through elbow. But really, the hero, you called it out, was that early flash. I think that's a Zelsis flash going through the window all the way over here that hits those players. You don't play against KO every day.
I don't think Zekin has had a round where he doesn't start by double satcheling. This one's not gonna be
another
different.
one.
He's already into
He's
market.
under the
Paranoia
door.
off it. It catches Net, but he gets away.
Oh, there was an Omen ult. Tens went all the way back there. It got canceled out at the last moment. We're still walking forward. Zekin's still looking. There's a one-way over in the spawn that Balin's staring into.
This is a wild round.
What?
He's in a crossfire, but he still finds a kill. What have I just witnessed?
Sentinels came in and they said, we are going to run down G2. They're down multiple rounds and they're still doing a double satchel every round. The Omen ult dive. G2 have had the luxury, I think, of playing against a lot of teams that like to chill out on Sunset. That is not the Sentinels' motto.
I mean, they were just playing crew on this map. Maybe the slowest attack side you could play against. And what a difference.
Sentinels used those VODs and they used them to find the gaps. G2 gonna walk straight into that tripwire. Flank is revealed, and was that a showstopper?
It was, and it is gone. 1-for-1 trade. And G2 now working on this retake. Tens in position on the site, and John QT a 1v1 towards spawn.
This fight is everything. Whether or not John can come out on top. Trent is low, and he sees the foot just jiggling it. Look at the movement on Trent.
It's beautiful, but John still has a chance. Molly at his feet. He needs to run quickly. He's taken care of. Up to Tens. First shot is beautiful, and he'll teleport away. Find a new position, a new angle. Jonas low! And Trent has to hold this one to half. Tens has such little ammo. He's sticking the reload. Trent is on the spot. Can Tens get him off? No! Trent holds his nerve. And G2 win the round.
What are these rounds?
It's ridiculous.
Every single one a nail biter. Can we talk about Trent for just a second, though? He was playing with his food.
I mean, can we talk about the beginning of that round?
No, too many things happened. I've already forgotten.
Okay, Sentinels. What's the approach this time? Back to this B main default. This time, Second not investing into mid.
I think their prep has told them that G2 really only did the aggressive.
Hold on, look at it, man.
You're so right.
Tens is up in a smoke, and G2 is getting mighty close to the man. Smoke fades, and Leaf was ready for it.
Yeah, Leaf was not fooled at all. That was bad. Sentinels, luckily for them, they have some kind of a presence in B main, but they still have to burst out into the site somehow. One of the rare rounds Zekin didn't use the paint shells, and that's because we got the rocket to zoom on into market, taken down by Net all the way back in spawn.
John QT in mid. Taken care of as well. Leaf has found 2 massive kills in this round. Comes to desperation. Sassy. What can the world champ get done? Already finds 1 kill. Now into the 2 versus 4. And Celsius, another tough spot. 1v3. Trent close, swinging him dinked. That's damage, not a kill. He needs something now. Trent taken care of. But there will be no more funny business from Zelsis. G2 clean up the retake.
Leaf finding 10s up in the sky there. Just crazy.
Last round before the
Completely read him. Let's look at that. Yeah, it wasn't even a flick. Just fully prepared. There was also a paranoia coming out on the ground in case he was playing down there. So Leaf was never going to be in trouble.
Seven 4 up now for G2.
I'm afraid for their voices. This could be a 6-game day for G2.
Yeah. The energy's still high for them.
Even after the loss. 2 nail-biters up against MiBR.
And honestly, after looking not in their best form in that last map, so many mistakes made on Breeze to let that game slip away. But they're back here and looking much stronger on Sunset against Sentinels.
Again, very common look from G2. We've got cages on the site for Cypher to play around, in theory, or buy time for SEN. The camera there as well. Rest of the team playing heavy off. And they can look for some things. They have Hunter's Fury in the post plant. They can scout with Valen to counter it out.
Zelsis has null command.
That's the most important thing. That's why Cypher doesn't want to be anywhere near his utility.
If they contact all the way up elbow, he might actually be close enough to get caught.
And that's the read, though. Like G2, they're almost always either playing aggressive up A main or giving it completely.
Here's 2 ults committed into the A tape. Jonah P will try and counter from the other side, but just not finding connections. What happened to Zelsis? Maybe just killing himself to try and get HP back?
Not quite sure. I think Valen might have had the high angle back from spawn here. But regardless, Zelsis gets picked up, no problem.
Flash towards spawn. Saucy in a bit of a one and done here. He is taking some risks, but has his teammate up above to aid. That's 10. This duo
Thrash
is good
again.
for it.
That's a
Into
huge
spawn.
one.
Second. Close corner. Stinger spraying. It's Saucy to pick him up instead. He finds 2 kills. Jonah back into the side. They come. Leaf for 1, 2 versus 2. John QT's position revealed. Zelsis takes down Jonah, and the time, it's almost gone. Leaf. There should be no way he doesn't stick it. Is there enough? It comes down to the wire. Does he have it?
Yes!
Barely.
.09 to finish out the half.
And after a strong start for Sentinels, that is an 8-4 finish up for G2.
The Red Bull clutch from Leaf at the end, tracking John QT behind the box. You could not have asked for a better start.
Ridiculous half of play already. But still a lot of time left here on Sunset as we have Akeem and the analyst desk standing by for the half.
Oh my goodness. This was insane. I mean, the vibes ramped up to a strong play from G2. I feel like, did we have it wrong though? I mean, a little bit. I mean, like we all were banking on Sentinels. It's not over yet, of course, but I gotta say this.
Out the magic.
I'm just saying, look, I feel like, well, I thought the cardinal sin, the primary cardinal sin you could commit is choosing the same comp that you've chosen prior on Sunset. Sentinels, they came out with, two new agents that we haven't seen them use with their comp, but I don't know, G2, they've been just like, own it.
I'll tell you, it's been big moment after big moment after big moment, and this is what I was talking about. Net, like for example, getting the hype, talking trash.
Yeah, at the end, you saw the camera, he was standing up, talking, screaming the trash talk.
Absolutely.
And that's what they needed. I mean, it was what you were saying. The mental, getting back into it in that way.
Momentum,
they did.
Being able to be hype. I think this team is an emotional team. I don't think that they've had reason yet to feel that pressure enough. Right now, it's all there. They have to be flawless against Sentinels here. And so every single big moment that they're winning is just powering them. And you can see everybody's getting hype about this. I think, too, one thing that, you're thinking about when you're thinking about that whole storyline, right, that aspect of G2, is Sentinels is giving them these moments, constantly putting themselves in clutch situations situations where it's 2v2, 2v1, whatever, giving opportunities to Zelsis to clutch, and that is allowing them to get so hype.
Yeah, I mean, that was a nasty clutch from Leaf at the end, but it's not just that. It's been the whole half. He had a beat on TenZ. That one round where he took him out early.
He's always TPing in the same spot.
I know, yeah, they were reading him so hard, taking him out. They couldn't hit sights, so that's looking good.
Well, let's get the second half underway. Back to our casters, Mimi and Ender. Ender.
Thank you very much. The first half very much defined by chaos, but for both teams, this is their chance to reset the energy and close this one out.
Sen City's not gonna let him. It is loud in here. But G2's attack will be completely different to Sentinels. They've got to take their time.
But you see some of the tricks Sen has in the playbook. Double flash out into mid, full re-clear of that space, and this Dizzy will be recovered.
Yeah. Of course, as soon as they go out into mid, that opens up the A site. So G2 will get that plant off. Check out this trip over an elbow, though. It might mean that the Sentinels cannot worry about that position in the post plant.
If the first half was G2's comp loving to flood retake, the second half is going to be about Sentinels and the set retakes they can have with this flash-heavy comp.
Yep, Zelsis is going to get crazy with though. Dizzy goes out, Paranoia to follow too, but G2 all off site.
That they are. And that wingman can help in these chaotic post plants. Second on the tap. Already found one frag. G2 just trying to spam away to take care of this one. Satsi, he's holding it down now. Jonah doesn't have enough HP to fight. It leaves it all on net. He's already dinked, and Zekin closes the deal. Beautiful retake for Sen City.
That's a big one for Sentinels. And G2 already, I'm seeing that they're going to need to make some quick pivots. They played full off-site. And while, yeah, enemy team has those flash combos, it's brutal. The fact is, G2 don't really have many ways to get themselves back through if they ever get smoked off. So if TenZ is alive in a post plant, G2 need to get active, need to seek out early space. And that is really the limitation of their comp, especially when they're committing the Paranoia to the hits.
B-main fight from both squads. And 4 suppressed on that knife. G2, harvest up the orb and we'll reset. Back towards mid.
Looks like Saucy worked his way all the way up through A main. Didn't quite catch if he picked up the orb, but getting Thrash online early is so big. Yeah, easy pick in mid. We got this camera here too, which is so annoying, just looking for any kind of lurk. So as they walk on into the smokes, Sentinel's gonna make quick work of G2.
Yeah, great control in the backside here. On QT, actually loses out to Valen, but the trade is there quick enough, and Sentinels get the defuse.
My biggest concern for G2 looking here, as they will have the buy, is how do they burst through? Okay, what are we looking at here? Camera on the opposite. Oh no! Oh no!
The poor guy just watched it happen to him.
Bro's just like your classic little film guy trying to take a pretty picture in mid, and then a grenade comes out of the corner.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday! Shout out this guy. I prefer him to that guy.
Great take. G2 first rifle round of this half for them. And as expected, they are starting really slow, trying to feel out any aggression that this double flash comp will bring.
TenZ is going to be ready on a Paranoia on that line. The second contact is made here. But G2, really, the way you categorize their attack is mainly through walking into mid and looking for a pick. And a lot of elbow walks try and pinch into that A site, led by the Sova drone more often than not. The fact they've gotten into market, a little surprising, but this camera here will be broken and spots out Leaf.
Sentinels have to be really cautious of any of these pops through mid. Leaf loves kind of pathing through, similar to what we saw from Zekin in that first half.
That'll be a big deal for them. Fortunately for Sentinels, all playing off-site right now, no kill trips or anything like that to work with. Just the one right next to John QT to make sure no one comes up on his drill.
Spike planted.
Paranoia to reclear market.
Uh-oh.
John QT somehow pulls that one off. The drip is doing everything. One drip, 2 kills. Down to 3 for G2. Can they keep this round in their control? Second has the ult. He is fully cleared out sight. But can the rocket find a connection? No. Misses in main. Just a stinger for him to work with, but Trent is blind, and he's knocked off to one side. Finds his kill. Tens up above, the reflank finally coming in, but Saucy's found it down to half. It's only Trent. And on the other side of the smoke, a stinger is waiting! And Sentinels, they win their bonus in the second half.
Who would win? 2 professional Valorant players or 1 silly tripwire? It's the tripwire. That's all John QT walked into the round with. That and a sheriff, and it got him 2 kills.
Ridiculous. Even besides that trip, it really comes down to the retakes with this comp, because that's the whole reason that trip is even there. Stop them from getting into sight, and then you can flood with double flashes.
And that smoke that goes onto the sign in main, they're so annoying. You can see because the center of it is raised. There was no way to walk out of it without getting shot.
Another upside of that Gecko, being able to cycle that Dizzy in A main. You have a lot of info with this comp.
Yeah, check your watch. 10 seconds later, Dizzy back ready to go again. So you can cycle that into main, although it leaves those windows where G2 can creep up, just like they have here. Orb goes down onto Leaf.
But a lot harder to time than something like a Sova Dart or a Breach Stun that has a full 45 seconds on recharge.
And honestly, the amount of information Sentinels have to play with on this defense is insane. If this camera remains untouched, Sentinels will have free reign because Dizzy can cycle over on the A side. KO is going to have his knife every 40 seconds. Late in the round, you just hold on to that. And if G2 ever try to exec, you just throw that up against the wall in a main, and they're never bursting out of the choke.
So where did G2 want to end this round? They'll group back towards A. And likely just continue the theme of these slow contact plays.
Sentinels are playing pretty passively here. Saucy's got just about everything. That's a fun little dart going on in. Oh, wow.
30 seconds left.
Spam not going to connect from Saucy. But again, this comp is about retakes. Another 5v5 post plant.
Valen scouting out towards spawn there, doesn't see anyone, so maybe worried about a potential flank. No, they've got a camera that should make sure there's no gaps on that one. They need to center this fight around shop. They've got 2 players, Leaf and Trent, ready to choke out Sentinels when they come through here.
Util coming in for Sentinels. The flash is over the top, second into the site. Leaf is so blind, but Trent has a cheeky angle. Only goes for 1. Saucy activates, finds 2, kills this retake. Is so clean. The fish is finally in. They didn't even need it. Beauty from Sentinels.
Sentinels were one of the first teams to be playing this map after it came out, and they were showing us what became the meta very quickly. The breach, the fade, the raise, comboing off of that. It's so good to see their first showing here on the VCT stage of this map. A very different look, a very different read, comboing the KO and the Gecko. Kaplan been in the labs cooking this one up, and it's fantastic to see now.
Josh RT gonna hit the timeout here. G2 very quickly running out of chances.
They have not won a round yet on this half. And I genuinely think their comp is outmatched in the post plants. What do? If you play off site, you are going to get smoked out and you don't have flashes to get back in. That's not looking good. If you play on site, you're getting flash comboed, paranoia, everything's unloaded on you. It's not realistically possible. Maybe you can play around your wall, your Viper wall, your cage is something, but even pushing towards the enemy spawn is hard because again, you don't have many flashes, you just have the paranoia. So everything revolves around them taking relatively even or gunfights because they can't help support each other. They have to do it through their mechanics and their fundamentals and their spacing. And that's tough at the highest level.
It is really difficult. If you give Sentinels the time to set up, to play these set retakes, it is bound for failure. They absolutely need to disrupt them, break this streak. But this round, not really the one to do so. Just some stingers invested.
Obligatory shout out to Jonah P on the Sheriff. It's not quite the Guardian, but that's about the only hope I give them here. Good scouting early on from Sentinels, spots out both the Sova and the Cypher.
And I mean, you're even just seeing on these anti-egos what's so oppressive about this comp. Before it even gets the retakes, they have utility they can invest to fight into either main to really heavily get information on their on the side their Cypher isn't at, and then they have recharges by the time they're retaking.
There is exactly one 1v1 they're giving on the map, and that's the Omen. There were 3 players over in Market, and Cypher's just playing off of his trips. Like, you're always walking into an unfair fight, and Ken's the only guy who takes the one. Of course he's gonna get his.
Yeah, if the only 1v1 is against Tens, like,
it's cooked.
Tough to win that. They'll get the plant in, but there should be no way they get a round out of this one. That util combo is disgusting. 2 flashes in at the same time. Jonah overwhelmed. Sentinels take the lead.
Obviously, G2 hoping to win this map, but it's time to talk the worst case scenario for G2.
Hit the panic button.
Hit the panic button. If G2 lose out from here, it's still underneath the round differential, right? 8-13 finish would only be 5 separating them. And if they got some 13-0s and some 13-1s, it keeps them in the picture.
So you mean to tell me, if they lost out from here, they would only have 3 rounds to lose in the next 2 maps?
Yes.
They have to win.
Bad.
They have to win.
Bad.
And that means this round is critical. Big ults online. Showstopper. Zekin into mid. He's taken down. That is the first advantage G2 has had in a long time, but there's another fight coming.
They're still going. They're still going.
He's going to get overwhelmed here. Teleport out. Leaf, Showstopper, connection through, but he still finds one! And Saucy's just gunning them down in main! Only 2 left alive! And look how aware Saucy is. He's ready for the player through mid. Jonah's taken care of, and Trent is again alone. 1v3, an ult in his face. There is not a chance in hell. That was the round.
It was the round. It was the swing round. It was the ult round. It was SEN going up to 10, and it worked out. The opening was perfect, right, for G2. They kill Zekin, but then 10 somehow blasts Leaf out of the sky. Saucy swings into the fight like an absolute madman. Who does that? His teammate dies. He's already on the ground. He's cold, and Saucy's going back in for 2.
Walk through mid for G2. Does Zekin get flashed through the smoke? Celsius is ready for it, but they're gonna come to him instead. It's a 1-for-1 trade out. But John QT, Sentinels is always so apt to find these trades.
It's because they have so much information. They're playing like it's unfair. It's 5v2. It's 5v2. Every single fight is a numbers advantage because they just know exactly what's happening on the map.
And rewind that round to start off. They're cycling a Dizzy A. They know that A main is clear. They have trips up on B, so they're fully understanding that this is likely to be a play through mid and are ready to punish that.
And look, G2, they actually got into the smoke. They almost had the narrowest margin to actually get in there.
Hold on.
But it
that was
doesn't
a
matter.
chance. And it's now gone.
Thrash is ready.
And he gets Thrash.
Brutal.
Sentinels, you can see Thrash available, Null Command available. Next round
30
looking
seconds
even
left.
tougher. And that'll be the buy again for G2.
I love the way Sen is playing this defense. When they're in this man-up situation, they're fully condensing this map. No one is in any position where they're giving a disadvantageous fight, even an even fight.
Kaplan with a full offseason to work with this team and bring them under the Kaplan spell, the magic of him. He has put together the most well-drilled Sentinel squad I have ever seen.
Great Thrash will detain Net. He should have no way to escape this one. And his poor teammate Fallon only has 14 HP to work with. John's holding the line. It was only a matter of time. 11-8 now. Sentinels indomitable on defense.
And I don't know, you can't help but get a little bit excited about Sentinels. Every single fight, very high percentage that they're taking and looking good in it.
Remember, this is just kickoff. This is the beginning for this team, and they're already showing us new creative comps. This is not the Sentinels of last season that was always playing from behind.
This is also a Sentinels that was in the absolute group of death, right? Like, it couldn't get harder. What else the teams for me?
Yeah, I mean, Loud.
Yeah, that's bad news. That's also bad news.
I mean, it's brutal.
Yeah, and they were able to take down
even just those two were the top two teams people were saying that are going to be the best in the league.
And honestly, I thought 100 Thieves was playing fantastic Valorant. Like,
I mean,
that
they picked up a world champion.
Yeah, that group was so hard for them, and they did get through close matches all the way. It's looking like another close one here, but this second half has been lights out from them.
We're approaching last chances here for G2 on this first map.
I feel like this music is a little bit too chill for what's happening.
Sentinels is vibing with it.
Yeah, Sentinels feeling real good. G2, their nails must be bitten all the way down. You know, it's starting to slip.
Remember, they just came off a heartbreaking loss against MiBR. Yeah. It is very rare that in Tier 1, you have to play back-to-back matches.
It never happens in VCT. It's also, they won in OT. They came back in that split map. They almost didn't even have a shot here. It was almost MiBR with a chance. But they earned it for them, and now they have to push it that one step further. They've got ults. Jonah P ready to unleash that Hunter's Fury. But Sentinel's getting aggro.
It's a pinch into their spawn. Zekin connects to double off the rocket. They can't catch a break. Sentinels is running them over at every turn. That was out of G2's paws. They haven't slowed down for an iota of time. 5v1 for Trent. This is just so different from what we've seen before from Sentinels.
G2 are looking shell-shocked, and you could not look at two teams with a different read on the map. G2, play slow, stall, and Sentinels came in, go, go, go. Not a moment to breathe. A timeout, the only respite, and the 30 seconds after your team's been wiped.
We need to get a flawless round tally going here. It seems like half of this defensive side has been rounds just like that.
The fans certainly know what's happening. Eight in a row. G2 had a great first half, 8 rounds themselves. Now they've got a battle back. Jonah P, the legendary Guardian in his hands. But once again, Sentinels, heavy stack over towards B. They are ready to fight around this area if G2 decide to commit in. That said, maybe Valen can get a little bit loose with it. Do we see a deep flank TP with the Omen? Do we see Net and Trent try to do something towards the A site? So far, it's been 30 seconds and nothing. Droning into the site, looking to break down that camera, but they can't find it. He hasn't clicked in, and the flash coming back from Boba means that they will never break that camera. 40 seconds now gone on the round, and the information still stands. Only now broken from them, but Celsius has the null command ready for the pre-take. They're not gonna let G2 plant the spike. G2 need to activate these two players in A. They have got to do something because right now they have been stuck here, getting hit by info cycle after info cycle. Sentinels ready to pounce on them.
Grenade!
G2 start to hit. When is the flood going to come? It's only a matter of time. For Sentinels send their wave back.
They're going to A with the spike. They're going to A with the spike. Those two players there. They heard Sentinels rotate out, but they're still hanging around. Tens finds his first, and there's still Saucy back in spawn.
Saucy, he's gotten a kill. G2, they have a player already late on this flank. Hunter's Fury is being popped. Jonah will try and defend his teammate. What can he get done with it? He buys time for Net.
The spike goes down. There's a camera that will see these two players. G2 need to get out in front of this fight. Sentinels are already on the defuse. Net finds 3, but they're sticking it through. They take it all the way.
Sentinels 13-8. What a performance. They debut a new comp on Sunset, a new style of play, a completely different read than their opponent, and they dominate. Every one of those combos looked so perfectly drilled. And I mean, technically a Red Bull clutch to end it.
Just sticking it through at the finish. Simply ridiculous. An incredible map. I mean, the first half, every round so close. But Sentinels and the crowd here rode the wave on defense. They didn't give G2 a moment to breathe.
They absolutely did not. Sentinels looked excellent in that one. And G2, I mean, that entire first half, so many moments where it looked possible, where they looked good, up 8-4 to start, and then it slipped away.
Sentinels surprising with the new comp. Not surprising with the discipline, not surprising with the skill. They dominated map 1.
That they did, and we've received word that that's done enough, that the round differential has gotten them to the point where Sentinels has qualified into the playoffs. But it's not done yet. We still have a rest of the series. We're still playing it out for fun. Map 2, after this.
double tap, dodging and juking, Sassy! Time is not on their side!
Damage, shot connects though, great out of lead. Can he get another? Absolutely!
Welcome back to VCT America's Kickoff Play-In. Sentinels won the first map over G2 and have officially qualified for this weekend's playoffs, which was freaking amazing. Like it was so crazy seeing G2 in the first half, which they showed a lot of promise, but what happened in that second half?
They didn't win a single round. I mean, the first half. Not gonna lie.
That was insane.
You thought they had a little bit of magic at first.
That was the first time I saw G2 magic today. No, genuinely, in the first half, what Leaf was doing, Jonah had one of those sick moments, the Leaf clutch at the very end. Yeah. But Sen on the second half, I mean, their overarching game plan, their setups were so damn good. Yeah. G2 got 7 plants off on attack, won none of those rounds, which is a testament to both how good Sen's retakes were, but also most of those situations, if not like the majority of them, they were getting the plant down at a disadvantage.
Yes.
Like Sen was finding picks while they were getting into the site.
Oh, for sure. It was man advantage situations left and right. And there were so many good things about that composition actually on defense. I wasn't a big fan of it on attack. I didn't quite feel like Saucy had all the tools at his disposal or was using them effectively. But then when they went to defense, it was a completely different story, right? Being able to refresh the flash, being able to use KO and the Gecko at the same time to play aggressively on 2 different peaks. I mean, that strat that they kept doing was Zekin would showstopper down mid with his ult, and sometimes he died, but then they'd be main control anyways. Like, that was so good. And because they have the 2 initiators to be able to set that up, it's very, very nicely planned by Kaplan.
Yeah, John QT, I don't know, he really set some traps for G2.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the defense
it was insane. I'm kind of curious, where do we even think that G2 went wrong, though? Like, in the second half?
I mean, I don't know, man.
Well, this is one aspect where they definitely went wrong. They could not figure out John's setups. They were not properly clearing out these trips at all.
And honestly, that type of thing, especially what you just saw in that, like the pistol round and these types of moments too, Leaf is looking for the trips, right? But on that pistol round in particular, right, he runs into it and Jonah P's behind him and he doesn't shoot the trip. And then Jonah P walks into it again. And still nobody shoots the trip. It's like they didn't read the patch notes like 2 months ago. The trip stays up. But even still, that's the type of thing that like will make your teammates mad, will make your teammates angry, will tilt you. Obviously, you as a teammate, as somebody who cares about performance, you're going to try to wipe that away from you. But those are the types of things when you're an emotional team, when you're trying to ride the momentum, like I said, don't want to rehash the same point over and over, but that can hurt that. That can really hamper that.
Yeah. Now, even though Sentinels won, they're moving forward. We're still going to play for fun. So what do we? Because in essence, this is a video game, all right? Valorant is a video game, people. So we're still going to play for fun.
I mean, I think it's literally true.
Within the essence of Valorant, it is a video game.
Yeah. I mean, it does matter for like seeding down the line for these 2 teams. I think if G2 lose the map, then they'll be tied with MiBR, and it will actually go to like I don't even care anymore about that like the tiebreaker process. As long as I know who went to playoffs, as long as I know that Sentinels is through, I'm good. And they did. So let's see how the rest of it plays out. And does it matter? Maybe.
So what are we expecting to see on Breeze? Do you think we'll see some different comps?
I don't know. It really depends. I mean, like, does G2 go crazy? They don't need it anymore. Do they go crazy?
That's the thing, they can, right?
I have no expectations. I don't know what to.
These are the games.
I don't know what to expect.
These are the games that we you just like don't know what's going to happen anymore.
No. I mean,
it's just be a deadlock. Like that's the sort of thing. Cloud9 deadlock type of beat. Like,
we did see a deadlock.
Yeah, I know.
During playoffs, do we want to? I mean, kickoff rather. Do we want to see another deadlock?
I'd love to.
Honestly, ISO one time. It doesn't matter. Just get 10s on ISO.
Okay.
One time.
Yeah.
That's fun.
It's true, too, because, like, Sentinels is the team to do it. Once they realize it doesn't matter anymore for them,
you think they're just going to bust it out?
Absolutely. And there's reason for them, right? They're moving forward to playoffs, right? Mm-hmm. There's reason for them to hide stuff now.
Yeah, no, genuinely. They've already made it, like, just don't give anything away. Yep. It's all good.
So since we already know Sentinels is moving forward, so do we think that they're just going to be kind of just wacky, crazy?
Yeah, it's going to be a good
on Breeze.
It is genuinely.
You watch a seeding match? It's a seeding match.
It is actually seeding. Yeah. Back to the old reliable.
Old reliable, yeah.
We've been here before.
Yeah. But this is the thing though with these 2 teams, because we kind of mentioned this early on. I kind of want to just bring this back. There was some rivalry with this team way back in the day with the guard, right?
Yeah, absolutely. The G2 Sentinels, the entire thing was a mess back then, bro. Like, these guys were going at it because Sentinels was the team to beat way back in the day. So, like, at this point, I mean, they've got slammed by Sentinels again here, and it's going to be like, okay.
It only took 900 days, but they're the team to beat again, if you can believe it, based on whatever stat that was we saw earlier.
Yeah. Now, Ball, you were mentioning earlier how emotional this team is as well. G2, yeah. So, where do you think their mentality is now? That they just got that L, fat L.
Obviously, they're going to be disappointed, right? But I think this is their first time stepping on the stage for America's League, right? They get to feel that same level that they've been there before. But this is different, right? This is partnership. They've accomplished something by making it here in the first place, and now it's all about, you know, being able to rehash and retain that mentality that they had to make the grinds here in the first place, right? And I think they're going to come back in a second split, or in split one, and they're going to be scary. I think there's a lot to learn from this run in particular, but they made it deep, right? And so it's going to be really fun to watch this team develop now, because we've seen them before go on this arc, right? We've seen them go from, you know, not necessarily like barely making it to all of a sudden like grinding, working hard, and then making it to whatever it might be. So I think could be contenders for another international event, be it Shanghai, be it Champs.
Listen, we've got a solid month ahead of us of wild speculation based on ranking teams with most of them not playing each other due to the format with the groups. And listen.
But look at this.
Yeah, we got
our agent select.
Yeah, we got the same thing here from G2 that we just saw not long ago. But yeah, I mean, I agree with you. Like, G2, they've clearly proven that they're going to be in that mid-table.
Yeah.
And Leaf has really shown up for them. They're doing better and better. I mean, listen, there's a lot to be hoping for the team. Like, they have solid expectations, and I think they can surpass them in a month's time, right?
Yeah. Now, looking at Sentinel's agent comp, how are we feeling about this? We think this is
standard.
I mean, it's just a standard thing. And if they're trying anything different or want to do anything different, I mean, this is the perfect time to just throw the standard thing in, get a win.
Absolutely. Well, we're still going to play out this series and head on to map 2. So let's send things back over to our casters. Here's Mimi and Ender.
Thank you very much. Yes, this game, what does it mean?
Everything.
Really?
No.
No. G2 cannot make it to playoffs. But it's silly goose time, because we are still playing the map. And Sen, I heard Rob in the halftime, Rob Moore, owner of Sentinels, he said they're not allowed to lose to G2.
Yeah, look, I saw TenZ hovering Yoru, and I've never seen a person stopped so quickly. It instantly flipped back to the KO. No, they're here to win. They're here to take everything from G2.
Match of the century, people. Let's see what they've got cooked up. It's Breeze.
Is it too late to get Shroud up there?
Let's work on that if it goes to map 3.
Someone ring him up. Maybe at halftime we can hot swap him in. No one will notice. They're already doing my favorite thing.
What is that?
Walking halls.
Tell me why you love that
fun.
so much.
Because you're just not in the map for the entire round. Why is Halls back? It's so that we can do silly little lurks. And there's no one sillier than Net.
It's a little treat for Net.
Yeah, it's a fun, you know? With Cypher, you're usually in camera jail. No. Now he gets to get active. He gets to walk. And he gets to do the funny and kill Saucy. Maybe.
Planted.
Saucy also hauls. And Zekin in mid. Sentinels, a retake. We've seen this show before. How does it differ? Here on Breeze.
They're actually just doing a real retake. Here we go. Opening door, getting onto site, moving up quick. But G2 are playing very far off.
Yeah, everyone's quite passive.
He's up Halls!
Halls fight, Halls.
He closed door on himself!
Net is locked off. I think that was actually Saucy. All the play to lock him away. As this retake will continue, Net active. Halls haters sobbing in this moment because their post plant is clean.
G2 do what they couldn't do one time on the attacking side of Sunset.
What's that?
Win a round.
Don't bring that up.
I mean, it's impressive. The turnaround now that the pressure is off Mimi, they are looking new, they're looking refreshed, they're looking revamped.
It's a scrim.
It's a scrim. If you ever wanted to see what a scrim looked like, this is your chance. Pull back the veil. Saucy called in reinforcements this time. Look at that Viper wall, the defensive wall.
The crazy wall there. This blocks off mid door, lets you fight into A main, and fight A main they will. Clean shots out of Jonah P. That guy's been good this tournament.
Yes, he has. Nobody better with the Guardian in hand. G2 stringing them together. Like riding a bike.
So Sentinels now, they got some rifles. I want to see 10s. Freed.
Free. What does 10's freed mean to you?
I want to see 10s when he's allowed to run around the map.
Is he in handcuffs up there? Like, what's happening?
No. It's not a situation like that. It's just that he's been trained, let's say.
Yeah,
to be a part of the unit.
Yeah.
John QT, Kaplan, the old ball and chain.
Yeah, Tens has to flash for his teammates. It's a very boring life for him.
He's actually said he likes it and prefers this role over Duelist, but we'll ignore that for the narrative. As everyone's in halts this round, including the clone. They'll push up, roll through. You can do some cool stuff with this one, like this little fake. Thought we were running
Zelsis.
Nope.
What you got? Zelsis on his own. Zelsis in a prayer. That's a lot of people.
That is. But he takes care of the first. Flash a little too late to help out Jonah P. Leaf. Bounding up and down, taken care of by Saucy. Shock darts coming in. And that deal damage onto Trent. No, he stays safe in his current position. And the dart into backside. Well, clear there. 2 players. Not a part of this just yet.
Also, Zekin hopped over the trip with his updraft and is all the way around on the flank. He's going to be in window quick.
They haven't even planted yet.
No.
Finally, Trent will get that down.
They're not ready. The elbow cam wasn't checked. Zekin up in the window.
Dash procced. First player spotted. Does he hear net? No. Okay, it's weird. But Zekin just wins those. New Jersey's last hope successful again, but Trent, now in the clutch, finds one already. Play for the clip. Find another 2.
That's all that's left.
Spike to blow. Trent to find another head. And Tens is in trouble. Molly at his feet. He'll have to try and hold on to this one, but Trent, he's got it in the bag.
Hi, YouTube. He hit it. He hit the clip.
Beautiful.
Very nicely done. G2 kind of owning.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact. The side hit wasn't super simple, but the Red Bull clutch for Trent there in the 1v2. Very nicely done. Tens was trying to go for the half stick. Trent wasn't gonna let it happen.
He's standing up.
There was a lot of standing up in the last series. I've never seen so many players out of their seats yelling at each other. That's a good one.
Stand. Second, playing a dangerous game there. Bobbing and weaving out of main. They'll back away. Halls fight again. Seen this one before, Saucy. They just connects a bit of a tag there, but can't find the kill.
Yeah, Net decided he just wanted to duel for this game. I'm gonna walk Halls every round, they're gonna swing me, and I'm gonna win.
Fun fact, he's actually playing ISO. You'd be surprised by that.
Yeah, Halls is actually just ISO ult, but without having to click any buttons.
Fake teleport.
I'm gonna talk about the game. Look at Leaf playing around the wall like that. Love it. They were going for that shallow wall all throughout their game earlier today.
Okay.
Had some difficulties fighting through it, I think. A harbor wall giving you a bit of a self-slow, but that little pocket he can play in right there was real nice. And he actually took an aggressive TP. He didn't take a single aggressive TP in the map earlier today.
And he never will again.
No. The one time he does, he's punished. I hope he pretends to be a clone.
That would be ridiculous.
Why not? Nothing to lose.
30 seconds left.
Oh. Saucy gonna try and
Spike planted.
Bite off another head here with his Marshall.
Is that what the Marshall does?
Sometimes. In the right hands.
That it does. Is Saucy the right hand or the left? Left-handed. Left-handed player.
That's kind of mean to
It's not the right hand, sorry. It's the wrong one.
A shame. All right, 4-0 start for G2.
What if they went 13-0?
Honestly, if there was to be teams for at this point, it's basically a show match.
Yeah, which they already did in the offseason.
In the offseason.
They literally had the G2 versus Sen show match, Mimi.
We're doing it again.
Yeah.
In that, what was the record from that?
I believe that was a 2-1. They played twice against each other in the offseason.
Pull that up.
I'm scrolling back. Yeah, it was a 2-1 for Sentinels.
I'll talk about the round when we get this. Yorwell into A. This comp's kind of sick. You can throw out these harbor walls, can scale off of that. But guess what? It was all a fake. They're going towards B instead.
We're going B. And Sentinels don't really have much space on this site, although they can look for the spam. Jump QT. Really not finding the mark on that one. But the spam got a lot of damage down.
Spike planted.
The base in the venue is getting its money worth right now. The spam in the vent. Ow!
Shock dart's good from Saucy. Sobol delaying time in this post plant for G2. Sentinels flooding back in. Deep inside, Leaf has an angle behind his teammates High Tide. When will it fall? When will he be forced to fight these moments now? But it's only one. Sen trading back through even, and they win it out. The Sentinels are on the board.
Yeah, Sentinels show us a very nice B retake there. Starting it off with Saucy's shock darts right on the planter.
Talk to me about this Viper wall.
Oh, I'm so glad you said that.
If you play ranked, you never see that Viper wall. Why is it good? Why is this team
Well, first of all, I am going back in time to the last time these teams, or the core of these teams, faced each other. 2022 LCQ. It was Sentinels versus then the Guard with the core of G2 on that team then, and it was Shroud on the Viper for Sentinels. And he was the first guy that placed this sort of half-sight retake wall. He was tossing it from all the way back there.
The one you see on
go like that.
from the defense.
Yeah, I can't draw a straight line because I am, bad, and I don't have my protractor out here. But yeah, he was the first one that really did, and it allows you to sort of chop up the side in the retake, not give a ton of space when they're actually trying to hit into you.
It's really good in those situations. But in this round, Sentinels, I mean, crazy aggressive down mid, a flash, there's Fury, everything committed, but Tens is gonna get overwhelmed. G2 contend with that one beautifully.
Saucy is looking for Leaf, and he's out of there. No problem. That A side pretty much completely open, apart from Zelsis playing all the way down deep on the double doors. And Valen can dip into that ult to clear the site. You won't see any of the rumbling on the ground, so you can get in with not too many problems. At the same time, though, I'm keeping my eyes on Leaf still. Like, dude's still hanging out over towards B, and his teleport is right next to him. It's a very shallow one, but he sort of slipped on in here. No camera on the site to spot him out. He's wrapped all the way around John QT.
The Leaf World Tour starts. Oh no!
It's been canceled. Canceled before the first show. Tickets non-refundable.
But now they're gonna go all the way back through me. The B. There's a fight in mid. Trent
seconds left.
Takes down Saucy.
G2 are calling a crazy round. They're back in top mid, they're down in bot mid. Sentinels keep walking in to try and fight them.
That started as a fight in mid, and then faking towards one side, and then Leaf walking up the other, and then another fake back to meet up with Leaf. Crazy mid-rounding.
All according to plan. They drew that one up in the Valo plant, just as expected. That was not in Valo plant. I promise you. Leaf got a little wild with it. And honestly, I kind of like seeing G2 play a little bit looser on their attacking sides. I think a lot of times they ended up getting stalled out, especially back on Sunset, of course. So seeing a Leaf go do things on his own, which you totally can on the Oru, having the TP to get out, the flashes to enable yourself, you can get real crazy with it up through mid.
This match, silly business. But there is serious stuff left.
Okay, hit me.
Post-show today, the draw for the playoffs.
Big.
There are some big names in that playoff. 4 teams, you play one match, you either make it to Madrid or you're eliminated. High stakes. And that draw is going to be really important, so do make sure you stick around to the post-show to see which matches we're going to get next weekend.
Oh yeah, Sentinels have that to look forward to, that's for sure.
they got to get through this first. And you know what? If they can't win this map, we got to wait another map before the draw show. So Sentinels want to get prepping, which I'm sure they do. After the series is over and they see the draw, they'll instantly be watching VODs, naturally.
G2 actually giga-braining here. They're trying to stop Sentinels from having that hour and a half of prep time.
It's purely out of spite. You know, G2 are just like, Sentinels, you knocked us out, you're
It's literally
done,
the
kid.
MiBR game earlier. Out of contention, still win the match.
Although, to be fair, MiBR, I don't think actually knew they were fully out in that third game. G2, I believe, are aware.
Should be. Otherwise, it would be some crazy dramatic irony.
Oh boy. Here we go. That shallow harbor wall again to sort of trap up the site, clear that close corner, get in, deal with any sort of cypher trips, and then you push forward. But again, John QT can't quite find the mark.
He did.
Yeah.
The mark is when you spray 25 bullets with the Vandal and then
Yes.
pick half a mag with the Classic to get a kill.
It's about sending a message.
I've never golfed, but I'm pretty sure that's par.
25 par.
Okay.
Oh no.
Nice flank out of net. 2 big kills picked up.
See what can happen when you don't walk halls.
It's beautiful, really. Ken's fighting for main. Flash into the corner. Jonah P loses that critical fight. And now in the window, Trent, the last real bastion of hope for G2. And Sen take care of him.
Yeah, they nerfed Bastion all right. G2 unable to play off the site in that one. Why are you looking at me like that, Mimi? Why are you looking at me?
I don't know.
It was a perfect joke.
Okay.
It was a perfect joke. I did nothing wrong. All right, yeah, let's look at that one more time. That's just rude, I think.
He got the kill again.
To be fair, he'd already used like 15 bullets. We were clowning on him. Didn't deserve to be clowned.
Undeserved.
Undeserved
One
clownage.
enemy remains.
It's the worst kind.
I think as long as you get the kill, the play's unimpeachable.
Yeah.
You can't critique it.
You can type worth in all chat. It's all good.
Pause for G2.
Why?
Buying as much time as possible.
It's out of spite. All things considered, though, with the amount of trash talk online between the two orgs, not really the players, but the orgs themselves, you gotta play to win.
True. And I mean, okay, we are setting this up that this match doesn't really mean much, but for G2, you can kind of, I don't think you ever want to have an opportunity to play a stage match and go out there and be like, we don't care, even if it's meaningless, right? Because remember, these boys, super experienced. They played at Reykjavik, they've been together for eons, they've gone to LANs together, but VCT America stage is a little different. It's still a chance to play a match, get used to a top-level opponent, get acquainted to this new level.
Exactly, and also make adaptations from the Breeze map that didn't really go that well for them in the previous series. So adjusting quickly on the fly, very important for them.
There's always a chance to learn.
Yeah, and look, like these teams really don't get to play that many games if you get eliminated before next week, right?
Yeah.
So maximizing your on-stage time, getting you all in that you can, because sometimes, especially when you get drafted in the same group as a team, you don't get all that much time to scrim against the other competition.
G2, again, getting into this B site and getting that plant down. Sentinels keep being asked to make these retakes happen.
The weird thing is G2 never really have much control over the site itself because they just do that little baby harbor wall to get the easy plant, the cove.
Well, now they have control. Harbor ult towards the backside of site and the lurk active. Satsi
oh my.
kills Trent on the other side. Net, he's got a flank of his own. And he's got a connection on the two.
And that's why y'all walk halls, folks. Simple as that. Net getting the job done. No, his lurks have actually been owning Sentinels so far.
That they have. Ken's is sticking this one, though, but he can't hang on for long halfway. Where is Net? Can he make it in time? No connection. Tens wins it.
Not again. That's how they won the first map.
You hate to see the
It
Net
just
offline.
keeps cycling back. Unfortunate.
7 post-plant slots for G2 on Sunset.
It hurts, because Net did everything right in this round. Got 2 kills on the flank. His team just could not hold their position on site well enough. Even though there was the harbor wall, all those push, the harbor ult, the push walls too. It's really annoying to get back through a lot of that harbor utility onto the site. Breaks those long lines that Breeze is really known for, where you just style on your opponent, sniping them down from a mile away. It turns the B side into a very different map, quite honestly.
Guess where Net is?
Net is Pulse. I looked at the map, I didn't guess. I cheated, my bad.
Damn shame.
That was a really fun game you cooked up for us, though. Of the 2 positions Cypher can be, bot, mid, or halls. I can't forget about B-Nest.
What is that? Net is just charging into that. Pulling a China shop. He gets the second for it, too. Zekken has found a trade in mid. But this man's on the loose. Where's
Net's
Net
trying
going?
to join Sentinels right now. He's going to their spot. He's like, take me with you.
When is the last time you saw someone playing this angle?
Never? Yeah. Is that an answer?
Does Zekken even consider it?
No, Zekken thinks he's halls, where all the cringe Cypher mains go.
Oh, Zekken. Zekken! He looked death in the face and promptly died.
It just turned into a horror game. G2 are just around every corner. It's a jump scare.
Okay. 6-3 up. Talk me through that round for G2. I think a lot of nuance in that.
W key, left click. Solved.
Thanks, coach.
I mean, look, dude just sprinted up balls. What am I supposed to say? He's running into his own cage. Going nuts. Sees the opening because of the neural tap. Moments before
just
disaster.
Looking at him is so funny. Poor guy. Didn't stand a chance.
It's actually a lurk masterclass, bro. It's a lurk masterclass.
You're just doing anything.
Yes, chef. It absolutely is. Flash into main. That's second.
How about that lurk masterclass, though? Oh, man.
I feel like the first rule of Valorant is after you hit a sick clip, you immediately
You're the
into the
first
next
one
round.
to die, yeah. Oh, my.
That's not pretty.
Who's next? I want to know. Oh, it's Zelsus. But refighting him again. Like G2 are hiding in every corner. It's a little bit silly. And it's because they're playing full freedom. This is the most annoying type of Valorant to play versus.
Okay. Let me tell you a tale here. I saw a tweet from Kaide actually.
Okay.
Wake up in the morning, guess what Tens is watching? John QT frag movie. He loves his IGL. His IGL is a fragger. And he has a chance to show it here. It was a 1v3. He's cut it down to 2 in this post fight, but he's up against a Viper's Pit. How can he approach this? Cam sees at least that drone, but time not favorable for John QT. He's pinged out in the open, would need these kills fast, and Trent, he won't allow it.
Yeah, I'm sure he could have, added that to the frag movie if G2 ever gave him a fight. Like, just hiding all the way back in main, jiggle, one tap, done, lights out. It's crazy how G2 are playing this map, though, because, like, this is the type of Valorant that just frustrates you. When G2 are playing like they have nothing to lose, they're just walking and keep on going.
I mean, they literally have nothing to lose.
And if you ever make a mistake, or you literally are not prepared for the insane aggression, you just get mowed down.
Every corner is a risk. If you're Sentinels, where did Leaf get that kill? Oh, guess what? Just spraying it away. Onto a player peeking him. They keep giving him fights. Leaf hasn't lost one yet.
Okay.
Am I watching a team deathmatch?
This isn't G2.
Who is it then?
No, G2 are the team that hide in their spawn and they play flood retake and they're really good in that type of situation. The team I'm watching is just running at Sentinels, outfighting them every time.
Okay.
They didn't have
running
guns.
at Sentinels. Sentinels was, I would say, running at them for a lot of that. And also didn't have guns.
Hey, look, it's Tens. He's trapped in flash jail.
He likes it. Look how happy he is.
Does he?
Yeah. You saw his face.
Watch this.
Oh, man. Yet another one of these A-main fights. They've been pretty successful for Sentinels so far. The classic. You heard it from Baby Bay. I didn't think it would be on attack, though. I'll be honest.
No, I was maybe expecting it more on the latter half.
Right here.
Jonah, a better AWPer than Zekken confirmed?
You're saying that like Zekken had an op in his hands. Bro is jumping around trying to escape.
Don't bring that up.
My bad. I'm personally excited. I'm personally excited for the Net Lurk Masterclass. He's hiding over an elbow, mixing things up, keeping it fresh. He hears the rotates right now.
Oh, yeah. He's waiting now. It'll be a while before we get to see Net again. For now, we have to look at Saucy. Hunter's Fury. Oh, actually finds a kill just at the very end. Well done from him, but Leaf on the loose. Kill picked up, Plant finally committed. And this retake's gonna be fast. Sentinels already flooding back in a Molly front sight. The players close up towards the half wall. Leaf connects on to John QT. Saucy to trade. Celsius involved as well, but now this lurk has been spotted and Net is active. Celsius, 1 versus 2. And what is Net doing? He's running out in the open. Trent, though, not giving a fight, not giving an inch in this one. And he picks his timing perfectly.
Trent's been pretty sick in the post plants.
Switching sides.
This game for sure. And Net dropping 15 in the first half. Those lurks doing absolute wonders. You got Jonah P showing off the op. Oh.
That's an elbow.
Does that usually kill a person?
Elbow is very important.
Are there vital organs in there?
Apparently.
It's called the funny bone. It's very vital. Can't live without it.
Well, G2, maybe out of playoffs, but they're looking pretty good here. And we've got a special halftime for you. The birthday boy standing by with Liz.
This guy.
The birthday boy is here. Everyone give it up. Now, I have to ask you, who are you rooting for right now?
SEN all the way.
All right, well, great birthday gift to you, I guess. All right, so I made everyone promise in between maps that we would sing you happy birthday, but we need to know your name.
My name is Cody.
All right, is everyone ready? 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you. We're choosing different keys. Happy birthday to you. All right, if you choir. Happy birthday, dear Cody. Happy birthday to you. All right, and what's good on, what do you get on birthdays? What do you get on birthdays?
I get wins.
You get wins, but you get dubs. But you know what you also get? Free stuff. So this is for you. What do you want, Cody? You pick. Dealers. Oh yeah, it's birthday boy choice. Birthday boy choice. Birthday boy choice. Jet knives. Jet knives. And now everyone, I must warn you, I played softball for 10 years. So either hands up or duck. Okay? Are we ready? Let's go! Oh God, okay. Softball, I was a catcher, I did this a lot, let's go! I'm so good at this. Here you go, there you go. Wait, are there like little ones around here? Are there some little ones, or little ones? There's, oh yes, you! So pass this to her, please. There's a little one up there. Here you go, sweetheart. Any other people who think their little ones were actually 20? All right, but anyways, it's time to go back. Mimi and Ender, here you go. Take it away.
She's done, right? I was terrified. I was ducking for cover.
That was awesome.
Are you just a little guy?
I'm just a silly little guy. I want my little toy.
Game starting.
Game start. I was confused though, because they said his name was Cody, but I thought it was this guy.
Oh.
I'm scrambled now.
I don't think that's how that works. Anyways, it's a 4v4.
Yeah, look where that fight happened. Leaf would teleported back into spawn. That's why the body's back
Reminder
there.
for viewers maybe just joining us, this match means nothing for playoffs. That's why it's a little bit silly.
We're having a good time, folks. And you know what? You couldn't have asked for any better, because game one was so sick. Like, the rounds were unreal. Let him go loose. Let him have a little bit of fun. Ten's playing very far forward up on yellow.
The ears are oiled to be a star again. Well,
nope.
No. Trent
wow.
instead.
Washed. Sorry, I didn't mean it. Sorry.
Never speak again.
I let the intrusive thoughts win.
If anyone in the crowd wants to come up and Cass, who respects tens, please, you're welcome. Anyways, 1v2, Zelsis. He's bought enough time. You know it. 4 kills. Zaddy's in the house.
Never again, or you're off my desk. That's where we draw the line. I won't let the intrusive thoughts win. You don't say the word that starts with Z.
What word is that, sorry?
Red Bull clutch.
I think that starts with an R.
That's what starts with the letter Z.
Say it again.
I love it. Yeah, just infectious.
You know, it's actually so sad that he had noise-canceling headphones on, because I'm sure he's one of the little guys who's 20 who would have loved the toy.
Can we get him a toy after the match, please?
He's earned it.
He needs it.
9-4. Are we really gonna go to a map 3 in the silly series? It's possible.
They've got more. Look at this little wall we threw up. Valen trying to get funky with it.
Flash through? Okay. That's nasty from Zekin. And even better out of Jonah. That's just a ghost duel. One Cypher's better. It's Jonathan QT. Tens. He's back, baby. I feel really bad for the observers.
There's just actually non-stop fights.
Yeah.
Nothing makes sense. If there's a smoke that, you know, in any normal human wouldn't push, they're pushing it in this game. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Tens wasn't phased at all. But Jonah, oh, a little rewind?
Cool.
Wait. We had the rewind, but we didn't see it again. I'm waiting for it.
It's ready for the future.
It's coming in this round.
Rifle round. First one of this half.
Spike drop.
Holding down the fort here. Love to hear it. That's actually, is that both push walls already used? Yeah, it is. Lot spent here. I imagine Leaf, if he's not going for the orb, I feel like trying to play for maybe a flash through. He's got the very deep teleport to jump into back there. Buddy up with Jonah P, and yep, later. Looks like Zekin's gonna fall out of hulls and rejoin his team for the 5-hit.
Leaf. Forward angle here, no way to get out, but does he need it? Zekin dealt with. How much more can he claim? No way to teleport out, but now teammates supporting around him. Ken's is gonna flash into the back lines, just a Guardian to work with, but he's good for it.
They're both wrapping around opposite ends of the pyramids. Leaf looking to creep up on his right here. Checks his back for just a moment. As Zelsis around the corner, John QT and Tens. Lock it down.
Plant will
30
commence.
seconds left.
And it's net again in this clutch. 1v2, both opponents wounded. That cage dropping in a moment, but they're walking into it. Tens through the smoke. He gets it done. Tens is back.
He really is. A far cry from the pistol. It's completely changed his game.
A new man.
New man. You'll love to see it. I mean, honestly, these fights were pretty sick. Adjusting into the second one, just 2 bullets to get that kill. Nicely done.
Oh, was that fist bump a little too hard?
Look out for his knuckles.
Yeah, Saucy looks like he's reeled from it.
Can we get a medical check? I don't know.
Zekin's gonna have to calm down with that one. Too excited. Ball into main, flash. Up and over.
It's a brawl.
Zekin is fighting, but it's his teammates instead coming out the better of it. These mollies overwhelming, but Leaf has a gap, an angle. It's a stinger, so it's only 1. But there's still some danger in this round.
Yeah, the spike's still in main. John QT is going to make this round very boring, though.
That made noise.
It also got revealed by the Cypher ult.
That too.
I think one is worse than the other. Slightly.
Don't love either for us.
What? Doesn't matter if you hear him, you see him, he's going to kill you.
He was blind also. Wild shots from him, but never going to be enough for that round. 3 for Zelsis.
Now, Mimi.
Okay.
Sunset started 8-4.
It did.
In the favor of G2.
Yes.
And then Sentinels won the first 4 rounds in the second half, and they never stopped winning.
Wait.
This game was 9-3, a far more concerning juxtaposition of numbers.
You don't believe in curses, do you?
And now it's been 4 rounds in a row. And that crab, it's a fortune-telling crab.
What is he
He's
telling
told
you?
me with the shuffle there, it doesn't stop here.
It's been rigged from the beginning.
9 is all they get. I can't even follow through on my own
Great
joke.
fortune, great joke.
Thank you. This is the kind of, you know, positive reinforcement I need. I'll quit yapping, you take over.
Notice how no one in the crowd's laughing?
No, I heard there was one.
Thank you.
Yeah, there we go.
We're gonna have to like install some fake people for a laugh track if this goes to 3 rounds.
Wait, you're telling me they're real?
What? Be quiet. Okay. 5v5 still here. Sentinels full control of mid. They're gonna go back for an A split.
Here we go. Valen wall to hold both chokes, but Zekin spots him. Zekin gets the opener as well. They've already made their way onto site. Trent holding down the fort all on his own. Zekin is down. And around into double doors too. Leaf and Net make quick work of that one. Sentinels getting active, still have the site, still have the pit to stall out G2.
Flash forward. But Celsius has a cheeky angle. Does he swing through at the right time? Can he make another round happen? 1-for-1 trade. Celsius still yet to activate, still waiting in his pit. Tap on the spike. John QT not falling for it. The widest swing you've ever seen. Does he know where the last player is? Net spotted. Into the 1v1. Tap on the spike. Shoulder spotted! But John can't find the kill. Net in the clutch. Wins G2 their first round in ages.
Net tries to hit John QT with the same move there, a little wide on the swing. And there you go. The fortune crab was a liar. G2 are gonna call a timeout. Again, stalling as long as they possibly can.
Planted.
Trying to replicate the success here, because honestly, like, these post plants on Breeze get so crazy.
Yeah.
It really is just game sense, finding your moments, winning your duels.
I really want to know what the important discussion is.
What's for dinner?
Good question.
No, I'm hungry. All right, here's what I've got for G2.
Okay.
They stopped getting silly. They stopped pushing. What is Leaf doing? He's holding back, holding angles. Get in there, get active.
No more proper Valorant.
It's time for Net to walk halls. I don't know. They need to recapture
On
the
defense?
magic.
That's the magic?
Yeah, it's the magic.
Okay, I'm here for it.
Don't know if he actually did it a couple of times in their game earlier.
Yeah.
Did it work?
Yeah.
It's okay.
It happened.
But hey, it's been on a roll with their lurk clogs this time around. So tranquil.
Isn't it beautiful?
It's so beautiful out there. Sure hope someone doesn't, you know, plant a spike and steal all the radiant knife. No! No!
Why'd he fall?
Because he had the prediction wrong. He thought Sen would win out.
Oh, his job as a fortune teller.
All his channel points gone.
Tragic. A site hit for Sentinels. No one to receive. And an ultimate to go in, Leaf through mid.
That's what I'm talking about. Leaf, get out
now.
there. Get active. Take your fights. Saucy got the return fire with the Hunter's Fury, though.
Zekin is so far forward here. He's got a cheeky little angle when Leaf comes up. Surely he's not looking the right direction, and he is not. Zekin opens up this post plant and pushes deeper. Still another off angle. Another shot from Zekin. It's New Jersey's last hope, by the way. He's pretty sick with it.
New Jersey just keeps winning.
Someone's got to stop him.
Wow. Zekin's playing from the hardest position on that site, too. Dancing around yellow, like the different angles and elevations you have to fight players from, whether it's a stairs player, doors opening, down in double or snapping back up to bridge. It's nice as Net. It's 3. Does it mean anything? No. Does he add to the KDA? Absolutely.
It's It's only net.
It's a simple numbers game.
It was like
it's a net gain.
I was trying to do like a basketball.
Right.
Are you familiar?
Oh, I thought you were going like net gain. I thought you were businessing me.
No.
You're famous for your
This
business.
is not the time for business, Tristan.
Okay, my
It's the time
bad.
for silly.
I'll put away my stocks.
Take the suit off.
My briefcase has been closed. Next week's the time for business.
It is.
Spots from Madrid on the line. Sentinels playing for it all then.
Get out of my
A reminder, Sentinels one team that is going to be revealed in the playoffs. The draw show for that 4-team single elim playoff is coming up after this match, so stick around.
10's going quickly into this B site with the ultimate. G2 not really putting up much of a fight. They've got exactly one rifle in the hands of Net. That's the one he held on to. But Zekin's been getting super active in these posts. No updraft, but he can wriggle around half wall here. And Tens has 2 flashes to support him from backside. Oh my!
They've just spammed him through the wall.
Trent.
Sheriff? Oh my, Trent. Net gets one as well. This is all going wrong for Sentinels. They're flashed up, but time still works in their favor, but they've got no players to work with. John QT blindly spamming through the smoke. Molly's coming in from Celsius. Just hold down left mouse. Pray. They're gonna get it done. They just keep holding. They just keep winning. Sentinels want to put this one to bed.
I guess 2 players is all they need.
Was that a 2v5?
Yeah. The retake was silly. They got a spam kill through the wall.
Every one of these replays is just a shot through a smoke.
Yeah. That's how you play the post plant. John QT on it there. Drops the Sentinel spray as well. You know where to find it.
How much did Rob pay you?
Nothing. He's nothing. I'm not on the phone.
Okay.
I swear.
I trust.
Don't look at my PayPal.
Oh no, Zakin is falling. That's just a wild spam. Can
Another
we please
one.
get 1 kill?
One
It's a good,
honest kill. This is a scammers game of Valorant. A bunch of frauds out there getting RNG kills.
So dishonest.
I miss when Valorant was an honest esport. Players would show up, play 3 duelists, and lose.
The good old days.
TSM. The old descent. It was good times.
At least chilling out bottom mid. Uh-oh. Util in hand. What? He wins that? Excuse me? That's just one singular leaf. What can you do?
Imagine there's a whole tree coming after you. Good
What am I
Lord.
watching?
I don't know. Saucy doesn't know either.
Okay.
Leaf is balancing on one leg off the top of stairs. An acrobat.
I'll fix him apart. You clean up whatever's left.
Net is 24 and 11 right now. We've got some G2 fans still in here.
Yeah, we do. Where are they?
Who's sticking around? Let me hear it.
Trent is him. I agree.
There's 4 of them, but they're making a pretty good run. Good for you.
We love that. We absolutely love that. All the other fans come out of the woodworks.
Wait, let's get the. Was that a TSM chant? You know they're not playing, right? I don't know when. Hopefully soon.
Oh, we've lost the plot here. Sentinels quickly into the A site, but it's really just Zekin having some fun. The stun's on the ground. He's got to dodge, weave, dive, spam through the wall, but it's not going to happen. Valen shuts him down. It was all a ruse, though. John QT lurking up through elbow. Sentinels just wanted to play a 4v5. Simple as that.
Now they go back to B. Could it be absolute cinema? Could it be a John QT masterclass?
He's written up the script. Now he's got to execute. But are we talking college actors or are we talking Oscar winners?
Let's see some Hollywood.
You know a thing about winning. I won't finish it.
Don't go there.
I'll say the pacing of this film is quite poor.
Yeah.
Can we please pick it up? The second act slog. It's just a slog getting through it. When will something happen? When will they plant the spike? Will they, won't they?
They will.
I'm on the edge of my seat. They will.
Great. Lurk from Zelsis. The twist at the end of this plot. He's been working, biding his time on this reflank, and Leaf was prepared. Nothing gets past him. John QT is down as well. Saucy is a world away. There's no way he wins spamming through smoke. Thank you. Thank you.
Honestly, the ending was a bit predictable, but it's a feel-good story for G2 fans. And you've got to appreciate that.
Are we really going to a third map?
G2 are doing the funniest thing. Timeout Sentinels. They're like, please, can we string together 3 in a row?
Kaplan's just like,
this.
I want to go home.
What time is it? Clock check.
7:43. We've got time.
Don't you have a flight to catch?
I'm here for this.
You're here for this. You'll be here no matter what.
Yes.
You might be the first person to say that.
No one said it before.
No one's done it.
All right.
He's not talking. He's stumped. He has no idea what to say. Yeah, okay, win the round, team. We're gonna need that. Then the next, then the next.
All right, crowd. This is gonna be the most important comeback of Sentinel's career. If you want them to win, let me hear it. Let's try that again. Do you want Sentinels to close this out, to take us to OT? Weak. I think my 4G2 fans can do better. Let me hear it.
Give me the 4G2 fans.
There they are, growing in numbers.
Yeah, I think I saw some people in Sentinel shirts cheering.
I think people want a map 3.
I know Rob was giving away the shirts for free, but it seems like we might have some turncoats in here.
I'm here for it.
Some undercover fans. The G2 fans have been in hiding. The sleeper agents are about to be woken up. Wokage.
12-9. Why is no one giving Tens a gun? Why is he the guy with the
He's
sheriff?
in flash jail, Mimi. This is what I was talking about.
Give him a rifle. Let him out.
He doesn't need it. Sheriff is all he needs. Watch him. Come on, Tens.
Trent.
This is for OT.
And he's taken care of. Second, great opener. Valen spamming away. He finds nothing. What are you shooting at, bud? Second takes care of him. Now 5v3 up. Tens down from a shock dart. Jonah P. Cross the map.
No more honor in Valorant. Jonah P drones forward. Doesn't really see much of anything,
How
but
did he
Leaf
get
is on
there?
the prowl. Leaf's got to keep going. 2 players in main. A late wrap through halls. They're tapping the spike. Dodge it in. What is he doing? How is he
You
winning
do that
it?
to second. Disgusting.
It's just Zelsis.
Zelsis has to stop the defuse right now. Nat is sticking. And G2 in the least important map of their career. Take it 13-9.
The same exact way Sentinels did it. The full stick defuse. No problem.
What a wild match.
It's time to push back those dinner reservations, folks.
Zelsis giving some energy back to his teammates. He'll need it for split map number 3.
Shout out to Net, who casually got more than twice as many kills as S, 25 and 12 on the Cypher.
And you doubted the Halls lurks.
Look, I'm a clown.
He said it himself.
I
Lurk
am simply
masterclass.
a clown.
All right, well, an interesting map number 2, but this series, it's got another. Who knows what we could get delivered to us in map number 3 after this break.
It only gets better.
High double tap, dodging and juking, Sassy! Time is not on their side!
Damage. Shot connects, though. Great out of lead. Can he get another? Absolutely.
Well, welcome back, everybody. We're sitting here and enjoying the game. I'm calling this a vibey time. Dude, y'all didn't like that voice, did you? Was that a horrible voice? That's my vibe time voice.
I don't know, Mr. Rogers. I don't know. I was chilling.
Well, of course. Well, I'm glad you liked it. Thank you, Bola. Well, anyways, I figure how about we play a game?
Yeah, we could play games.
Yeah.
Valorant?
Yeah, let's go play Valorant right now. No, we're going to leave that to the professionals. But the game that we're going to play today is a game I'm dubbing. I didn't dub it, but I'm calling it Where You At.
Oh, yeah, well, I think that makes sense, given we just had fun watching this game, too. It was a ridiculous time, and I'm so happy because I have a blanket, so it's cool.
This blanket has really turned things around.
Yeah, I was actually getting angry a second ago because of...
getting angry?
Yeah, because Sentinels was losing, and I wanted it to end.
You wanted Sen to win?
Well, no, G2 came back.
Yeah.
How insane was that comeback, though?
Kind of crazy, because Leaf and Ned are playing like
Yeah, Ned just decided to have a life game.
Yeah.
Ned is actually having the life game.
And where are the stakes at, though, right now?
Where are the stakes at?
Yeah.
I mean, I think there's higher stakes in us about to play Where You At, I think. I think that's where the stakes are at.
It's funny. I just skipped over the highlights. I was like, I just wanted to get to the game and just have some fun.
You're trying to have vibe as you dubbed it.
Yeah, of course. Well, it's time for us to test the desk's powers of observation and play this game, Where You At. You ready? Are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right, so the rules are simple. We'll see a very, very small portion of the map and have to guess which one it is. Now, let's get this thing started. Bring up the first one, shall we?
All right, come on.
If it's on Sunset, you got to carry me.
Sunset?
Yeah.
I don't know any nooks and crannies.
No,
man.
if it's Sunset, it's
I don't look for
wrap.
lineups. I don't look for anything. I just I find my spots. I find my site, and I go.
If they bring up like Piazza, like the TDM map, I'm gonna smoke this thing.
Okay.
Okay. What do we think this one?
I'm right away saying bind, but
Bind.
yeah.
I'm right away saying Sunset. I think.
Sunset.
Yeah.
Why?
The tint on the
shiny.
Yeah, like that shiny
Los
bronzy
Angeles
tint.
flare.
You know what I mean? I think it's on Sunset.
Yeah. But Balla, what's your logic here?
I say it's bind because it kind of looks like it's like the fiery something of like the.
I forget. Do we have to say where on the map or just the map?
I mean, if you can find out where that is,
you can figure it out 100%.
Yeah, go for it.
You get some extra credit for that, actually.
I think it's bind heaven. Oh, never mind. I just saw this. We just saw this. Literally, it was in the game. We just saw this.
It was in the game?
Of course, it
was
is
not
in the game.
Breeze. It was the map we were playing before, Sunset.
No, it's split. Oh, it's on the.
We saw this in the MiBR game. God, bro, that was like.
That one was a tough one.
These observers, man, who looks at this stuff? Who looks at this? It's only.
Well, good try. Well, let's try another one. You still got a chance.
It wasn't a good try, but I appreciate the positivity for sure.
It was fun though.
Yeah.
You got another one?
Yeah, let's get another one, shall we?
So I can redeem myself. I'm not kidding.
I don't think you're gonna get redeemed. It's right here, next to us.
My little buddy right here.
Look at
It's a little buddy here. Well, but it's in the game.
Literally keeps
bro, he's in a hole, man. He's in a sewer ditch.
It can't be fracture, right? That's cheating.
No,
It has to be in the pool.
Everything that was done so far has had to be in the pool. So. Lotus? Have we seen Lotus at all?
Lotus.
Is Lotus in the pool? I think it's Lotus.
So you going with Lotus?
Yeah.
Wyatt, how about you?
What is he sitting?
I'm with you. I think it's Lotus.
He's sitting on a.
What?
No, he's like one of those things when you're in the water. You know, what do you call those things?
Like a little floaty?
Yeah, floaty. That's what it is.
Okay. Hey!
There you go.
Let's
It really
go.
is. Every time
Good
we
call.
agree.
See, I know. Every time we agree.
Y'all, giga brain power. I don't know. Like your powers combined. All right. Well, you know what?
Synergy.
Here's one more. I'm gonna test your. Y'all got to combine your brains and see if you can get this one. This is the last one that we have here.
right.
Got my little buddy right there. With a couple of hamburgers.
2, 1, box.
What? Ice.
I thought he was going to say and then when I heard bind, I was like,
Y'all need to work on your improv skills. What was that?
No, that was good. We were doing word association.
Icebox, which means
and it's bind.
We're about to both be wrong.
Yeah, we are.
Off that one.
Okay.
Boba. Look,
That
I say it's
boba
bind
looks
because
good.
the little brackets behind.
Yeah. Are you gonna lock it in? Are we locking it in?
Burgers. Why can't that be me?
But we don't get we don't get any other evidence. Like you pan the camera to the right.
Yeah. Actually, we can get some other evidence. Can we zoom in closer to the tacos? How about that? Let's see what seasoning we have on those tacos.
There's no food on bind. There's no way. It's got to be new icebox. Yeah, they probably added this with the icebox changes. I'm with you.
So you're changing your
I'm
answer
with you.
now?
I'm changing my answer. Sunset.
Oh.
Dude, you suck at this.
Well, I don't know. The guy, he had ski goggles on. Well, I mean,
that's what gave it away. The ski goggles.
Yeah, I thought he was
wear
wearing
that in my
ski
everyday
goggles
life.
on
I live in
Icebox.
LA.
I figured
what are you talking about?
I know from the boba, man. The Gecko has boba tea all the time.
So what does that have to do with Sunset?
He's from Los Angeles.
That's where Sunset is?
Yes.
Oh.
We're literally in Sunset right
Well,
now.
good job figuring out the context clues after we lost.
Can you do something about him?
All right, you don't pay attention to the lore.
Guys, let's chill out.
Well, you know
By
what?
guys, I mean me.
Well, good news, everyone. We're going to map 3.
We should play Sunset again.
We're going to Split. And I know a lot more about the B site than I did previously.
Yeah.
On
I
Split.
still, for some reason in my mind, that was Sunset.
What?
Still.
What, on the third one?
Yeah,
I
no,
know.
the first one.
Oh, the first. Yeah, yeah.
It was fake what we saw. Either way, Split. What is there to say? Okay.
Yeah.
What is there to say?
I mean,
we're going to Split.
we're going to Split.
What?
It's gonna be fun. I think it's gonna be.
Have you ever heard that analysis? This is a map.
I mean, this one's gonna be a nail biter though. I'm curious who's gonna win this one. Predictions? What's the Come on.
I mean, if they were actually playing, it's Sentinels all day. If they were, you know what I mean?
But G2 was actually playing though. You saw that last map?
I think they forgot that it was over and they were calling timeouts. So yeah, maybe they were actually playing. So
You know what? I'm going with Sen. That's it. They're winning.
Okay, cool. Well then, you know what? This is it. Our third and final map. We promise. I promise you. Now let's send things back out there to meet Ender one last time. Everyone's sleeping. Wake up!
Wake up! It's time for the match of the century. The third map of the least impactful series you will ever watch in VCT. But it's important for reasons. 5th, 6th seeding, technically on round differential.
Okay, look. These comps are riveting. Never seen anything like it.
Explain.
Because they
Because
play
you're a liar.
Okay, look, honestly, I want to dial the silliness back 30%. And I'm gonna do
I can meet that quota.
until the teams prove that they are fully trolling.
Serious until proven silly.
Proven silly, yes. That is the approach.
I'm pretty sure
I will
that's
be
a
drawing.
precedent.
We will be watching. We'll see what they can do. G2, they're gonna look for a little ramps dive off the start. We got fault. Actually, no, we're looking mid. It's not a fault line.
Nice start.
I've been made a fool. Here it comes.
Let's see it.
Please do the fault line or I'll look like a fool.
They're gonna do it.
Just without the satchels. I like, they get to save the satchels, use them later for the exec.
Yeah,
They're
contact
actually
up.
holding the fault line. Jonah P still has it in his hand and then just winning fights without it.
By the way, that's the guy who dropped, what, 25 on map 2 of the series? Nets having a game.
Honestly, it's funny. Jonah P holds his stun so long in a lot of these rounds.
Here's a piece of line control utility. It'll actually get used. Tens. Tuck behind the planter. Paranoia ready to go.
Oh, this is big.
He's getting aftershocks. Has to swing on this one. Damage, but still alive and tucking towards Hell.
Yeah, they're gonna move all the way back up towards Heaven here. They feel like maybe it's a little bit of a stack on site itself. Their camera that they placed up in Heaven fully cleared it. Make sure there's no one in that close left corner on Leaf, and they're going on a mission. They're going all the way in, maybe. He doesn't have his gun out. Tens went from flash prison to smoke prison.
That is tough. If you're Sentinels, this round has been dismantled piece by piece. With Saucy down.
30 seconds left.
Celsius has himself
Show us the bundle again.
1v4.
Getting the money worth right there.
Spike planted.
Do it.
I don't think he can hear you.
Oh!
Yeah! They're cheering! Look at him on stage. That's so good. What we didn't
I
realize.
hope Celsius is getting a bonus.
And look at it! The thing can shoot, folks!
Toxin screen down.
Buy it in the shop today, I guess. My opinions can be bought by a inspect.
It can't perform miracles, but it can do everything else. And well, look, we didn't think that this game had a lot of
It
stakes.
sounds like a disclaimer for prescription medicine. Be warned, Sentinels bundle cannot guarantee all arcades or additional.
You will
kills in a
still
round.
be iron at the end of the day.
Before we got distracted by the gun, though.
Yes.
G2, pretty good luck on that one.
Yeah. It was.
Contacting around the map, finding some gaps, exploiting them.
Yeah, and
looking good.
Yeah, you know, I like it, especially like showing some more like passive walk-up looks. I mean, the reactions are great. They're having fun with the crowd.
No one's on B. Full 5 stack for Sentinels.
It's just a camera. It's like the little camera you leave to watch your cat. You know, when you leave, people crawling around the house. Yeah, people do that. You don't know about that?
No.
And then they like can use the microphone to talk to their cat, and that's very confusing. It's very sad. Please don't talk to your cat like that.
What if they like it?
But the cat like looks around. It's like where is parent? And then parent isn't there.
We're losing the plot.
It's very disappointing. But look, the silliness must commence on round 2.
destroyed.
What happened to the 30% quota?
This is the 30%.
Words mean things.
Numbers don't, though. That's one thing I know.
Look at Nets. Yeah. I've got a number for you. 4. Nets picked up that many. Let's see it.
You know what's better than 4? 5. Leaf is walking with his knife out. They want to give it to Net.
Let me hear you again, crowd. Boo. Won't deliver today.
I'm no longer a Celsius fan.
After his actions today.
You wouldn't believe what he did. Wait a second.
Could we still
Wait
get
a
an
second. The Uno reverse.
2 players left. 1 HP on the decay. They're swinging him. They're giving him the chances, but not enough. No ace. Just a round for G2 instead.
No hard feelings.
That got kind of crazy with that ghost over here. Forced to move all around. He just kept going on in. That's Breeze all over again. When he doesn't slow down, he cannot be stopped. Sentinels look like they have a bit of a lean over towards this A site. Pretty common, you'll see the Viper tosser orb down in mid right there. Maybe pick it up, reposition a little bit later. But they guessed a little bit wrong. G2 with a lot of pressure into B main once again.
There are Cypher trips here, though.
It's a judge in Leaf's hands. But kind of rare to go for the pathing to look for the backside player. You're more expecting to wrap around the right side just like that.
Yep, Nade takes care of the trips.
A little bit in front of the paranoia there. Costs him.
Past it. John QT. Back sight. He's gonna get overwhelmed. The judge flying in the air. There's just nothing you can do about it.
Celsius enters the party though. Hops on down and Net's behind him somehow. How did that happen?
He's everywhere. In every second of this round, but Sassy. 2 kills. Odds even. Who's gonna come out on top? Jonah P. He's Guardian trained on Heaven, but his shot's not connecting. It's Tens and Sassy instead.
It's past winter. I think we need to ban the skin. Doesn't make sense.
It's really ugly.
It's no Sentinels or G2 bundle, that's for sure.
You're such a shill.
Look, I'm just here to get my paycheck.
But a shill for both sides.
Both sides shilling. I love it. Right down the middle.
Every team has a bundle in the shop. If you have a team you love, go support them. Half the profits go to them, or half the total of the skin, I should say, go to them.
That it does. Alrighty. G2 looking for the secrets. Look for A main pressure once again, although Tens is actually fighting a little more aggressively here. I saw earlier today, he went for like a teleport into the corner to counter out the early dive play. Kind of tough when there's double line control options that G2 have to stun or blind on that line. But he loves to insert himself in this spot. It's so nice. A really tough angle for attackers to clear if they're going into the site through the ground.
Let's see what Tens has.
Hold!
Don't shoot till you see the whites of their eyes. Oh no, he didn't listen. The shots are whiffing. Tens has to back away.
Ooh, and actually, those steps are heard. Trent in mid heard that rotation going that way. So maybe waiting, not wanting to give up the ghost just yet.
Sen gonna go fast on this retake. Nade into elbow. Zekin. Satchel's ready to go. They'll call a pause. Wait for Tens to reposition. No paranoia.
Here comes Trent.
When does he strike? When does the Viper
Give me
emerge
a
from his
knife!
pit?
Give me a knife!
No! He doesn't go for it. But the round's not over yet. 3 versus 3. Jonah mollied off. Zekin with a big kill there.
And there's another wrap. John QT went back up into heaven.
Flank
He's
on
behind
flank on
Trent.
flank.
While Trent is coming in here to trade on the fight and gets that one. John QT from above comes down on G2.
Absolute cinema.
That's my fragging IGL.
You didn't win the round.
Well, you know, but it's pretty cool.
Put
He
it
got
in the
the
montage.
kills.
Tens can watch another one.
Little bedtime story. Disappointing, quite frankly. I think after not going for the knife, didn't deserve the round, but
I don't know how this crowd is so loud. Half of them are asleep, half of them have left. It's map 3 on a 3-match day.
This
and
is-
you guys are still screaming.
this is map number 8. We've been here all day long.
You guys are great.
I don't know how G2's awake. This is map
Sentinels
number.
awake.
This is map number 6 for G2. Sentinels started playing at noon. Fast forward 8 hours later.
Video game players discover an 8-hour shift.
They're used to those.
They work hard. They work hard.
They're used to the late hours, though. Here we go into the site. Really disgusting old. It's just pistols.
They had rifles. They had rifles. And Zekin's gotten 2 with a ghost. That's alone in a 1v3.
I have retrieved the spike.
What if I would have some faith in one player on G2? Faith dwindling a little with the dart, but it would be net.
He's gonna be able to get out of here and go over to B. It would be a 1v1 with Tens rotate.
Here.
Yeah.
Tens. Waiting for his teammate Cypher.
Brutal. Net almost needs to go for the fake tap here and push on forward. Committing could be deadly, but Tens not gonna rush things. Waiting for his teammates to get back up into heaven.
It's new Tens. He knows he has the paranoia. He uses it the right time. Oh wait, he's TikToking.
New Tens, same player. Still going in for it. I love it.
Angel actually took him to the Academy of Omen before he picked up this role. You need to hit the silly teleport quota each day.
Do you get a diploma for graduating there? Do you just watch one video? How does that work? I'm curious. I might need to step up my own game.
You do get a diploma. Oh, put that on your resume. Those shots are nice.
Look at Zekin coming around there, and there's a little gap in that wall. Shot straight on through that. That and the tripwire. Everything frustrating for G2 on the attack. Ooh, I think they might try to fake a raise rocket up ramp while the rest of the team postures more towards B. That would be a big investment if they want to do it right off the rip. So instead, it's looking much more similar to the pistol round. Just using that stun once they're already up there. He didn't actually have the satchels. My eyes failed me. I just assumed.
It's okay. 8 maps.
Never gonna get invited back.
What's the next G2 Sentinels show match?
Yes. Next off season. It's crazy how now in less than like 2 months we've had 2 Sentinels versus G2 show
The
matches.
more things change, the more they stay the same.
They were both 3-game bangers.
And this is too.
Both of equal
Do
value.
you remember map 1?
No.
Okay.
Oh, Sunset.
Sunset.
Wait,
yeah.
that was a sick map.
When it was a sick map, when Sentinels debuted a crazy new comp, when they made it to playoffs, when they won every round on defense.
Sure, G2 wish they could forget.
How have we made it here?
I don't know, but we're finally going into an A split. If they can find a couple of kills, maybe opening into that showstopper. Leaf actually rejoining the team on site because it is wide open.
30 seconds
Sentinels actually showed in their previous years a lot of different ways to retake into this A site, and Zek and Zelsis just waiting for the smokes to...
Against MiBR this morning.
It's funny because they didn't even really have to show anything there. It's just 2 kills once the smoke goes down, but they showed an ability to retake heavy through screens, through ramp. That's flooding out of heaven.
Poor Valen has very little HP to work with. Rocket for Zekin. The boy is flying, and he is shooting. Nice connection onto net. And Leaf, 1v4. Nothing he can do. 3-3.
It's a nail
I
biter.
feel like this goes to overtime.
Don't say OD.
Why do I feel like
Please.
this goes to overtime?
Are they doing this intentionally?
No.
Are they just trading rounds? What is going on? G2 are calling a timeout. I'm gonna cry.
Hold it together. Hold it together. Strategy.
Yep.
That's what they're talking about.
Yeah, I bet so. How close should I hold the monitor to my nose to optimally view the screen?
Look at the angle Net plays. Oh.
No, Net is literally sniffing his monitor. He's in it.
The camera guy's just doing a dance on the stage. That's crazy. Let's see another one.
Nope.
Maybe.
A reminder that G2 did this. It was their choice. No one made them. They're given, both teams are given 2 timeouts.
Give them a round of applause, guys.
Oh, yeah. I can already see the T-Tours flying.
It's inevitable. What were you saying before we got distracted?
This was G2's choice.
This map? No,
the
it's not
timeout.
Oh,
the
yeah.
timeout was their
losing
choice.
It. I'm losing it.
That is a turtle.
Astute. That's why we pay you the big bucks.
As you can see right there, turtle. No!
Fun fact, Christy failed elementary school art class. I didn't.
John QT just killed Leaf mid-showstopper. Saucy's getting kills through smokes. They keep getting away with it.
They can't keep getting away with this. Oh, Viper's pit in mid.
G2 with an uphill battle. Everything stacked.
Don't use the caster voice now.
This isn't even a caster, it's like a movie trailer voice.
Okay.
I wish.
There's been a lot of talk of cinema today. And of course, it's Sean QT's
on the camera. Yeah. In 4K. Ooh, smoked up. Wait, the high camera actually lets them get,
cool.
or the high smoke lets them get out. It's also a temporary one-way, so if anyone's holding back there, it just slices off their vision.
Really cool ideas there from G2. They'll get this plant down.
Planted. And TP's back up in the corner. They kind of need to get aggressive, play together. Looking back towards spawn, maybe. Valen looking out into heaven, swinging back on Raptor, but Zekin and Zelsis. They cannot be stopped.
Beautiful retake from Sentinels. Flawless round there.
Flawless.
The timeout could not change anything for G2.
I'm losing it. That's
It's a turtle. Look at that. The zoom in. Oh my God. There's 2 of me. What is happening?
Production also losing their minds at this point, I think.
Shakes hand insanity. Hold on.
You can circulate this.
Whoa! Lovely. Tens is upping, he's back. The moment you've all been waiting for.
All right, I want to chant crowd. When we spectate tens, I want you to say tens, tens, ten. Keep going. You get it. Go. Do you heckin' love him? I think they do.
Here it comes.
It's gonna be really awkward.
The shot heard round the world. Oh no, 10's down to 6. He's wrapped around both sides and blown to pieces.
You guys stop chanting. This is your fault. Oh boy, G2. How have they done that? I'm convinced. Tearless, Leaf, best Stinger player in the world. No one's close. I discounted that round, but I forgot he had a Stinger.
10's falls, and Sentinels can't win a round. Shock and awe. He never actually got to take a shot, is the sad thing.
No, he did. He missed in May.
Yeah, he got like a multiple flashed off, and there's a Raiders satcheling at him. I feel like I can't hold that against him.
No one's gonna have their voice tomorrow.
Even the crowd is getting silly.
They're hip with it. Yes, you are.
Yes.
You guys are. I can't understand.
Yeah, who knows? Who knows? We're going for the same thing though. Leaf around the corner. Leaf keeps getting hit by his own teammates' utility on these V execs. First it was the paranoia, now it's the fault line. Zelsis is getting a spam kill over the top of it.
I think that might have been off of his own molly there with the vulnerable.
Yeah.
Through a new box. John QT. Leaf getting caught off guard in a tough position here.
It's
Second
all
from the top
a
row.
ruse. It's all a ruse. Look at A. It's completely open. Look at mid. We're lurking on breach. He's going to be able to get back into B. Does it mean anything? They're all here. Sentinels killed everyone and now rotated in.
Player standing.
The entire population of the city has arrived just in the nick of time. Where was Jonah? Jonah P?
Jonah P was on a journey. He started the round fault lining his own teammate.
He was on a milk jug at the end of that round.
He fault lined his own teammate on the exec into B. Timing incident. It's unfortunate.
Isn't it wild that they have bagged milk in Canada?
Do they?
Yeah, it's real.
Is
Not
that
everywhere.
real?
Bigger cities do have.
I'm not familiar with Canada's milk game, unfortunately.
That was topical because I think someone in the lobby is Canadian.
Yeah, run it back.
Hold on. Let me tell you why that was topical.
I think someone lives in Canada.
I'm going through my
or
notes.
Previously did. You can figure it out.
Oh no.
I'm not telling you.
Is Jonah P?
Does it rhyme with on QT?
No, he's not. He's Moroccan.
But he lived in Canada. That's what you're thinking.
Yeah.
That's what I thought you were thinking, Elise.
Okay. Sorry about that. I've had a lapse of judgment. Let's get back to the game.
You're done. All right, Sentinels, they're up in vents. They're about to pounce out on the unsuspecting G2 members. Lights are out. G2 can't see a thing. And that's when Sentinels strike from the vents.
All right, if the bag milk comment got you down, you still have to keep watching because we have the draw show after this for playoffs, and that's going to be very important, or the reveal, sorry.
And we've got penguins on top of people's heads. It's crazy here.
There's a lot left in today.
There's a lot going on. And you know what? G2 going back to the classic, tried and true, a little bit of a lurk mission here. 3 now moving back into mid. Sentinels guessing wrong on the lean list this time around. But always lean against your Cypher site. Go away from it, because you've got full info here. Why not?
Jonah tagged in heaven.
Oh, Jonah wants to go spawn
30
again.
seconds left.
Looked like for a second, peeking down those steps. Nothing there.
There was a temptation. He doesn't fall for it.
Time. Time?
I'm thinking of a certain fruit right now.
Time?
A watermelon is one of them.
Time!
10 seconds.
Time!
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
They didn't have enough of it.
Their timeshares ran out. They got scammed. They could only go into the A site for 10 seconds in the round. And they showed up too late. They missed their connecting flight. It's over for them. When is your flight again? I'm like actually concerned for you.
10:40 p.m.
Dear God.
I've never missed a flight.
You have barely over 2 hours before your flight.
It's fine. Let's keep this going. Overtime.
What is going on?
I can go home later. Let's get overtime.
I actually can't believe you lied to everyone and you fly. I thought you would take the train.
Here.
I'm a
Across the
traitor to my
country.
cause.
Unbelievable stuff. TenZ is up there.
That he is. TenZ turns the flash.
Oh, yeah.
And that is some beautiful tracking onto Leaf. Look like aim labs over there. Okay.
That is pretty.
Going Sentinels. Masterclass.
Oh, yeah. Quick to turn the flash, quicker to snap back and lock onto the raise. John QT coming in for the support. You'll love to see it. The fundamentals showing through. Good teamwork.
12-4 for the IGL of SEN right now.
I have some terrible news.
What is it?
For everyone in the building.
My ult's ready.
G2 have done it again, folks. They have called their second timeout of the half.
You guys don't get to go home.
No one is allowed to leave. And the worst part, the best part is, I think there's more thoughts going on in his mind now than in G2 talking through this timeout.
What is this?
I'm actually awestruck.
This is actually what's happening inside my mind right now. It's a technical timeout. Sniffer.
I don't, what does moving the hands do? I'm trying it and...
I don't know how.
What is it? I don't know. That's a frog! With a little hat on top!
They just like the frog.
Thought they liked me.
No. Next round. Last of the hat.
Half.
Half?
You said hat. It was
I
in
saw
your mind.
hat.
You liked the frog in the hat, I know.
Freudian slip. I actually don't know if that was what Freud was saying. Don't think so. A little different.
Pretty sure. It was a different kind. All right.
Paranoid for TenZ. Anchoring on the side. He's been good to hold B before. But is that where G2's ending? No.
No, see, G2, they have 1 minute and 20 seconds left. And they're going to milk every last second.
No. Because they're playing to win, crowd. They love you.
Cover going
Maybe, I don't know. They told me that.
All right. It's time.
We're back.
The weight of the world on his shoulders. TenZ holds his ground.
Are they gonna come to where TenZ is?
Oh, no.
Maybe not. Second and mid. Deleted by net. Come on, here's his moment.
They're still going back over into A. It's a fake showstopper into B while a split is happening into the A site. It's only John QT over here. A little bit ridiculous.
Rotations in. TenZ gets his. 4v4. Viper's pit in the post plant. And another beauty out of net. He's finally denied.
And now they've got neural theft. They can use this final round of the half. But they've got to get back into the pit. Instant shots connect on Zelsis. His aim has been true. Trent looking aggressive on the other side of that pit. Continuing his way forward.
Valen on one side of a smoke. John tries to enter, and he is not permitted. The Guardian cuts down 2, and G2. They take it 5-7. This game will never end.
Switching sides.
It couldn't be any closer. Except if G2 won another round. But they'll have a chance after the break. First, we're gonna check it out. I mean, this was crazy. Look at that. Instant headshot. Into the yeah, I mean, you kind of got to respect the game on that one.
Yeah. I don't know how else has got that one. Wild kill. Well, this game, I think we've all learned something about thus far. It's been some of the best Valorant we've seen thus far in America.
So impressive.
And that's why I'm so excited to see our enterprising analyst desk break this one down at the half.
Yes, TenZ. I'm using this as like a stress ball right now.
I'm glad they're having fun out there.
Yeah, absolutely.
I like how Mimi asked or said, let's see what the desk has to say about the game. Like, as
if she's been saying anything.
Yeah. I've noticed there were frogs, there were turtles. There's a lot going on over there.
I learned actually, we probably would be good at whatever map game we just played after that.
Right, yeah. Well, you know what? We could do some serious analysis, or we could just play a game of agree to disagree. What do you say?
That sounds like serious analysis.
Okay.
Well, it's kind of
serious.
I mean, yeah, it's both.
I agree to disagree.
A little bit of both.
How about that?
All right, what are we doing?
All right, let's do it. Okay, so the game is simple. I'm gonna read a statement, and I want to know where everyone stands on it. Okay. All right, so let's get it kicked off. So the first one we have. It would be awesome if this game broke the record for longest overtime ever.
Strong.
You're strong.
I think that'd be so funny.
Yeah?
I think that would be so funny. It'd be really painful, but so funny. All right, go.
I strongly disagree with that one. I'm sorry. I'm just gonna have to strongly disagree with
that
it.
Is that the? Are you gonna do anything?
I'm sure. I
don't even.
Hello. We
strongly disagree. Here's the thing. I don't even know if we have time. I don't even know if we have time for the next one.
We don't anymore. You guys,
but you know what? Everyone watching at home.
What's the second one?
There's none.
There is none.
Look,
but you know what? Be sure to stick around after the match because we will be revealing the playoff bracket on the analyst desk at the end of the day. So for now, let's get to the second half underway. Back to our casters, Mimi and Ender.
I, for one, strongly agree. Hey guys, wait, what match is this again? I don't think it's TSM,
I
guys.
think it might be. Maybe we're confused. It's so silly that they might just be
No
here.
one even knows.
Who even knows anymore? It's a nail biter, folks. Sentinels taken down early here on the pistol. G2 with a chance to equalize. Overtime, just a dream.
A nightmare. In the eye of the beholder. That's like a cute little combo into hell or into
Beholder. I hardly know her.
Ropes. It's a late night.
Now, if Sentinels start taking their time, that's when you know something's fishy happening.
What's fishy?
Because Sentinels play all their rounds fast. And if they wait till 0 seconds to plant, I'll say it, they're in it with G2.
To make it the
They're
longest
holding
game
us all
possible?
hostage.
30 seconds left.
No one can leave this venue.
Not until a winner is crowned. 20 seconds.
Try and get a molly kill off the orb in main. John QT is traded. Fallon getting work done on the site. And net, he closes the job. 6-7. G2. Is this the start of the comeback?
Don't sound too excited, Mimi. Surely it wouldn't be a fake comeback.
Surely it wouldn't be a fake comeback. 13-11 for Sentinels to then win.
Indeed. Let's check that out. We had Dog go through and not clear the corner. That's an error, folks. Free us.
Let's go NRG.
Do we think it's TSM versus NRG? What is happening, people?
It's actually 2021. So I've noticed that the Phoenix meta on this map is really innovative lately.
I do love the Phoenix. That wall really allows you to get into a side. It would be a shame. I mean, Viper is just so poor in this current meta. The only way you can get a viable wall
You're living in the past.
Phoenix.
In the present, G2 is farming on this anti-eco. I got very excited.
Indeed.
They have classics, though.
One enemy
That's
remaining.
okay.
SMGs beat classics. G2 are simply better. Sentinels cannot get the eco round win.
They lose the rock, paper, scissors there. But now we have rifle v rifle.
I do love seeing the same two numbers at the top of the scoreboard. Woo-wee!
One enemy remaining.
How many of you in the crowd have been here since the first match?
Oh, yeah.
That's basically everyone.
Yeah, all the Sentinels fans had to come for game one.
Even our friends on the other broadcast for Latin and Brazil, they have been here for eons.
Oh, no. Is Rob Moore still here? That's what I've got to know. Because if he left the building,
from the ceiling.
Oh boy, I'm gonna have a strong word. I'll send him a letter in the mail.
Rob has gotten mentioned too many times on this podcast. All right, Leaf. That's just the Spectre, but...
Oh, he saw the halo from the paranoia. That's what he saw over the top of the smoke.
Spike down B.
2v3 now. Spike dropped on the B site. Showing a P. Great with that Bulldog. They've won their bonus.
Has your casting really ascended to where you're just mimicking what the announcer in-game says?
Yes.
She's like, Spike dropped B. Instantly, you tell me the Spike is dropped B.
I'm just like her, for real.
I think we should...
We have some news for you. We have some news for you. Guys, I'm sorry to say, there's another timeout. Sentinels is called attack. They just really need to hone their strategy.
They really do. And remember, they can call their timeout so early in the half because they never dipped into that timeout in the first. They can still hold on to that.
What is going on?
It's like dance music in here.
It's a fever dream.
I thought I left Berlin. I'm still in Berlin. Making me feel at home. I love the bass. I'm just like vibrating through me. It's the only thing keeping me energized.
Look at this little guy.
It's another frog!
It always has been.
POV, you're a frog.
That's a crab.
That is a crab. It's a scuttle crab. I don't know why.
Is that a type
I
of
have
crab?
no idea what scuttle crab comes from. I'm clueless. Thank you. I knew.
We got a really smart crowd tonight.
They are on the ball.
A+ students.
Spike dropped.
Okay.
Spike dropped.
Tell me what's going on this round.
Well, it's a bit of a feint into B main. A paint shell's coming out too.
Okay.
But it's all a ruse. Look, they've got no money. They're poor. Sheriffs, ghosts, stingers. And the spike is all on its own. Celsius wants to do it himself.
Go get him.
He asked Zekken to come help him out. I love how they're still doing like molly stalls in mid. The next smoke comes in, just blocking down this choke point. But a male smoke and a dog on through clears that out. And now they've threatened one little buddy could be hiding out in vent. It's not much of a concern because the camera here. But why talk about that when we're attacking the B site? That's what it's all about. Oh my. Trent gets the first, comes out, helped by Leaf. Oh, the assist.
And it's a complete shutdown. G2, a clean defense on B. Leaf on raise.
Dare I say, G2 are running away with it. About to extend their lead, 9-7.
4K in that round.
Oh.
Flawless on the board, and what's going on there?
I'm unsure. Maybe a timeout
Some
to discuss.
kind of aerobic activity, maybe?
Yeah, I'm sure it is. There must just be that. Leaf with another 4K. Did he say anything? I saw his mouth move.
Train.
Train's mentioned! That's just for you. See, you clowned on me when I liked the silly little animals, but all it takes is a train to steal your attention.
Too. They're really cool.
Okay.
I like them.
I feel like Gecko could, get some more pets. I feel like we got confused there. We were chanting, a kill happened, and no one knew what to do anymore. Least of all me.
Is that a Fnatic chant?
I think it is. Shout out. Here comes the party. Leaf around the corner. 3 players and Tens is up in the corner. What is going on?
How does Leaf find that connection? He's traded instantly.
It's because it's showstopper.
3v3.
The ability's unfair me.
Be quiet. It's perfectly balanced. As well it should be. Flashes into the site. G2 have a lot of utility to support Net here, and he still has trips online, but he's just swinging pretty much nothing and dying for the matter, too. It's Celsius to take him down. Jonah P, though, dropping into this pit, fighting forward as his teammate spams. He blindsides Celsius. And
30
Sassy
seconds left.
is in the clutch, making a run for it.
It's like they want OT. Saucy needs to get active. He's going straight up the rope, not making noise.
He needs to isolate a fight and win it. Stunned on the rope. Both players of G2 approaching. Jonah low on HP. Sassy's got the first. 1v1. Valen swinging. Sassy spraying. But he can't connect it. Valen wins the round. G2, the first to double digits.
At least we know somebody up there wants to go home. A good close there for Valen. Bringing it to 10. A little dodgy for a moment, I'll be honest.
The first esports event where go home is the good outcome.
Yeah.
One enemy remaining.
Whew. I mean, there was a moment there. You saw it, yeah. Just a pixel or two and it's different. That's a man who's ready to
what?
Move on along.
To bench.
Yeah. Again, the departures, I think production is taunting you.
I won't get baited by it.
2 hours, Mimi.
Artillery Fort. Train's delayed? I thought this map was in Japan. I don't know. Or is it in
Unrealistic.
I don't remember.
This is what happens when Kingdom takes over. They run it into the ground.
Orb grabbed in main. Jonah P.
Wait, did you see the coffee shop logo? That was Sideshow. Go back.
No,
you're
Sideshow. You're losing the plot. We have been executed on the site. Second, Satchel in. Net, solo anchoring. His teammates are far away, but he could get this done on his own. Second, down. Tens, inside of a cage, caught, blindsided by Leaf. 5v3 now. Sentinels completely locked out of this one. The spike taunting them in the throat of the site.
It's not very nice, that's for sure. Can they wrap back into mid? There's a Viper down there now. It's over. Good circle.
Trent. On the flank. But walking past him.
Cowards. It's not like they have Omen ult.
How do they plan?
I mean, they're just gonna save.
That's an interesting plan.
It's an interesting plan. They have no money. They are actually trying to win.
A prudent financial decision, I dare say.
I could never. Buys another latte.
You're the problem with this generation.
Sideshow!
10 seconds left.
My king!
It's just a cup. You guys are tired.
That's a man.
No, it's not.
It's a man.
It doesn't even look like him.
Yes, it does. Do you not see the mustache?
Take this guy off the cast. We're still cheering for the skin.
We're cheering for everything.
How many of you have bought a team bundle? They're busy. You want Sentinels?
Yes, the turtle!
Turtle!
We are back in business, folks.
Production understands. They get it. 11-7.
The highlight of the day thus far. I'm gonna nerd Mimi. It's time. First up. I'll wait. No more up.
Nerd.
This setup is sick. Attacking Viper Orb there. It means with this wall too, solo B-Anchor can't play here. That's why they're playing fully up in heaven. Great circle. Because if one person is trying to jump spot here, you can orb up, walk out that way or that way. You always need a buddy to be able to hold on that site. And now you know.
Poison orb emitting.
It's also very good. You can walk up with your team, flash out that direction very quickly.
It's a great setup if you're not a solo Viper. Just a warning, if you want to use that on your own, you need another smoke agent if you want to run that setup.
But here, orb up, pressure is on, because now it could have scaled back there, pinch out on you as this mid fight goes down. Sentinels did something very similar back in week 1.
And Valen.
Yeah.
Sliver showing of Tenz's head.
But it's great though, because G2 get in front of it. That's the big difference. You're not allowing those pinch timings to work. Valen is still there. Great molly too. G2 on the ball on that. As here goes the lurk. We're through. Do they spam new box?
30 seconds left.
Do they know it's possibly popped out there?
They have a player just backside containing. They're not worried about this. Rolling
What?
Thunder invested onto just John QT.
That's awesome.
He's just bullying, I think.
Yeah, the camera, by the way, sees him on a sliver when you try to walk there.
Brutal.
Think they just went off that. They have a personal grudge
10 seconds
against
left.
John QT.
Understandable about after how this game has been going.
Last player
Zelsis, his teammate is fallen. He's all alone. He's flashed and just desperately sprinting towards their spawn. G2, match point. I never thought I'd say that word. Hold on.
I think our crowd was just cheering for 4 more rounds.
Let me get this right. Do you guys want overtime?
That is a total.
I think they want it.
It's a school night. Do your homework right now.
What time do you have to get up for school? Hold it up on your hands. 5 a.m., 6 a.m.?
8 in the morning. I haven't woken up at 8 in the morning since Check's watch this morning.
Cool.
I'm tired.
Well, G2 might give you your gift.
I think our crowd wants us to suffer. I hear too many OT supporters.
No, I'm here for it.
I do not condone.
This could be it.
But again, I mean, if they can fish early and break this camera, that would do them a lot of favors here. A lot of these rounds, Jonah P holds on to the fault line, but he actually already used it in this round, so waiting on that to come back up. If that is there, though, the hits get destroyed. That breach, all he has to do is get about to over there, and he can help out the B site.
Leaf has critical info. He knows no one's coming B main, so they can fixate everything on this mid fight, and the reclear is stunning. Trent opens it up, but the trade is good. Valen teleporting into hell.
And Leaf also stepped up into B main. They've got tons of control over the site. Sentinels unload the neural theft.
But they know because of that ultimate. So now they can target these players on the site. Valen is in trouble, but he does well to get his. Leafs off, finds nothing. Sentinels are surviving yet. 2v3 now. Jonah has you till the retake is on.
Planted.
Net to set us free. Tens to drag us down into the pits of despair.
5 more rounds. They were saying 4.
Can they
don't know how
count?
to do math. They want it.
I hate them.
I love them.
Take a breath. Jonah P is saving on 8.3.
Hey, let's give some love for the G2 Classic too.
Yes.
And the turtle, maybe. The real star of the show tonight.
Are they paying you?
We doing this or what?
I'm impressed she still has her voice.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. It's going. It's leaving me. Wait, what was it? What? I just missed it.
I think it was just muting volume after you dying around.
Oh.
A lot of players do it. So you can hear your IGL and stuff.
Oh, I thought it was to mute the
in
IGL.
Important games like this.
Oh, yes. Always an important one. Tens has the up again on attack. Don't ask why.
He's tens?
There's not an
There's
answer.
an answer for you. He's tens.
Okay. There we go. A trap play set up in mid off this camera. Sees them when they cross this point, but it's all up through ramp. Double trips to catch them when they push on through. Dog should be able to spot the cam up in heaven. And fantastic stall. They're not going anywhere. Not for the time being.
Here.
All that and for what? They're leaving. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know what they're saying anymore.
It's discoherent. But they've committed to it.
It's all getting a little bit loose. TenZ gave up on the A fight. Instead, they're walking into mid, but this camera's been here the whole time. Sentinels have not done a good job of spotting this out. That is 3 people, maybe 4 spotted in mid. The trap play was gone.
It's a lot of info. There. Second with Arumba. They're gonna path towards heaven. That means this round might just come down to Leaf.
We are going B, and they put the same camera back just to put a little salt on the wound.
That's
there it
an
goes.
evisceration of Leaf on the site by Saucy. He didn't stand a chance. 4v5 retake now, but lots of util. Paranoia, Mollies, Jonah P with a fault line and a flash. They're down numbers, and this off angle could have been the moment for Sen.
I miss the old TenZ.
Boo. He's gonna hit one this round just because you said that now. Sentinels trading back and forth. Zels is on the reflank. TenZ still alive on the site, but it's all Zels and Sassy. Sentinels are 3 away from overtime. Again, this game means nothing.
This game means everything, Mimi. Can you not hear the passion out in the crowd? They won it.
3 seconds left.
Sentinels won it.
They're still trying.
Sentinels still have 1 timeout. If they need it now, this could be the moment. They have the confidence, and they tossed it up to Zelsis. TenZ missed his, and Zelsis said, give me that.
Second double satchel. Trent removes him. Not like this.
This is the same trap G2 did in the last game. The trip in mid. A very forward one. No way you're getting back into that space. Cameron a trip on B. They've leaned into that so many times. TenZ got the op back. Reclaimed.
Thank you, my IGL in the crowd.
The Sentinels fans are fracturing.
Cam broken. Last time they broke that cam, they reset and went back towards A light. This time they stick around to re-exec.
And they can use that orb to time when they want to take the fights in main if TenZ is holding the line.
Stun up. That's further stall on this execute the doggies for nothing. Aftershock available. G2 can just continue to lock them out.
It's only 40 seconds. Sentinels have a paranoia and a flash. The smoke goes in. It's now or never. It's never.
Aftershock. It might just never happen.
Yeah.
30 seconds, they have to go.
That's a Viper orb. That's a Defender Viper orb in main too. The stalled choke is insane. 20 seconds.
Execute is the game. TenZ tripped, Leaf sprays him through the wall, and Net still up with support from Flash behind the smoke. 10 seconds. G2 fighting for their freedom to make it out of this game. Zelsis has no chance. There's not enough time. G2, the victors of the match of the century on a third map in a game that meant nothing.
How have they done it? G2 Esports on top of the world!
But it's all smiles for Sentinels.
Zelsis even got his up shot at the end. TenZ couldn't do it, but he brought it home.
What a match.
Regardless of the outcome, the battles, the duels back and forth, ultimately, it was the Turtles on top.
It absolutely was. And to the crowd here, everyone who stuck around at the Riot Games Arena, give yourselves a big round of applause, some noise. You made this match worth staying up for.
My goats.
It's Sentinels continuing to playoffs, but it's a G2 that wins the craziest match ever. I'm excited to watch them in the regular season.
Absolutely. I mean, honestly, game 1 of this series was the most fun game of the tournament so far.
G2. And then the next two?
Yeah, we don't talk about the next two. We don't talk about the next two. They never happened. But yeah, I mean, the first one was so fun. G2 put up a great fight.
That guy on the right net was electric.
Oh, yeah.
Second through maps.
Oh, yeah.
25 on Breeze, 20 here. Clip after clip.
The lurking masterclass. I think there might be a Patreon you can subscribe to. I don't know.
I'm so
like, it's gotta be there somewhere. Free lessons or something. Because that was pretty. Of course, coming up in a few minutes, we will have that draw show. We will find out 4 teams who's going to be playing who.
The big moment to see where that goes. It's going to be exciting. Sentinels in the playoffs, Turtles on our screens.
It doesn't get better than that.
4 teams left. 2 matches, 2 spots in Madrid, 3 championship points to play for if you make it to the final. The rest of this tournament is gonna be good.
And I think you might be able to make your flight.
It's gonna happen.
Just in the nick of time. I sure hope so.
Well, we still are gonna have an interview in a moment, but I really feel like we just gotta talk about Sentinels, because the rest of the match was silly, but let's rewind. That sunset, when it really mattered, they looked amazing.
Yo, their comp was sick. The Gecko KO, the combos were money, and their defense, how fast they played against G2. G2 had never played against a team playing that fast pace on Sunset. It was a great read from them. Yep, hello.
Hello.
Kittens, okay.
Yeah, pretty cool there. But we have one more treat for you guys. The Ryzen post-match interview. It's Elizabeth standing by with Saucy.
Woo!
Thank you so much. And you've been sticking with us for the longest time if you're at home or watch partying if you're here. But Saucy has also stuck around the entire day, and he also got his first Sova win today, which is something to celebrate. Take a little bow, you know, thank you. Best Sova in the world, everyone. Now, to actually talk to me about that, because that was kind of like a low-key meme, but also like you are one of the best Sova players in the world.
Yeah, I actually discovered this year that I didn't win Sova, so like, I don't know, I really don't care. I don't know. I know I'm the best Sova in the world, so it doesn't matter.
All right. So I have to ask you, after you won the first map, you made it to playoffs. You crushed G2's dreams.
Yeah.
Tragic. Sorry, I love G2. But what was the conversation like when you made it back there and you're like, oh, we made it to playoffs? Because what we saw you do was play actual comps with actual strats and like actually play the game. Because we're like, oh, we're gonna see an ISO. Oh, we're gonna see all smokes. But nope, actual comps.
I mean, to be honest, after the MiBR series, after they won, we were like, okay, we just need one map. But you know, let's play to win. Let's play to 2-0. And after we got the first map, yeah, I'll be honest, the energy was different. Comps were different. Everything was weird. People started changing skins. So I don't know, like, I'm gonna say like props to G2 too. You know, they play good against us. But I'm not gonna use that as an excuse. You know, we should have won, and it was our bad for sure. But yeah, the energy was different after the first map.
Yes, you technically did lose the series, but you are making it to playoffs. The draw will be shown in the post-show, so stick around because I know we were getting a little silly, but we actually have something very important coming up for the playoffs. Do you have anything to say to your possible opponents?
My possible opponents?
Yes.
Oh, I mean, we're in a good shape, so good luck. Good luck for everyone. It's gonna be a great match. It's gonna be a great series. Doesn't matter who we face. We need to win, so yeah.
Doesn't matter who we face. It's gonna be a good match. A class act as always. Thank you so much, Sassy. Please give it up one more time for Sassy. An incredible performance.
Thank you.
And what an incredible day. It's been long. I know some of you have school nights, but we do have a post show with Absolute Cinema John QT. So stick around, and friends, please take it away.
Yes, thanks so much, Liz. Joining us for the post show is Sentinels IGL, Absolute Cinema, John QT. Thank you so much for what you gifted us. And also congratulations on qualifying for the playoffs. How do you feel?
Feel good. Very long day. Very tired. I mean, it was difficult. We played yesterday night, and we had to wake up early. First game, third game. And yeah, a lot of emotions for sure.
Yeah, like G2 pushed you all to the third map. Were you anticipating that? Were you expecting that at all?
I mean, it's difficult because we knew we only needed one map to qualify. We won Sunset, and I mean, it was just hard to try. I'm not gonna lie. Like we said, like let's take it serious. We're not like obviously we're just gonna like not show everything. We're just like playing on the fly, and they were like, I mean, they were playing confident. They were like plugging. I felt like one serious match and 2 ranked games for me.
Yeah, that's what it felt like for me too.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. Well, before we dive deeper into our conversation, our chat, it's time to reveal what you all have been waiting for, the playoff bracket. Now let's take a look at Saturday's matches.
We were so wrong. we were just saying like, don't worry, bro. I can sense it. It's gonna be the SEN EG game. No.
In the semifinals, we got EG versus Loud, and RG versus SEN. Looking at this, how do you feel?
expected.
Yeah?
We had to take the hardest road of all time.
It actually is.
It is the hardest road, but to be honest, I'm not surprised, and I don't know. I can't wait to play, pretty much.
Does it put a chip on your shoulder for, like, now you guys got the group of death with Lav, with Lev, and now NRG,
Oh,
which
yeah,
is
for
like...
sure. I mean, NRG only played 4 maps. I think we played like, I don't know, like...
You can't count, we can't count anymore.
Like 3, 9, like 11? I think 11 maps?
It should have been 9.
Are you just not like feeling, like how much pressure are you feeling? Because previous to this year, you were on M80, you were playing in Challengers, and then you go from there to playing on the most popular team, rabid fan base with tons of expectations. They want success. You're thrown into the group of death. You're playing against, you're IGLing against Sadak, world champion. You're going to go up against NRG. Like, are you feeling a lot of pressure in these situations, or are you kind of just chilling?
To be honest, just kind of chilling. I know how much work we put in, and like I trust my teammates a lot. The coaching staff, they also trust me, and we're just taking it game by game. I don't really go into a game. I'm like, oh my god, like 4 champs, like group of dead and stuff. It's just like map by map, round by round. Like we just play our game pretty much, and yeah, we're all confident. And I'm chilling, no.
For sure. What's like the structure that you have with Coach Kaplan, your analyst Drew Spark, and you? Like, how do the 3 of you work together?
Depends on the situations. Sometimes we delegate work. We're like, okay, we want to do this for this map, and we like kind of divide the work. Like, you're gonna do this, I'm gonna do this, and like, we're just permanently like talking with each other, and like all day, like make plans for server time, what we need to fix, what we need to work on, and like also like preparing for team. Like, okay, this is the maps we want to play. This is the map that we expect them to pick, and just like go through the game plan together, and like set plays we have, and yeah, just like a collaboration, pretty much.
On the same note, you guys brought out the new Sunset comp today.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people have been kind of wondering when some of the like Gecko stuff and like the changes in all the comps are going to come after the Sky nerfs and stuff like that. Is that the first of many, or how's the process come for that Gecko carp in particular?
Yeah, I can't really leak much, but I think Gecko is broken. Like generally OP, I think like people are not using it enough in Americas, and he is broken. I think he'll probably see a nerf soon, like at least with his ult. I think the fact that you can like 7 ult points, you can ult and like get orbs and like pick up your ult again and like use it again and then get orbs. It's like a very snowbally agent, like very, very snowbally, and yeah. I mean, we'll see what we have.
Like, what was 8 rounds or something like that in a row on defense?
Yeah.
That was crazy.
Yeah.
Is the double initiator thing as well? That's something that I feel like got Zekin really activated. Like he's able to go anywhere on the map at the same time. He's frying. I feel like a lot of the strategic decisions you guys are making is really enabling him right now.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, Zach is the Zekin, and like he knows how to play aggro and also passive. He's not the type to overheat. Like even though we run these strats or like these plans where he's like double session off rip, like he's not gonna get 1 and keep going. Like he instantly get 1, 2, he leaves. Like he knows how to vary the tempo. So it's very good to have someone like that.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. What's kind of in game? What is the structure of the calling in regard to what you do as the IGL, how other people contribute?
I call in freeze time. Obviously, people like kind of like give feedback on like what's going on the map and like what the other team is doing, because I'm not everywhere, obviously. But I just give the plan multiple steps, and then it's like people mid round. Like if I'm on the extremities and people are on the pack, usually it's someone on the pack mid rounding, or it's also me like mid rounding off my lurk, or like just like resetting the plan, especially when it's just like a call with multiple steps. Obviously, like it get lost sometimes, and I have to like say the plan again. I mean, there's a lot of voices on the team, and yeah, people just like it's like collaboration sometimes mid rounding, especially because I'm the lurker. It's like I can call the pack from the lurk position, so like I give like the steps, then they can like improvise from.
It's like the most succinct IGL explanation I've ever heard.
Absolutely. Yeah. Now, this is going to be the final question. I'm kind of curious. We have a few days. I know we just showed you the bracket, but what type of preparation is going to go into SEN preparing to go up against NRG?
I mean, it's just like VOD reviewing NRG, obviously, and VOD reviewing ourselves. I mean, we need 1 game to qualify, so obviously all our focus is there. And yeah, we have a few days. We'll see how it goes. We'll probably just plan stuff tomorrow.
Yeah.
And yeah, work every day and get ready for the match eventually.
Yeah, well, enjoy today's win. I mean, go get some sleep, get some food. I think we all got to need some food.
Some must
John
need
QT.
sleep and food.
Thank you so much for coming through. Well, we'll see you this Saturday for playoffs, everybody. Now, it's EG versus Loud and Sentinels versus NRG. Now, the winners qualify for Masters Madrid and will face off in a best-of-5 final on Sunday. Now, the winner gets a number one seed for Madrid and 3 championship points. Now, thanks to everyone for watching. We'll see you at playoffs. Finally.
Peace, bro.
Peace.
Well played, man. Congrats.
Yes.
A lot of utils to try and win this round. Out, RGL, down. That's the Rocket! After such a brutal beginning for them. Jumping, Loud, cannon, the quick scope. It's cleaned up. Plays on to B main. Notice players right behind him, but this guy is tearing them to pieces. I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know. Oh my God, it's enough. There's no possible way to win. And Sentinels with the opening match of the play-ins.
He knows where he is. What